a triangle that's level. All right, level. The whole triangle is level, and then you just you got to measure the angle. You got to measure the angle of the things, and if you have this completely level triangle and we're sitting on a globe, you're going to have more than 180 degrees, right?
Not if it's line of sight. No matter what we're on, if it's line of sight, it's going to be 180, right?
I don't know. I'm not even talking about how you measure it. I'm just talking about you have the triangle, you measure the angles. It has to be more than 180 degrees.
In my opinion, if we're joining, here's my.
The thing is, that's the actual spherical excess that they talk about. The shit they do is not spherical excess. That's some other shit. It still has to do with triangles, but yes, they have line of sight, and there's one I'm talking about.
Well, here's my opinion on it, man. If we use like the surveys do and join the triangles, even on a flat Earth map, if we're starting from the center, we're going to naturally get excess. If we're joining triangles together, then there's automatically going to be a little excess because we're working our way outward. I think they misinterpreted all that, but
they did.
And then expect past the equator, you would expect there to be less like the reverse excess. There'd be triangle deficiency because it's starting to converge once you get past the equator. But even they admit that they all have to say that it's a little bold. There's a little bigger south of the equator. It's like kind of chunky, like pear shaped. Why would they say that? You know, I can only think of one fucking reason. Because the surveys probably specify that, even though every survey is pretty much local and kind of joined together to make a model, it's arguable, man. I think if they had laid cables in between the continents instead of wasting all that cable going up and over and down, if they'd have just used 1/3 of the cable, a little over 1/3, but less than 1/2 of the cable just to shoot straight across, like they did everywhere else, and the most efficient route, they could have got a better measurement, but. Fact of the matter, there's anomalies. Like when we look at Max, Egan, with his compass, it didn't match a globe. Okay, maybe it is. I'll be fair and say, okay, for this sake of debate, maybe it is a globe. But we're still seeing anomalies. It didn't match the compass. So there's a point in our court. Okay, yeah. So the planes seem to get there a little quick. That's a point in their court. Okay, but look at the times of the fucking Vandy Globe. That to me is a major point in our court. The average miles per hour they got to go at that supposed latitude. So it's a fair argument. And that guy to say there's no way on a flat Earth. Really, just use a faster plane. It all boils down to that. Just use a faster plane. We've obviously got planes that are faster, and if it wouldn't be a big giant fucking conspiracy.
You also got jet streams, right? I mean. A plane travels as fast as a jet stream and even faster the speed it's going, right? Let's say a jet stream is traveling 200 miles and you catch that jet stream as a airliner.
Right. And we've all brought that up, but the fact of the matter is man, when I forgot who it was who brought it up, it showed that the long haul planes are a little different. They're used for specific, long haul routes, and they're a little different. I heard, they got extra coating, extra paint, and why would they have that for going faster? Maybe, extra protective.
Maybe. Yeah.
It's at least possible that they just have a faster plane for long haul flights. We don't even need any excuses past that. But we can't prove it. So
yeah, I mean, if it's up to excuses, as you put it, right? If we're just arguing excuses, could it be, right? Kind of scenarios. If we're throwing out
jets have been going about the same speed since the 60s, except for the Concorde. Like you can't really go past the speed of sound without spending a lot more extra money. So jets aren't going faster today than they did in 1960.
I mean, they could argue against the plane going faster or the jet streams, and we could argue about look at the compass and look at the fucking times in the boats. I mean, we're both having to make excuses. The guy's right who just said that.
Well, I mean,
Honestly
if you
believe that they
contrast
can go. Hold on a second. Do you believe they can go faster now? Do you think German engineers back in the day were dumb and didn't know about aeronautics and air resistance? Like, you think they didn't design that best design of that car way back then and just repeated it today? You see what I'm saying? Like, what's a rocket but the most aerodynamic shape? A point, a tip, a cylinder on the outside, the air goes around it, and you're going forward. Like, what else do we have?
well, I mean, if you just contrast it to the claim of the globe, right? Like the air itself is traveling at the equator at like 1,000 miles plus, and a plane is riding that, right? It's going the 1,000-mile plus its own speed. So its own speed is irrelevant. If you say Concorde is only doing Mach whatever 3, whatever the fuck, that's just relevant to the air.
And we gotta.
So if you have
we gotta
a jet
assume it's catching
stream,
the jet. We gotta assume it's catching the best jet stream possible for each route there and back.
yeah, I mean,
And we do
it's
notice
about
that
altitude.
one direction is a few hours longer than the other. So I mean that's a good point. As far as the jet streams, that's a fair topic. Like, look, if they're catching the best jet stream they can, and it's still a few hour difference, one direction, that's pretty fucking substantial.
A globe is one direction. That's all you can do is take a picture from one direction, look one direction, point one direction. There's your globe. It's one direction, literally. Just the phrase, one direction. Globe. No side views, no other. Don't worry about nothing else. Just one direction globe.
Brian, maybe I misunderstood you. But did you say that in the southern hemisphere we should get the opposite of spherical axis? Like we should.
If you're starting from a center point and then working your way back to center points, if you look at the surveys, they lay out. Look at geodetic surveying, like the boundaries. I ain't talking about the elevation. I ain't talking about the close. I'm talking about the long range, laying out lines, border lines, city lines. Shit people sue each other about. Shit that's gotta be fucking. And yeah, they do use triangles. And I think if you're working your way out from a center point, then you would expect triangular excess on the way out. Minimal. If you're joining small triangles together, you would expect that. I mean, am I wrong? Maybe I am. Go me.
I didn't get it.
Can I ask a quick question? Can you have triangles on the surface of a sphere? Is that possible?
You can have spherical triangles.
No, there's
Well,
no such
look
thing.
at the surveys. They're not spherical.
Well, hold on. Someone said you can have spherical triangles.
Yeah, they had their own definition.
Well,
yes,
can
a
you define it for me?
triangle is a triangle inscribed on the surface of a sphere.
Yeah.
Three-dimensional.
What do the angles add up to on the spherical triangle?
Always more than
It
180.
varies.
Oh, so not 180.
More than
So
180.
not
They don't have a
not a
definite
triangle.
amount.
Because a
Yeah,
triangle.
not a triangle. It's a
only
Yeah,
spherical
it
triangle.
depends on how much of the sphere it takes up. So it's more than
How do
180.
you
It can be a
draw
lot.
one?
i.e., not a
Can you
triangle.
draw one?
Oh, you have to do it in
That's
Can
what
you
we
draw
said.
it?
It's a different definition. It's a spherical triangle, not a
It's a
triangle.
different geometry
draw it?
altogether.
So if we're using
Demok, if
spherical
you've never
triangles,
seen
That
it-
was-
yeah, I just posted it.
That's what we were saying.
I just posted
hey,
it.
how about this? I got a PowerPoint. If we're using spherical triangles, then why would there be excess? If we're using spherical triangles on a sphere, why would there be excess? That doesn't
Well,
make
it's excess from a planar triangle, I suppose, from a coplanar. I mean,
Now there's a point. If it is a plane,
I wanted them to draw it.
if it is a plane, and we're drawing spherical triangles like it sounds like he's claiming, then we would expect spherical excess. If you're drawing assuming spherical triangles on a flat plane, yeah, we would expect that.
No, if you try to measure spherical triangles on a flat plane, you would not get excess because the plumb
know what
lines
they're
would
counting?
diverge and the angles would add up to 180 degrees.
They're counting going up from the ground and then landing back on the ground. They're counting that arc. So they go up
measuring-
from one area, go up into the air, and then they go where they go, the distance they have to go to. They can even turn and adjust their plane to come back around if they miss the runway a little bit. They don't never put that into their calculation of their miscalculations either. I wonder why.
adding the azimuth of 3 different points on the surface is not assuming either flat or sphere. It's just
if you use
adding
it,
up the azimuths.
What points are you
Yeah, but
adding?
That's
Points from the
that's
air
not
or points from the
spherical.
ground?
That's not spherical excess, nor is it a spherical triangle, though.
that's
Yeah,
just
so the
using
point-
That's
example.
not what I'm saying. I'm
The
saying
point
if you're
is-
adding the azimuths.
With spherical excess, the point is if you take 3 distant mountaintops that are visible to each other and measure the angle between those 3 mountaintops on a flat plane, you would expect the triangle to be exactly 180. On a sphere, you'd expect there to be some spherical excess. So,
Bro,
those
if it's line of
measurements-
sight,
If you
if
have
it's
line
line
of
of
sight,
sight,
you have line of sight. Hold on, Brian.
You have to be more specific than
You have
that,
line of
or
sight?
otherwise you're wrong.
Oh, you heard?
Okay.
Do you have line of sight on all these mountaintops?
Yes.
Then it will never be more than 180, regardless of what the surface is underneath you.
Yeah, I think if he was a bit more specific and said the azimuth angle between those 3 points,
Right.
then
That's right.
yeah.
They also have
That's not-
to,
that's-
yeah, but they're also claiming the elevation above sea level as well.
Well, you
No,
can
you
just
don't-
talk about the
that's
headings.
irrelevant.
The headings based,
Exactly.
between the 2.
That thing with the 3 mountains. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, the 3
I don't
mountains.
think anyone's.
You go to the top of each mountain and look at the headings of the other 2 and figure out the difference in heading, that angle, azimuthal angle, and then see if they add up to 380 or more than 180 or not.
Right.
Yeah, that's
And they have been since 1902. I posted earlier in the chat an example.
yeah, but you keep using line of sight, and
Yes,
that's the only. Good.
No, I thought you were going to, yeah, because all the bendy, warpy refraction that you guys are claiming is happening because we see too far and there's no geometric horizon, et cetera, et cetera. For some reason in this, Matthew, you just erase all that and say that it's all just perfect lines in order to measure this tiny little bit.
Refraction
Incorrect.
happens when you're right next to the ocean more often. If you're way up high,
No.
it's less.
The deal with refraction is that it's like an up and down deflection of the position that we're aiming to. That doesn't affect azimuth. So if you're measuring an azimuthal angle, refraction is not an issue. We're not ignoring
Let me
refraction.
ask you a
We're
question:
just-
Is the excess? Hold on. Is it claiming the excess is more than 180 or less than 180? In other words, is the
more
excess means more.
So the actual visible 180-degree triangle that we're measuring visibly is more than 180? That's a tough claim to hold to.
Yeah,
It's saying
it's
that-
not really
no,
a
it's saying-
triangle. It's not really a triangle. I mean, it's a spherical. It's 3 lines on a sphere, which I know they try to call that a triangle, but it's really not a triangle. An angle is 2 straight lines. So
Can I ask
it's
a
not they
question?
aren't angles. They're curved
That's
lines
semantics.
on a sphere that someone is trying to call a triangle, and then
Can
you're not
I
even measuring angles at that point.
The spherical triangle is a geometric.
Hold on, guys. Yo, let me just stop this right now. Everyone, don't clip. Wait till people are done talking to you. Everyone's gonna get a chance to talk. I promise.
I just want to ask one simple question. Is a shape that has three angles and they are connected called a triangle? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question. No
Yes,
other
yes.
answer.
Yes.
Yes.
So
Straight
No.
lines. Yes, straight lines.
it doesn't matter.
Not curved
You could
lines. It
have-
does matter. A triangle is
You could have
straight
60,
lines.
60,
That's what,
60. You could have 70, 30, 20. You could have any angle. If they're 3 lines are connected, is a triangle.
Right.
Don't worry about it, Gio, because if they're using spherical triangles, there wouldn't be excess, bro.
No, I'm asking a simple question.
No,
The
because
simple
Guys.
question is,
it has to
do
be 180
all
degrees. So no.
objects that have 3 angles that are connected to each other, are those things called triangles?
If
Yes.
it's 180 degrees.
No, they're not. I can explain.
Why are
what
they
a
not?
triangle is if you didn't.
If it's
Because
180
I can explain.
What does tri mean?
Because I can explain what a triangle is if you give me a chance.
What does
So
the
a
word
triangle.
tri mean?
I'm gonna tell you what it means right now.
Okay,
You ready?
the answer should be 3. Tri means 3. What is the answer, Jeremy?
I'm-
What is
I'm
tri?
gonna tell you right
It's
now.
about the geometry.
can't
I
tell
mean,
you
is
if
it
you'll never- if
Euclidean?
you'll-
Are you talking about Euclidean geometry?
Nope, I'm just
EJ.
asking a simple
EJ.
question. What does tri mean?
I'm gonna tell you right now if you'll let me, please. A triangle is an
No,
object.
what does the word tri mean?
Is a
No.
So you don't want to know what
let me answer him then, Jeremy. Let me answer this. Triangle. 3 angles. Yes.
Right. So any shape that has 3 angles, no matter how big or small those angles are is called a triangle.
No.
They could be
Yes.
77,
Hold up,
and it's still a
guys. Hold up.
triangle because it's 3 angles.
Only if it has straight lines.
Right. Guys, hold on. Yeah. So what are you saying?
I'm saying if a shape has 3 angles that are 70, 70, and 70, which is over 180, it's still a triangle because it has 3 angles.
What
And
shape
they
is
are all
that?
connected to each other. It is by
What shape
definition
is
a
that?
triangle.
Not
Well, I
by
don't
definition.
understand. I don't understand. I
Yes.
don't understand
Tri
because
means 3.
listen.
Angle
That's
means
etymology.
3
That's
angles.
etymology, not definition. You're
Hold
going
on.
off.
I gotta
definition.
take. Hold
Hello.
on a second.
Yo,
Eli.
Yeah,
Jeremy.
you guys.
I bowled over Jeremy to
Hold
talk.
on, Eli.
Like not
Okay.
for
Hold on,
5
Eli.
other
I got
people.
you.
Someone
Eli,
should take this.
let me gain
Just one
control.
person should take
No,
this.
because I'm getting to the point that I was
I
getting
got
to.
you,
So
Eli. Hold
no.
on. I'm clearing the floor for you, bro. I'm clearing the floor for you. Listen. Flat Earth Egypt, relax. Go ahead, Eli.
So like you said, 3 angles that are
Connected
made from
to each
2.
other.
Why
Leo.
is someone interrupting him already? Dude, let him
I
speak.
I know, that
specifically
was
said
quick.
3 angles connected to each other is what we call a triangle.
Okay, now don't speak for at least as long as Eli wants to speak for to let him respond, please.
Tell him not to mischaracterize
It
what I
doesn't
said.
matter. He gets to speak. Even if you don't agree or think he's wrong, let him speak and then you can respond. Because if you interrupt him, no one can hear anything and then he doesn't get to speak. So please just let him speak. Go ahead, Eli.
Yeah. An angle is simply 2 lines meeting at a vertex. 2 lines, specifically 2 straight lines. That's how you get an angle. You don't get an angle any other way. The end.
Wrong.
Hold on. I haven't muted.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you want me to justify that I'm right, or do you want to justify how I'm wrong?
I say you're
I
wrong.
can tell you
here's how
this,
you're wrong.
right?
Can
Hold on.
you ask me a question? I'm answering the question. If I have a vertical line and a horizontal line connected, that is one angle. It is not a triangle because by definition, tri means 3. And so if
Exactly.
I connect another straight line diagonally to that horizontal and vertical line, I get a triangle because they have those 3 lines connect.
Exactly. What's your point?
Angle. And that
Nobody's
triangle,
arguing that. What's your point?
that triangle can have, by definition, any amount of degrees in the triangle, and it will still be a triangle because there are.
I don't know what
No.
that. I don't know what that means.
Hold on.
If you got 3
Eli-
lines that meet, it's clearly not going to be what you're describing.
See, Eli's problem is
let
that he.
Highlander go. Hold on. Let's let Highlander go. Highlander, are you going to set him straight? Or
Yeah,
what?
because
on this triangle thing? Go ahead.
we can have curved angles with curved lines. Yeah. It's a branch of mathematics that we've had for a long time. It's called curvilinear mathematics. Yeah. Okay, not everybody can do that level of mathematics, but it is a thing. Yeah. It's something that the human race has known about for a long time. Yeah. So we can work out angles to curved lines. In fact,
Is
none
that
of the
what you
lines
use
have
for
to be straight.
navigation?
But it
So
can't be
what's
done
the
on a
navigation?
2-dimensional surface, though, right? That would have to be a 3-dimensional surface, correct?
No, I posted an example for you after the hour.
Angles, 2 curves, and an
Hold on,
angle
guys. I mean, this is
with curves is 2 different things. Like,
guys,
I mean, why does anybody want to address anything other than the only things that are incorrect that the people say, instead of trying to build on what you're trying to say? No, an angle to a curved surface is not the same thing as the angles having curved lines themselves, fam. So it's non sequitur.
Yes.
Can I bring the discussion back where it was, because we're talking about spherical axis. I don't think we have to debate definition of triangles to
Maybe debate the definition of angle. Can an angle be derived from 2 curved lines? As opposed to
Obviously.
what Elijah said. You
Any-
need two straight lines to derive an angle,
You don't
i.e.
need that.
triangle
No.
in your definition that you're pushing here, right? You need
No, I
straight
wasn't pushing the
lines for
definition
your
of
angle.
triangle.
So can you have curved lines with an angle that meet? Like
Of
two
course.
curved lines that meet? Can they give
Yes.
an angle?
Yes.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, explain how, please.
Look at
You
42
take your
minutes after
compass.
the hour. I give an
Only
example.
you take a flexible compass and you measure them with it. How about that?
Yeah.
You know, like the ones you used to get in school.
That's a
No.
good point. You don't have R in this
They
one. You
meet
guys
at
don't
an
have
angle.
R in this one.
We do have R, but that's
What?
another issue.
That's a different issue. Any shape that's connected with that has three angles is a triangle by definition. That is a fact.
No. That's
Yeah.
I
your
think that's
definition.
No,
yeah,
that
that's
is
not
a
the triangle,
mathematical
guys. That's a bad
definition.
Okay, give me
I don't think that's-
just one reference, any reference.
It's a waste
It
of
doesn't
time.
even. It
It's
can
a
be
waste of time
Google.
to debate that.
No, just give me a reference, a definition of that. Like, give me a reference that defines a triangle as you just defined it. Just one, even if it's some random bullshit fucking thing off of Google. I'll take it. Just give me it. Let me see it.
Hey, can I ask Blue something real quick?
Let me ask Bacon real quick.
There are
I would
different-
agree that you
real
need
quick.
3 straight lines for a triangle. I would agree that you need
Real-
3 straight lines for a triangle.
Yeah, real quick. So Bacon, these guys, how many angles? How many degrees can be in a triangle? Bacon,
Yeah, 180.
180. Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, Bacon, is the triangle too big, or is the land that's supposed to fit in it too big? I still ain't clear on that.
I don't get your question.
Triangle definition: the plane figure formed by.
No, I'm just saying in their model. In
Not
their model, I'm trying to replicate the math. Is the triangle too big, or is the land that it's measuring too big? One of them's exceeding
The
in their
reason why
model.
We're talking about the
the
axis.
reason why you get the over 180. Yeah, the reason why you get more than 180 is because the lines are not straight. Right? Obviously, if they're straight, you get 180. When they curve, and great circle routes like that, that's where you get the 180 from.
Right, like if you started, if you started on Earth, no matter what
it
the
is
shape,
because they curve.
like if you were in a field, if you were in a field and you just created a triangle that was a perfect coplanar triangle with 3 points, that would fit even on a sphere on anything, because obviously there's no curvature yet or not appreciable. So that would be an actual, planar 3 coplanar points triangle. If you then just take those points and you keep, separating them, going further away from each other. Of course, on a planar Earth, it's just they're always going to be coplanar. I'm not talking about elevation or anything like that. Just let's just say even elevation. It's forever going to be a triangle, coplanar points. Of course, on a sphere, those points are now going over curvature. The idea of it's curving away from you at all in all directions. So as those points are going down around the curvature, now you have curved lines instead of straight lines. The lines start to be curved to comport to the curvature, and now those 3 lines at some point start curving. And then essentially the bulge of the Earth, or the kind of curve of the Earth, will kind of come up through the middle. You know what I mean? Like the coplanar triangle won't any longer be coplanar, because now those points are curving around the sphere. And then the curve of the Earth, the hump, whatever you want to call it, in the middle will kind of bulge up in the middle of the triangle as those points continue curving away. And now you have curved lines, and then, they're going to claim you can then measure those angles and have them be greater than 180.
Yeah, the only reason you get more than 180 degrees is because of those lines curve in the fashion they do in great circle routes. If you don't think so, I'd love to see more than 180 degree triangle that. I'd love to see a triangle with flat lines that has 180, more than 180.
Would you agree with that, Bacon?
You
agree that the triangle's too big, Bacon, or the ground's too big?
Yeah, I don't understand what you're asking, Brian. But let me.
No, I'm asking you. You're saying triangular excess, and I'm hearing. I've heard 2 things. Is the triangle too big, or is the ground, your sphere, too big? Which one's too big, the triangle or the sphere?
It has nothing to do with
Neither
being
is too big. Yeah, it's the angle. If you make a triangle bigger or smaller, it doesn't affect the angles. It has nothing to do with the size of it.
So
But the
so
thing
the
is,
angle. So in other words, the land's too small.
The angles are too big. The angles are
no,
too
Brian.
big.
Yeah, the
Thank you.
angles,
So
not the
is that,
triangle,
do
and not
you
the,
agree with that, Bacon? The angles are too big and not the land?
yeah.
Well, the
Okay.
land is causing, because of the purported
answer, sir.
curvature, it's causing that triangle
Yeah,
to
but
bulge out, kind of. I mean, I just put a little animation. It kind of shows, like, at the very beginning, it's like coplanar triangle, and then as those points move out, you get this whole bulging, warping deal going on.
and that's
Yeah,
what
let
he
me
said about
answer Jeremy.
azimuth. So that would work on either model if we're
I
starting from a
mean,
standpoint.
yeah, it's
You'll
it's a
be
good
able to get it
story, but
eventually,
how do
Go
you
on.
measure the angles? These like in your like animation there, Geo. How are these angles measured?
You can
Right.
use a small protractor.
I mean,
in
they
that-
claim they've done it with
that
a
case, but
theodolite over 100 years ago. That's like the main
let
one
me
they always push.
let me try
Sorry,
to
you
answer
can
Jeremy.
definitely not use a protractor. I need to correct you on that too. You can absolutely not use a protractor. I work in a school, and they have heard me in debates, and they have specifically told me you can absolutely not use a protractor to measure that.
Why not?
That's why you know there's
Because
a
you
fact
can't.
nobody's ever had to
I
measure.
said a small protractor for a reason, but go on.
Yeah, you can't use a protractor for that. Anyways,
Oh, okay. Let me try to answer the question asked before. Like, the reason why I'm not saying it's because the lines are curved is because I don't think that the lines are the source of the axis, but the way you're measuring the angles. So when you're measuring an angle with like a protractor, there's an axis of rotation that you're using to measure an angle around. If those axes of rotation are divergent, that's going to give you axis. It's not the shape of the line between the points, but the axis of rotation that you're using to measure the angles in that triangle. So if you have a straight triangle with straight lines, but when you tilt the axis of rotation when you're measuring the angles, you're going to get axis. It doesn't have to be a curved triangle. You can do that with a straight triangle.
All right, but just so we're clear, a triangle will always have 180 degrees, right? Because there were some people in here like 5 minutes ago that were very confused about that.
I completely
Euclidean
100%
geometry,
disagree.
On Euclidean geometry, yes.
Euclidean geometry, yes, which is the whole point. I mean, what do you use to measure the angle? That's why I asked. What geometry do you use?
I completely disagree, and here's the reason why. You can draw, like I said before, you can start with a horizontal line and a vertical line that meet. And then you can draw, to connect those two lines, you can draw an arc. And where those where those lines meet are still considered a triangle because there are three angles, and those angles may add up to 180, maybe greater or maybe less.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Leo, but I don't
still
think
a triangle.
Hold on. Let me
Three
just answer that
angles.
question. Can I answer?
Yeah, I don't think that fits.
It's not a question, it was a statement.
Euclidean geometry, that statement would be incorrect. The postulate you're proposing is incorrect.
Why are you limiting yourself
I'll tell
to
you
one
because
type
you
of
use.
geometry?
Hold on, because that's what we're talking. I mean, that's how you use navigation. That's the geometry that is used for the observation to make your claim.
No, it's not.
So
I'm
what
not
geometry
claiming
are
any
you?
claim
Okay,
about the
go
Earth.
ahead.
I'm just speaking in general. If I draw a vertical and a horizontal line and connect those two lines with a arc, there are going to be three angles, and that will be a triangle because by definition,
Awesome.
It's not
I
defined
already
as
got that.
no.
Okay, hold on.
Three
I'll tell you.
angles are a
I'll tell you why
triangle.
we.
That's not true.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I would
I'll tell you
disagree
why
with
there's
that.
a.
Actually,
Can I
the
finish?
PDF, the
Can I
PDF I
finish?
posted actually backs up what he's saying. Yeah, maybe you should give it a
Can I
read.
finish?
Bacon. You got to
No,
talk
I know
sense to
exactly.
these
It's
guys.
pretty
They're
simple
liabilities.
geometry.
These guys are liabilities, Bacon, right here.
It's not a liability.
Okay, so
Well,
no.
Bacon, what's going on? Who's wrong here? Are you wrong or is Lale wrong?
Well, the definitions I've read of triangle said it's three straight lines, not just three angles. So I don't think it would fit that definition.
Well, actually, in the PDF that I've shown, it actually shows you how you can make 3 circles and calculate the angles to the triangle that the 3 circles make. Yeah? Maybe if you actually study the PDF and learn something, you might not say all triangles must have straight lines.
Yeah, Bacon, learn something. Bacon.
I thought you just said that the circles. I thought you said that the circles allow you to calculate a triangle, thus not actually measuring any angle, so you don't actually have 3 angles.
You didn't listen to a word I said, did you?
No, we
If you're not
listened.
I
gonna
literally
listen to
just
me,
my response.
at
My
least go and read the
response
PDF.
literally.
Yeah.
My response literally was directly to what you said.
But that's
Bacon,
not
what
what
are we
I
gonna
said.
do, Bacon?
Yeah. So if you don't listen to what I said, at least go and read the words that are in the PDF. At least in that way, when you're reading the words, you might not mishear them.
Listen,
But I
Bacon
just
is a
told
top
you
notch.
exactly. Wait. But wait, did I not respond directly to what he said? Do you guys feel like I had a misunderstanding about what he said?
Nope, you are
I don't
right
know. I
on
don't.
point. I
Yeah, you're
heard
right
it.
on
I heard
point.
it all.
You're
Did
right
he
on
not
point.
say you can take 3? Did he not, out of his mouth, say you can take 3 circles and calculate the triangle angles?
Yes,
He
exactly.
not say that.
Yes.
Right. And then I rebutted that. I didn't hear you wrong and I didn't
Nah, you
respond
got him.
wrong. Thank you very much.
You got him. You got him.
Okay,
Bacon,
so
what are we gonna do here now?
yeah, I went to Wikipedia, the page for triangle in Wikipedia, and the first sentence says triangle is a polygon.
Wait,
And if you go to
I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose what Elijah just said. Hold on, I was trying to pay attention. Like, can we go back to that, please?
Why? What?
I want to understand. I was listening, but you
You're
guys are like,
hearing it. You're hearing it from the horse's mouth. So let him go. Just
no.
let Bacon finish.
I want to hear what Elijah said one more time. I need to process it. Can you say it again?
I mean, that's your problem, bro. I mean, we all
Elijah,
heard it.
just say
We
it real quick.
processed it.
Hold on, just say it again, Elijah, so we can move on, please.
He said that you can draw 3 circles and you can calculate the angles of a triangle. That's not measuring angles or it being a triangle actually, for that matter.
Again, right? Look at the PDF. You can draw 3 circles that connect with each other, right? That will create 3 angles, yeah? And from there, you can work out the angles from your triangle. And
Yes,
none
and
of the lengths.
these 3 angles are between 3 straight lines.
No,
Hold on one second.
no.
Egypt, hold on
The
one
3
second.
angles are
Don't respond to
between
this.
curved lines, yeah?
Don't respond. Okay, Bacon. Let's hear what you were about to read, Bacon.
Okay, so Wikipedia says a triangle is a polygon, and the definition for a polygon in Wikipedia is that it has a finite number of straight line segments. And if you 1 second, I'll be right back. Just
what?
Oh my God, guys, come on! See, now he's got to go.
Oh, look at this! I just posted triangle in geometry is equivalent to a figure. Is a figure of 3 sides and 3 angles. Is either
pretty vague.
a plane triangle or a spherical one.
Well,
a triangle contains
a spherical triangle, as this guy just
pretty
detailed,
it's pretty simple.
Is derived from 3 circles, though.
You guys are chasing your tails on this.
Yeah,
This is going to be the same tail chasing scenario as it ever is, because you guys are arguing a tertiary point. Get these guys.
No, we're gonna get it sorted out. We're gonna get it sorted out. As soon as Bacon gets back,
Have a look in the chat. I've posted an example of 3 circles creating a triangle.
That's great. That's great. No, I'm not going to
straight
even
as soon as he
dispute
comes
that,
back,
Highlander.
dude.
Listen, I'm not going to dispute that, Highlander. Listen again. I'm going to say this. You guys are going to kiss my feet when you figure this out. Make
Probably
these
not.
guys listen.
Never.
Hold on. Make these guys, require them to make a primary claim, a major premise. The very first claim that they must make in order for their model to stand, and simply fucking park your ass right there.
Right. All his PDF is saying, I just read the PDF. It's basically just saying that it's considered locally. It's saying if you consider the lines curvilinear from the vertex, then it's only considered locally in a sphere in a circular neighborhood. It doesn't say nothing about sphere, but even if it's talking about a sideway curve. But here's the thing: it's just basically saying that you could mathematically figure it. It doesn't prove that that's the way it's being done. You can convert it. Travis said better.
My screenshot.
There is no way you read the whole PDF. Yeah.
Well, that's not on him. I mean, you can't post a whole PDF as a reference.
I did
and
post
tell
the whole
you.
PDF.
Hold up. Exactly. I'm telling you, you can't do that. Post a reference from the PDF that proves your point, not the whole PDF, like a citation. Yeah, your citation.
I don't think none of that is relevant.
Within your reference.
Hold on. Okay, everyone.
Don't give me a 20-page PDF and say, "Oh, you didn't figure it out. You didn't read the whole thing." That doesn't make sense.
Guys, Bacon's back. He's going to set him straight right now. Go ahead, Bacon. Break us off.
Well, I think I said what I had to say. It's like the Wikipedia definition for triangle requires that the sides are straight lines.
Bacon,
and the first paragraph. I'm just saying what the Wikipedia says. If you have a different definition of triangle, I don't think that's even necessary.
You disagree at 4:57 p.m. The thing that I posted, a book from prior to 1800. A mathematical dictionary. Do you disagree with that definition they're giving?
Bro, your source is a new math dictionary. They're trying to write this, make this up as it goes.
Well, let me answer. If that definition gives you triangles with curved lines, then that definition is disagreeing with Wikipedia's definition. It's not me that is disagreeing with it. I'm just saying what Wikipedia's definition is saying. I think we could go with it.
So when I said anything that has 3 angles is considered a triangle, that statement is mathematically correct according to what this book says from the 1700s. Would you disagree with that, Bacon?
Depending on how the angle. That you could have a straight line and then another straight line, like a T intersection.
We're talking over each other.
Anything that's connected
Who's going to talk?
Egypt.
Hold on.
Anything that's connected with 3 angles is a triangle.
I mean, okay, but like nobody's really addressing what you're saying. It's like, okay, yeah, I guess I don't have to like really be like, fam, you know what? You're wrong. I guess it just depends on how you get the angles. Are you actually measuring angles, or are they contrived or derived somehow? I guess it depends.
You can with, like the person said before, with a protractor, you can make a triangle that has 70 degrees on every side, so it has 210 degrees. And because it has 3 angles, it is a triangle. By mathematical.
I don't know what that has to. I don't know what it has to do with anything.
Real quick, listen very carefully.
Yeah, but nobody's asking what he's saying has to do with anything.
Let Travis go. Let Travis go because he said what you said, Elijah. But he said it a little more definite.
I'm going to tell you right now.
And Percentage said he's wrong.
Okay, listen. I'm going to tell you right now what the issue is. A triangle has angles that are going to equal 180 degrees. A spherical triangle are going to have angles that exceed 180 degrees. No one disputes that. You guys are chasing your fucking tails because you are begging the fucking
That's
question.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Prove the Earth is a fucking sphere, or else shut the fuck up.
I feel you.
Go the fuck home.
Yeah, I told you y'all agree. I told you they're agreeing. Elijah and Travis. I was trying to, but I couldn't word it.
Well, I hear you, but this is being brought up because this is sort of the theory, or I don't know if the philosophy is the right word, but I mean, this is like the structure by which it could be delineated, whether it's the surface
the problem
of the
with
Earth. That was the entire point of it.
Gio, but the problem with that statement is they're redefining what a triangle is. I mean, we had a Glober, right? A Bacon, define what an angle is, and it must be derived from straight lines. And now you're saying you can have spherical triangles.
That's in reality, though.
Like,
Well,
you're
that's
giving it to
different.
them.
That's something different. Hold on, guys.
No, that's the whole crux of it.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, they're
I
calling
know.
angles through fucking curved lines. That these are not angles.
All right,
And
they've
some of-
already left reality,
the
bro.
problem is-
We agree
hold
with
on,
you, bro.
Brian.
That's reality.
I hear you, but maybe it could just be called a different thing, like the 3 lines deviate or something instead of angle. Because I agree with you in terms of some of the words and definitions. But I mean, if you had a coplanar triangle, perfect coplanar triangle on a planar surface, of course, it's just going to continue being planar as far as it goes. On a sphere, that triangle at some point, as those points are moving away and they're all curving away on the sphere, yes, they're going to turn into curved lines. So at that point, I agree. It's not a true triangle. They're not true angles. However, they are still lines. And as those lines, all 3 of them are deviating away and going down the curve of the ball, those lines where the 2 lines meet, even if we don't call it an angle, they are going to deviate. So
yeah, but the problem is
not only that.
Leo,
Let me just add to that.
hold on. Leo
It's a
was
simple-
bringing up a
simple
definitional argument. He was saying by definition, any lines, curved or not, if they meet and create angles, therefore they are triangles. So he's arguing from a definitional kind of standpoint.
He's not here anymore.
Okay, go ahead, Bacon.
Right. Yeah, sorry. Just to add what you said, like even if you don't want to call the angle in which 2 curved lines meet an angle, you can still assign an amount of degrees for that. So it becomes just a useless semantical discussion whether or not we can call them angles, because you can still assign an amount of degrees or radians
Right,
to that.
exactly, right? So if you want to bring in spherical geometry, or rather, if you want to describe and use spherical geometry, do it. You can do it. Go ahead. Again, you are assigning that spherical geometry to an Earth you have no evidence is a sphere.
Yeah,
And
it's
not
assigning
only
rather
that,
than
not only that,
measuring.
we've never actually seen that. Not only that, we've never actually seen any spherical excess measurements. We've seen some averages that were done in the 1800s or some bullshit. I've never actually seen anything. You know how far you actually have to look to see a spherical measure the angles for one? 100
Well, you're
miles.
never gonna measure it
Like
line of
100
sight.
miles.
That's
You
not
can
correct,
do it line of,
Brian.
you can do it line of sight, but it's something different than a. It's not spherical excess. It's something else.
You could say whatever to the ground underneath it, but the line of sight triangle you're putting together with line of sight is always going to be 180 degrees. If you can make claims about the ground underneath it all you want.
Do you know how they measure
Brian,
a spherical
because
excess triangle?
Brian,
It says it's got to be done locally, and it's basically a circular neighborhood or zone. So you got to come up with a sideways circle, like flat on the ground or flat on their sphere, and you got to assign a radius to it. Is what the PDF is saying. It doesn't prove shit, man.
It's not how they measure a spherical excess.
No, I'm just saying with
Brian.
I'm just saying with line of sight, it's got to be 180, right?
The azimuths
No, it doesn't.
are the
because
surface
they're not
angles.
They're not measuring the actual angles. They're measuring azimuthal angles, like Bacon's trying to. Go ahead, Bacon.
Yeah, but azimuthal angles are angles, and
Are
they're going to
angles, yes.
coincide with.
Yeah, but you're not
they're
measuring the angles inside the triangle.
Well, you're measuring the angle.
Not the surface angles. That's what he's
yes.
saying. Yes.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying.
You're using
azimuthal angles are Euclidean.
I'm trying to finish a sentence.
True.
So
correct.
If you're using a plumb line to measure an angle, that angle is going to be a surface angle. It's going to be an angle at that horizontal plane. So whatever shape the surface is, you're going to be measuring the angle that it forms on that surface. So if you're measuring on a sphere, you're going to get an axis because that angle is going to be at that spherical surface.
So you're saying with line
Again,
of sight we can
listen,
get excess?
listen. When the penny drops for you guys, you are gonna kiss my feet.
Well, there's no penny to drop because I know how they measure spherical excess. I don't. What penny's gonna drop?
Jeremy, if you have a sphere, you're gonna have spherical excess. The issue is they have not proven the Earth is anything but stationary and planar.
They're not
Well, they
claiming
don't have
spherical
any.
excess. They're
They don't have
claiming
any
triangular excess.
Travis, our style is unlike. It's not going to happen. What you're trying to do is not going to happen. You know, we get frustrated when we try really hard. Like, just power down, come off of Super Saiyan 2, kick your feet up. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to happen.
The problem is they don't have any actual spherical excess measurements. They have one. The best I've seen is an average.
Yeah,
of
Jeremy, but
measurements.
that's begging because then they're going to argue and say, yeah, we do. And like he's saying, yeah, okay, they would have it if it was a sphere. But the bottom line is there's no sphere anyway. Like, and you're like, yeah, but like it's like you're playing the Dungeons and Dragons game. At least acknowledge that that's what you're doing.
I'm not playing a game. I'm saying if you got spherical excess measurements, let's see it. I don't want to see an average of measurements. I want to see the measurements. Let's go. Show them. Time to pony up.
What's the problem with an average?
Do you have spherical excess measurements or no?
No, I don't. I'm asking what's the problem with an average?
Well, here's my point.
I want to see the actual measurement. The problem with averages, I want to see the actual measurement. How do I know your guy even knows how to do an average?
This is a very important point everybody's missing. If Bacon's on one mountain and Jeremy's on another mountain.
Well, when you have noise.
Hold on. Bacon. The problem is I want to see actual measurements. I don't know if your guy knew how to do averages or what, but I want to see the actual data. If that's a problem, I can understand why it would be a problem because they don't exist.
Can I step in just real quick? Okay, look, if everybody goes to my channel, you can listen to the conversation that Rakia and I had with Kosho just yesterday, okay? The only thing you guys are ever going to see produced by ballers is XYZ. That's all they can do. That's the only time they can measure anything. What happens after that is an incorporation of a concept.
I'm not asking for concepts. I'm asking for the data of actual spherical excess measurements.
Okay, stop, Jeremy. Wait, please.
Why
Jeremy.
would I stop that? Why would I
You're
stop
not,
that?
Okay, listen. You're not
That's
listening.
Travis.
Listen, you're not listening. The only thing, if Bacon was at a location, I was at a location, and Jeremy, you were at another location, the only physical measurements we could produce is height and distance. That's it. We're going to get three
or you could get an angle measurement.
Hold on.
You could get an angle measurement. What do you mean?
Hold on. If we are at the same elevation, we are going to get 3 coplanar points. I know
that's what you're saying, but I want to see the measurement that shows that you don't.
You're never going to.
My bad.
You're never.
Regardless of being the same elevation, you get.
I'm not done. I'm not done. Please, I'm trying to be as succinct as possible. Okay. Okay, thank you. If Bacon and I and Jeremy are at 3 different locations, the only thing we can establish at that location is our elevation and distance from each other. That's it. Okay? Now, hold on. I'm not done. You draw a line between each of those points. You got your triangle. The only time you're going to curve that fucker is to bring in a concept that you have no evidence for.
Okay, the first thing you said was wrong. The only thing you're going to be able to prove is not the elevation and distance. I don't even think you could prove the distance. I don't know how you would even do that. For B, you can prove the angle of those 3. You can make azimuthal angle measurements to those 2 points.
You have the distance already. Like, why Jeremy? I don't think you hear what Travis is saying. That's what I'm saying. Like he's saying, like you're not trying to magically come up with the distance. You're not doing any of that. What he's saying is the reality is you're my friend. I'm phoning you. What mountain are you at? Okay, that's this distance from me. Okay, what elevation is that? Okay, whatever. That's going to be data. That's all the data you can get. But then there's going to be some incorporation of a sphere afterward. But there's nothing you can do for the sphere before then.
To be fair, it sounded like Travis was saying you could get the distance from the observation.
I'm happy with what Elijah.
Whatever. That's not. Okay,
I'm
listen
happy
to me.
with what Elijah just said.
All right.
Okay, listen. That's not the only things you can get, though. You can also get more data. You can get the azimuthal angles to the two people that are on the other mountain.
But you're missing the point, though. Like you're trying to do something. Listen, Jeremy, you're trying to do something. What Travis is trying to expose to you is that there's a limit to what can be done in the first place.
Yeah, Travis' conclusion was correct, but his premise was wrong. You can glean more information. You can glean the bearing of the sun. You could have the same measure object, like a meter stick or something like that, and get the angle.
You can measure the angle.
Exactly.
You can get the angle measurement.
It's not going to tell you
the angle measurement, and that's what this whole spherical excess thing is about. Is these angles adding up to more than 180? What's the problem?
Because he's not begging the question.
Hold on, man. I've been waiting patiently. I've been waiting patiently. Even on a sphere, if I'm up one mountain, Jeremy's up the other mountain, and let's say Bacon's up the third mountain, okay? I've been explained this as them being at a certain height, a known height, up a mountain like 80 miles away, distance visible, okay? And I've been told that the angle, okay? So if it's line of sight, okay, then my line of sight is going to have to bend. If it's the triangle that my line of sight is forming is more than 180. Period.
Brian, you don't know how this is done. Okay, you don't know how this spherical excess is measured. All right, I can tell by just what you're saying. They're not measuring just the three angles. They're not measuring the three
azimuthal angle.
Hold up,
is based on Euclidean geometry. It's based on Euclidean geometry.
You don't care.
Go ahead, finish.
I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, let Jeremy explain to me, man. Let Jeremy respond to me because I want to know what I'm getting wrong.
They're not measuring. Okay, you make a triangle, you measure the angles in them, you come up with more than 180. That's not what they're doing. They're not measuring those angles. Okay, that's not what they're doing. They're measuring azimuthal angles to the 2 points. So they're keeping a horizontal and taking an angle reading to the other 2 points, and then they'll go to another point, take the other one, go to the next point, and take the other angle, and those will add up to more than 180 if you're on a sphere, supposedly.
So okay, good. So the information I got was wrong then.
Those angles will add up. I've seen it done on a mini globe and on a basketball. Those angles, it's very rare. They add up to more than 180.
If you define,
no, you don't have to redefine. You don't have to redefine horizontal. You don't have to redefine horizontal.
Okay, is it Euclidean geometry that you use to calculate?
Horizontals.
It doesn't matter.
Horizontal.
It's not geometry dependent. It isn't. It is not geometry dependent.
It's not geometry, you say?
It's not geometry dependent. It doesn't depend on any specific geometry. You're just adding up three angles or measures.
Your argument does depend on which geometry you're using.
No, it's not. The argument is affirming the consequent. So yes, you could do it with balls and stuff like that.
It's not.
To automatically assume that you have.
Then it's not Euclidean. That's my point.
Wrong. Hold on, Egypt. % you're wrong. It's not this. There's no begging the question or affirming the consequent about this.
That's not my claim.
3 points. 3 point. I know I'm addressing %. 3 points on a sphere. You take the angle. You do this azimuthal angle thing. It will add up to more than 180 degrees.
I'm not
no begging the question.
Yeah, no. On a ball,
begging
it works.
The question or affirming the consequent.
Yeah. Like on a basketball or whatever type ball, it works. They're affirming the consequent because they can do this on this ball, and they automatically assume because they're getting readings that aren't in line with 180 degrees exactly. Like it could be refraction or whatever, but because
azimuthal
it's not 180 degrees, they assume that they're on a ball. They assume Earth's a ball. So that's affirming the consequent.
Azimuthal is Euclidean, bro. Azimuthal is Euclidean.
Who said that? Who said
one
Euclidean?
at a time, boys. Come on.
Azimuthal is Euclidean. Thank you. That was my point.
Azimuthal is planar fucking Euclidean fucking geometry. It's not azimuthal is not fucking spherical geometry.
It's just a horizontal angle. It doesn't matter if you're in a flat geometry.
Exactly, but your horizontal on a sphere is not a planar horizontal. It's a totally
not?
different definition of horizontal.
Why not?
Well, in your spherical horizontal, no point or no point is equal in elevation to the other on a horizontal plane on your spherical geometry. But in Euclidean,
This is not a good argument.
planar geometry,
This is not a good
all
argument.
points are no.
Oh, yeah, because
That's
you allowed them
really
to beg the
relevant.
question and then said it wasn't begging the question, Jeremy.
No, the horizontals are the same. The local horizontals are the same. The only difference is they say that their local horizontals don't match. Whereas
The
on a flat
horizontals
earth-
got nothing to do with azimuthal, bro. The horizontals
On a
got
flat earth, they'd be
shit to do
parallel.
with
Here they are.
azimuthal. The horizontal
Actually
and the
does.
elevation has nothing to do with the azimuthal.
Yes, it does, because they get a local horizontal, right? And the horizon goes, this horizontal goes out in every direction, right?
But that's how they do it,
Goes out in
fine, but that's not
360
azimuthal,
degrees.
bro. That's all I'm saying.
Azimuthal, yes, azimuthal pertains to the bearings, 360 degrees. So it's, it goes all the way out around them. Obviously, on a ball, it would be the horizontal would be going out into space or what have you.
But the measurement of the angle does not
can
prove
be
the globe
gleaned from that.
percentage.
Percentage.
You're begging the question for them. What the fuck?
How?
Because you're saying an azimuthal angle can be derived on a globe. We don't
No,
care.
I'm not saying derived. I'm saying you can get it from a local horizontal. The local horizontal is the same, regardless of whether it's a globe or flat in one specific location.
Okay. Can you stop right there? Can
Flat
I
or
get you?
globe is irrelevant. This is irrelevant.
No. It's different. The azimuthal angle would be different on a globe from a planar surface.
Not in one
It
point.
would be different.
It wouldn't be as you wouldn't refer to it as azimuthal on the globe.
Guys, all you're doing is getting an angle reading along the horizontal. That's all you're doing with this, guys. This isn't anything. This has nothing to even do with globe or sphere yet. That would happen the same way on either one, barring any sideways refraction. In percentage, you were right. You were right earlier. That could be affirmative consequence because there could be some, and there is some sideways movement because the shortest distance you're looking is 100 miles. The shit like flickers, so it's not even like it's in one static position. They have to get an average of the sideways position when they do it.
Yeah, but if you're attributing to noise, you could get all sorts of results. Like you could get sometimes excess, sometimes you get less. You can also see how much it's deviating from the average. If it's not deviating that much, then you have a smaller margin of error. All of that you have to take into account before you can say, well, that's just noise. It could be on a flat earth. Well, not if they're consistent, not if the noise is not fluctuating as it should for you to attribute that to on a flat surface. You can just claim that could be noise.
So for my benefit,
look at the data.
What's the point?
Oh, I was just addressing the things that.
No, not you. Like we just keep talking about triangles. Like what's the point?
The point is they try to use this as proof that it's a globe.
Okay, how? Like, can we get to that part? Try to apply it, and then
they try to say, just like you can on a ball, you can measure a spherical triangle because the ball is curving. They say that they measure the same thing more than 180 degrees between these, 3 stations or what have you, and therefore the Earth's a ball.
Oh,
they don't count for refraction.
Stop! This is like it. This is it. OMFG. When the penny drops for you guys, you are going to tip my
dude. There's no penny. There's no penny. You're broke.
Yeah, I was gonna say for my and Travis's benefit, but I decided to let me just say for my benefit. But I figured, why
don't you tell us what the penny drop is, Travis? Go ahead.
The penny drop is we're not even talking about the fact that there obviously is no spherical geometry to consider in the first place. Like that's the whole reason we're here. Like we're not even talking about
trying to measure it.
We're talking about whether a fucking triangle can have curved lines or not for like 2 hours.
I know,
exactly. What an angle is, let alone a fucking triangle. What an angle is, right?
We've moved on from that, and now we're trying to see if there's actual measurements of this.
Right. Just
real quick.
Can the angle be derived?
Hold on, please. Just real quick, since Jeremy asked me the question. Jeremy, you said, what did you say? Oh, you said what's the penny, right?
There's no penny. There is
Hold
none.
on. Yeah, but then you said what's the penny? Dude, I said it twice. Elijah gets it. He understands it. The fact that you don't, I can't really speak to why that is.
Well, just tell us what it is for the class in case anyone else missed it too.
I'll tell you why.
Okay,
Jeremy
listen.
likes to beg the question. That's why.
Listen. If someone shows me a marble and then shows me how they can determine measuring that marble and putting a triangle on that marble, all that shit, whatever. That's great. Good. I believe you. You just showed it to me. When that person then wants to say, we can now do that to the earth, I'm like, whoa, what? How do you know? And then they're going to go, no, look, the angles are more than 180. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. How do you know the earth is a sphere?
This is supposed to be the measurement to see if Earth is a sphere.
No,
because
it's not.
Sphere, it
It's
would have
begging the
to
question.
reflect.
Jeremy,
no, you
Jeremy,
can't do
you
that.
are never,
No, it's
Jeremy,
not.
listen. You are never going to get this measurement because you're never going to measure spherical excess. You can only calculate it. I've said this so many times in this conversation so far.
And you're wrong so many times in this conversation so far.
I used Kosho, right? I used Kosho, where you back engineer, you bring in through the back door an imposed concept on Cartesian coordinates that you can actually justify.
Well, the claim is simple. The claim is simple. If you're adding up azimuths of 3 points on a flat surface, they're gonna add up to 180 degrees. If you're adding up azimuths of on the surface of a sphere, they're gonna give you more than 180 degrees. There's no assumption for you to just measure the angles and add them up. You're not deriving anything by calculating it.
An azimuth is a concept. Listen, an azimuth is a concept, right? If I'm standing in a field, okay, look,
it's a measurement.
Okay, stop. If I'm standing in a field and Jeremy is to my right and Bacon is to my left, and we draw or we take ropes between us, we're going to get 3 straight angles. The only way
straight angles?
Yeah, from me to Jeremy, from Jeremy to you, and from you to me. We're going to get one straight line. Whatever. Oh, yeah, straight. Yeah, straight lines. Okay? The only way to get it... Hold on. The only way to get it... Can somebody go on...
Sorry, hot micing. My bad. That's me.
The only way to get an azimuth at that point is to make one of us the axis. You have to create the sphere. It's not there automatically.
What the fuck, dude?
What are you talking about?
You can also have an azimuth if it were flat. That's not the point.
It's just measuring the angle to the midpoint of the line across from you, basically, the azimuth. It's just measuring.
The azimuth is like the horizontal angle of your like how you measure is the opposite of elevation. If elevation is vertical elevation, azimuth is the angle horizontally. That's the whole.
Yeah, so if you had those,
you're using. Thank you. What he just said is correct.
So if you had the three people in a field all holding ropes, like you said, in a triangle, if you were then to point your head looking between the two, so you've got whoever, Bacon on your left, Jeremy on your right, or whatever, and you were to look forward, you'd be looking at the midpoint of that line. The rope that's connecting those two, you'd be looking right at that midpoint, and then you would measure that angle, the azimuth, from that midpoint, from that directly straight over to Jeremy or over to Bacon.
No, that's not what it is. Like, for you to get an azimuth, you'd have to measure the angle by rotating around a plumb line. Like, you have to rotate around a vertical line. If that's how you're measuring the angle, it's going to be an azimuth.
Right, but that's measured from one of those spots to the other.
So height doesn't matter.
If the three of them,
height don't matter, right, Bacon? Height don't matter, right, Bacon?
No, it doesn't.
Thank you.
Yes, I mean that's the whole way they redefine what horizontal is. That's how they get.
So what Travis
redefining?
I believe is correct.
It's about redefining words. I mean, we're trying to make. I mean, the argument initially was about defining words, right? Triangle. That was the argument. Triangle means any three lines that meet and create angles. Therefore, triangle. But we know better. We know what a definition of a triangle is. It's three straight lines that create 180 degrees. No excess of it. If you have excess, it's not a fucking triangle by definition. And that's the argument.
Yeah, then
That's
that's
the
not a
rebuttal.
discussion.
Hold on. That's the rebuttal to the initial argument by, I don't know who the fuck was it, Leo? That was his definition and his argument. So initially, that argument has been defeated by definition.
Actually,
by
Leo
you
came
even,
in the middle of the
Bacon.
conversation. You and him
You
came
agree
in
to
when
that
the
definition,
conversation
Bacon,
was already
right?
going.
Yeah, but you agree to that definition?
I would agree that it
You already
refers to
brought
straight
up the
lines. I wouldn't.
yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't
The
necessarily
Wikipedia?
agree. I wouldn't necessarily agree that having a sum of 180 degrees is part of the definition, because that's going to depend on the geometry.
Exactly. So what kind of geometry would it add up to 180 degrees, and what kind of geometry would it not? Can you tell us?
Yeah, Euclidean geometry is going to add up to 180 degrees, and I don't know how many others are not going to add up to 180 degrees,
Thank
but
you.
circle is one of them.
So Euclidean
hyperbolic and spherical, right?
within Euclidean geometry, it's 180 degrees. You can confirm that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. So in things like navigation, celestial navigation, what kind of geometry do we use?
We use both because when you're dealing with coordinates on the surface, we're using spherical coordinates, and if you want to make just easier math and approximations, you can try to treat them locally as flat geometry. But overall, we treat the Earth as a sphere intellectually.
It's not about how we treat or anything. It's about how we measure the angle. So when you measure an angle within celestial navigation, are you using Euclidean geometry or spherical or whatever other geometry?
No, you're not.
When you're measuring an angle.
When you're measuring elevation angles, for example. Actually, you need to correct before you can call them elevation angles. But when you're measuring an angle with the sextant, that's not making assumptions of any geometry. You're just measuring a raw angle.
Exactly, but you already said an angle can be defined as two different things depending on the type of geometry.
I said triangle can add up to different amount of degrees depending on the geometry.
Angle or die or a single angle. What we're talking about is angles.
Very different. The definition of a triangle and the definition of an angle are very different things.
So, but you already said an angle is measured within a triangle. The angle is measured within straight lines, correct? You already conceded that. Yep. You already said it. We all heard you. Yep. Correct? Correct? Yes. Is that Euclidean geometry? Is that true in all kinds of geometry? That statement that you just made.
That the lines are straight?
Yeah.
All kinds of geometry.
All kinds. Awesome.
Yeah. Nope, that's false. Nope, that's wrong.
Go ahead.
Triangles can have curved lines.
Oh my God, we're back to this.
That's not what we're arguing here.
Well, I would say it depends on how you define a straight line. But if you just define it as the shortest path between 2 points, then definitely that's going to be true for whatever geometry.
Should I go on, or does anyone want to take the reins here?
Yeah, I mean,
oh my God,
I wouldn't get too nervous, guys. They don't have any of these measurements anyway. They don't have a spherical excess measurement anyway, so don't get,
I don't want to be calling out names. That's why I'm asking.
You're going down this route of all angles must have straight lines. Yeah. And, you know, all triangles must add up to 180 degrees, otherwise it's not a triangle. These statements are not true.
Your Glober friend just confirmed both
I
these
didn't.
statements.
No, I didn't agree that they must add up to 180 degrees. I said that that's only
They
the
must
case
be
in
straight
Euclidean
lines.
geometry. Yeah,
but
they must be straight lines.
even the
Hold on. If they're straight lines, would they add up to more than 180, Bacon?
In non-Euclidean geometry, yes.
In non-Euclidean. Can you tell
Yes.
us the difference between Euclidean and non-Euclidean? Can you give us the difference so he can understand why your statement is valid and he's just making bullshit statements?
How am I
One's
making
a
bullshit
planar
statements?
surface, the other one's a spherical surface. I don't know
No,
why we're back
No,
here.
not necessarily.
necessarily.
Non-Euclidean it does not
I'm
mean
not
spherical.
I'm not
No,
even
For this
talking about
case,
any
for this
I'm not
case,
even
it does
talking
mean
about
spherical.
I'm not even talking about any kind of surface. Yeah. I'm just talking about the lines. Yeah. The lines themselves do not have to be straight for you to make an angle.
Give us an example or a reference for your claim. There is no such
I
thing.
already posted the
No,
PDF.
you didn't.
I
You posted
already
a PDF.
posted.
I don't know how
I
many
already-
pages long. Give us the reference within that PDF. Like, give
I
us the
already did.
citation.
I already
No, no.
did that as well.
No,
I
you
already
didn't.
took
Page what?
screenshots of certain pages and posted them too.
Okay. Which one
regressed
are
in this
these? Which
conversation.
page?
Yeah. When I come up and I
Page
said
5?
this earlier, all you guys just went
Page
nuh-uh
6?
and carried on with
Page
angles
7?
must have straight lines.
Page 1? Page 2? Say it. Just say it verbally.
Right.
Why are we all the way back on this though? This
I
happened
don't
like 30
know,
minutes
because
ago.
he's back here and he has a voice, and you are letting him have one. So let's humor
Yeah,
him.
but you
So
guys are wanting to move
page 1,
forward with
page
you
2,
guys are, but you
page
guys are
3,
wanting to. Oh my
line
god.
5, line 6, page what?
Egypt. All right, we get it. Go ahead.
I'm not
Highlander.
gonna let him speak if he's gonna.
No, that's not true. All right, bro. Are you drunk?
It's not your job, bro.
Are you drunk?
I mean, is that what you're gonna boil it down? If I'm drunk,
I'm asking. I'm just
Is that-
asking,
is-
bro. Are you drunk?
No, I'm not. If so
Okay,
what?
well, let him talk then. Let him talk now.
Okay.
Right, you guys are wanting to move forward on the thing of all triangles must have straight lines. Yeah, a relux triangle does not have straight lines.
A relux?
Right, and that's not.
It begins.
I don't know if I pronounced that
it's the name of
properly
a-
or not.
It's a spherical triangle, guys. I don't know why we're back on this. Why are we here still?
Right, and there I just posted one of the pages, right, that shows you how you get angle to two curved lines. Yeah, and in that two lines, there is a circle that intersects that two lines and creates a triangle.
Bullshit.
In the PDF,
you don't want to use the
in the PDF, it actually gives you the mathematics and how to work everything out.
Yeah,
If you do not wish to do that, then that's up to you, right? But you can't just say all triangles must have straight lines. And if somebody says, "Oh, that's not true," then you go, "Nuh-uh," and then move on with your conversation.
All right,
Yeah?
Highlander.
You've
Okay,
been
let's say
given,
you're taking
you
the
have
angle.
been given evidence. You have been given evidence here that a triangle has curved lines.
No.
Yeah,
That's bullshit, and I'll
No,
tell you why.
what you've given evidence for is the way to calculate.
Oh, percentage, then bacon.
All right. So, issue is here, Highlander, that you're looking like if you follow these two curved lines to where they meet, as you get closer, the angle changes. Okay, the angle is constantly changing to the point where there's no angle. It'll be 0, because if you actually zoom in, these two lines they're gonna meet at they're gonna keep on getting closer.
They meet in parallel.
The angle keeps on
They meet in
changing.
parallel, right?
It's gonna be parallel. There's gonna be no angle between them. So that's why what you're talking
the
about
angle's
is
0.
absolute bad math.
Well, the angle is 0 in that case. Yeah, but to answer Highlander, certainly the definition you're giving for a triangle is different than the one I read from Wikipedia. So now we're dealing with two different definitions of triangle, and we cannot have a discussion using two different definitions of concept.
Yeah,
This is
exactly.
too messy, and we waste too much
Yeah,
time.
but
So let's
Bacon,
just go.
we already.
So let's try to.
Let him
Let me
finish.
just,
Egypt,
Yeah, but
you're next, bro. Let him finish.
yeah,
Go ahead,
I
Bacon.
just want to ask Highlander. So let's just go with that definition of straight lines, which would make that triangle not a triangle. But that's fine. It's just a different definition. But we must stick to one, otherwise we're going to make this too much confusing.
Exactly, and
Egypt,
Bacon
yeah,
already.
Highlander.
Okay, so Bacon already agreed upon our definition of a triangle, where he clearly agreed that the way you get a triangle is through 3 straight lines. He already conceded to that. So
Bacon agreed.
It's
Highlander
not
doesn't.
Bacon in Egypt. It's
If
Bacon.
he wants to concede to that, then that's
guy.
fine. That's up to him.
Video, man.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
But just because he concedes to that doesn't necessarily mean that it's absolute true and absolute fact.
We're not.
Yeah.
We're not saying that. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Highlander,
Curvilinear
I agree.
Can I jump in real quick, please?
Okay.
Curvilinear
Why did you say
mathematics disagrees with you, and no matter how much you come out with, you're still going to be wrong.
Okay, here we go,
Hold on,
everybody. Please.
Highlander. Hold on. Hold on.
I just want to say something really quick. Highlander, can you at least
First,
concede
then
that
Travis.
depending on how far away these lines are from each other, like how far away from the vertex it is, that you can approximate a triangular angle. But it has to depend on the distance.
That's why the PDF gives you the mathematics to work it out. Yeah.
So you admit that you can approximate the triangular angle depending on how far away the lines are from each other.
Travis, you're up.
Okay, Highlander.
Okay.
Highlander. Does a linear triangle have only 180 degrees?
Are you drawing this triangle?
A linear. A regular triangle.
A normal regular triangle with 3 straight lines, yes.
Okay.
And then you got the one that.
Okay, wait, Jeremy.
My bad.
Does a spherical triangle have more than 180 degrees?
A spherical triangle, yes.
Great. Please prove the Earth is a sphere. Thank you.
That's what the spherical excess thing is supposed to do.
Jeremy, what are you doing? Honestly,
What do you mean? What am I doing? I'm trying to see if Earth.
What was the whole fucking point in that?
To be fair, you answered
question
incorrectly
is-
with the spherical triangle having more than 180 degrees. You could have a spherical triangle that has less, according to your bullshit.
Through a measurement or a fucking calculation and an assumption.
If the lines are concave, then it'd be less than 180 degrees.
You said if.
That wouldn't be on the
You say
surface of the
if.
sphere. Then you're not going to have
No.
concave
Yeah, it
lines.
would be on-
Egypt, relax. You're not going to have
even if it's
concave lines on the
concave.
surface of a sphere.
What about the
Even if it's
interior?
concave, you can whatever spherical
Okay,
triangle
a
you have,
sphere.
you can.
Hold on, Bacon. Hold on, Bacon. A spherical triangle is done on the surface of a sphere. No concave lines. They're all going to be convex.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And even if let's say you're seeing the spherical triangle from the inside, where all the surface is concave, the angles are the same, so we're still gonna have excess, right?
Yeah.
At best, this is affirming the consequent because you could have a twinkle or some sideways refraction. Now you got an average, and you just got to take the average and shit. I mean, at best, this is affirming the consequent.
Wait,
Definitely not
now
making the
you're
question.
worried about affirming the consequent? What the fuck, Jeremy?
I
Come on,
agreed
man.
earlier. I conceded earlier that you didn't hear me because you were over talking to each other like maniacs. But I conceded earlier that percentage was right. It could be affirming the consequent because there is.
No, that was
option.
Travis's point, not percentage.
So what would you call a triangle? You know how spherical triangles basically like look fat and they're convex. What would you call a triangle that's like sucked in and concave?
Oh, it depends on what geometry is drawn. Like, I'm sure there's some geometries in which you can have triangles with less than 180 degrees.
Thank you,
Bro, I
Bacon.
can get you a I can get you a 4-sided triangle and a 5-sided square. You want to know how?
How?
Go ahead.
You don't
By
know?
lying? I don't.
No, I'll tell you how. You got to draw them on the outside on the surface of a pseudosphere. You get a 5-sided square.
Isn't that by definition not a square?
Whatever you want to call it, it's 5-sided.
You draw a square on a piece of paper. You
Well,
got 5
how
sides.
is it a square if it has 5 sides?
You
Isn't
got
like
the
square by
top
definition?
surface and then the 4 sides.
Because it has 360 degree. I don't know why they classify it as that. This is listen,
you don't know
about
why? Well, I'll tell you why.
pseudospheres.
It's back to the geometry, right? Euclidean.
490-degree turn.
Euclidean.
I think it would look like a 5-sided square, because if you go from corner to corner, you're always turning 90 degrees, but you end up going through 5 sides. I think that's maybe why they call it, but it wouldn't be an actual square, right? Because you wouldn't have 4 sides.
I thought
just
it
like a
was
circle triangle.
The guy
Just
was
like
calling
you
it
can
a
say
square,
that.
bro.
is like in this discussion I'm feeling, and that's my opinion, right? That it's all about the type of geometry, right? Euclidean versus non-Euclidean, whether it be spherical or not. That's the whole point. But what they try to do is have it both ways, have their cake and eat it at the same time, called Euclidean in their measurement, but still being non-Euclidean in their overall description of what the surface is. And that's what I'm pointing out. And that's what kind of I felt from Bacon being honest about, in a sense.
Yeah,
but
that's
I don't
because
know
we
if
don't
you
live within
catch
the
it
surface.
Do you want to know the funny thing? Hold on. Do you want to know what the funny thing is?
That, please.
See the curvilinear
You're next.
mathematics.
You're next. Irish guy. What's your name again? Highlander. You're next. There can only be one. Go ahead, Bacon.
Okay.
Oh, he left.
We live
Here?
in a 3-dimensional world, right? And we're using Euclidean geometry to describe 3-dimensional space. When you're talking about the surface of the Earth, just this 2-dimensional mapping of the surface, that's 2D, but that's not like something like we don't live within that 2-dimensional surface. We live in 3D world, Euclidean, with Euclidean geometry. So
I could body you on
fine that we use both when we're trying to find our position on the surface of the Earth. We're using spherical coordinates because we're just talking about the surface. It doesn't matter our elevation, our latitude and longitude is the same. But when you're measuring angles that are not on the surface and you're calling them an Euclidean angle because of that, well, that's not a contradiction. That's just from the fact that we live in a 3-dimensional world, but we're trying to locate ourselves over a 2-dimensional surface.
Listen,
by using two different geometries.
Yeah, one for the surface of the
Surface
sphere
of a
and the other
sphere.
for 3-dimensional space. Those are two different geometries.
The surface of a sphere is not.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll shut up.
I just wanted to jump in real quick. The surface of a sphere is not 2D. You cannot put the surface of a sphere on a 2D plane. You will just have to distort. You will have to distort. I'm just correcting you. You will have to distort the sphere, and you'll no longer have a sphere. You'll have some other shape, not a sphere.
You're correcting a straw man because what I'm saying doesn't imply that you can put the sphere on a 2D.
Did you say it? You said the 2D surface of a sphere.
Yes, it's 2-dimensional.
Not a straw man. You just said it.
Yeah, but
you can't put it on a plane.
Yeah, not on a plane.
You can't put the surface of a sphere on a plane.
You don't have to be able to do that for that to be 2-dimensional. 2-dimensional doesn't imply flat. 2-dimensional implies 2 dimensions. It doesn't.
We know length and width, and then if you have height, you now have a third dimension. So if you can't put your surface of a sphere on a plane, and it's going to have a third dimension, you still calling it 2D?
2D doesn't mean length and width. That's specifically 2D Euclidean geometry. But you have other
2D means 2
geometry.
dimensions, right? 2D
Exactly,
means
but
2-dimensional?
exactly, but those 2 dimensions don't have to
All right,
be
cool.
width
Which
and
2
length.
dimensions? Length, height, width? What do you? Which ones you want?
Or latitude and longitude. Those are also 2 different dimensions you can use to locate a position
Those
on
aren't
2D
spatial
surface.
Not on a
dimensions.
globe. Not on a globe.
Those aren't spatial dimensions. We're talking about 3D, 2D dimensions, spatial
Yeah,
dimensions.
because those are
Latitude and
Euclidean
longitude
concepts.
are not spatial dimensions.
Height or drop? Which one?
They're degrees of freedom on a 2-dimensional space. You don't have 3D. You don't have 3 degrees of freedom on the surface of a sphere. You can go up and down, otherwise you're not on the surface of the sphere anymore. The surface of the sphere can be described with just 2 degrees of freedom. That's why it's 2-dimensional. You don't have a volume for the surface of a sphere. You have the volume for a sphere, but the surface has an area. Area is 2D. You don't measure area in.
That area is not 2D because that area cannot go on a 2D. That area
It
cannot go on a.
boils down to honestly.
One second. The area might have a 3-dimensional shape, but the area doesn't contain 3 dimensions. It's
If you don't walk it down,
even though
so from the top of the ball to the bottom of the ball.
You're
Guys,
equating. You're equating
hold
2D.
up, if I'm measuring the 2 dimensions from the top of the ball to the bottom of the ball, they're gonna have the same exact.
You guys doing, man? Hold on a second. Can you guys hear each other? Because I can hear multiple people talking at once.
Yeah,
Also, that's my fault. Partly.
Brian, your mic
I'm
is very
sorry.
bad. Also, by the way, just you know.
There's one guy talking. Did he
I'll
say
back
2
off
dimension
and
could
let
be
you guys go.
longitude and latitude?
Go, but it's got to be one at a time. Go ahead, guys.
So Bacon. Oh, I was gonna say real quick. If you have the 2 poles, they have the same 2-dimensional coordinates, right?
Oh.
So how? No.
No, what do you mean they have the same 2-dimensional coordinates?
In terms of x,
What
y.
coordinates are you using?
In terms of the x, y, they have the same 2 coordinates. Even on.
Yeah, if you're putting both of them on top of the z-axis, then yes, but you're using a 2D. You're using a flat geometry to try to describe a sphere.
You can
so
no
of course you're
longer
gonna have overlapping points.
remain on the surface of the sphere.
2-dimensional.
You would leave the surface if you only traveled in 2 dimensions. You would tunnel into the earth, or you'd leave up above it. You could no longer remain on the
Because you're
surface in 2
equating 2
dimensions.
dimensions. You're equating 2 dimensions.
Bro, even latitude and
2D
longitude,
equating
you have
space.
90 degrees and 0 degrees, right? For both of them.
Yep.
So they have the same exact coordinates. So how are you distinguishing?
No, they
between
have
the two?
different. They have different latitudes. They don't have the exact same coordinates.
The difference
thing
with
is, how many coordinates?
3D is that when you have 2D, you have parallel lines. So like a sheet of paper, you have a parallel on the top and the bottom. When you have a sphere, you don't have parallel lines. So it cannot be 2D.
No, that's not because of the amount of dimensions. You can have parallel lines in 3D. It's whether or not they're parallel
But a
depends
sphere
on the
doesn't have
geometry.
parallel
Not that,
lines.
let me
It is
finish.
not
Let me finish. Let me
2D.
finish. Let me finish.
It can be
The
mapped.
amount, whether or not the lines are parallel lines are going to meet or not depends on the geometry, not the amount of dimensions.
A sphere doesn't have parallel lines.
They do, but they meet. They're just parallel at one point.
On the opposite side of the ball, it's not parallel, is it?
You can have side-by-side lines that are parallel. They're just not going to be parallel anymore as soon as you move out from that position.
They're not
on the
parallel.
sphere. They're parallel in spherical geometry.
Stop. They're not.
They're parallel in spherical
No.
geometry.
No.
Okay, so if you say so, it's
You're
not
wrong.
then.
You're wrong.
You convinced me with your reasoning.
Yeah. You're transferring the word. You're transmuting the word parallel to mean and fit something else. Listen, parallel
No,
lines
the
don't intersect.
angle between those two lines
Those
at that
lines
point is
all
going to be
intersect.
zero.
Yeah, but where do those lines meet? Oh, they do. They meet. Oh, then you're
Yeah,
dropped.
parallel lines are
Okay.
not
Parallel
defined by
lines do
not
not
meeting
meet.
each other.
Okay,
Parallel lines do not meet.
That's only the case in
man,
Euclidean geometry.
so sorry for your
Bacon is
loss.
100% right. It's about the type of geometry and how you define parallel. Because in Euclidean geometry, parallel as a preface has certain characteristics, and you can make an argument from, right? And in non-Euclidean, that would be different. Two parallel lines will intersect in non-Euclidean
That's
geometry.
correct. Right, that's
Yes.
correct. And here we are again. Right here we
Exactly.
are. Here we are.
And-
Hold on, gentlemen. Hold on. Here we go.
Oh my
Double
God,
speed.
man! I'm making a point. You're agreeing with me, but I'll have to shut up.
Well,
Let me
explain
finish.
why.
Go ahead and finish.
Yeah, my whole point is Bacon is right, but nobody's holding him to that point. I mean, he's right. It's
That's
the type
incorrect.
Hold on. Let me finish. So it's the type of geometry. So what type of geometry do you use, Bacon, to measure your angles for let's say celestial navigation? Is it Euclidean or is it non-Euclidean or is it both?
Right.
It's geometry agnostic. I'm just measuring the angle physics.
Agnostic, geometry agnostic.
No, I'm agnostic to the geometry. I don't care which geometry I am. I'm just physically measuring an angle between the angles. It doesn't matter which geometry I am.
Yeah, but you already agreed. Okay, awesome. You already agreed that an angle must be measured between two lines, correct?
Between what?
Two straight lines.
No, I didn't agree to that.
No, you did.
No, I agreed that a
brought up your
triangle.
whole Wikipedia thing. And you
I
said,
agreed with it. Yeah, that was the definition of a triangle.
Exactly.
Yeah, a triangle in that. Yeah, not just any angle.
That's only true for a
Specifically-
triangle, but an angle can be measured from a curved line. In a
Yes.
general sense, that's what you're saying.
Yes, but
okay.
whether or not you have an angle
Okay,
does not
awesome,
depend on the line being
Yeah,
straight. But
So
okay, go
your previous source for your definition was Wikipedia. Can you give me your source for that claim?
for which claim? That you can have angles between curves?
Yes.
Oh, let me Google some. Let me see.
You can measure an angle between points.
Yeah,
You've
it
already
says-
you've already been given
lines.
the evidence
We're talking about
for
lines.
angles between curved
Highlander.
lines. Why are
Calm
you
down.
asking for this
Calm
again?
down,
You guys
Highlander.
are so silly. You guys are so silly.
Come on, guys.
You've been given this
we
evidence.
had a
Why are you
conversation.
asking for it again?
My God.
I gave you the solution to this problem probably over an hour ago, and you guys are still doing this.
The solution is, how do you know it's a sphere, right? How do you know
Yeah,
it's a
man.
globe?
Fuck yeah.
We're trying to get to that because the spherical excess measurement should tell you if it's a globe or not.
You're insane, Jeremy. You're never going to get a spherical
Every
excess
time you
measurement.
turn around,
You're
I know they don't
only-
have any. They
You're
don't have
only
any,
going
I
to
know.
turn around.
I
Parallel
thought you
means
said
one thing,
we
and
had,
then
but
it
they
means
were
another. Level means one thing, then it means another. Flat means one thing, then it means another.
It doesn't mean it that
So
all
it's
of that
kind
is
of hard to hold down
tertiary.
an argument,
All
and everything
of
means
that-
everything else.
No, all of that is tertiary. You don't even have to worry about level
it
being
is.
curved, any of that.
One thing's for certain: a sphere's surface is not two-dimensional.
Right,
Talk
but
to 'em.
if
I'm trying to tell you, it's not.
they try to convince you that it is, even though because you can map out the points on the surface of the sphere with two
No.
points or whatever.
No.
It's about the surface of the sphere itself, but the sphere is actually three-dimensional.
No, listen, even the surface of it, you can't put it on a 2D plane. You know why? It has constant Gaussian curvature. You can't put it on a plane. If you do want to put it on a plane, you have to distort the shape of it. Once you distort the shape, you no longer have a sphere, you have some other shape.
Yeah, but
Does
2D doesn't mean
you take a
plane.
tesseract, only measure 3 dimensions, and then now you have, a tesseract? No, you don't. You distort it.
2D doesn't imply plane. Plane is definitely two-dimensional, but 2 dimensions don't have to be flat. You can have
If
other
something's
shapes.
two-dimensional, it has to fit on a plane because we know if
No.
it comes up off the plane, it has a third dimension. That's how we know if something's
only-
three-dimensional or not.
No, that's if you're using that plane as a coordinate system. If you're using the width and length of the plane to say, well, I'm going to use those coordinates, and sure, whatever comes out of that is going to need an extra dimension because you're using a pair of Euclidean coordinates. But that's not the only way to have coordinates on a 2D space.
Yeah,
Like
no, it
latitude
is.
and
2D
longitude.
space, 2D space
Latitude-
coordinates are on the X and Y axis. They're not on the Z.
Yeah, we're not concerned with other coordinate systems.
That's a specific Euclidean concept. X and Y.
No,
X's
that's how
are
dimensions
Euclidean.
work.
No,
how
that's
dimensionality just says that you need two quantities to describe a point on a surface.
Exactly.
Really? So you have spatial
That's why
dimensions without using length, width, and height?
Right.
2D and 2D stands for
But the
dimensions.
thing is,
They
they
are
can
part
map
of a
out
spatial
any
dimension.
point
Hello.
on the sphere
Hello.
with two
Grim, can you
coordinates.
hear me?
Yeah, but they're
So the
saying they
D-
can map out any one point on the sphere with two coordinates. That doesn't mean that it's two-dimensional object. It just means that the surface of that three-dimensional object can be mapped out.
When you say something's
When we
2D,
say
it says
2D
that-
and 3D, we're talking
Wait,
about
guys,
spatial
I can't
dimensions.
yell.
Mapping it out only does not mean it's a spatial dimension.
Exactly.
Listen, guys,
So
I
they're wrong
can't
to
yell.
say it.
Stop, everyone
claim
stop.
is not that-
When you say 2D, Bacon, I know you can hear me. When you say 2D, you're talking about dimensions. These are 2D, 3D, 1D. These are spatial dimensions. We know how they work. They work on an X, Y, and Z axis.
Not
There's
necessarily.
no... Yes, no, that is necessarily, yes, that's how spatial dimensions work. Length, width,
No,
and
that's
height.
how Euclidean
That's what the D... One of those D stands for height. The other D stands for width. The other D stands
Bacon,
for
I'd
length.
like,
We know
I'd
what
like
the
your
Ds are.
citation saying latitude and longitude are spatial dimensions. That 2D equals latitude and longitude.
Hey, Jeremy, I'll make sure to wash my feet before you kiss them, okay?
Bro, you have no pennies. You're penniless.
Okay. A sphere is a three-dimensional object. So no one's saying a sphere is not a three-dimensional object. We're saying that the surface...
Oh my God, shut up. Prove the Earth is a sphere. Prove the Earth is a sphere.
Relax,
Can you... Yeah, shut up for a second.
A cube is also a three-dimensional object, but that one can be opened up onto a plane with only using two dimensions, spatial dimensions.
The surface... Yeah, because the surface of the cube is a two-dimensional space.
Exactly.
That's the point. The surface of the sphere it's still a two-dimensional.
Why not? Of course it is.
It's still two-dimensional.
It's not, because you can't
space.
actually open it up onto a thing, onto a
that is
like a
not
plane
what defines it
without absolutely destroying it.
That's not
a
what defines
requirement.
it. Yeah, exactly. That's not what defines it as two-dimensional space. That's what defines it as being developable.
Yeah, it's a
That's
non-developable.
the
We
same
know
thing.
it's a non-developable. It's
Exactly.
the surface of a sphere. The surface of a sphere is a non-developable surface. Because it has constant Gaussian curvature, you can't put it on a 2D plane. If you can't put it on a 2D plane, hold on, Bacon. If you can't put it on a 2D plane, it's going to come up off the plane. Guess what happens when something comes up off the plane? That's the third dimension.
Yeah, it's a three-dimensional shape, but the space is still two-dimensional.
No, man,
the surface. Well, the surface is... You can't attribute a volume to the surface of a three-dimensional object. You can only attribute an area. An area is not cubic meters, it's square meters. It's the same thing you can attribute to flat surfaces. But whether or not they're flat, there's still a two-dimensional measurement attached to it. It doesn't matter the shape. The shape can be three-dimensional. You can curve a sheet of paper, right? But you can still only draw in two dimensions on the sheet of paper.
What the fuck are you talking about right now?
Really, I can't draw on the other side of the sheet of paper?
On the thinner side?
If you take a sphere and you try to open it up, you can't do it. You can't limit it from 3 dimensions to 2 dimensions because it's not two-dimensional.
No, it's not because it's not two-dimensional. It's because it's non-developable.
Yeah, meaning it's not two-dimensional.
If I give you 2 coordinates, you can identify a point on the surface of a sphere, right?
What's your point?
That it's the surface is two-dimensional.
No, because those 2 coordinates aren't the spatial dimensions.
2 coordinates. Nobody's talking about spatial dimensions.
Yes,
just
we
the
are. When we say
dimensionality
2D
of a surface
and 3D,
itself.
we're talking about the spatial dimensions. That's what 2D and 3D refer to.
Then you're talking about the sphere as a whole, as an object, right?
This argument can only be true if there were not topography on the Earth, too. You're talking about a sphere. We never even claimed the Earth was a sphere. It's an oblate spheroid. You're not going to be able to map that like that because there's dips and valleys and grooves and waves and pits and tides and all of that. You're not talking about a perfect
out of the scope of this.
Let me read the definition.
You're right,
we can leave this argument alone now. Okay, it's not going to happen.
I'll read the Wikipedia definition for dimension. It says, in physics and mathematics, the dimension of a mathematical space. Let me just get to the end of just the first sentence.
Earth
Is
is not a
informally
sphere.
defined as the minimum number of coordinates needed to specify any point within it.
In your model.
So on the surface of a sphere, you only need 2 coordinates.
Yeah, but
You
is Earth
can
a sphere, dude?
specify.
Hello. Answer the question. Is Earth a sphere?
You can specify. Stop interrupting me,
Is
Grim.
Earth a sphere, dude?
Grim,
Is
I won't let you
Earth
speak
a
over me.
sphere?
Grim.
Answer the question, man.
Grim, I'm not gonna let you speak over me.
No, seriously,
guys, what's going on? My AirPod died. I come back, it's all out mayhem.
Yeah, Grim is
Relax,
just
guys. One
speaking
at a
over me.
time. You're over
I was
talking me
about to
right now
finish.
as I'm trying to gain control. People are over talking. Relax, guys. One at a time.
Right, he's
Okay,
not going to get
no, I was speaking, Grim. Let me just finish. I was about to finish. You could just have let me finish.
I just want to cut this argument off at its legs because you can't keep.
No, I was about to finish.
Our model, we don't claim it's a sphere, and
Oh my
it
God.
doesn't work unless it is a perfect sphere. What you're trying to map out. So I'm sorry,
I
dude.
don't care. I don't care.
Nonetheless,
I'm
he
not
wants to
talking
get
about
it out.
whether
Garbage.
I don't care, Grim.
Continue on all day long. I don't give a shit.
I just I promise that my
Hold, Travis, that wasn't your cue.
I promise.
Bacon, and Travis.
I promise.
Oh my God.
Bacon, please go.
Okay. So it specifically says it's defined as the minimum number of coordinates needed to specify any point within it. On the surface of a sphere, you only need 2 coordinates to specify any point within it. So by this Wikipedia definition, the surface of a sphere is 2-dimensional.
Collins English Dictionary. Mathematics. Lying on a plane, having an area but not enclosing any volume. Lacking in depth. Having the dimensions of height and width only.
Boom.
Yeah, that's
you're
a
done.
dictionary
You're done.
definition.
You're
That's not a mathematical definition.
It's the
Dude, I'm
mathematics
sorry.
specific definition. The first one that I read out was the specific mathematics definition in
Read it again.
the unabridged
Mathematics
dictionary.
definition.
It says
Read it
mathematics
again.
in brackets. Lying on a plane, having an area but not enclosing any volume.
Lying on a
Yeah,
plane. Lying on a
that
plane.
definition.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, that
And
definition.
not only that, for him to even be right in what he's saying about what he's saying, you would need Earth to be a perfect sphere to map out any points on it with only 2 coordinates. Otherwise,
No.
you have depth. I'm sorry, stop talking over me. Otherwise, you have depth to deal with because if the sphere is not perfectly smooth and you dip down into the interior of that sphere, then you've added another dimension to your 2 dimensions. Now you're in your depth inside the
That's
sphere.
wrong. That's just wrong. That's wrong because the surface would still be you would still be able to identify the points on those fluctuations of the surface with just 2 coordinates. If the surface of a 3-dimensional object is always going to be able to be all those points are going to be able to be identified with just 2 coordinates. It doesn't matter how bumpy or how non-spherical they are. The surface, you can always identify points with just 2 coordinates on the surface.
And those 2 coordinates, that doesn't mean 2 dimensions, right? Because 2 dimensions, we know what the dimensions are. The spatial dimensions are,
According
right?
to Wikipedia's definition, it does, and it agrees with the fact that we use surface area to talk about surfaces and not volume.
Do you want me to look up the definition for 3-dimensional now?
All right, so we're going to put something on a plane. So
your
we're going to
dimensions-
put something on a plane. Hold on, Bacon, real quick. We're going to put something on a plane. We can't do it, so it's going to have to come up off the plane a little bit, and it's going to have length, width, and height, and you're saying that's 2-dimensional? Yes or no?
The sphere is definitely 3-dimensional, but I'm not talking about the sphere
No,
itself.
the surface. We're talking about the surface. We're talking about the surface of a sphere.
Yeah, it's a 3-dimensional shape, but it has 2-dimensional space, which is what I'm trying to say.
Let me just rephrase. This is a yes or no question. You want to take the surface of a sphere, put it on a 2D plane. It can't fit on the 2D plane, so it's going to have the 3rd dimension to it, but yet you still want to call that 2D.
No, I don't want to call that 2D. What I'm calling 2D, specifically the space of that surface. It's not the shape of the surface itself. The shape of the surface itself is, of course, 3-dimensional. You can't describe
the shape of a sphere. The shape of the surface of a sphere is 3D. Yeah, we know. Oh, we know.
Yeah, exactly. So you cannot describe that shape with just 2 coordinates. For you to be able to describe that shape, you need 3. But to identify points on that surface, you only need 2.
Do you know what a developable surface is? Do you know what a developable surface is?
Yeah, I mentioned developable surfaces on this context. I know a sphere is not is a non-developable surface, but non-developable
Which means it can't be 2D. It means it can't
No,
be 2D.
That's not
Dude.
true.
no, that's not
That
what
is
it says.
true.
No,
True.
it says you can project into 2D without distortions. It doesn't mean it's 3D.
That means you can't project it into 2D. That means
Without
not 2D.
distortions. No,
Yeah, if you
cut-
distort it, you no longer have the surface of a sphere. You have some other shape.
Well, it's still there.
A
It's just
surface
stretched.
isn't about shape. A surface doesn't actually have a shape.
The surface does have a
That's-
shape. It's the sphere.
that's
It's
the
the shape
object
of a
itself.
sphere. It's the shape of a sphere. This thing we're talking about. The surface
The
of a
surface
sphere.
is-
Guess what
the
shape
surface
that?
is
Guess what
shape
shape that?
agnostic.
Guess what shape the surface of a sphere is shaped in? Guess what? I'll give you one clue. What its shape
Yeah,
is.
you're talking about the shape of the sphere.
Yeah.
Ding ding ding.
Yeah, but we're talking about whether or not that surface has a 2-dimensional space or a 3-dimensional space. And obviously the surface is not a 3-dimensional space. It might be has a 3-dimensional shape, but the space of the surface is 2-dimensional. You don't have a volume on that surface. You only have a certain area.
Yeah, but Bacon, how do you come about with your coordinates? Your coordinates are still based on an XY axis to get your like a grid on a
No,
piece
they're
of
not.
paper. Yes, they are.
No, you can use latitude and longitude. Those are not. Those can describe
Dimensions.
any point on the surface of a sphere. There are
No, it's
dimensions
still-
in the Wikipedia
it's
definition of
It's
dimension.
still XY axis to get your coordinates, which is on a plane only.
No, you can use
Dude, it has
latitude and
constant-
longitude, which are the dimensions according to the Wikipedia definition for dimension.
You're just
And
using
you
the
only
word
need 2 of them.
latitude and longitude, replacing XY axis. That's all you're doing.
No, because now I only have 2 coordinates and not 3. That's
You said you
entirely
only
the
needed
point.
2 coordinates. You only need 2 coordinates.
Correct. To identify any point on the surface of the sphere, I only need 2 coordinates: latitude and
What are
longitude.
those? What are those coordinates based on?
Latitude and longitude.
And latitude and longitude are just the words that you're replacing from XY axis. That's all you're doing.
No, I can't use X and Y because I'm going to have ambiguity. I'm going to have both poles on the same X and Y point.
Yeah, but you're
I
saying
won't
it's
be
2D.
able to distinguish them
The
if I
only
use
way you
X
can
and
have
Y.
2D is in a flat plane. You can't have 2D if it's a sphere.
Well, I just
no, we're just
exemplified
replacing
it.
x and y by theta and phi, right?
Yeah,
Bacon, is your
latitude and longitude.
celestial sphere, is the surface of the celestial sphere 2-dimensional, Bacon?
The celestial sphere is not an actual object. It's just a conceptual mapping of the celestial bodies.
So the same thing as its fucking sphere, dude.
Yeah, it's still spherical. We use latitude and longitude. It's 2-dimensional. It's a 2-dimensional space.
I'm asking you the celestial sphere. It's
Yeah.
mapped out latitude, longitude. Is it 2-dimensional?
Yeah, the space of the celestial sphere is 2D.
So you got a whole fucking you done squeezed 4 dimensions in 2D now, man. Praise to you, bro.
What?
Let's try and get a fifth. Let's try and get a fifth squeezed in there.
Well, this is something you wouldn't do on a flat surface. You wouldn't use
I'm just
Haberstein
fucking
to
with you. I'm just
estimate.
fucking with you, man. Don't respond to that. I was just fucking with you.
Well, this response still works even if you're to the conversation in general. This is what you don't do with a 2-dimensional plane. You don't use Haberstein to estimate the distance between points. For example, what we do in celestial navigation.
You can't use Haberstein unless you have a radius assigned to your 3-dimensional shit.
That's wrong. You don't have the You don't need the radius for that, because you can use the if you don't multiply.
So it's measured flat then, right? It's measured flat, or you wouldn't have to assign Haberstein, right?
If you don't multiply Haberstein by the radius, the outcome is an angle in radians. So you're using an angle across the surface, and you don't need the radius for that.
Okay, so if I have a let's say a 20-foot wide portion of my 2D plane, and I had it dropping down in 8 inches over a mile, and you have a 2D portion of your sphere just dropping down 8 inches over a mile. Okay, if I left 2 dimensions on the flat plane, did I leave length and width? Did I leave the second dimension when I dropped down
I don't understand your question, but just let me just say one thing before you clarify that. You know the app that I built that the selection navigation like automatically, like in a second. It doesn't use the radius of the Earth. So no, you don't need the radius for that. It does use Haversine, but it doesn't use the radius.
What are you talking about? Your program?
Yeah, it does selection navigation.
Haversine has the radius, dude. Why are you fucking man?
No, you don't have to use the radius on Haversine. You
yes,
use Haversine.
The fuck you do. You have to assert the radius, and at the end of the Haversine formula, or you have no fucking distance. You have no great circle distance.
Brian.
Dude,
If
that's
you don't,
not honest though, bro.
Brian. Let me clarify that.
Hear him out.
Yeah. So the last part of Haversine is to multiply by the radius. Why do you think that's the case? Because without multiplying by the radius, that formula is giving you the angle over the surface. It's in radians. So if you multiply an angle which is in radians by a radius, that becomes distance. But if you don't multiply by the radius, you just get an angle, and you can use that angle alone to do celestial navigation. You don't need the radius of the Earth, and you don't have to do Haversine and multiply.
So Haversine is useless without R, then, right? To get a great circle distance with Haversine, you need R, right? For whatever sphere you're using,
if you want to use the physical distance, sure, but you don't have to use the physical distance.
What else would we fucking want? Haversine doesn't.
You can use angles.
Yeah, with the already angles.
No, we're talking about the angles over the surface. So the angle over the surface.
Right, dude. You're fucking right ascension, or you want to call it azimuth now? I mean, dude.
I'm not talking about
taking too many liberties, man.
No. If you have 2 points over the surface of a sphere, and you want the angle over the sphere, so for example, you create a triangle between those 2 points and the center of the sphere. There's an angle that connects those 2 points.
Sting a little bit.
That angle is what Haversine is giving you. It's not giving you the distance, it's giving you the angle, but it's giving you the angle in radians. So if you multiply that by the radius of the sphere, that becomes a distance over the surface. That's just how radians work. But essentially, Haversine give you an angle, not a distance. Like the reason why radians are so useful is that if you want to switch between distance and angle, you can just multiply and divide by the radius of the sphere. Angles become distance and distance become angle. But if you want to use angles all the way through without ever using actual distance, it works the same. So you don't need the radius of the Earth. And my app doesn't use it. I think it actually used for the correction of refraction, but you can even remove refraction and it still works pretty well. So you can
is the triangulation in Haversine assuming more than 180 degrees?
What do you mean? You're not doing triangulation. You're trilateral. You're finding the intersection.
I thought we were getting our radians and averaging the fucking cosine.
Averaging the cosine?
Yeah, adding them together and then fucking getting the. Oh my god, dude! Let me post it.
What are you posting? Mic check.
You good?
I think you need a new mic. I got one for sale.
Are you still coming back, Brian? Because I want to grab some dinner.
You still there?
No.
What? Hold on.
I see why I said
Here,
there's
Rob.
between a perfect sphere and an oblate spheroid coordinate system, and the Earth isn't considered a perfect sphere, so you have to throw it out.
I'm surprised he didn't concede to that.
Well, and here's another link to another one that says the same shit. Sorry, Charlie.
How
An
oblate is
oblate
this?
spheroid
How
or
oblate?
ellipsoid
How
has to be on the
oblate?
XYZ axis to
How
map the
oblate is
coordinate.
the Earth? How
Sorry,
oblate is the Earth?
Charlie.
How oblate is the Earth?
Hold on, Grim. What exactly are you saying with this elevate? Because it has elevation changes, or sorry, because it's not a perfect
Right.
sphere, and that it's oblate, that you can't map it using the 2D system
Exactly.
or longitude and latitude, right?
Well, it clearly says oblate spheroid coordinates are three-dimensional orthogonal coordinate system that result from rotating the two-dimensional elliptic coordinate system
What
about
do you
the
think about that?
non-focal axis of the ellipse.
How
I
Because
like
the
that.
ellipse,
Where's that from, Grim? Where's that from?
I don't know, Wikipedia. Here's a scientific paper. It's all normal shit where they don't have to argue it. It's right in their mom. Their mom's giving it to them.
How
It's right in
oblate
their
is the
mom.
Earth?
It doesn't matter. It's oblate, and
Yes, it
therefore you
does.
couldn't.
How
Well,
oblate is the Earth?
according to them, an oblate spheroid you can't map using 2D
Fucking A,
longitude and
listen to me one
latitude.
more time. How oblate is the Earth?
Oblate
Shut
enough,
up.
No,
oblate
it's
enough
not.
so
Doesn't
that you
matter.
can't.
Barely oblate at all, like
Doesn't
0.001%.
matter.
Does too. It is
Okay.
basically a
Bullshit.
perfect sphere. If the Earth was shrunk down to the size of a pool ball, it would be legal for tournament play. It is that
Yeah,
round.
but you'd still be wrong because it's not.
Whatever. Like, anyone could even know that, Napoleon.
Well, you guys are trying to make a big deal out of a nothing. The Earth is basically a perfect
Well,
sphere
actually,
for
you
all
just
practical
trying to
purposes.
say
But
shit. You just
it
got caught
can't.
up trying to say shit that isn't true. Is all that's
It
No, it's
happening
can't.
here.
totally true.
It can't be an oblate spheroid and a sphere, right? It can't be
It's
those two things.
perfect. That's the thing with you guys.
No,
You guys,
they're
it's got to
not.
be perfect in order to do something. That's wrong because it is basically a perfect sphere.
I'm not the one saying that. Wikipedia is the one saying that you can't
Again,
use
if
the
you listen to
2D
me,
longitude
the Earth.
latitude coordinate system if it's
You,
oblate.
Yeah, but
you
you
can
make
try
it
all
sound like
day,
it's a
but you're
football
wrong.
or
Hey,
something.
Jeremy, look at the chat, man. Come on.
The sad part is Grim's a glober.
You make
That's
it
the
sound
sad
like
Tired
part
of you guys
about this.
lying to these guys
you
all
make
the
Thank
time.
you, Grim. Thank you. That's why I tell these guys not to
Grim's not
fuck with you,
Glover.
Grim. That's
Jeremy,
why I
look
tell
at
these
the
guys not to fuck with you,
In
Grim.
the meantime, you make
Got
it
your
sound
back, dude.
like it's a football or something. Like the Earth's a
Oh,
football.
shut
It's
up. You
not.
just can't take
Jeremy,
an
look
L.
at the
The Earth is
chat.
Why don't you
basically
just say, you know what?
Jeremy,
Technically, you're right.
I'm
You got
looking
me
right
on
now.
this
Hold on.
one. And walk away.
the Earth is basically a
look
perfect
Come
at the
back
chat, Jeremy.
tomorrow with your tail feathers
I
all
see it.
fluffed back up.
I see it.
But just tuck them and run, bro.
The Earth is basically a perfect sphere.
Some
For
some
fuck's
people
sake.
believe it's so oblate that it's a pizza.
It's basically pear-shaped, but it's a perfect sphere.
No,
This
actually, it's
oblate
closer to a
depends
sphere
on
than it is
whatever
a
you
pear.
want to use the argument, right? Like whatever
No,
fits your narrative at the time of
It's
your
a lot.
argument.
It's a
It's
whole lot
whatever that
closer.
is.
That's a good
It's
point,
a
Grim.
Absolutely.
Grim,
it is
that's a
a
good
whole
point.
lot closer to a
it
sphere than it is
is
a pear.
Potato. It's a
Sure, it's an
potato,
igloo.
not a
Hey,
sphere.
hey,
A
Guys, let's
potato.
not blurt out irrelevant
just
stuff, please.
in case
It's
anybody
close
wants to
enough.
know,
You can use all the spherical geometry on it. It's close enough.
if anybody
you'd
wants
be
to
wrong.
see something amazing, here it goes, right here. In the chat right now, take a look at it. 2 minutes of your life. You'll be like,
That's why Christopher
wow.
Columbus ended up where he ended up, because he was so right. He was so sure of himself. He
Whose channel is the plain truth?
landed in India.
Oh,
no,
my
didn't.
Jeremy!
Copernicus,
India.
that just means that you don't understand light at all.
Okay, great. Make an
Yo,
argument.
I gotta say though, Travis, the plain truth is a nice name for a channel.
Yeah, and that was a good get, Grim. Grim, that was a good get. You can't use 2D longitude, latitude coordinate systems on an
Thanks,
oblate
percentage.
spheroid. It has to be a sphere.
Is it 10% or percentage?
Oh, yeah.
Good catch, bro. Good catch.
100.
Yeah, total
Now
bullshit.
let's hear
once again.
NASA cry about it more. Cry about it some
No,
more,
no,
baby.
once again, you're wrong, but that's okay.
Wiki's wrong. Is
You're
Wiki wrong? Is
Yeah,
Wiki
the
wrong?
problem is the Earth is basically a perfect sphere.
Is
Can you
Wiki
show me
wrong?
a citation for that?
Just tell
Yeah.
me Wiki's wrong.
Can you give me a
Yeah, look it up
citation for
yourself.
Earth
Look
is
it up your-
basically a perfect sphere?
Look it up yourself. I make claims. You got to look up my own claims.
How oblate is the
Yeah.
Earth?
You're getting roasted right now.
Come on, do
Paige.
it yourself.
I know. I just want to hear. I want to see
Do
a
your
perfect
own research.
sphere. Basically,
Do your own
a
research.
perfect sphere. Which
Do your own
scientist said
research.
that?
I just
Do
make
your own
claims I
research.
can't back up and tell you to go back up my
Do
own claims.
your own research. I've
Go
told you the
back
numbers
up my
already.
claim.
I've told you the numbers already, and you guys say
Here's what
no.
happened. Here's
Go
what happened.
back up
Paige.
my
We did
claim.
research. Hey,
Again,
here's what happened. Hold on,
I've done it.
Paige.
I've
I know
given you
you
the
hear
numbers.
me.
You don't
I know
believe
you
me.
can hear me. Paige, here's what we did. We did our own research, right?
Mm-hmm.
We found you guys. We researched it. You guys told us it's an oblate spheroid. Then we did more research. We found out you can't map out 2D coordinates with longitude and latitude on an oblate spheroid. We've
So
done
are
the
you sure
research.
you want us to go and do more research, bro?
Actually,
Are
you
you sure?
can.
Because we're gonna fuck you up again.
Actually, you
We're gonna
can
come
because
back
we
with
do it all.
something else and fuck your whole
Actually, you
day up.
can because we do it all the time, and unless you
Okay.
want to be ultra precise, it's not really necessary.
Well, I want to be precise. I don't want to run out of
No, you
gas
don't.
on my way to New York.
You won't.
So I'm gonna
Well,
do
how
it right.
because
precise is?
you won't. Trust you won't because
New
the
York.
difference is 0.001% of the radius. That's all.
Oh, you don't know. I'm sorry. You don't know if I'll run out of gas on the way to New York or not.
Only if you won't because of the error in the map.
Which map am I going to be looking at?
I don't know. It doesn't matter unless you
Well, then
got a
how will
flat Earth.
you know what the error is in the map?
Unless you got a flat Earth map.
I got an AE map here. I'm trying to get to New York. Am I going to run out of gas?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, I mean, you're familiar with this argument.
Well, you shouldn't
It
be
looks
using
like
an
I
AE
got a
map.
shorter distance to travel. These little tiny continents.
Yeah, it looks
now
like you
I'm-
should probably
could
use a
make
road
it.
map if you're going to drive across the.
It looks like I could make it.
You have a bigger problem in
with one
Australia,
tank.
though.
Are you
Australia.
talking about
has-
the flat road maps?
Sky push.
Are you talking about the road maps that
If
are
you're
all
trying,
flat?
if you're trying to, it would
Those
be a bigger
Zemapco
problem.
maps from back in the day?
The bigger problem driving across
He
Australia
doesn't want to be
because
called
the AE map.
penis.
I'm going to bust out my
Hey,
globe
dickhead.
map.
Dickhead.
I'm going to be driving on the
See
freeway
Sky's push.
with a 4-foot globe map.
Alright, why don't
Sky
you guys-
push.
you
The
guys-
problem is Sky push is that you're saying we do it all the time, but you
His
still
name's
haven't.
penis.
Hold on,
Dickhead.
dude. Would you be quiet?
Sorry.
Yeah, give him a second.
The problem is that you keep saying we use it all the time, but you haven't really demonstrated this.
Oh, sure, I can. I mean, lat long is well known. You think it's not?
Yeah, they're flat atlases, though, right? You unfold the map.
Yeah, it's
and
a projection.
flat.
Yeah, it's a projection of the globe. Yeah. So is
is
the
it
AE map? The AE map is a projection of the globe too, but that's another issue.
What is it called when you actually measure distance over the surface of the Earth? What is that, a projection?
Surveying, that's surveying.
Yeah, I was
right?
gonna say surveying. No.
Yeah, so you have elevation and distance. What's next?
Angles.
How come when I
Build
take all
triangulation networks over large distances to measure sections of
Awesome.
arcs.
Awesome. So you've got angles and distance and height. Okay, great. Awesome. So what's next?
Grim, will you do me a favor and send me that citation that says you can
Jeremy!
measure? Well, hold on, we need this citation that Grim has, bro. That shit's huge right there.
Oh, okay.
It's not
Grim,
huge,
send me
Jeremy,
that.
unless the Earth, unless
Send
the
me
Earth
that
is kind of like, Unless the
Oh,
Earth kind of looks like a
Hoymar.
football.
Hold
Okay.
on. Sky push,
Paid.
whatever
Hold
the
on. Paid.
Smurf that
Grim,
is.
send me that
Yeah.
citation that says you can't measure 2D longitude latitude coordinate system on an oblate spheroid, please.
Yeah,
All
give
right.
it to all the guys so they can cherry pick it.
Hoymar. I've got distance and elevation and an angle. What's next?
Well, no. What are you doing? Like, what are you trying to
What do
survey?
you mean? What am I doing? You are in one position, I'm in another. We have distance and
Come on,
elevation.
dude. What? Now you're just ridiculing his accent, dude. That's not cool.
All right, sorry, Gio. All right, man. Look, I was just
Oh, I
having
thought
fun.
it
All
was
right.
him.
I
It was really
was just
good.
having
I thought it was
fun. I was
him.
just having
I was
fun.
like, what the
Okay.
fuck?
Okay.
I thought maybe somebody gave him something and he came in a little tipsy.
All right, look. I apologize. I was just having fun. Hoymar, seriously though. We've got distance, we've got elevation, and we've got angle. What's next?
Yeah, not quite. So let's say you want to make a geodetic survey, right? You want to survey.
I'm sorry, a
large
what?
distances.
I'm sorry. I want to make a what?
Geodetic survey.
What is that? Well, okay, geodetic. What is that?
That is a large-scale measurement on the surface of the Earth.
Okay, so surveying is equal to geodetic.
No, they're different branches. Like
Okay,
plane
so what?
surveying over limited areas.
Okay, so there's a limitation to certain areas. Okay, so when you reach that excess of limit, what is the determining factor in that demarcation?
No, the point is, for planar surveying projects, there is a maximum area.
Right. Yeah, I get that. So when you reach that limit, what determines when you make the change from planar to what's next?
Well, the area, like the extent of whatever you're trying to survey.
I'm sorry. This is not my field, so I'm just simply measuring distance. So I've got 10 miles, and at 1, I'm at the beach, so I'm at 0 elevation. And 10 miles inland, I'm at 212 feet elevation. So at what point does that start to change from planar to what?
Well, planar surveying is, basically restricting itself to a maximum area that it surveys, which would be something like 100 square miles, for example.
Great. So at 101, what's the difference? What changes at the extra 1 mile?
Well, the problem is that if you assume the Earth to be flat, which planar
No.
surveys do.
Sorry. No. All I've done, sir, is started at the beach, at the water. I've gone
Sure,
in.
but
Hold
why
on.
don't you let me make my point, though?
Because you brought in a variable I have not yet claimed. So
You don't need to. That's what planar surveying is.
Hold on. Then back up, because you need to unpack this, because for me, all I've done is started at the beach I've got my toes in the sand, Weimar. All right? And then I go in 10 miles and then elevate 1,212 feet. You said then you said 1 more mile would make a difference. But then you brought in a variable for which I don't understand your basis.
Well, yeah, that's probably because you're not that familiar with the field. But
that's what I'm trying to understand. Yeah, I'm trying to understand this.
If you just let me make my point, right, regarding the fact that plane surveying is called plane surveying because it assumes the Earth to be flat.
Wait. I guess that's it.
I guess that's it, Hoymar. I have not used the language of flat.
Can't you listen what he's saying?
That's not
He's bringing
I'm
in.
just
Look, hold on.
explaining to you what plane surveying is. That's
You're
regardless of what you said.
Okay, so just to be persnickety, can you please provide a citation where planar surveying actually uses the language of flat versus I don't know what, like what? All I'm doing is measuring distance and elevation.
He is trying to explain that whole time.
Thanks, Aristoteles.
You're
Well, it
only
all comes
so
to
you have.
clock
I'm not quite sure. You're limiting it to distance and elevation. So
yeah, I don't know why you're.
You have a satellite and a target, and you're measuring, or let's say transit level, and you're measuring. What are you doing? You're measuring elevation and distance.
Yep, elevation and distance. You're 10 miles away and 1,212 feet higher. Yep.
So you're doing differential leveling, or are you trying to set up a network of some sort?
You are 10 miles away from me and 212 feet higher. That's all I know.
Okay.
So then Aristoteles is now 10 miles farther than you, and he's 178 feet elevation. Right? So we have 3 points of reference to which we can draw 3 lines.
That depends on what kind of datum you're using to base your elevations on.
Oh, all I know, brother, is that I'm the starting point and my toes are in the sand. I feel really bad for you guys because one of you's in the city and the other one's, not on the beach. I'm at the beach with my toes in the water. So that's pretty cool for me.
Okay, so sea level is 0 feet. You're the datum.
That's all I know, right?
Okay.
Sea level is the lowest point I can go safely, right? Because if I go below sea level, I need scuba gear. So I don't want to do that. I want to stay above water so I can breathe the beautiful air. So, yeah, the sea level is 0.
Right. Yeah, so what's the point? Plane surveying assumes locally the Earth to be flat. So for
again, my friend, my brother, my compadre in this life, I don't know why you're talking about flat. I am at one point, you're at another. You're higher than I am. There's distance betwixt. What's this talk of flat? You're higher. That's not flat.
I'm just talking about the level surface that we reference all elevations to.
The level surface that I'm comfortable with is the shoreline of the water, because the shoreline of the water for me is at the same elevation, right? If the shoreline for me, I'm going to walk up and down the shoreline for a mile. Shoreline, feet in the water, feet in the water, feet in the water. The only thing I can determine is where my feet are in the water. So I'm just going to stand right here. This is where I start my measurement.
Right. Yeah, it's all the same elevation. Sure.
Great. So I'm starting from here, 0. You are 212 feet higher than I am, 10 miles inland. That's all I know. Okay. Do you, Hoymar, want to add any other measurement that you've taken between the 10 miles and yourself that you want to add to this investigation that's going to bring in another variable?
it's not an option. I mean, we definitely need to know when we're sighting to a distant point what kind of level we have in between that.
Wouldn't it be me?
There's a difference in between
Isn't that what
us
you're trying to find
assuming
out?
that level to be flat, right, or straight.
Wait, hold on, bro.
Planar or curved.
Hold on, bro. Curved? Why are you talking about curvature? Why are you talking about flat? I have my toes in the water. You are 10 miles inland and 212 feet higher. That's all we know. I ask you again, is there some other variable you would like to bring to the table for us to consider how to understand those two things that we can verify?
You actually brought it yourself. Did you notice? When you said I'm, 212 feet higher, you brought in a level that you referenced that elevation to. And that has a shape, right?
Does it?
Absolutely. And that shape differs between plane surveying and geodetic surveying.
Great. Can you describe that shape for me?
In plane surveying, as the name might suggest, it is the Earth is like that level surface is assumed to be planar. Now this has to be limited to small areas, local areas, because level measurably is not planar, but a curved surface.
Great. So you're bringing in more information. Start to justify whichever part you would like.
No, I think that's pretty much it.
No, I don't know where you get this curvature language from. Where did this come from?
You can
What shape? Even
read this
elevation?
up in the literature. Like
No.
what do surveyors describe as level?
Hoymar, it's just you and me, bro. We're doing this on our own, man. We're working together.
Okay.
It's just you and me.
Right. So what do you assume a level surface that you reference elevations to look like?
Okay, so maybe you didn't hear me the first time. My toes are in the water, and so I'm using the water's contact with the surface of the Earth as my starting point. I'm going to call that starting point 0. How far away are you, Hoymar? I recollect you've told me 10 miles. How high are you? I recollect you have established that you are 212 feet higher.
And you don't reckon we need to make any assumptions, like if you measure that elevation in the first place?
I didn't understand that question if you had one.
Well, you use elevation as if that was just a given, like it wouldn't need any further assumptions.
Okay, look.
Any assumptions before that.
Okay, look. To a certain extent, this is a thought experiment, so we're going to have a little bit of flexibility. Okay? Because we're not because you're not actually 10 miles away from me and 212 feet higher. So this is okay, great. So look, don't be too difficult with this. All we're doing, bro, is establishing distance and elevation. If you want to establish that you believe between you and I there is curvature, you have to have an axis. Would you agree?
An axis?
Are you trying to suggest that between you and I there is curvature?
Yes, absolutely. I'm convinced there is.
Okay, great. Does curvature not imply equal distance from an axis?
Oh, axis? Oh, no, I get
Center of a circle.
Uh-huh. I'm not sure.
Okay.
What's your point exactly?
Okay, I'm going to try to be as clear as possible. If you are going to suggest that between the distance of 10 miles and the elevation of 212 feet, that between you and I is also a curve, that supposes there is a radius. Would you agree or be comfortable with that language?
Sure, yes.
Great.
If level is curved, then in all directions, then we're living on a sphere.
Okay. Hold on.
Or a spheroid with a certain radius. Yes.
Okay, hold on. I didn't say anything about level being curved. I don't know why you're talking about that right now. All you and I know, Hoymar, is... Listen, bro, listen. All you and I know is that you are 10 miles inland and 1,212 feet higher. If you want to suppose that you want to draw a curve between the two of us, as you just agreed, that would imply there is a radius. Since you and I have only measured distance and elevation, I would sure as fuck like to know, Hoymar, where and who measured the radius.
Absolutely, I think that's a reasonable question. And to answer that, we need to measure more than just one, line of sight or one distance or one angle.
Okay, so let's see, who else is in here? Let's go with Professor Sasha. Professor Sasha now, Hoymar, is now 22 miles away from you and 34 feet elevation. So now we have two different distances, two different elevations.
Can I say, can Professor Sasha say only one sentence?
Okay, what do you want to say, bro?
You cannot measure elevation on the curved surface. That's it. Point. Finished.
Come on, Professor.
I don't agree, but
Professor!
we can discuss this too.
Shush! I chose you because you haven't said anything yet. Hoymar, pretend.
All countries in the world use sea level. I will.
I know, Professor. I know. Shush. Okay, shush. Go back on silent. Okay, pretend you didn't hear any of that, Hoymar. Pretend you didn't hear any of that. Listen,
yeah, but the problem is that level always means curved.
Oh, really? So now we're in...
Yes, it means. That's the problem. You don't understand English.
That's... Yes. So now we're dealing into the area of pseudoscience.
To add in my language, that doesn't mean, maybe in English, but in my language, the level doesn't mean curved.
There's at least two definitions for level, just to throw this into...
In my language, is never curved.
Really?
Yes.
You should go into, you should read literature and surveying.
I should to tell people in my language that for level they need to use curve thing. I don't think so. I think it's totally wrong. I learned in school in my language. No context.
You're totally right.
No context, man. Listen, in my language, when you say level, that means flat in my language. No, you don't have anything curving. Maybe in English, I don't know. In Italian also. In Italian, for example, also level mean flat. That I know. Italian and Serbo-Croatian level, it's flat. I don't know in English now.
Okay, well, I mean, we don't need to luckily go by
of course.
dictionary.
You don't need
we can measure.
Italian,
we can measure in reality what level actually is.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, like if you take a 12 years old boy, for example, whatever language he is speaking, he will say that level is flat. For example,
we're not talking about 12-year-old boys would
But
define words.
I'm only
Are
saying
we?
how kids, what kids are learning, like common sense. I'm only saying that, nothing else.
Using kids for common sense, I'm
Yeah,
not sure how,
When you say
if that always
kid,
makes sense. But
when you say kid, old boy, 12 years old boy, you say, look, what is level he said class. But now adults say, listen, kid, you are wrong. That's the point.
I get your point, but I don't see how that's a good argument
The
for
same
or
point I have with
against
the water. For
the
example,
shape of level.
people saying that water is curving.
I know, yes.
But listen, this water saying that doesn't want to curve itself.
It just
One guy
does
told
what-
one
it
guy
just
one guy
does
one, one
whatever
guy one guy
gravity
told
will.
me, listen, Sasha, the water is curving, and I didn't believe him because I spoke with water. I asked water, what do you think about this? And water answered to me, I said, I don't know, but I behave like I behave in nature, and I don't want to curve whatever that guy said.
Actually, water is always curved. Drop,
And and
drop,
and and and
drop,
and, and, and I listen to water, and I trust more water than that guy.
drop a droplet of water to the table and
Yeah,
see if
I'm not
it's
speaking
flat
about
or
droplets. I'm
curved.
speaking. I'm not. I'm speaking about oceans. The oceans. Yeah, I spoke with the
It's not.
Pacific. I went to
Go,
Atlantic.
go.
Listen. I went to the Atlantic. I said, Atlantic Ocean. Tell me, please, why you don't want to curve? And he said, because I'm water, and because of that, don't listen what people are saying. And I said, okay, great. I will listen to you.
If you would never been in actual sea, you would see ships disappearing because the water is
Man, do you know
curved.
that people lying? But
Oh
water
man,
doesn't want to lie.
that's bad right there. That's bad. If you're appealing to boats disappearing over the horizon, yeah, you don't belong here.
Yeah, you do belong here because that's absolute proof that the Earth is not flat.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely is.
Even better.
No
Even
other way to
better.
explain it.
We don't even need the horizon. We can just observe like shorter distances. If you watch the little video I posted, you can see an airplane land underwater. And that's clear evidence that this is not a flat surface.
Wow. So tell me about that inferior mirage that's right above the horizon.
Oh, stop with your inferior mirage
Do you see any evidence for refraction? Like considerable refraction.
No, you don't.
Yes.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Okay, hold on, please.
You see inferior mirages everywhere, though.
Let me have a conversation.
You see an inferior mirage looking down the stairs. Out
Awesome. Hoymar, can I have a conversation with you alone? I'm just looking at the fucking thumbnail.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Absolutely.
Great. So it's just me and Hoymar again. So I'm looking at the thumbnail that you just posted today at 11:50 p.m. on my screen. Now, to the let's say 8 o'clock position from the center screen, there is
8 o'clock from the center. What's that mean?
Right. Okay. So look. You see the word landing? The word landing
in the thumbnail.
Yeah. The word landing is
Landing.
at 12 o'clock, right?
Right.
Okay. So it's going to be a little bit loosey goosey here. So then go to the 9 o'clock position. Okay. Then go to the 8:30 position. And then go to the 8 o'clock position, and there is a white rectangle. You see that long white rectangle? And then right above that is a vertical dashed line. You see that vertical dashed line above the white rectangle?
Yes.
Okay, great. Right below that is another vertical dashed line, which, and I would take a kick to both shins with pointy boots from PNS on this one, that is the inverted image, which means you're looking at a inferior mirage. So
well, no, that vertical line is just like a pillar. that
So you
dashed line.
Awesome. So the higher part is a pillar, and then you have a lower part, which is a long lateral white rectangle, and then below that you've got this this random pillar again. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
If we're talking about the same pillar, then that goes all the way down below the water line.
Mm-hmm.
It's on the ground, you know, behind the curving water. That's
okay.
That's why it's sticking out in top.
Okay. If that's what you want to say, if that's what you're going to go by. Okay.
I mean, I can send you the source video, which has a bit higher quality, but there's
Sure, go ahead.
literally no evidence for a mirage there.
All right. Go ahead. Send me the original.
Yeah, I posted it.
The side view would prove it. That there's no mirage that you're looking at.
Yeah, Demok, your mic is shit, bro. No.
Side view?
Really?
No side view?
Not really.
Since I trust.
No, that's worse. No. Sorry, man. Just stop trying, bro. Just stop trying. She's not going to go out
It's all
with
right, Demok. You can take a break. No
you. She's
problem
not
with
going
that.
to go. Yeah, she's not going to go out with you, man.
Break. You've had enough. You've had enough. You need to go, buddy. Go take a nap. What about the physics of reverse forward rapid? Which one of us greater? Something
Can anybody hear Demok? He's roboting terribly for me.
Yeah, I don't know why he's not listening to us.
It's
but
better this way. It's better this way.
I know. But
you guys just sound like you're talking from hell.
Yeah, so listen, just to be honest, look, I've watched this little clip, Hoymar. The plane that is landing is closer to us, so it's not in the vicinity of creating an inferior mirage. If you go to 8 seconds, okay, go to the 8-second mark. You've got
Okay. 8 seconds.
Okay. You have the control tower. I can see the control tower right there. Right?
I'm not sure if we actually see the control tower, but
Okay, well, there's a large vertical column.
right. Okay. Yeah, that
Okay.
large. Yeah. Okay. Now I see
Okay.
it. That might be the control tower.
Okay, now, look. I don't want to be an arrogant prick, so I could very well be wrong, but it seems to me that to the left of that vertical column there are 3 vertical lines. Boom, boom, boom. And then below those 3 vertical lines, it appears to me that there are 3 inverted images of those same parallel lines. Boom, boom, boom. And then to the right of that apparent control tower vertical column, there are 2 more dashed vertical white lines. Boom, boom. And then below that, 2 dashed vertical lines. Boom, boom. Now, in my experience, to me, that would imply
a mirrored image. It's absolutely clear.
I mean, we can check this by observing closely the airplane as it, passes.
No,
as
sir.
the image of the airplane passes through these air layers, and there's no inversion there.
No, sir.
It's a clear image all the way.
Okay, listen, I said at the beginning of this, the airplane is closer to us. Okay? That's like changing the viewing angle, right? You're going to change...
Absolute bullshit.
Excuse me? Who was that who just ejaculated over this conversation? Who was that?
That was Aristotle, I'm not sure. Sounded like a hot mic. But either way, I think I get what you're saying. You're saying, like, the refractive effects you're proposing actually start beyond, like, they happen beyond the airplane.
Sure, but that still says that we've got refraction happening in this instance, right? So even though, and I see this, the airplane to me does not imply at all there's an inferior mirage at the distance to the airplane. Okay, that's perfectly fine with me, right? So the issue that we have to understand is that refraction has another non-miraged phenomenon that's called sinking, which states that the objects past the horizon are presented below the horizon due to refraction.
Right. Hold on. Sinking refraction. I've heard it before. As far as I'm aware, it only happens in very rare circumstances.
Great. You know what I've been looking for the past 4 years? Those circumstances. So if you have a citation which describes which circumstances those phenomena must occur, I would love to see those presented, as well as the data, right, as well as the data for this observation to show that this observation had or did not have those variables.
Okay, well, I can give you a document by Andrew Thomas Young describing the different types of refraction, including sinking refraction.
Okay, hold on. Excuse me. I am very well familiar with Andrew Thomas Young. Andrew Thomas Young is very good at describing the phenomenon, but not describing the conditions for the phenomenon.
Who's this Andrew Thomas Young guy?
Jeremy, I told you this yesterday, bro. Weren't you paying attention? So, Hoymar, I don't want a description of what sinking is. I want to know if I go out tomorrow and the temperature in the air is 76 degrees and the temperature of the water is 67 degrees and the humidity is, let's say 63%. I want to know if those are the conditions for sinking. Can you provide me the conditions, not the description of what sinking is, the conditions for sinking?
It goes into that. I did hear you. It describes the conditions needed.
Okay, great. I would be absolutely... Now, this is the physics of air, so this is now Humphreys and not Andrew Thomas Young.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty brief description. Basically, he says what we need is an atmosphere with a steeper lapse rate than normal, which would mean the temperature decreases even more strongly than usual.
Okay,
which
great.
Is rare because the sun warms lower layers of the air.
Right, great. So please give me a more precise value for steeper than.
Oh, well, what he's saying is that the standard atmosphere has a lapse rate of 6.5 degrees per kilometer, and convection limits that rate to 10 degrees per kilometer. And
okay, wait, I'm sorry, Hoymar. So I clicked the link that you posted. So I'm at 448 and 449, right?
what do you mean?
Well,
that's what I posted, man. You need Hoymar is the message before, man.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, I apologize. For some reason, I've got him blocked. That's strange.
We might have had some exchanges previously.
Yeah. Okay, so we're looking at syncing. Great. Syncing. Yes, I'm quite familiar with this page, and I've done quite a few live streams on this very page. Okay? To produce syncing instead of looming, we need a model atmosphere with a steeper lapse rate. So my question to you, Hoymar, is what's the value for steeper lapse rate?
Yeah, you just asked this, and what did he do to model this?
Well, he doesn't give any explanation. There's no citation, there's no link, there's no explanation. He just says steeper lapse rate. So I would like to know how you know what a steeper lapse rate means and what the value is.
He's just saying that he set it to 10 degrees per kilometer, which is pretty extreme.
Okay, hold on. Oh, wait, great. Show me how you know what pretty extreme means. See, these adjectives of pretty, steep, steeper, I'm not very well versed in these terms, so I really need as much help as I possibly can. So let me just read what Andrew Thomas Young has. To produce syncing instead of looming, we need a model atmosphere with a deeper lapse rate than normal. However, there isn't much room to play with. There isn't much room. How much is... I'm sorry, what's the scientific value for much room? I'm sorry, I get distracted. To play with. The standard atmosphere already has a lapse rate of 6.5 degrees per kilometer, but convection limits lapse rates in the free atmosphere to about 7 degrees per kilometer. So there's 3.5 degrees there. Again, I'm not really clear on what steeper lapse rate means between 6.5 degrees and 10 degrees. I'm not really sure what much room to play with. Can you help me be a little more scientific?
Well, he's saying that we need an atmosphere which is cooling pretty quickly.
I'm sorry. What does pretty quickly mean?
Well, more steeply than 6.5.
I'm sorry.
Or even 10 degrees.
I'm sorry. I don't know what steeply means. What does steeply mean?
Steep as in, the rate of temperature drop off.
The rate of temperature drop off. So steep to me means higher. Like, you know what I mean? Like if I'm going to climb up a steep mountain, I'm going higher. But you just described something that was dropping off, which is lower. So do we have a steeper or a drop?
No, we're talking about the rate of change in temperature.
No.
If it changes more strongly, that's basically calculus, right?
Yeah.
The derivation of the temperature over altitude.
No, I get it, man.
That's the lapse rate.
I know. I get it. Strongly, I get it. Strong, right? Strongly, like with strength. But to me, steeper means higher. But you said drop, which means lower. So I don't see anything in the sentence that I read that says lower, but you said lower. So I'm trying to figure out where you're getting your information from that seems to me to be conflicting with what I'm reading here from, praise be to his name, Andrew Thomas Young.
It's not. You need to understand what a lapse rate is. That's the rate of change in temperature.
Rate of
per
change.
altitude, right?
Awesome,
So
awesome.
if that lapse rate is very steep,
Steep.
the temperature will drop off more quickly.
Wait. I'm sorry. Steep means higher. Drop means lower.
Well, steep doesn't mean higher.
Oh, no?
No.
Okay, great. Where can you bring me any citation that helps me? Because to me, when I climb a steep mountain, I'm going up.
Yeah, you can also go down a steep hill.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It could be both.
Could be both. So since I'm reading here, we need a model atmosphere with a steeper lapse rate than normal. How do I know if it's up or down?
Yeah, that word doesn't imply either or.
Great. I just asked you, how do I know if it's up or down?
That's implied by the atmosphere model. I think he's just using the US standard atmosphere here, which is dropping in the first,
look, I'm just a regular guy. I drive a truck. I don't see anything about US model here. You know what I mean? I'm trying to understand this stuff that I'm looking at. You know what I mean?
No, you just have to, like, he's talking about the standard atmosphere. And he's referring to the US standard atmosphere of 1976. That's just a model to, model the atmosphere, temperature, pressure, and so on.
But again, my question is it going up or down? I don't get it. Up or down?
Down. Like in the first 10 kilometers, it goes down and stays about the same until kilometer 20. Then it starts rising until about.
Wait. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You said 20. I'm sorry. You said 10 and then 20. Is that higher? Right? Is that going up?
Yeah, that's altitude, right?
Okay, so it is going up. So steeper in this context right now means up now. Now we're going up?
In altitude, yes. We're not talking about a rate of change anymore.
Look, I'm just trying to understand one cuss wording sentence. To produce sinking instead of looming, we need a model atmosphere with a steeper lapse rate than normal. Now, again, there's no qualification as to what steeper lapse rate means. But these two people that just joined in added their insight that steeper can also mean lower. So it doesn't tell me. Okay, I will. However, Okay, great. However, there isn't much room to play with. The standard atmosphere already has a lapse rate of 6.5. But convection limits lapse rates in free atmosphere to about 10 degrees.
Listen, steep to me means you ever do roofs or look at a roof and you go, some roofs are relatively flat, they'll have a slight pitch to it, and other roofs will be steep, they'll have a hard pitch to it, right?
Right.
That's what I think of when I think of steep. It's either like
a
big angle or a smaller angle.
Right, but if you go to the middle of that pitch, that's basically like even, right? You can be safe that you're not leaning one way or the other. But as soon as you go higher, you got to lean to the left. As soon as you go lower, you got to lean to the right. You know, like which way are we going? Are we going higher or lower?
Travis, I know you're a smart guy. This isn't hard to figure out. He's saying you need the temperature rate to change more drastically than it normally does.
Which way? Higher or lower?
As you go up, it gets colder.
Right.
He said you needed to
Yeah.
get colder at a faster rate.
Okay, but Jeremy, there's no language of colder in this sentence here. There's no
I thought he
cold.
said it.
No, there's no
Read it again.
temperature here.
Read it again.
Okay. To produce sinking instead of looming, we need a model atmosphere with a steeper lapse rate than normal. However,
What's the lapse rate?
He defines actually what lapse rate means.
What's
he
lapse
says
rate?
the rate at which temperature decreases with height in the atmosphere.
There we go.
This has
Perfect.
the opposite sign from the temperature gradient a physicist would use, so be careful.
They're simple. You need to get colder. The faster you go up, you need to get colder faster than normal. That's all. This is easy, bro.
Yep.
You're more insulated below. You're less insulated above.
Democ.
You're breaking up, man.
Your mic's
We
messed
can't
up.
hear you, man. No. Where were you just reading? Because all I was doing was reading the first two sentences.
If you search for lapse rate in the text, hold on.
Okay, go. Hold on. If I search, wait. If I search for lapse rate in the text, I'm simply trying to look at what he has here under the category of sinking. All I got was to the first two sentences. That's the only information I'm dealing with right now, and I still have questions.
That's fine, but he has a glossary in his, atmospheric optics glossary as well, and we can look what he means by lapse rate. So if I'll send a link.
Yeah, I know where his glossary's at.
Yeah, but what's still kind of puzzling to me is that sinking refraction was the first thing you jumped to when you saw that observation of that airplane landing.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It
Hold
was
on.
not.
So you're telling
Yes,
me?
it was. Yes, it was. Which is a pretty
Second,
rare
Travis.
phenomenon.
Okay, hold on. It was not. The first thing I suggested was an inferior mirage.
Travis, something bigger has come to light with this. The Globers have always told us that in order to have sinking, you need to have a temperature inversion, meaning you have to have it be more dense or hotter on the bottom or some kind of weird inversion thing. Now Andrew Thomas Young's telling us you just needed to get colder faster. That's not what the Globers have been saying for years about this sinking thing.
Welcome to the last 4 years of my trying to figure this shit out, man.
You should have been came with that, bro. You get your Andrew Thomas Young was your boy, I thought. You guys had a cup of tea together. You had a coffee and a cake.
No, he wanted me to wear a mask and sit 6 feet away. I said,
It's not the point. The point is how am I just figuring out about this?
What do you mean?
Lapse the Globers have been mistaken in the sinking refraction, and it happens not from a temperature inversion.
Look, man, I don't believe temperature inversions exist. Lapse rate. Here we go, everybody. I'm not sharing my screen, but this is what it says. Lapse rate. The rate at which temperature decreases with height in the atmosphere.
Yeah, exactly.
This has the opposite sign from the temperature gradient a physicist would use. So be careful. So I still don't have any clarity there as to what that freaking means.
Lapse rate. It means the rate of change at how much colder
I know.
it gets, the higher you go.
I know what lapse rate means. It says decreases with height. It doesn't talk about going higher. It's talking about decreasing with height, which means going lower.
Height going higher. With height, you will get a decrease in the temperature.
Okay, yeah, I get you. Okay, sorry, my bad. The rate at which the temperature decreases with height. Good. Thank you, Jeremy.
I want to see you after class.
My feet are clean.
Bro, there's no pennies going to drop. Listen to me. The Globers have been saying the opposite thing for years now. They haven't been saying sinking would be due to this lapse rate steepness. They said it was due to temperature inversions or some kind of inversion.
Listen, I think that you're confusing a superior mirage with this whole thing, which again I don't fault you for. But
no, they've said the only way you could get the light to bend down or to bend the opposite way and have the sinking effect would be with the temperature inversion.
So, but see, the thing for me though, Jeremy, is in my world.
Have you not heard the Glover say that for years?
Yeah, I have, but it's hard to always. It's hard to always differentiate certain concepts from others, and so you almost sometimes take things for granted. So I can be
now that we have this Andrew Thomas Young citation, we can call them out on that sinking thing with things appearing to be lower. We can call them out because
yeah.
You don't think so?
Well, but see, the thing about it is this, Jeremy. My interpretation of sinking happens in front of the horizon. Their interpretation of sinking happens beyond the horizon. So for me, proximate looming produces the same effect as sinking. But proximate looming raises up the water in front of the object. For them, the place where the water stops always has to be curvature. That's the thing that I figured out long ago with Andrew Thomas Young. In all of his fucking diagrams, he always had the horizon as curvature. So sinking had to happen beyond the horizon because it has to curve away. So he's always assuming that the Earth is curving. However, in my observations that I've shown on my live streams, which nobody watches, that's fine with me. I've tried to explain the fact that there's an alternative explanation, and that is that not that the object or the target beyond the horizon is sinking, but rather the proximate surface has been raised up.
Yo, where do you live stream at? You on Twitch or something?
I live stream on a little known platform called YouTube's.
Oh, you got a YouTube account. Nice. Share your channel.
Oh, really? Heard of me, Jeremy? I hate it when you do this, man. Oh man, Jeremy. You know what, man?
That citation kills. Listen to me. That citation is no joke right there. That kills what they've been saying about the sinking effect for years. They've been saying you can only have this sinking thing. I've heard Zanuck, all these guys say it a million times. Extremists, tell me how we get things to appear lower in the distance.
I got you, man. All right, there's my channel for anybody who's interested. I'm here all night.
Jeremy, you're sure that you're not talking about a mirage? Because sinking is just
he's pretty sure, man. I think he's pretty
exactly
sure
what I'm talking about.
You're just trying to confuse it.
Yeah, I know exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm just asking him a question.
I got this here for you, Jeremy. Yeah, okay. I know. It just doesn't apply to the point, bro. It's a non sequitur.
I'm not making a logical argument. I'm just asking.
I know you're projecting.
Talking about.
You're confused. You're projecting.
No, I am asking him to clarify what kind of refraction, like the two effects that he's referring
to. I'll explain to you. Hold on, let me explain to him.
You said sinking, bro.
Let me explain to him. The type of refraction I'm talking about is the type that would make things appear lower in the distance and not higher.
Sinking?
Sinking. Yes, it's sinking.
Yeah, you clarified that when you gave that one word. Sinking, looming, stooping, towering. So if you're going to qualify to be in the conversation, you should have known that when he said sinking.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, sinking is just when there's extremely little refraction.
Well, that's your opinion.
Right, which is really
Do things appear lower or higher when they're sinking?
What the fuck? Why would you say it's my opinion? That's empirical.
Hold on,
If there's little refraction,
do things
will
appear higher?
curvature.
Listen,
Hold on, guys. Do things appear higher or lower when they're sinking?
Sorry, what? If
Do things appear higher or lower when they're sinking? If something's sinking, is it going to be lower or higher than its actual position?
Lower. Well,
lower.
yes.
Okay, we're talking about the same thing. Lower, yeah. Globers have told me for years the only way things can be lower is with a temperature inversion or some other type of inversion. They never said anything about a lapse rate increasing that could cause sinking.
Right. So just real quick. Okay, so
hold on. I need to respond to what Jeremy just said. So temperature inversions that doesn't happen in sinking refraction. That assumes a basically a gradient of temperature, basically a constant lapse rate over altitude. You're probably still talking about mirages.
I want to try to say something, please. Okay. When light bends down, it raises the object up. In order for an object to be lowered, the light would have to be bending up. In order for the light to be bending up, you'd have to have a temperature inversion because light bends toward the more dense medium. Correct?
I mean,
Not
what is
quite.
what is refraction? Going from one media to another, right? And it's
I'm
supposed
sorry,
to be
Michael, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I was trying to get Hoymar to a certain place. Hoymar, did you understand what I said?
I did, but you're not quite right though, because what's meant by abnormally small refraction is that
okay, wait. I did not say abnormally small refraction. Hold on.
Yeah, I did.
Hold on. Listen, bro. Listen. Jeremy was very specific about temperature inversions. Okay, normally we are told that light bends down. We are also told that when light bends down, it projects, it displaces the image up. So if you see an image lower, it's being dropped, which means then the inversion has to be there. There has to be a higher density above. I mean, I don't understand why this is so difficult. Jeremy is leading you exactly where you need to be.
It's not difficult. It's just that you're getting wrong that sinking refraction doesn't mean the object is shifted downwards from its actual position. It just means that it's less than standard refraction. So the object appears.
Okay, show me that citation.
That's pretty damn vague.
I think I could actually probably find that direct citation. The conflicts. Okay, listen, Hoymar, provide us a citation that says exactly what you just said, because Andrew Thomas Young says the opposite. Sinking displaces the object lower.
For the third time.
Okay, so
just gotta point out he's been specific about this 3 times with his wording. Is it a language barrier? English isn't your first language.
It's not a language barrier. It's just not. It's not a temperature inversion.
Well, there has to be a change in temperature, one way or the other, or there's no two medias and there's no refraction. And I would argue that the atmosphere is one isotropic media, not two. I would argue that.
It's an anisotropic medium, actually.
Yeah, it's not two isotropic mediums which are required for.
Well, we're not talking about Snell's law.
Hoymar, Hoymar.
Yeah, it's not like we're going to use Snell. It's not like we're going to use Snell. No maniac would ever use Snell's law to calculate the refraction.
Just
on
real
this
quick.
All
Yeah,
about refraction. Hold on.
Hold on, Michael. Hoymar, I just posted a cut and paste, or I'm sorry, a copy and paste. Okay, I'd like to hear what you think this means. The disappearance below the horizon of distant objects normally visible, the reverse of looming.
The reverse of looming. Where does
So
it say that?
looming is when things are higher than their actual position.
What is
so
sinking?
the opposite of that would be, this is neat. I threw you a easy one here. This is
Called a softball, Hoymar. It's called a softball.
put it right in your
Sinking,
breadbasket.
towering, looming, stooping. There's 4 kinds, right? So if it's not above the horizon, then it's below it.
Lower.
I think this is like the 5th time you tried to point up, you impede it, and down. Like you're talking to a dog or something, but it still isn't sunken.
I mean, it's hard to be gentle in this discussion.
I know you just want to say, sit, boy, sit. It
So
is.
read that
You repeat yourself
Go
with
on.
specificity, and you have guys who ask vague questions that don't really even apply to the point. They just confuse it.
No,
Yo, read that.
The whole point is that sinking refraction has light rays that bend downwards less than in the standard.
Can I get a
standard atmosphere.
citation for that? Because I say downward causes looming, but it has an upwards appearance. I disagree with that, and I could get a citation for it. Can you get a citation?
There's different rates of curvature, Michael.
Well, that which can't be proven by demonstration through scientific experiment isn't really worthy of debate. Can you give a citation for it or not? Can you demonstrate it, or has somebody?
We're still talking about
Travis, real quick.
Henry T. Young's text.
Travis, real quick. DM me that.
Lost, dude, listen, I'm not lost. I know where we're at.
Travis, DM me that citation talking about the lapse rate, will you?
Okay.
Do something once for once,
Yeah.
will you?
Wow.
Well, yeah, and you ask all them questions, but you got the very link. Oh my Lord, they're all explained right there in that. Hey, did you read it or did you just click on copy link?
Me?
Oh no, I'm talking to some other guy about some other topic, huh?
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
No, actually, I wasn't.
All right, Jeremy, I can't link you. It's not like a timestamp, so I'm linking you the page that has
just copy
all
and
of.
paste it.
Yeah. I'm just telling you, you got to look for syncing. It's the second entry.
Also, Damon, I unmuted you, Damon. Behave, please.
Yeah, they're the opposite.
What did I do wrong the last? I just left.
I have no idea.
Abruptly.
I don't know. He's
I
got a
have no
squeaky.
idea what
He's got a
happened.
squeaky voice.
I do.
You're like, I don't know what I did. What did I do, Scooby?
Morty. You sound like Morty.
I'm just kidding, man. I'm just messing with you.
I sound like Tommy Chong. It's all good.
Kind of like it, yeah.
Oh, I do, guy. Am I driving good,
Eh? Hey, have you ever noticed, Dave, like people when they're driving on the movies, they don't look at the road while they're driving?
Travis, I just found
David,
the second citation talking about sinking refraction, which also includes the case that the air density decreases. Actually increases with altitude, right, or temperature, which would have the rays bending upwards. So apparently, depending on the definition, sinking refraction includes rays that bend upwards, but
if the light rays bend upwards,
Okay, can you put that
guess what?
citation in,
Guess what?
please, so
Hold
we
on,
can see it
Travis.
too?
Travis, hold on, Travis.
Okay.
If the light
Sorry,
rays
Jeremy.
bend,
Jeremy,
if the
I'm
light
sorry.
ray-
Oh
if
my
the from the
lord!
citation
How
that
long has this been
from the
going on?
citation from the citation that guy just read, if we have the light rays bending up, the object's going to appear lower than its actual position.
Yeah, I'm already bored.
Okay,
Sorry,
Jeremy, I'm
What happened,
sorry.
President?
I'm sorry, Jeremy.
What was that, mate?
I said I'm already bored.
Your own
What's up?
citation. What do you want to talk about, Mike?
Okay,
We're right in the middle of this.
Listen very carefully. Here we go, everybody.
But yeah.
Hold on, everybody. Listen. Imagine we're in 6th grade science class, and some little child, let's call him Travis. He's a cute little imp, pulls on his sister's pigtails and, whatever.
Get on with it.
Scares his mom when she's around the corner. He says, "Boo."
Why are we going back to 6th grade? Isn't that the most rudimentary concepts of physics?
That's where we gotta listen, Mike. Listen, that's where we gotta go right now.
Well,
I just
really take specificity
wait,
when you
wait,
get collegiate levels.
Wait. Because science is so simple. So I just heard a presentation about refraction and mirages, and I'm like, wow, this is really I want to see this stuff. So I want to know when to go out and look for sinking. Okay, so you tell me if this, based on, like, if I was to pull up my app on weather and find out what tomorrow was going to be, temperature, pressure, humidity, you tell me if I would know what I was going to see. Sinking. A refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographic horizon apparently sinks beneath it. It occurs when air density decreases with height at a lower rate than normal or actually increases. Okay, I'm going to say that again. It occurs when air density decreases or increases. Decreases or increases.
Either
decreases or increases with a height lower than normal. Rays of light from the out. Okay, so look, I just simply fucking want to know what day I should go out and expect to see sinking, because this doesn't tell me anything about the temperature of the air.
It does.
The temperature of the water, the humidity in the air, the pressure.
Yeah,
Nothing.
less than normal differential.
Nothing.
What is the norm?
Nothing.
That becomes a question.
Basically, you want a very cold surface and warm air, like directly above that.
It's cold. The norm.
Not what
Air density obviously gets less as you go
Actually
up.
says
So
either or. It actually says either or.
If the rate
Just
no,
at
it says
the
lower, increases at a lower rate.
Did you hear him? It said either or, dude. It just has to be an inversion.
No, it didn't. It was very specific.
Either way. Inversion, either way. Differential.
No, it was very specific.
Increasing.
And then
Which is not, not the case.
I've said this before. I'm just a lowly truck driver. It doesn't. It says either or to me. I see either or. It says it to me. It occurs when air density decreases with height at a lower or actually increases. I'm sorry. It decreases or increases. I'm confused.
It's two different scenarios, sir. Is this really that hard for you? It's just two different scenarios, or a lot of different scenarios, actually.
Oh, it's too different or a lot. Which is it? Is it too different or a lot?
Yeah,
Let's say a lot.
It's a deviation from the standard.
Bro, you
Go ahead
said,
and mock,
listen,
Travis,
he
that's
said,
all you got.
He said
You
increase.
do a terrible
or decrease,
Christopher Walken.
and you go to it as
but you knew it was Christopher Walken, which is my point.
yeah, it goes to it has to be colder when it could increase or decrease. It's right there in the definition, which would mean hotter or colder. It's just greater than normal.
Either or.
And I asked the question, so what is the norm? But nobody even attempted to answer that, and I wonder why.
The norm for the pressure gradient.
What
Pressure
happened to
gradient.
comprehension skills? No. Temperature. Differential from the norm for an inversion. The norm would be, what's a
No,
norm?
the
They weren't
US
talking about temperature.
The US standard atmosphere assumes the temperature to decrease by 6.5 degrees per kilometer.
Yeah, that's still not
But it
what
was
I...
mainly not talking about the temperature. It was mainly talking about the pressure.
Density.
I'm sorry. I'm looking through
Density
this.
caused by pressure.
I'm
He
looking through
reads
this.
one thing and 5 different people
Like at
hear
low-
5 different things. This shit is so funny.
I'm
Well, no,
looking
at
through
low
this.
elevation,
I'm looking
temperature
through
is the dominant
this.
factor in the refraction.
I'm looking through this definition. I don't see pressure in here. I don't see temperature in here. It just says a refraction effect in which an object is normally visible on a geographic horizon apparently sinks beneath it. It occurs when air density decreases with height at a lower rate than normal, or actually increases.
Right.
I don't see temperature. I don't see pressure.
Affects air density.
Because it's taking the standard,
But they don't.
it's taking
But they
the
don't have.
normal circumstance and saying there's a deviation which is low. It decreases lower than normal, or actually increases.
The problem is that
Well, like Mike
Which is
said,
not the standard.
like Mike said, this damn sure ain't Snell's law. That being said, everything that you just read, the begging the question of the geometric horizon, the begging the question of something being below that that geometric point, all of that is just you saying it with no justification.
Right. And do you guys know that when temperature increases with pressure constant, density decreases? So when there is a talk about density, you absolutely are talking about temperature and pressure. You just don't know it. What affects density?
They're not always
Anything.
covered.
This is why I can't stand these grade school level conversations. No
Anything.
offense, really. I don't want to go back to 6th grade. I want to bring it up to college so everybody has a proper and coherent understanding. And we're not talking about the vagueness of outer space.
Look, guys, Elijah said it. He nailed it. I got caught up in my Christopher Walken antics, but he nailed it. This all begging the question that we're looking beyond the horizon and that there's a geometrical horizon. All of that in my live streams I've debunked, but that's another matter.
How you been, Elijah?
Which would kind
Your
of bring
ignorance
us
is not a
get
proper
us a
debunking.
circle back to surveying, right?
Good brother. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, you would really want to go back to that, Hoymar?
You want to circle back to survey? Are you
constructive, Travis? Is it?
Are you certified in survey, or have you ever done it?
Oh no, I'm just a guy on the internet who likes to talk about it.
Oh, yeah, I do that for work all the time. But yeah, cool. I pave highways for the state of Michigan, so I'm a highway engineer. But I really love to hear the twisted ways that other people who've never done this tell me my profession works. It really cracks me up. I'm wondering what pool of experience that they take from to tell me I'm wrong.
Do you
wait, just real quick. Just real quick, Hoymar, do you want me or do you want Michael?
I can talk to multiple people if it doesn't get too chaotic.
All right, we'll let Michael have you. We'll let Michael go at you this time.
Are you paving existing roads or new roads?
Either or requires you to strip the highway and pave a certain thickness of surface, so it's both the same thing. An existing highway you strip 2 foot off before you repave. So It doesn't. It really
No,
doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter because survey isn't just about distance and all that. It's about volume and materials too.
I'm sure.
I mean, I need
You
equations.
have to know how many trucks you need of whatever materials.
Damn, that fatty freeze.
Yeah, how many tons or yards of asphalt I need to pave this volume? Yes. But we can. So we can look at past surveys of certain stretches. I can do that in certain states.
I just mean I don't think it takes much surveying to like just repair a road, right? Like you're just taking a road and repairing it. But
how else would you tell runoff radius or consistency of anything like the width of the highway?
Well, I think that's
You're
already
not
marked.
that
You just go through and mark it again, right?
geodetic surveyor, that's for sure.
You actually do it before you do it and after you're done. So it's never mind.
Okay, that's cool.
Never.
That's cool. I'm learning. I don't know. I don't know anything about it, to be honest with
You want to survey the surface. You want to make sure your runoff's right. You don't want to go past certain points, or you're going to be cutting fiber optics up on the highway. So, to do all this, you have to know the exact placement of the land, which requires I got to know where this Carmen line starts at, or this common line. You know, where's my datum start? Because I can't be 5 foot off the center of the datum, or I just cut out the internet to a given township, you know?
I guess that would be a bad day then.
Yeah, because I'm not going to make any money on the entire fucking job now because fiber optics are expensive to repair, man.
Sure they are.
Yeah, and before you can get to okay to start ripping up the roadway, you got to OP's the state inspector, which means you have to know exactly where that cutoff line is, or he's gonna be like, "Fuck you, you ain't doing nothing. You fuck me and you both."
So, Michael, what's your response when these guys say that geodetic surveying is measuring, the spherical Earth, the curve of the Earth? What's your take on that?
I would say that they don't know anything about geodetic survey. They take people in geodetic survey, what they do is they take planar survey that the common folk do, like me and any other civil engineer, and they stitch it together and add in spherical math and geometry. So they wrap it around the ball. And then even though it's perfectly measured in planar geometry, we come out when we attempt to wrap it around the ball with deviations which can't exist if it is a ball. I mean, so how's that settle with all the Glovers that you can take a perfectly absolute measurement that's done in planar Cartesian coordinates, tic-tac-toe board, but when you try to put it around a sphere, which you say it is, it doesn't work out.
Hold on a second. Who's hot mic in here?
Elijah. He sounded like he's
shit.
yeah, you sounded like you was caught in between
I didn't want to interrupt.
101 so.
Yeah, he's on mute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody wants a live, well, it was a recorded live, right? Just yesterday of what exactly Michael was saying. Tune into my channel with my conversation with Kosho. It's absolutely amazing. He starts out by talking about, after I said that they impose the idea of a curve, he said, "Oh, there's no conversion." And then within 3/4 of the discussion, he brings in the fact that they convert Cartesian coordinates to curvature. It's amazing.
Did you clip that portion out, or why don't you play that portion over the live?
Well, I made a whole stream of it. Don't you watch my channel, man? I had a whole live stream this morning, man.
I'm sorry,
I'm messing with you, Elijah.
I got a list up on the live streams that happened because I missed like 90% of them. To be honest, I'm biased to FEDs.
Where's he at?
And some others.
Here, I'll post it here. It's coming in 3,
Why
2,
do you even know what the application of is the Stroop geodetic arc is? Do you even know what that application is? Because I just defined it when I said they add in math. Well, what would that be? Wouldn't it be parabolas and arcs?
The application of a geodetic arc is just a section of the circumference. So that would be to measure the exact polar and equatorial radii of the Earth, for example.
It would be to measure it or to add it in, equate it.
No, measure. Like every geodetic survey has thousands of
hold on.
triangles.
The next thing is I know they are. So who measured the entire circle to tell you that your parabola or your arc is a perfect portion of the sphere?
You don't need to. You don't need to. You
the ability to finish. You do. Otherwise,
Yeah, no,
you just assume this is 1/52nd or 1/32nd. Oh my
Michael,
God!
you just measure a couple of
people speak their fucking finish your sentence.
Well, no, you just measure a section of it. A couple
that's an assumption when you say I measure 1 second, I times it by 52, and that equals the radius of the sphere. That's not a measurement. It's not even an approximation, guy.
Oh, it absolutely is a measurement.
It's called a projection, dude.
Let's see. Like do you know the length of any geodetic arc?
Listen, I know. It's assumed that there is a complete radius. Yes? You measure portions, and you break it down into fractions and time it. Then you assume that to be the radius. But you haven't measured the radius because it's not.
Correct. Nobody drills.
I just have a really quick question. I apologize. Let me jump in real quick. Hoymar, let me just jump in real quick. Let's say that I'm on an elevated surface. Let's say I'm on a moderate hill, not necessarily a mountain, right? I'm in Pennsylvania after all. Those aren't mountains. Mountains exist to the west of the Mississippi, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, so I'm up on this elevated Hold on. I'm up on this elevation, and let's say I'm
sarcasm.
Yeah. Let's say I'm up, like, say, 500 feet, right? But how do I know I'm actually up 500 feet, right? Because if I'm going from the center of mass, how do I know, like, where? Like, that's more than 500 feet. So if I'm going to establish that I'm 500 feet, how do I get the 500 feet?
Sea level, not the center of any mass.
You first establish a vertical datum. That's usually just sea level. It's actually quite complicated when you try to unify multiple datums, like internationally or beyond, oceans or something like that. But yeah, you need a vertical datum, and from that you start leveling, right? You measure elevations.
Okay, great. So let's say, for instance, we're going to do a challenge. I challenge you, Hoymar. You and I are going to... I'm going to be the flat Earth surveyor. You're going to be the geodetic surveyor.
Well, all surveyors are flat Earth planar surveyors.
I know, I get it, Mike, but just for the sake of argument here. So let's see, Hoymar. So look, let's say that you and I both establish that we are 505 feet above sea level. But I didn't use any reference to a radius. I simply used the distance from the shoreline. And yet we both had the same elevation. Do you know what that means that we can completely eliminate from our datum?
If we're both at sea level?
Yeah, guess what datum we don't need to include whatsoever?
Okay.
I'm asking you a question. If you and I both arrive at an elevation from sea level at 505 feet, guess what datum you don't need to assume.
You tell me. You seem to know how datums work.
No, sir. No. You're not going to get off this easy. So you see, you're the geodetic surveyor. I'm the planar surveyor. We both establish that the elevation at which we are taking our measurement is 505 feet, which means that we are 505 feet from which reference point?
From sea level.
Great. So that means, what datum do you need to completely ignore?
For what? For knowing my elevation?
I don't know. I don't know,
to
because
care about
hold on. Well, right now, based on your answer, there's nothing. It seems to me that you're a planar surveyor and not a geodetic surveyor, because
I'm
we're
not
both
doing
using.
anything.
I'm sorry.
I'm just taking my elevation. That's not really surveying.
Okay, if you and I both take our elevation from the sea level, what distinguishes us from each other?
Nothing. Except the fact that
Michael!
Oh, sorry, I didn't quite. Can you
Listen,
repeat the
dog,
question?
I'm a grown man. Please don't yell at me.
Okay, look.
I'm not
Hoymar.
a child.
I know, Michael. This is all fun and games right now from Hoymar. If you and I both establish that we are 505 feet from sea level, there is a variable that you do not need to account for. You can eliminate it from your measurements.
I didn't even do anything. Like, I didn't do any surveying. If I were just establishing my
So you
altitude.
just started from mean,
Taking
not
measurements.
altitude. Listen, elevation and altitude are two different things. No offense. They're not
I
the
know.
same thing.
I'm
Okay.
well aware.
So from mean sea level, you can establish your altitude, but it's done in a different manner.
As far as I know, altitude means that you're in the air. Elevation means you're on the ground.
Yes. Yep.
I don't know why we need to talk about altitude, Hoymar.
Oh,
You and
Did I
I.
do altitude?
virus,
Sorry, I
bro.
meant elevation.
He's airborne. He's a virus.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Awesome.
No, that's okay. That's fair enough. Listen very carefully. It's very simple, Hoymar. Listen, I just put the post in at 12:48. Okay, listen to that conversation between me and Kosho.
He can't listen. He can't agree with any of your points, bro, or you already lost. And he knows
well, okay, I get
He
you.
knows it. He knows it.
I get you, Michael.
He has to argue. Listen, they have to argue that we get elevation from the center of a globe. But the only place, the only reality wherein the center of a globe dictates elevation is in a theoretical model called a geoid. It's not in reality, and it's not in survey. Period. Not geodetic or planar. It's done from mean sea level, which is an approximation, and it's an international standard.
But Michael, what you just said, the geoid is the vertical datum, not Earth's center. The geoid is the vertical datum that we reference elevations to.
It's theoretical, bro. So in survey, we don't reference theoretics to get a real world approximation, which is
well, you're at best
measurement.
plain surveyor. Why would you use the geoid?
That's
Like,
just that's pretty much what I said. You pretty much repeated what I've said. Now, thank you.
Yeah, you don't need a geoid.
You obfuscated the entire point that the only place that exists is in the theoretical model. It doesn't exist in reality. That was the very point of my statement. Had nothing to do with whether or not I'm using a geoid per survey. I don't. I'm not surveying a geoid. I'm surveying the surface and its topography and volume.
Topography comes on top of the geoid.
Oh, okay.
Wait. I'm sorry. Wait.
Once
How do you wait?
obfuscate the point and apply it towards something that's a non sequitur? Is this a tactic, or do you really just not comprehend? It seems like a comprehension problem.
Hoymar, how do you get from elevation and distance to geoid?
Well,
Theoretically,
you need to measure. You want to measure the actual shape of the surface, right? Like the extents and distances, right? Over long distances. So what you need to do is build a network of triangles, right? You do triangulation between lots of triangulation stations or trig points to
but that's
get
not how we
long
do a
distances.
survey in real life, bro. We do it in sectors and squares and Cartesian coordinates and tic-tac-toe boards.
Yeah, sure. That's plane surveying.
Just
I'm
wrong.
aware of that. I'm talking about geodetic surveying, which is a different
Geodetic
beast.
survey is adding it in, not measuring it. I'm sorry, but you got this confused. They don't go out in the world and create triangles and then add it to a geoid, bro. They just take the math.
No, the geoid is the
Hold
result.
on. They take the math for the curvature and they add it into the planar survey to see if it adheres to the shape. They say it is theoretically.
Let me just ask you. Let me just
I
ask
got
you.
one question, bro. Let me answer this one question. Answer this. If your model is proven scientifically, why is an ellipsoid and a geoid still colloquially defined as a theoretical model?
Because every model is theoretical. That doesn't mean it doesn't adhere to reality.
No, if it was a proven scientific reality, it could not be considered theoretical. That obfuscates the question.
Yeah, it is a good point.
Yeah, okay, can you give a source for like theoretical as opposed to used practically as a model for reality? Because as far as I know,
Of course, it's colloquially defined as theoretical. Do we have to argue the definition of theoretical now before you get the obvious point?
well, no, you need to back up your claim that it's
Defined colloquially is not my claim. It's defined colloquially. An ellipsoid is a theoretical model, dude. That's how it's defined. So is a geoid. That means in the dictionary, Webster's. Not some urban dictionary, but Webster's. So.
Okay, which geoid model are you exactly referring to?
No, it doesn't. It's not specific. It's just any geoid model or any ellipsoid model are theoretical because we've never scientifically measured or tested any geoid or ellipsoid in four-dimensional Euclidean space, bro. The implications here
The geoid is the result of
it's a
centuries
geometric
of
shape in paper, on paper. It's not a proven shape of an Earth or a planet or star.
It's the result of hundreds of geodetic surveys over centuries.
It doesn't. Well, why is it theoretical? Because that result is not an absolution. It's not scientifically proven. Therefore, it's not worthy of debate. It's
Well,
just a theory.
That's you saying it's all theoretical. Can you give a source for that? Otherwise, I don't accept
How
that.
many times do I got to tell you the source is a colloquial definition? You can't look up Webster's.
I did. I know the definition of the geoid. It doesn't say that it's just a theoretical
Did he
model.
not agree that all models are theoretical?
Yeah, well, he already did. He already conceded the point. Elijah, thank you.
I conceded that, but I wouldn't say that geoid is, disconnected from reality or something. Which
Yeah, but
Michael
the problem is you can't prove that it is because it's just a model.
But
That's
it's the result. It's the result of centuries of measurements. That's how you
No,
come up with.
No, it's
that's
not.
begging the
No, it's
question.
not.
Yeah, it's a
Well,
non sequitur. It doesn't answer the question. Doesn't
I'm reading
reply
here.
to the question.
This guy Gauss, who apparently was the first one to describe a geoid, called it a mathematical figure of the Earth.
Yep, an abstract concept.
It's concept, man. God damn.
Yeah,
Listen,
it says here about the reference ellipsoid, which is a mathematical idealized representation of the physical Earth as an ellipsoid. Mathematical idealized representation.
Just real quick.
Can you tell me the difference
I'm not
between
talking about the
ellipsoid
ellipsoid. I'm
model
talking
and
about
the
the
geoid?
geoid.
Can you tell me the difference between ellipsoid and a geoid? Because a geoid isn't technically about shape, not of your so-called planet. The geoid
Yeah,
model is
well,
a gravitational model.
correct. Yes.
Right. So then you get into gravity and the Earth's rotation, both unsubstantiated, theoretical. We can get into all that as well. But yeah, so the entire geoid is even based upon those, which is even more suspect and not definitively
Hoymar.
substantiated.
Hoymar, I've got a question. So let's just take it for granted that Michael represents planar, you represent geodetic. At what point and how do you differentiate your approach from his? What distinguishes your approach from his? How are you different?
Basically, I never, I never assume the level to be flat. I never assume a planar surface that I'm surveying on, which is why I can go to greater distances than he using the methods of planar surveying.
Greater distances. So planar survey is all about the limits of your equipment. It's got nothing to do with the limits of your mathematics. So the mathematics for a planar infinite. So the implication that the math isn't consistent is just
Can I
ridiculous.
clarify something real quick, please? Did he say that he doesn't clarify or he doesn't view level as flat? Is that what he said?
Yeah, well, I don't really get into that because nobody thinks it's a smooth surface or a smooth
I know
flat surface, right? Nobody really believes that. The flat is just a trigger word, and flat and level don't mean the same thing. True.
I was gonna let that go, but Scrat, yeah, are you talking about Hoymar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just I thought he said he doesn't
I know he
view
brings in
level as
Right, because
flat.
they kind of start that journey by basically going going off of what level actually is and then putting it into all these theoretical models that they then can adjust and calculate to even have their belief even somewhat be supported.
So yeah, so just real quick, Hoymar. I'm
Conception.
sorry. I'm sorry, Hoymar. I'm gonna give away. Spoiler alert, everybody. Just stop listening if you haven't seen this episode. Okay, Hoymar. The difference between Michael and you is you assume the Earth is a globe. That's the difference between planar and geodetic. You assume the Earth is a globe. Therefore, you have to change. You have to impose. You have to implement. You have to introduce things that you do not measure, but calculate based on a concept. Hoymar.
It's called the Struvian arc. Right, but hey, listen, I want to put to rest a misconception he has that in planar survey, we assume an absolute flat or level surface. We don't. That's why we use a walk tape. So the walk tape doesn't measure a straight line. If you walk uphill, downhill, it measures the absolute distances. And for planar survey, we actually assume there's going to be topography and it's going to affect the distances in the survey. 3 feet isn't 3 feet totally when it's not stretched out in a straight line. But it still is in distance when you go uphill and downhill, and it still matters in survey. So we don't assume any flat, perfect square for a sector. The sector could have topography.
Right, it's all measured using the actual real geometry of the Earth, the XYZ axis.
I don't think anybody is denying that topography exists. Like in planar surveying, just the level surface, like the idealized surface.
No, we give it an approximation level, a mean level, just like we do to the ocean.
Exactly. And the ellipsoid or geoid would be the equivalent for geodetic surveying.
Have you looked at an ellipsoid? It has no mean surface or level. It's the most irregular shape there is.
Hoymar,
Yeah,
I
no,
just have
it's
a
not, it's not a mean. It's not a mean. It's just a reference surface. But that's data.
Hoymar.
Well, let me. I know Travis, you want to get in, but let me just ask Hoymar one thing because I have been listening to a lot of this conversation. So, if you could, Hoymar, since we're right at this point, we were just discussing it. Could you share with us, and please, like, no one interrupt him, just so he can have the floor to share it. In your understanding of geodetic surveying, what parts of it are actually real that you can say, yes, this is physical reality, you can verify it, show it, etc. in your understanding of the actual physical world, the actual one that we're here that we can touch and tangibly measure and so on, and what parts of it are not that, meaning either theoretical, an assumption, meaning you can't verify it. For example, the center of the earth, that you've never verified that, so that would be out. Radius, etc. So that's my question to you. Like, what parts are actually real and concrete, and which parts are theoretical and not definitively, tangibly measured, and therefore, then that field of calculations, etc., models, etc. So, how's your understanding of that between those two?
Okay, if I get your question correctly, you're saying like the center of the Earth, like assuming the globe model, would not be part of geodetic surveying because you can't physically go there. I'm not sure.
I guess what I'm asking is that in your understanding, just geodetic surveying in general, and geodesy and so on, what parts of it, in your understanding, are real and concrete, and which parts are theoretical and not actually physical?
I think geodesy is a more accurate description because geodetic, to call it survey, implies that you actually do measurements, and you don't. You take measurements done by planar surveyors and you add in geodetic math.
I mean, yeah, geodesy
Right,
and
so the answer
are equivalent.
you don't. That's why I want to hear him. That's why I want to hear what his thoughts are. Because I mean, Michael, you're essentially saying none of it is real.
I want to get
planar
my
part is the planar.
Right.
Yeah, I want to get my question in too, please.
Okay, so basically, what you're asking is what does a geodetic surveyor actually do in the field?
No,
right?
I know. Okay, it was a long question. I'll try to summarize it really quickly. In your understanding, we're just going to use the term geodetic surveying, your understanding of that field. What parts of it are physical and real that actually are the tangible, measurable reality we live in? And what parts of it are based on either theory or assumption or something that's not tangible? Boom, that's it. What's your response?
Okay, good question. So the response is that the distances and the angles in these large scale triangulation networks on the surface of the Earth, those are all real verifiable measurements. You can repeat them.
They are without curvature. The distances are verified survey measurements, and they're not absolute. They're approximate. So I just want to add that in. No survey measurement. No survey measurement is considered absolute because it's angles. Take 18 angles and approximate.
Yeah, I mean, in that sense, every measurement has a degree of inaccuracy.
All right, so you're saying the angles and distances, in your understanding, are in the tangible, physical, real field, and you're saying, with the margin of error, Hoymar, that's in your category of the real, the tangible.
Yeah, that's what that's how the whole field started. I don't know about all the different fields that they have today. Using satellites, geodesy, and GPS, and LiDAR and whatnot. But that's how they actually started.
So you're claiming that those distances
in the 18th and 19th century, building these first large geodetic arcs, across North America, across Northern Europe, and so on, India, and so on.
That Bill arc is where you take
Can
an
I try
already
to ask my question?
already planar survey and you just add in the parabolas.
Yeah, can I ask my
Well, I
question?
think Hoymar should at least finish the question. Okay, that's the stuff you think is real and tangible, and then you're saying that all those angles and distances fit on a sphere. Is your understanding of it? a
Absolutely.
WGS.
It's I would say it's the other way around actually. They measure these in reality, and the result of that is the precise figure of the Earth.
Okay, and then what parts of geodetic surveying are either fabricated or assumed or theoretical?
Yeah, the
None,
question
none
I
are,
got,
none are-
hold up. The
I mean,
question I got is how do you measure the parabola over large distances? How are you measuring that curvature? Because no survey ever said, hey, we measure the curvature of Earth. We know it's a sphere. No surveyor ever said that. We know damn well it's a datum.
I
And
can
a
prove
datum
you
is
with
just
one single citation, Michael.
you can't actually. A datum is just a coordinates you give to a measurement system. You know this, right?
I'm not
So
talking about it.
I can give whatever coordinate system I want. That'd be my datum, but it doesn't prove my model or my map. You're
The point
basically
is that
saying,
they,
listen, you said across the entire Northwest, we pretty much measured arc. I'm asking for the process on how which we measured this arc.
Right, because that's where we need to get into the stuff that's theoretical and non-tangible.
So here's my question, if I can. I'm sorry. Hoymar.
Do it.
Well, he never really answered the rest of mine, but I guess.
Oh, well, I know, but I hear what you're saying, Gio, and I hear where he's not going.
Well, it's all good. Yeah, I'll pass the mic.
Yeah.
We've been saying this for years, haven't we, Gio? We've done this before.
Okay, so Hoymar, you and Michael are both measuring the same distance and elevation. Okay? You have the same starting point, the same end point. You have the same distance, you have the same elevation. What are you measuring in addition that he is not?
Yeah, what equipment can I use to measure that curvature is my biggest question.
I'm actually
I use a
Hold
total
on, Michael, I'm sorry, bro. Hold on. Just let Hoymar address that. Okay, right? You have distance, Hoymar. You have elevation.
Well, I think Mike should be able to respond to it, though, because you are bringing him into it as a comparison. So even if Hoymar goes first, I think we should definitely hear Michael's.
Listen, we use a total station with GPS and satellite, and it gives us distances. I'm wondering if the implication is that from a total station, we get absolute curvature, because I know for a fact we do not. We don't get no arc or parabola. We don't measure arc or parabola. Parabola, you can look up planar survey, and it says we assume the surface to be level because that's how it appears. If it appears level and flat, how the fuck can we measure at a long distance an arc? And what equipment do we use to do that? Because it sure isn't. It's not a total station. It's not laser levels. It's nothing I have in my armada of tools.
Right. So what I am doing different, well, the whole process is different because I'm doing triangulation. So I need at least two distant points that I'm measuring the angle between. And I do that for all three. So I get three angles and I need to know one side length, one baseline.
That's three triangles and three angles of triangles, right? You're assuming those are triangles. Because you're not observing those triangles in reality.
No, I'm actually.
It leads right back into you add curvature. You don't observe it.
No, Michael. No, in the field, I have three trig points, and from each of these, I cite the other 2 points and measure the horizontal angle.
This is the GPS location, and we assume a horizontal and a vertical angle on a sphere. This is otherwise there's no horizontal.
GPS actually begs the question.
Yes or no?
Wait. What did someone just say? What the GPS does what?
Yeah, GPS uses a geoid to give you your accurate position.
Okay, this conversation's over.
It uses Cartesian coordinates.
Did you not know that? how GPS calculates from the 3D position in the ECEF coordinate system. It has to calculate your latitude, longitude, and elevation.
What's
and for
the
elevation,
zero?
it
Yeah,
uses
what's the 0, 0?
the center of the Earth.
Okay, my friend, what makes you think there's a center to the Earth?
Yeah, so now we're here. Now we've unpacked it to the assumptions. So
We'll know that the fact that GPS exists and works, right?
Okay, Hoymar. I don't know. Right? Look, brother. Listen very carefully. If you and Michael are both measuring the same distance and elevation, and you insert a 0, 0 data point to the center of the Earth, how do you have more information than he to know that there is a distance from the surface to this alleged axis?
Yeah, he doesn't. It's assumed. Listen, bro. He's trying to lead you to right back to the Hard Rock Cafe, where in curvature is assumed or applied, never observed or measured, and you won't give it. So we're asking you, where in nature do you observe these angles of triangles from a central point on a sphere? We can't be any more specific about it. Yeah, I know. It's like, oh my God, somebody hit me with a hammer.
Okay, let's dump this down a bit. So, what Travis asked, I responded with the fact that we're doing triangulation, right? We're not just measuring one distance and one elevation, but we are triangulating between 3 points on the surface of the Earth.
We ask a specific question about how these are known points and how do you know that they have a distance from a central point?
Well,
and that they're referenced. Hold on, real quick. That they're referenced.
You let him answer, man.
It's that they're actually referenced from the center.
We can assume any abstract structure we want.
Okay, that was regarding GPS. If we're just on the surface right now, we don't know anything about GPS. Let's say we're in like the 19th century.
It was designed by somebody who made the same assumptions.
You're not gonna let him answer.
Well, that's actually a separate topic. The original thing is where
not answering. He's obfuscating the question.
No, y'all are not letting him finish one explanation before you're throwing other things on top of what he's saying.
White Knight Howard.
Can you repeat to me?
Well, I just want to hear his answer. I want to hear all of his answer.
What was the question?
Yeah, we are kind of throwing a queue of inquiries at him and haven't really let him even get to the first one on the queue.
He's already thrown himself under the bus on this, man.
Well, let's hear his actual answer. So, where are you getting the center of the Earth, the assumed center of the Earth? And because you mentioned triangulation, I mean, it's trilateration, as ultimately, right?
Well, the triangulation and then the GPS part's two different things.
Yeah, we were not even on GPS. We're at geodetic surveying and his assumed center of the Earth, and why he's using that as an axis. And Travis was asking him specifically where he's getting the substantiation or foundation to use that center of the Earth as an axis to then build the rest of the coordinate system off of.
Yeah, we need to get back to away from GPS, away from the Earth-centric coordinate system. We're just triangulating on the surface. We're not assuming curvature or the center of the Earth. Okay.
All right. So planar surveying.
Well, that's the entire point. Every single time that we link up 3 places on the Earth, we're not measuring planar triangles, but spherical triangles, because the angles always add up to greater than 180 degrees, and I can present measurements if you
listen. Only if you present them as on a spherical surface. That's the only way they don't equal. If you just try to elaborate from distance,
You know, you present the measurements as they're taken.
Yeah, they all
You
come
don't have
out.
to assume anything.
In
They come out with
if you come out
excess.
in perfect, I can go out in reality right now and measure a perfect triangle. To make it an unperfect triangle, I have to assume that the surface is curved. I just don't observe it. What part of this? What is so hard to understand about this? Show me in reality where you measure a curved triangle, brother.
Well, I've
Geodetic surveying.
I've tried to find, footage
It's a
or
specific
documentation.
question. You tried to clarify it with an abstract concept and system built off the assumption.
Michael, why don't you let me finish? Well, can you behave like, a normal person?
Listen, bro, that's a question you should ask yourself. You interrupt every motherfucker before their sentence is over. I was responding to him, and you didn't want to let me. No offense, but that's rude.
Yeah, well, let's all try to let each other finish because, we all do it sometimes as well. So let's just kind of reset.
I admit it. It's just begging the question when you use the abstract construct or system, coordinate system, the datum to prove the datum.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Let's recap. We're just triangulating in the field between 3 points on the surface of the Earth.
That those 3 points will equal a curved triangle. We're not just triangulating.
There's no assumption.
Come out equal. They do come out equal.
We're just measuring the azimuthal angles between 3 points, and we know one baseline, right? One side length. So we know the distance, and we know the angle, and the angle is always greater than 180 degrees.
Yeah, azimuth, it's a 360-degree circle, and that's because they're not perfectly square triangles in azimuth. But the azimuth is an assumption too of 360-degree circle.
The azimuth is
that's a one sphere. That's a sphere. That's an assumption of a sphere in geometry. It's called a one sphere.
What? The azimuth? Are we not allowed to measure horizontal angles on a flat Earth, Michael? Are you not measuring horizontal angles in your surveying activities?
That's not the question. How do you come up with a rounded triangle? Well, you apply that it's done in 360-degree fashion or a circular manner as on a one sphere or a four sphere or a three sphere. A three sphere is a ball, one sphere is a circle centered on R. I mean, do you even understand the math you're trying to use to clarify what you're saying, dude? It's really frustrating.
I don't know what your problem is. We're just measuring angles between three.
Yeah, they do the observation and they measure their angles of the observation, and they produce They produce angles greater than 180 degrees.
Yeah, that's because it's an assumed 360-degree azimuthal projection. I've covered this 3 times. It's a circle, but in reality, we're not measuring anything to be a circle, guy. That's my point.
There's several
circular.
No, Michael, you can't explain this away.
It's all in math. What is an azimuth? What is azimuth? Azimuth is a projection in 360 degrees with a limit. It becomes a circle. It's centered on R.
I think azimuth's just the direction that you're looking is all.
Azimuthal projection, it's in the definition he gave. It's a 360. It's a 360. It's a 360 degree projection. What is 360 degrees? It's a circle. It's a one sphere. It's simple geometry. This is just shape. We haven't got applied math to it. Oh my God.
I think to be fair to Hoymar, we should give him the. I think Hoymar wants to like.
A circle is a sphere in geometry. It's a one sphere. It's centered on R. You can.
I mean, look, look.
I want to hear how Hoymar is actually, what he has to actually say, like, because I feel like he hasn't had like a full 45 seconds or a minute to lay it out.
Right. So, where was I? We have 3 trig points, and we've measured the angles between them, and we we can add up those angles, and it gives us, the internal angles, which, as I said, turns out to be not the one of a planar triangle, but the one of a spherical triangle, or at least, on a surface with positive Gaussian curvature. But it's they're spherical, and we can, even from such a triangle, we can calculate the radius of the sphere that we measured that single triangle on. That's not how it's done, but it's one way to do it. A less precise way, but it's still. It's still.
I don't know that my question was ever.
It's disingenuous, dude. When you can only measure a portion if you assume it to be a sphere and then multiply it to come up with a radius. You have to have.
You get the angles that you get just through the observation.
Basically, what you're doing.
Goes in circular manner. I said the only thing I have to do to get a radius is assume a spherical measurement, and then I take one measurement and I multiply it by whatever I think that portion is of a sphere. If it's 1/52nd, excuse me, can I finish? If it's 1/50, listen, dude, this is simple measurement. It's radiuses with triangles. If you already know you have a sphere, then you can cut it in quarters. Measure a quarter and multiply it by the amount of triangles you have in the assumed sphere, and then you have a radius. But first you have to assume a sphere or know it's a sphere.
But we're trying to, we're not trying to assume.
True, yes or no? We either have to, am I right or wrong? We either have to assume it to be a sphere, or we have to see physically that it is a sphere. Yes or no?
We want to measure the precise shape. We don't want to assume it. So if we measure planar surface geometry, then we don't assume a sphere. If we measure planar triangles, we're not going to assume a sphere.
All right, so Hoymar, you're under the information or the idea that humans have measured distances and angles all over the Earth, and you think that they've measured spherical triangles, quote unquote, even though, that's a whole... Anyways, just using that term, which is just essentially 3 lines, 3 points on a sphere that are all equidistant from each other as they move out. So you think that humans have measured that, and you probably think circles of equal altitude with the celestial navigation are all fitting a sphere. But the original thing is that the distances and angles that you think have been verified through surveying are actually creating spherical triangles and showing an actual coordinate system of a sphere. Is that your understanding?
Actually, I was going to ask for him to define a planar triangle and a spherical triangle because one doesn't exist in geometry.
Well, if you talk about planar geometry, then yes, we have planar triangles. And if you talk about geometry, we have spherical triangles.
There's no such thing. There's either 2-dimensional triangles or 3 or 4-dimensional. There's no such thing as a planar triangle.
No, it's all a 2-dimensional surface.
There's no such thing as a planar triangle.
I just posted it in the chat. The fact that they use the word triangle for this is, I think, problematic because a real triangle is 3 straight lines, which create coplanar. 3 lines make a plane, so those 3 create that coplanar system, and then all the lines are straight and the angles are all straight lines, which is the definition of angle and triangle. But yeah, this spherical thing, these 3 points on a sphere, they do call it a spherical triangle. At least they claim, there's websites and stuff claiming it in that sense. But yeah, I just don't think it should be called a triangle. It should be called something else.
Let me jump in just real quick.
I think you should cite it. I'm calling BS, and I want you to cite it. Cite the measurements of spherical excess, please. Cite it.
I already did, but I'm pleased to repeat it.
Well, from what? From modern times?
Matthew Learns posted the one from 1902 from...
Yeah. So the only ones I got... So I have read the government's recent explanations of how they do geodetic surveying, up to date, 2022. And they said that the methodologies they use never exceed 180 degrees. So then the Globers running around and say, we have measurements of spherical excess all over the Earth. People do it all the time. And that's a lie because the actual modern methodology doesn't exceed 180 degrees. I can cite the government saying that, and you have to go back 100-something years, and then it's 2 that exist, and then they misinterpret what it's even saying.
Yeah,
So
but
you can cite that. I want to see that.
Yeah.
So
Please
it means
visit.
it,
Yeah.
Listen, this is
100
all fine. Listen. My question was completely lost. Hoymar, you have measured distance and elevation. Michael has measured distance and elevation. What do you know? What have you measured besides him that will change your values?
That's still a nonsensical question.
It's not. He asked, "Where did you get your?" You're coming up with a variable that I don't have, and you're giving the
Yeah, I
absolution.
assume level to be curved based on
Solution.
previous measurements,
It's
and you do
sphericity.
not.
And I say for everything you use to measure a sphere, you have to assume first a sphere because you have no measurement of spherical nature of Earth. So you assume it to be a sphere. You take angles, and then you apply it to how many fractions you think that measurement is of a sphere based on distances, known distances. The distances are known. Yeah, I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is nobody knows it's a
Over
sphere,
this.
so we can't use. We have been
We've been
over it,
over
but
this
see,
before.
listen, you're doing the same thing you told me not to do. Interrupt people, please, dude.
You're repeating yourself, and we've been over this.
I'm repeating myself,
And
and
I
you
want
already agreed
no
that
Witsit
you
wanted to
either
provoke my like.
you already agreed that you
ridiculous.
either have to assume it's a
Hold on, guys.
sphere
You know, the thing that
or
Mike,
observe
like,
it to be a sphere.
if two people talk at once, it seems like Michael, your mic, like it starts going out. It kind of sounds like a buzzing sound. So then, like, it just sounds like it's really. So we somehow have to try to go one at a time and give each other fair time to respond as well.
Thank you, Gio. Thank you. Okay, so please, no one else but Hoymar. What do you know or what have you measured besides Michael that gives you another variable?
I have measured the shape of the level surface that I reference elevations to. So
Okay,
when
wait.
citing this
That's the same as him. That's the same as him. You have distance.
Dude, you didn't let him finish, bro.
Okay, wait. You have distance and height. You both have that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense to just isolate that measurement, that one site.
He's asking how you add in sphericity, and you're avoiding it.
Wait, Michael. Wait.
Every time.
I know. Wait. Okay, so now you know something he doesn't. What do you know?
That's a good question.
What do I know? Like as opposed to a plane surveyor or somebody who
listen very carefully. I don't know how to make this more clear.
Yeah, it's pretty much what he said.
You both have the same distance. You both have the same elevation. What do you now know more than Michael?
Oh, we have the same elevation. So we have the same level surface. So we know the same thing apparently. That's see, that doesn't really
I think
make
he's
any
kind of
sense either.
saying in a geodetic, from a geodetic perspective of some idea of the Earth being a sphere. If you both have the elevations and the distances, and if they're the same, and those were gotten through planar surveying, what are you claiming you know more about what you think the Earth is from this geodetic method that doesn't have any additional actual physical, tangible, real measurements, but only calculations and assumptions that are plugged into models?
Because if we know the same thing, I know I didn't measure curvature anywhere in there. So how did you? That's the plain, simple question.
Well, I have to correct the measurement for the actual curving level surface.
So there we go. Taking the real data and literally curving it out of the assumption that the Earth is a sphere.
The assumption based on the measurement, yes.
You can shut the channel down, Gio. I mean, like, what the fuck do we need, man?
I still would like to get back to Witsit.
That's just it. It's not.
Witsit, can you give any citation or backup for your claim that
only if you can give me some modern
the...
applications of a spherical excess instead of just claiming BS baselessly.
Well, no. You said the
Yeah, I think
government said
both of those
we
would be
never measured
interesting.
spherical excess.
I'm fine to get it, right? Because I gave it to I forgot the other guy's name. The guy that says like I'm a pagan and blah blah. Flat Earth Skeptic's his name now. I gave it to him. I showed it to him so I can find it. It was on my other computer, so I'll have to find it again. But I don't mind getting it. But my point is that I didn't just make that up, and I will grab it. But you are saying that we have all these. This debunks flat Earth, right? That you have triangles that exceed 180 degrees, and we can do it all the time, and that's how we do it. So I asked for evidence of that because I know for a fact that that's not true. That's not how people do it in 2022 at all. And that every time you ask the Globers, they have to bring up one of like two that allegedly exist from like 1902 and then like 1756 or 1803 or some nonsense. No one does that now. And you guys run around pretending everyone goes around doing it all the time now, which is called being dishonest.
Oh, we don't. Okay. So the point is, why do we only have old geodetic surveys that were really done by hand? Well, because once you have accurate figures, you don't need to repeat the measurement over and over again. And adding on top of that, like in the 60s, we're using satellite geodesy. We have actual GPS satellites that can give us very accurate measurements. So we don't need to repeat. Basically, we don't need to go out in the field and measure thousands of.
That's all irrelevant, Mark. That's not. Sorry, but that's just not relevant. Like you're claiming that you have measurements of spherical excess. That means that it would be easily done now. Your satellites would be able to get it. Everything would be able to get it. All the geodetic surveying done today would be able to get it. They don't. But what happens is the flat earthers always chase you guys around, just believing you wouldn't be that dishonest. You wouldn't come in here and just baselessly lie and pretend and give the facade that you have all these measurements of spherical excess when you literally don't. And they chase you around. So I don't chase the Globers around. I call them out. I happen to know that you just go to McLooney Tunes website and you cite stuff from 150 years ago. So if you want to give us some modern measurements of spherical excess, that would be cool. Otherwise, I feel like your point is literally invaluable and doesn't mean anything.
Okay. So you're appealing to novelty, like a measurement that was done 100 years ago is not valid because of reason X, Y. I think that's not logical. Like,
so we should put our whole worldview on one measurement from 1900.
You go to say we don't apply it, so it doesn't. It's not applied. That's why he asked you to show him application.
Yeah, because you guys pretend that we do it all the time, and that's what we see, and that's impossible on a flat Earth. And you guys literally have like one document that you misinterpret. So it's hilarious.
There's multiple of these surveys.
From any of them, from any recent modern time at all?
To be fair, I don't have any recent such survey because it's just not necessary anymore.
Would you said the satellites did it in the 60s. Did that show spherical excess?
Well, no, you don't need to triangulate over long distances if you have precise satellite positioning.
Yeah, well, because they use 180 degrees now. That's what they use for geodetic surveying today.
Okay, you already said that. That would be really strange, because obviously that would assume planar geometry, so I would like you to cite where you got that from.
Okay, I'll drop it, and then I guess you're going to be a flat earther now, or you're just going to dismiss it and pretend it doesn't matter, and then just skate over with sophistry to your next point.
Yeah,
if that's
a triangle, you have to wrap it around. You have to wrap a triangle around a sphere. So you either have to assume a sphere or observe it to be a sphere to use a spherical triangle. This is my entire point. There's no spherical triangle in reality, in measurement, without a known sphere or an observed sphere.
Yeah, I explained that to you. We just measure 3 angles in the field.
To me, you obfuscated it. You said we measure 3 angles in this field, and we assume them to be spherical. That's the part you do. You want to say we're measuring a sphere. No, you're not, because there's no spherical triangle without already having a sphere.
Yes, we do.
No.
I explained. I think I went into.
Give a citation for the excess. It proves it, dude. I mean, come on, dude. Prove it.
Sorry, what? I posted the measurements.
To be a sphere. We've asked you 100 times how. Show us the method, the tools. Show me how you measured Earth to be a sphere and came up with spherical axis, and know you were right to wrap a triangle around an assumed sphere. To prove that the datum we used to come up with a spherical triangle is absolutely true, without using the abstract construct of this model to prove this model. Because that's all you've been doing for an hour. You're trying to prove this model with another abstract construct based on that model.
I'm literally not doing that because obviously,
You are.
if I use that, that's circular reasoning, right? We don't want to do circular reasoning.
So
I know,
let me
that's
ask
why
you a
I'm
question.
asking you, how do you come up with a spherical triangle, dude? Because you don't measure a sphere. Nobody's ever measured Earth to be a sphere. And you say they have.
Yeah, that's kind of linked into what I was going to ask as well, Hoymar. So what has convinced you? So not necessarily even in some like debate thing, but just more on just me asking you a question. Like, what have you seen that convinced you that spherical excess is real? I know you haven't done it yourself, so I'm sure that's, unless I'm wrong on that, but I'm quite sure you haven't done it yourself, correct? Or claim to it. So what have you seen that
Please
convinced
let him
you?
get his whole answer out.
Yeah, that's a good question. Probably seeing that, this has been done over and over again for thousands of triangulations in, dozens of surveys from different countries in different places on the earth, all coming up with congruent results. And, that convinced me that it was an accurate method. So yeah, I accepted that.
So there isn't anyone in particular, anyone that you've
Oh my God! Like,
you kind of
this is
assume that it's happening.
this is crazy, insane. Like, what? Like, is this the best? Is this the best we have to oppose? This is
Well,
crazy.
that's all they have.
Yeah, but we've already dismantled it, and they don't even know it.
Well,
that's
I
not
guess they take the
that's-
leap. They take the leap of the belief from the data they're given, or they think that they're given.
That's actually not the best, but that's just some evidence, like a literal measurement of the sphericity of the
Okay,
curvature.
listen. Okay, I'm going to try this one more time.
Yeah, have
I'm
you
gonna try-
seen that, Hoymar? Have you seen something that was like you looked at it and you're like, oh yeah, this is curvature of Earth, or this is spherical excess? That's what I'm asking for. Like, just what have you found that? Because obviously, if you believe this, it must mean you're convinced of it for whatever reason. So if you haven't done it yourself, what have you seen that was the real kicker for you that did it for you?
Well, basically, I've combined this, with all the other evidence for curvature that I know of. It matches, and given what I said before, that was convincing.
Okay,
I'm
that
dropping your
data for
links, by the
curvature.
way.
That data for curvature you have, where'd that come from?
Hey, you wanted all these links. There you go. 180 degrees, GPS for line surveyor, geodetic surveying, 180 degrees, 180 degrees, 180 degrees. You've been debunked.
Hold on, you just posted a link. What exactly are you?
Outside that violates the law of the parallel postulate, but
Okay.
listen.
Okay,
listen.
examine what we're supposed
To be perfectly honest, I still don't know how you answered my question. There is distance and elevation. You and Michael have both measured distance and elevation. What additional information do you have as a variable that he does not?
I think I did answer that, but the premise is still kind of nonsensical. So if
No, it's not. Okay,
if you
listen,
could
man.
rephrase that.
Hold on.
nonsensical, dude. That doesn't make it nonsensical. It's just your
Please,
assertion.
Michael, this has happened a couple of times, and I think it's just gotten lost. Okay, please pretend. Please
obfuscates
pretend.
your question.
Please pretend like I'm a 5-year-old.
Do it
Honestly,
again.
I'm a 5-year-old. I'm asking you a question. What additional information do you have that Michael does not?
I think he said it before. They do quote unquote corrections.
Yeah, he did it. He did give that, Gio. He said, "Well, we correct for the curvature, the known curvature."
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, but listen. Right. But
Based
that's not
on the
an answer.
radius and the center of the Earth and the whole nine.
Okay,
Now,
I know.
measurements. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. But listen. But you guys are giving him more. You guys are giving him more allowance than he's given himself. Right? He's not giving that. He just. So listen. What do you know that Michael doesn't?
I know that the Earth is a sphere.
A
How?
different kind of geometry.
Stop. Please stop. All you have is distance and elevation. How do you know there is a sphere?
I don't just have distance and elevation.
Okay, great. That's what I'm asking for.
Where does the third measure come from then?
Wait. This is where we're going. What additional knowledge do you have that he doesn't?
He just said it's spherical axis, and we're right back to where we were.
Fuck, man, listen. That was Howard. That was a third party, not to whom I'm speaking.
Okay.
Sorry.
We gotta go to 1900. Go ahead.
Oh, I have a sudden onset of amnesia. I can't reference any external information in my citing.
Yo, isn't it weird that we got to go to 1900 to try to find this alleged evidence you guys think is like the best evidence you have? We have to go to like, there's like
no further
So
questions, Your
repeat
Honor.
what he said. What's it? You don't.
What I
You can't repeat it word for word. You lose that talent.
Which I'm trying to find out.
What I heard him say was that basically he's convinced by his confirmation bias. Because whenever someone says, "Okay, well, tell us what you know that we don't,"
Well, Travis certainly
mum's
wants
the word,
his,
I guess.
sorry. Travis certainly wants his question answered. Do you want to repeat the question, Hoymark? Do you have an answer for his question? I actually didn't hear it.
Well, he's putting up
Claimed
a
amnesia.
premise which is
Listen very
nonsensical,
carefully. Hold on, everybody, shush. It's not a difficult question. Both of you are on your own. No one else. You guys are the only, look, humanity is going to die with you because you're the only two males left, okay? There's no one else left.
All right, so
You
Trev, drop your question, and then let's see if he's got the response once and for all. Because, yeah, I'm not sure. I think he's kind of sidetracked every time you've asked it, which I'm not trying to, say that as a attack on him or anything. I'm just saying he doesn't seem to have answered it yet.
Okay. Both of you have distance and elevation. What additional value or information do you have that he doesn't?
Well, I know that the surface of the Earth is curving away from my line of sight at around 8 inches per mile squared. Does that answer your question?
No.
No. That's how you know it. How do you know it? Where did you get that value from?
No, make him answer. That didn't answer the question. You didn't answer his question. I'm now going to moderate you. Hoymar, you need to answer his question. He asked you, what additional information do you have that he doesn't have? And all you did was basically assert that you know what he's asking the way that you know. He's asking you how you know that, and you're saying, I know it. That's not answering his question.
Okay, so it's not about what
how do you
additional
know that?
information I have, but how do I get or how do I know what I said I know? That's a different question then.
He said, what information on a base data level do you have in addition to him? You can't just say, a presupposition. What do you have evidence or data exclusive to your paradigm or your side of the conversation? That's what he's asking you.
A measurement of your 8 inches per mile parabola. Your arc.
Well, then I guess I've already responded previously that I don't have anything more than distance and elevation. So we have exactly the same the same data.
So then the fundamental difference is just that you're presupposing a sphere.
And a spherical triangle, yes.
Yes, I'm assuming a sphere in my observation.
Okay,
And
can you prove that something is a sphere by presupposing that it's a sphere?
Oh no, that would be circular reasoning.
It'd be begging the question, right?
Exactly.
Do you have
Oh
any
my
legitimate
God.
actual evidence that definitively shows us that the Earth is a sphere?
And if not,
Yeah, sure. There's a lot of evidence for the Earth being a sphere.
Wow, that was so much specificity. I'm drowning.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. But that's
well, but with
we've
the
kind of
surveying,
talked about it.
but with the surveying, let's just keep it in this category. Do you have any actual information? If you guys are using the same data and you're just presuming a sphere, do you have anything that isn't just circular reasoning?
Yes, kind of what we've talked about the last, I don't know, 2 hours or so, which is that this specific survey, it's called the Transcontinental Triangulation and the American Arc of the Parallel, which some of you probably already know, which has those triangles with spherical excess,
Well,
thousands.
it doesn't have those triangles. It assumes them triangles to say that two mountains are actually leaning.
Listen, this is like
Well,
being
no,
married.
it's important. It's important for such work to not assume anything because
It
all the
starts with a
standard.
datum. That transcontinental, listen, the transcontinental survey is based on a datum, the accepted spherical datum, wherein it's bulging at the equator and not the poles. Because that was the argument before. Does it bulge at the poles or at the equator? And then we do the transcontinental and we use the existing datum, which says spherical nature that's slightly bulged in an oblate fashion. So the datum, the assumed datum or coordinate system is the starting point for the two measurements, wherein sphericity is already assumed.
Yeah, so they're using a previous vertical datum to
Those measurements start with a datum. The datum's the starting point. So if I'm measuring a coordinate system, so first I exist within the coordinate system. I say, okay, I'm on a star. I'm at the central point. Now I can make measurements and base those on the shape that I consider myself to be measuring. But that doesn't prove that I'm on a star. Are you with me? I'm just applying all my real world measurements to a shape I've already assumed. Thank you. I'm here all week. Have a good day. It's nice to talk to you, bro. But
So can you repeat the name of that previous datum that was referenced?
the previous datum, I didn't give a name. I said the first argument for the two datums were whether or not it was at the equatorial plane bulging or at the polar plane, but there was one accepted datum, and it was of a sphere. That has been the accepted datum of Earth for forever. So we could say the GSW-84 model proves the sphere based on the transcontinental survey because it's based on the GSW-84 datum, but it's just measurements applied to a sphere that is assumed and never been realized or actualized in reality. It's just our accepted model. And you say these measurements that we apply towards an accepted model are more than enough evidence that the model is true. So it is circular reasoning. That's where you live. You have to first assume to accept the validity of any of the measurements as applying towards the sphere. You have to first accept that your datum's true.
Yeah, you have to have an R value.
I would say that what
you have to have an R value.
What you're proposing is impossible.
You have to have an R value, though.
No, listen, and I'm gonna let Winston finish because you done bored me. I'm gonna let him smoke. You got this, right, homie? I love listening to it.
Yeah, well, they need an R value. They just want to skip past that. You literally, the equation to get your spherical excess requires an R value.
That's not true. We're solving for R. That's the whole point.
Okay, so can you drop the actual equation?
Sure. But the point is that it's impossible. What Michael proposed is impossible. If you measure planar surface geometry, you can't possibly assume that somehow is a sphere. And the other way around, if you're measuring the surface geometry and you find that it is spherical, then you can't make that a planar measurement. So to say that such a survey assumes a sphere is not logical.
So you're looking at distances and you're looking at mountains, and the mountains are too far left and right for the Earth to be flat. Is that your claim?
In a way, that's a weird description, but that's kind of how these how spherical triangles work.
So if I go out to the world right now and I get on top of a mountain and I look at two other mountains, I'm going to be able to tell that the Earth is a sphere by looking at the mountains because it's going to be too far in one direction or the other horizontally.
If like you're just looking at mountains, well, you have to measure a triangle, and you have to know you have to have a baseline. So a side length.
A side length of a straight line?
Yeah, like that's done in every survey. Like you need a baseline of known lengths, and from that you build a control network, geodetic control network, which all your other triangulations are based on. So
you use a straight line as your baseline?
That's actually a question that I still haven't found out. I just know that they measure the distance between 2 points. Like that's a rather short distance because it was done using chains or wires. Nowadays they would probably use electronic range finding.
Yeah, so can I ask a question? Is the control mechanism a spherical datum?
I'm pretty sure it is, yes.
Yeah. So here we are right back at, we are going to assume a sphere, to measure a sphere, approximate a sphere, calculate a sphere.
Hold on.
That's what the equation is. It's A over R squared. Yeah, that's literally what it's called. That's what it is. That's what
he said. A circle. He said a circle's not a sphere. Like like in geometry, a circle's not a one sphere.
Well, did you say no? The control network is just that. Again, they're measuring surface
control
geometry.
Network.
Either they're measuring planar geometry or spherical geometry.
No, the control network is the datum. You're applying the measurements towards your datum. A datum isn't a bunch of measurements that you figure out the shape from. A datum is a coordinate system for an already known area, volume, or space, or distance.
Yeah, sure. You need to have reference like an origin of the coordinate system.
Yeah, so you start at 0 point based on an assumed datum. That's what most people say. You don't prove a datum. So in other words, if I'm going to survey a square, right, 1 square mile, 100 square acres, right, I'm going to break it up into a square, and I'm going to give it a central point. The square is my assumed datum, and my 0 point is the central point of a sphere. I mean, if this bores you, bro, then why are you in a flat Earth conversation? Sky.
Usually the datum is just an elevation.
Datum is just a reference point. It's not like the whole square.
But no, it's not the whole square. But to have a reference point within the square, I first have to have a coordinate system for the square. So yes, when I start with a datum for survey, I've got the square footage I'm going to survey. So my datum is based on that known area or volume. That's my central point. That's my starting point. Whether it's the corner of the plot, the center of the plot, the approximated center of a position on the plot, but it's going to be within this square or this known volume. Are you with that? Do you understand that? And within this known value, I can coordinate 3 seconds north, 3 seconds south, 30 yards east, know where I am based on the datum.
So, Michael, I've heard this so often now that, in this kind of surveys, they presuppose a sphere. Do you happen to know, like, they describe their methodology pretty
type of
precisely?
survey?
Can you point out a citation where a sphere was presupposed in such a survey? Like
No planar survey presupposes a sphere. Geodetic survey takes planar survey and applies geodetic mathematics to it to come up with a sphere. That goes against my postulation. You're asking me to go against my positive claim. That's all I'm pointing out.
No, a geodetic survey implies that you're already measuring spherical geometry.
Yeah, that's an assumption because, listen, planar geometry doesn't have sphericity in it, so you have to add math to make this two-dimensional survey into a sphere, guys.
But you assumed a flat Earth just there. That's
a flat Earth. I measured reality in 2 dimensions, guys. There is no assumption of a flat plane.
We drop a plumb. The only assumption is that we drop a plumb vertical to an assumed "quote unquote" perpendicular plane of the Earth, because that's how we literally get level.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like that. No, that's actually how we get a reference frame, horizontal and vertical.
I know it is. It's not an assumption. It's a demonstration.
Yeah, that's only the only way. That's the only way you can get level.
I mean, a plane can just be a level of existence. It can be varying levels.
Water, you could use water. You can use, whatever. You don't have to use gravity.
Oh my god! So you can use water and not assume a perpendicular plane?
No, it's still a way to get a reference for horizontal and vertical.
So it's always a perpendicular plane.
Yep.
Yeah, if you establish a plane of reference, sure.
So we literally can't measure anything on the Earth without assuming the Earth is a perpendicular plane.
Well, no, we don't make assumptions about the Earth. We just establish a reference frame, which happens.
The reference frame is the Earth, and it's treated as a perpendicular plane.
Hold on,
Assumptions about the Earth, that's a false dichotomy, dude. We do in survey assume.
We just have one vertical. How does that make the Earth
imply it when you say we assume Earth to be flat for the purpose of planar survey, and it's the same way for geodetic survey that we assume the surface that we observe to be flat is actually gradually curved over long distances. Otherwise, we don't come up with spherical triangles because we don't observe a spherical triangle in reality on topographical surface of Earth.
No, we measure the Earth to be spherical. That's the whole point.
We don't measure sphericity. I've just covered this. I just made a statement to the contrary. So you'd have a citation that proves you observe curvature in nature.
I can repeat what I posted earlier regarding that. But if you measure the surface geometry, you can't make an assumption unless you're literally, throwing
the surface of most things are. The surface of most anything is 2-dimensional, not geometrical. Even in 4th dimension,
that doesn't change the shape of the measuring. Yeah, sure, the surface is 2-dimensional. That doesn't.
Yeah. So how many people tell us that it's? You're basically saying in the angles of a triangle that we assume to be spherical, we measure the spherical nature of Earth. That's what you're saying.
No, the triangle itself leads to that conclusion. You can't make
you can't measure a spherical triangle on a 2-dimensional topographical surface. Period.
2-dimensional does not mean flat. Like the surface does not dictate the shape of the object.
I said topographical.
Sure. 2D surface doesn't mean flat.
Not curved, topographical in balls. Not true or smooth in nature. Come on. How many different words do I got to use? Where the hell is the curvature measured at?
Okay, I'm just trying to, respond to Witsit and then kind of, toning down a bit and let others speak. So Witsit, regarding the 180 degrees citation that you posted, that was just regarding the instrument range. So basically, what's the maximum angle that one instrument can measure? But we're measuring 3 angles in 3 locations, so that doesn't apply.
Really? So can you cite a modern measurement of spherical axis, please?
Actually, like hey, we don't measure angles. We approximate them because it's an optical angle, right? You know that.
Yeah, but the precision is, in the fraction of
It's
an
not
second.
precision. Yeah, that listen. We take. I sometimes have to take 16 measurements for my state, and I approximate the angle based on each one of them, because the thing is it's observed, and in reality, with the changing weather and the changing sunlight, angles change. So those angles are never going to stay true. They're always going to change. So we approximate them because we know data.
Hoymar did ask, I think, Austin directly, right? As well.
Yeah.
Well, I answered his question. So, so you're claiming that you have spherical excess. And so I just now cited a modern time where we use the instruments at always at 180 degrees. We don't make any measurements in modern times at all, ever, of alleged spherical excess. You're claiming every measurement ever would include this, because every time we measure a triangle, we'd be doing it on a ball. So I ask, can you give me some modern measurements of geodetic surveying of spherical excess, please?
That's a good point. I have to admit that I don't have anything more modern than 1914, because, as I said, for various reasons, like GPS surveying, and if you have done like 10 surveys over one continent, you don't need to do any more, for example.
So you're claiming that we've done one on every continent?
Not directly. I think there's still they did in India, they did a couple in North America, South America, Europe, Africa, Australia.
Look, Geo, I don't know. Look, man, your channel's done. Your channel's finished, man.
Well, anyway, so would you agree? Would you agree, Dean, is that you made the last statements that you made, that not every measurement ever is going to measure spherical excess, because no one has time for that, right?
That's not quite what I said.
Well, in a way, I mean, he was saying the most recent one he has is 1914, and then he was saying, they transferred over to the GPS coordinates. So there is a bit, I think, a deeper layer of the deception there, because of course they did transfer everything over to the GPS system and the quote unquote satellites and this whole new kind of network that was rolled out really after they got control of the Federal Reserve. It was after the Titanic sunk, and then the Federal Reserve was initiated. And then from that point forward, they really rolled out Einstein, and then moving into that Great Depression, the late 1920s, and then, of course, World War II, and then bam. Yep. So, they have transferred it all over. And so, he's saying all he has to go off is from 1914. And I guess he's just taking it. He's just, I guess, believing all the GPS data and then just taking that 1914 and assuming it's all right.
Yeah. And what's weird is that the GPS is a military operation. It started as a military operation, and it's not even open source, which is super weird. And then whenever you look at the actual mapping of what the military does, if you go to try to interpolate the data, you can't get it. You can't actually even get the base data per unit of area of landmass. You can't actually get the actual raw data. You can only get the total outcome. So why is it that in 2022 we can't get access to the GPS? It's not open source. It's hidden. It was a military operation launch that presupposes the R value in the model they claim that they happen to know. And we're not allowed to look at it or verify it. And we can't verify the modern maps. That's weird. Why would they ever have to hide the maps?
Funny. I've taken a GPS receiver to a old survey marker, and it matches exactly. Wonder why that is.
Wow, that was such a good argument.
It is a great argument, actually.
No, it's literally not.
Actually, it is. It's a great argument because the two systems agree with one another.
What was it surveyed for? Distance, elevation, what?
It gives a position, lat long, and an altitude.
None of this means the Earth's a ball. You actually.
But no, what I'm
so
saying
dumb.
is that the GPS system matches that survey that did it the old-fashioned way, matches it exactly. So you say that the systems don't line up. I'm telling you, if you actually did some real science, which I know you're loath to do, but if you actually did some real science and took GPS receivers to pre-marked survey points, then you would find that they agree with one another.
In fact, you think that using GPS is science just really shows how like scientifically illiterate and logically bankrupt you are. But
excuse me,
the question is, do you have any modern measurements of spherical excess?
You are the one who just said that GPS does not match up to any known system.
I didn't say that. It's a straw man.
I just fucking said that 10 seconds ago.
No, I said you can't. I said you can't actually. It's not open source.
It just agrees with the central point on a coordinate system, a given system. So does that prove the coordinate system to be absolute? No.
It's so weird that you have to lie about what I said.
Don't lie to you. You just said that the GPS system doesn't match up to any known system. I'm telling you that it does.
I said it's not open source. I said you can't get access to the actual data.
Is what he said.
Actually, you can get access to the actual data. If you make your own receiver, you can actually get the raw data coming off the satellites.
So we can't get access. We have to go get it ourselves. So why is it not open source where we can see all of it laid out place by place?
You can build your own GPS receiver. Like there's open source code on GitHub.
Essentially, they give you the data. That's the thing.
Yeah.
They give it to you. Yeah. Then you just have to take it as legit. And then that's all based on the speed of light and the timing of outer space with satellites. From there, it just goes completely.
Again, you take a GPS receiver. Take a GPS receiver to an old survey marker and look at the differences. They're negligible.
The use case of GPS long predates using it on spherical coordinates.
The position or point that marker was placed in an arbitrary coordinate system matches the system. It doesn't prove or validate that the map or the shape of the map or the map to be 100% absolute. I can mark
a GPS is accurate.
I can mark a central point on this and call this my 0 point. Does it prove my coordinate system to be 100% true? No, it proves that you actually exist in the point I place that in within my system, which are just reference points of known places within a known system. It could be based on a highway map.
Well, they used Loran back in the day, right? They used Loran long before the modern GPS. We had the same exact use case that we have right now with the alleged GPS, and you guys just blindly believe whatever they show you. It's kind of like, I don't care. Honestly, I wouldn't want you over here as flat earthers. I think you'd be different.
It could be based on a two-dimensional atlas. It doesn't even include spherical access.
Except that Loran was much less accurate on different frequencies and only in certain parts of the world, whereas GPS is much more accurate, can be gotten all over the world, and is currently active.
It's a larger system. It
wasn't much less accurate. You just basically say things. Now we've just created an entire system networked. So now we have all kinds of data that they've put inside of a little system that they don't let you have access to, and you just blind believe it like you're drinking from the Kool-Aid, right? So it's like if you want the Kool-Aid,
can I be specific? Listen, the accuracy was applied to the amount of the system, the amount of the tools in the system, and how large the system was. So the Loran system was only large enough to sustain the Navy. It wasn't built to sustain an entire computerized world. So would it be accurate for 1,000 or 1,000,000 people to use? No, but it'd be accurate for naval ships that are navigating seas.
Exactly.
So it's only as accurate as it within its abilities, its accuracy.
Well, that's exactly the point, though.
You could network them, though.
When you say that Loran to GPS is Loran, it shows that you either don't know GPS, you don't know Loran, or you don't know both.
No, Loran's accurate up to 1,500 miles, and so if you had a bunch of different Loran systems,
what's the crossing?
And it's within an accuracy of 10 miles, like 10
miles. Wow, and what's the accuracy of GPS?
It's off all the time. I watched somebody the other day. They told me that they did a bike ride, and their GPS was off by like 1.5 miles in just 22 miles.
Shit, mine's not off a minute.
The point is, if the LAN system was as large as the cellular system, it'd be just as accurate as the system we have today.
No.
Yeah, yes, it just wasn't a large system, and it didn't include a lot of technology. We only had sea beacons and a few land beacons. It was a small system. It was a military system. It was only for our military.
Correct.
Yeah, so it was only needed to be accurate for our boats, not for the entire world. So you're wanting to judge accuracy based on something it wasn't built to do.
Like I'm saying,
That's my point.
GPS is not LORAN. LORAN is not GPS. Different frequencies, different accuracies. It just doesn't work. Sorry.
Dude, if you think GPS proves the Earth's the ball,
yeah,
you literally should just stay over. No one would ever want you over here. If you think that GPS reifies and presupposes that the Earth's a ball, somehow proves that the Earth's a ball, then you aren't capable of being a flat earther.
Because satellites cannot operate. Satellites cannot operate over your flat Earth. The GPS system is not. This is why you guys hate GPS so much, because it actually shows
there's a PDF right now that talks about how at conventional heights, that's exactly what satellites do. They utilize a flat baseline.
Yeah, I want to know why a satellite can't work on a flat Earth. You can't just assert that. You have to prove it.
That's all they both do. Like Left Lane said, no, they don't. They just have no.
How does the satellite work on the flat Earth?
How does satellite work?
Listen,
how could it work? You know nothing of orbital mechanics when you say that.
How would it not?
Why? How could it work? How could a satellite work on flat Earth?
Let's talk about orbital command.
Yeah, orbital mechanics. You know, they're up there orbiting at a very precise orbit.
So it could orbit in a circle around a given area.
It's getting all jumbled up, guys. Come on.
Guys.
Listen, just like to ask one question.
Michael and
Ask
Scrat, can
one
you hear me
question.
talking? Scrat, can you hear me talking?
No, I can't, because 5 other people are talking over me, and now you're the 6th.
Yes, because I'm a mod and I'm trying to get control of the room.
Right?
It's sounding like audio chaos. Can you guys please give each other a little bit of room to speak? Let someone say something, give someone some space, and then respond. But it's sounding like audio chaos. Thank you.
Yeah, it sounds like a bar room, bro.
Yeah, so
I just want to ask one question.
Well, either Scrat or Mike, but just remember to kind of perhaps keep it concise so we can hear from other people as well.
It's just a simple question. You say it won't work. Satellites won't work on a flat Earth. Can you please explain why they wouldn't work?
Because there's no way to keep them up on a flat Earth. They would have to be turning. You'd need a whole bunch of fuel to make them do the orbits on the ground track on the flat Earth. There's no way the GPS system would work on the flat Earth.
Why would they move? Why would they need to move?
Most of them don't move, even in their own territory.
The GPS satellites are in a very precise 12-hour orbit. They'll come and go. If you can watch on your little device, you can watch it. Satellites come in and out of view.
Why would a helium balloon need to move?
If the GPS system isn't moving, it doesn't work.
Why would a helium balloon need to move?
They have to be moving.
It could just circle in the jet stream if it was a helium
but
balloon.
no, you can't circle. See, if you're going to say the balloons don't orbit precisely. Balloons don't orbit. In fact, you can find the Doppler shift on these things.
Balloons don't move at all because the Earth doesn't move. You're not proving anything. Why would a helium balloon need to move?
What do you mean balloons don't move? Balloons move.
Why would already changed the false dichotomy. You said we could observe a satellite on our device.
Yes.
And the only thing we can observe on our device is a visual representation of it. You can't observe a satellite on your phone, guy. Listen,
hold on, but if you have a real GPS system, it'll tell you that satellites are coming in and out of view. Why would a satellite come in and out of view on the flat Earth?
My cousin, he's a naval officer. He worked at fucking in Alaska at Hart, but he was like an air traffic controller in space. And he wouldn't sit here and say his computer screen and what it displays proves satellites are real. Or even that they exist on a certain plane, they'd say, I can look at my computer screen and know what I'm observing on there and know what I've been told that means. It's like saying you're looking at radar And you absolutely proved aliens because you've seen a blip on your radar that you didn't identify.
You're
Okay,
even
you
down the
asked
rabbit hole.
twice.
That's a good. That's a good analogy because it's basically like a third entity. You can't verify. It's only receiving, and you exactly.
Actually, you could look at these satellites and find that they are in the orbits they say if you wanted to.
No, but they tell you where those orbits are.
Not they.
They
Not
claim
they.
that. Hold on, let's just
Not
go
who's they.
one at a time, bro. Just give me 10
Who's
seconds.
fucking they?
They use. Relax, bro. I'm just,
Talk. It's his damn server, dude.
just let one person speak at once.
Thank you.
I was going to say my point. Yeah, the timing that they claim that the signals are taking, which is speed of light, it's so on and so on. There's all the other components to that. But the timing and the positioning of said timed signals, that data comes to you. All you're doing is receiving those signals. It's giving you the data of the timing and the pinging and the locations. So that part you have to kind of just take blind faith in. And that's given by the signals you're receiving.
I would like him to answer the question that was asked twice.
That's
Why?
my
What, hold
point.
on. Why do the satellites have to move in order to work?
Because you have to get the Doppler shifts in order. If the satellite you're just standing still, you will not be able to get as precise. It's complicated. You'll have to look into it more.
Well, that's because you wouldn't be using Doppler equations for moving radio waves. So without movement, you don't need the Doppler. It's the point. It just, you're saying it wouldn't work with the Doppler equations we use to correct our radio signals and capture and transmit, right? What if we don't use that Doppler shit? Then it'd work, right? Because it's no longer moving while it's propagating a radio signal. So there wouldn't be any Doppler effect.
You wouldn't be able to place it precisely enough in above the Earth to operate in the manner you think it would. It just wouldn't work.
Why?
Because you wouldn't be able to you wouldn't be able to.
Well, this is a vague assertion that's not backed by anything. So I'm just going to keep asking why.
Yeah, exactly. All they'd have to do is have. All they'd have to do is either have.
You cannot.
Go ahead.
You cannot. There's only one place you can park a satellite that stays above the Earth, and that's in the geosync orbit. The ones with all the
that's based on a bunch of orbs. Yeah,
it's on a bunch of horror, but it's for real. There are really satellites out there.
Do you have anything?
I know. It's that orbital mechanics and this stuff you guys don't understand, but okay, fine.
No, it's got nothing to do with understanding. It's got to do with you can't demonstrate it or prove it.
Yes, I can, but you don't accept it.
Blips on the computer screen doesn't verify anything for you. How many times do you have to? How many times do you have to accept that or concede that? You see a blip on a computer screen, that's an absolution.
You can see satellites coming overhead with your bare eyes. A couple of them. Others you can easily see with a backyard telescope. This information is not secret. It's published on public sites.
Okay.
So don't say that they're not there because you can fucking see them yourself.
You can see something in the sky. What you can't do is verify that it is what you've been told it is. So I don't know how you can be that naive.
Now we have satellites that we know whose orbit it is, and we can trace them out and say where they are in the sky precisely at any moment in time. But then you'll say, no, it's not real.
No, that's not what I said. I said it doesn't verify that it is what you've been told it is. Why do you change my word?
They launched a satellite, and we know what orbit it went into because we can track it, and they know what orbit. You can see it. They can predict when it's going to come by, and you can see it with your eyes. But that's not real. Gotcha.
Nobody said it wasn't real. I said you still haven't verified it is what they told you it is, and you still haven't done that. You just keep ridiculing the point as if it's
I keep ridiculing the point because it's dumb. I'm really sorry. This is you're on the order. You're on the order of no-ism right now.
That's your opinion, dude.
You're in the no-ism right now. I'm sorry.
For a second, bro. Let me just throw in an analogy. So, and this is not an attack in any way, Paid, but this is just what I was going to say. If you see a magic trick and you watch it being done, and you are convinced, it looks really convincing. Like, oh my God, he just cut that woman in half, or in a magic trick. If you haven't verified it, and you have some kind of a tertiary or third party observation or connection to it, then you are going off some level of whether you call it belief or faith or trust or whatever it may be, that it's correct, but you haven't verified it. Once you verify the magic trick, you can say, okay, yep, that's what it was. He actually had these mirrors and this, that kind of thing. So I think kind of the crux of this, from what I'm hearing, is the difference between that right there. I feel like you're kind of in the audience being like, GPS, it's real, it's doing all these things, but you haven't gone up on stage to actually verify it. And all I'm saying, and some other people are saying, is that you don't have actual verification of it. You only have what you can see. And in this case, the analogy for what you can see would be the signals that you're receiving,
which is coming from a moving object, consistent with the orbit that they say it is. And again, these satellites, you can see them with telescopes if you look for them. They're there. We know they're there. We know the orbit they're in. They verify with the GPS satellites. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, what you guys say is you're not going to trust anything that you haven't physically touched. And I mean, what, you got to go physically out into orbit to touch one to make sure it's there? Is that what you're saying?
Lauren is exception too, right? Lauren
is
dead. What about that?
I would at least be interested if there was any footage from all these years, 60 years plus, whatever it is that humans have claimed to be going into space and all that. One good solid footage, uncut, from something taking off from Earth, going up into space, and a view of the satellites in the local region as it's going up, because you would see a ton of them. There's supposed to be like thousands, 20,000+ of them up there. And then as that rocket goes away, you'd be able to zoom out and see the whole Earth, see many of the satellites. I would like to see that, and or even just a real picture of one at all. That would at least give something to it.
You haven't seen the ISS come overhead, right?
Well, I've seen something which they said was the ISS. I can track the speed and I can know how often I can see it. One thing I can't do is see it above me and then get on the ISS live stream and see Michigan below it. Why is that not true?
Because you can only see it during the nighttime. Right?
Oh, no, it still doesn't answer the question. That it's never above where we view it to be when we look at the live stream. I just viewed it, and it's not up there because it's showing daytime, and I'm on the night side of the planet, the assumed planet. But it works because I'm where I said I was in that datum. We know that I can GPS it, so that proves it, right? I'm in Michigan on the North American continent, so that proves my model. That's how asinine that shit is.
Then why should we believe stuff that we're told that goes against what we observe in reality? We observe flat, stationary, plane, and all the stuff goes against that, completely against it. Why would we believe it?
Because it's the truth, and you can model. You can do some simple experiments and prove it yourself, which you refuse to do because I don't.
I guess that's the crux of it. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, it's in one viewpoint. I mean, of course, everyone's going to have different viewpoints, but in one viewpoint, they've convinced people that something is true that isn't.
We were asking. I was asking somebody the other day or something. You're big on this Eratosthenes thing. You always bring it up. How did we measure if light rays are parallel?
I told you this 1,000 times too. You take a basketball, a soccer ball. You wait until the moon is visible in the daytime from your point of view. Take the soccer ball, hold it at the end of hold it up in line with the moon, and look at the phase on the ball and the phase on the moon. They're the same. The lights come in
then
parallel.
how do you do it without begging the question, please?
That's not begging the question. That's not begging the question. That is proof.
Yes, it is. You're begging the question that the.
Hold on a second. That's not begging the question. That's called a hypothesis. Hypothesis.
You're begging the question.
Oh my God.
No,
guys,
it's called a hypothesis.
Come on, dude. Grow up,
You are
please.
begging the
What do
question.
you got to ask like
It's
an
not
adult?
begging the question. It's the hypothesis.
Yes. Okay, hold on.
All right, you guys. hold on.
starting from. Hold on. Let me get this out, please.
I know.
You're
Pay
begging
will
the
interrupt you.
question
So
that the sun is shining on the moon. Okay? That's what you're begging the question. You're starting out assuming that the moonlight is reflected sunlight.
That's a
You're begging the
hypothesis.
question. What?
That's a hypothesis. Again, the moon and the ball have the same phase. That means they're being illuminated by the same source. It means that they're also coming in parallel.
So you're assuming
No,
that
not
the
assuming.
sun is shining on the moon.
That is not assuming anything, sir. That is
Light
proof.
coming in parallel
That is a
when it's
piece of
scattered
evidence
and
thereof.
polarized by our atmosphere.
The atmosphere
How
isn't
do
that
we-
thick. It doesn't
how do we-
polarize it.
It doesn't scatter light. How does
Not
light
much.
run parallel? What?
Not
then
much.
what-
Not very
Then
much.
what
The sun,
the fuck is refraction?
again, not very much. Not enough to change. Not enough to
That's
bend the
how
light
it
to, off
changes
the.
course. Okay, then refraction's not true. Seeking
Oh, no! Stop it!
don't work.
I know.
No,
You can't.
you're
You
trying
can't
to
understand.
have it too
You can't
fucking
understand.
ways. It's
You
not
can't
about
understand the
understanding.
concept. I understand.
No,
Michael.
listen, you're trying to listen. So you minuscule it for this purpose and maximize it for another purpose, but I don't understand.
Yeah, I see. If you look looking above about 15 to 20 degrees above the horizon, you can pretty much ignore refraction. It's when you get down around the horizon that you have to start doing it.
That's because the amount of atmospheres you're looking
Exactly.
through. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes. So nobody was talking about a 90-degree azimuth or a 45-degree angle. We're just asking if light was scattered through the atmosphere, and if so, how could it come through completely parallel?
You have shadows? Are they sharp?
You
Are
went
shadows-
straight to minuscule.
Are
so-
shadows sharp, or do you have shadows? When you stand in the sun, look with the sun to your back. Do you see a shadow?
Do I see my back?
yes,
Come
we
on,
see it.
guys.
Yes, you do. Okay. So the sun rays come through the earth. The sun rays come through the earth pretty much, more or less unmolested.
45 degrees, because when I look at the sun, if it's 45 degrees off the horizon, then what's the angle of the shadow going to be in it? If I'm looking
not
east, it's going to be west.
Where's the horizon?
shadow. Listen, the shadow is dictated by the
Not
direction.
important anyway. So the way you determine
the
if the
horizon?
sun rays are parallel is with the ball.
Listen, ridiculing me and interrupting
I
me
know.
doesn't make you
Let's throw
right,
some shit against the
motherfucker.
screen.
So listen, I'm going to do the same damn shit you do.
No,
Every time you
relax,
speak from
guys.
here on out, motherfucker,
I'm just
because
gonna
now I'm
attempt
mad.
now.
You
Mike,
childish little
come on.
bitch, motherfucker.
I came in late.
No,
I came in late. Can I ask
You
a
get to
question?
insult me? You get to
I'm new
insult
to
me?
the
Hold on,
conversation.
yo. Hold on.
I'm new to the conversation. Can I ask a question?
Well, hold on a second. Let's just be fair to
because he
those
can't
guys.
let anybody
Hold on,
talk.
Strat. Hold on for a second. Let's just be fair to those guys. They were paid. Sky Push, you really were interrupting. So, Michael, go ahead and please pay. We don't want to have to mute people, you guys. It's just not ideal. It's a waste of our time ultimately to be having to mute. So, if we could not have to do this, anyways, Michael, go ahead. Try to remember to kind of pass the mic and let him fully respond. And Sky Push, please, dude, just don't keep interrupting. I don't know if you're doing it on purpose or you just can't wait. Like, you just wait, man. Let him speak, and then we can hear what you both have to say.
He's only saying the angle of the shadow is dictated by the angle to the light source. That's it. Which we can demonstrate that.
You want to respond to that, Faith?
You're saying the angle of the shadows is not correlated with the angle of the sun? Did you just say that?
Is it a comprehension problem that the angle of the shadow is dictated by the object casting the shadow's angle to the light source?
Well, yeah, no shit. Thank you very much.
That's incidence and refraction angles, and it's the same way with scattering, brother.
What?
Light is scattered in the atmosphere. It's either an accepted premise.
Yeah.
I'm not going to skew it, and I'm not going to give it specificity when we're just talking about light shining through the atmosphere and not a specific event. So there's no reason to minuscule it or maximize it because we can actually calculate it based on the ambient temperatures and the weather conditions. So when we add specificity to an observation, we can calculate the amount that it will bend. So minusculing it really doesn't even apply. It's a non sequitur.
What are you trying to say? I've lost
I'm
track of
saying
the
there's a given standard for the refraction and bending of light. Yes, no. Scattering, There's a standard amount we use to calculate this, is there not?
I don't understand what this has to do with this argument.
Yes
You're
or
going off in some little tangent here. Am I supposed to say to you, and then we would get off this topic because I don't know what the hell you're talking about?
No. Well, we started with parallel light, and I asked how light can be
parallel light rays.
I asked how light can be. We've never left that. How can light be parallel when it's scattered and polarized?
It's not scattered that much. It's not polarized that much. For fuck's sake. You just said that the shadow is
the standard we use for refraction. It is, Ben.
No, again,
unless inversely squared proportionate to the distance from the source.
Sorry to interrupt. Can I just ask Paid Nasa Shield? Because I came in late, but did he give the hypothesis for Eratosthenes? Because if that's what you're still talking about, did he actually give a hypothesis or
the measurement? It's an observation.
That's not a hypothesis.
The hypothesis was the Earth was round.
That's not a hypothesis.
It is a hypothesis.
That's based on what observation?
And he proved it. He made the observation.
So can you run me through it? Just I don't want to backtrack. I came in late. I'm not wasting
my time telling you that when you know the Eratosthenes experiment.
But that's disingenuous. I came in late. I'm just asking you for the hypothesis of Eratosthenes.
I'm not. No.
So you don't know the hypothesis, or
no? I don't. You don't. What you gonna do the old?
So you're being disingenuous.
No,
I'm not QE. What the fuck is this?
You're being QE with the what's the hypothesis?
So QE invented hypothesis now.
No, QE invented the cherry picking, 4-step.
You guys, I don't know why other people are being brought into this. Look, let's get back to the.
So again, Eratosthenes,
bro.
Eratosthenes proves that you could do that yourself in your backyard.
Do what?
I don't understand why you can't tell me the hypothesis. So
because I don't give a shit what the hypothesis was.
Experiment. How is it an experiment?
It's a measurement.
How does it? What do you measure?
Fine, call it a measurement. I don't care.
In an experiment, you actually manipulate either the independent or.
See, here we go. Here we go with QE again.
Hey, please.
That's nothing to do with QE.
Man.
No offense, it's not QE. It's standard science, but whatever, guy.
What's your background in science?
That's a appeal to qualification fallacy.
Excuse me. I can answer that, Cynthia. I actually have a bachelor's of science in engineering. I'm a highway engineer. What's yours?
I have a master's in chemistry, but okay. So you actually have a bachelor's in science, and you're asking, and you're an engineer, and you think the Earth is flat. I hope you're not a civil engineer at that. I hope you haven't built any bridges.
What an ad hom.
Come on.
No, it's not ad hom.
Yeah, dude, he's on the.
No, it's not an ad hom. This is. I'm amazed. I'm sorry. This is my amazement. I'll be quiet.
He's on the cutting. He's on the cutting edge of the paradigm that we're shifting into, the actual original geometric coordinate system. So he's ahead of his time.
Comes from people that can't tell us how they measure curvature to add it to survey any damn way. So you know.
Is there a place in the blueprints where they have to put the curvature in the bridges?
They have to.
We use arch in bridges because it's the strongest shape or form known in nature. We learned that from the egg. So it's all about distribution of weight and distance. It's got nothing to do. Right? Nobody calculates the curvature. They actually account for the topography of the land they're going to build over, and the span over which it's going to expand, and how much weight it has to support. So it has nothing to do with the shape of Earth, but everything to do with the body of water and the land you're gonna build it over.
So there's no curvature.
He's doing what the globe earthers typically do. They want to hijack definitions and things that are already defined. So he says, well, he did have a hypothesis, and he said the hypothesis is that the Earth is a sphere. But he can't walk us through the methodology of how it's a hypothesis, seeing that he seemingly, apparently disagrees with what we may or may not think a hypothesis is, because we didn't get a chance to say what it was before he rejected it. He just said, well, I know you guys are playing that QE game. Okay, well, What do you mean when you say hypothesis? Or are you just going to be like, I don't have to tell you while using the word hypothesis?
So can I point something out to add on to that? Like I'm confused on how he has a bachelor's in chemistry if he failed English. Like how does he understand the scientific literature if he failed English?
All right, let's get back onto a topic. Let's not worry about people's qualifications. Hey, Hoyma, are you there? I've got a quick question for you if you're there, mate.
Yeah, I'm still listening.
Yeah, mate. Can you determine spherical excess with perfectly straight lines?
I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, you need a line of you need to have a line of sight if you do it in the field.
Okay, if I was to get a string, okay, and you and me and a third person, right, were to pull this string nice and tight and make our marks in the ground and move it all the way around, do you reckon you could create work out spherical excess with straight lines?
Not the way you proposed. I think if I got you correctly, then you're just creating a planar triangle.
Okay, but you can't really work out any spherical excess using straight lines, can you?
Well, you can only work out spherical excess if you're measuring these angles in 3 different planes. So if your verticals are not parallel, then you will measure spherical excess.
So your verticals have to be parallel, not your horizontals.
Well, they're only on parallel
No,
if
you're
you
not.
assume those angles exist on the sphere.
Okay, so if you were to survey a continent or a country with straight lines, how could you determine the spherical excess of such a country?
Well, if I'm
without violating the laws of the prostitutes or prostitutes.
Oh, hold on.
If I'm surveying and I determine that the surface is planar, then I won't measure any spherical excess.
You
But
won't, would you? You wouldn't, would you?
but the point is that we are in fact measuring spherical excess in any large triangle connecting these points on the surface.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on, Michael. Hold on, please. Just give me 2 seconds, please. All right, but you can't do it if you're pulling straight lines. So if you're pulling a piece of string, for argument's sake, pulling straight lines, you can't work out that spherical excess because those lines are straight, aren't they?
Well, if you
we've already covered this. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. We've already covered this. He admits that he can't do this without assuming the globe first. I mean, we already established that.
I'm leading somewhere. I'm leading somewhere.
You still didn't get it.
Okay. So you trust the geodetic surveyors and the work they do, right? So if the geodetic surveyors have to use a lot of assumptions after pulling these straight lines, as in the Great Indian Survey that they did, which they estimated was going to take them about 5 years, but actually took them 70 years. And it took them about 70 years because they had to use a chain method, which they had to store those chains very, very carefully in shade and very controlled environments. And they pulled those chains dead straight to work out distances.
They did not. Sorry, they did not pull chains across India.
Yes, I did.
That's just not true. That's just
Yes,
not true.
they
They
did.
use optical pulling equipment.
No, they did use chains. That's exactly how they did it. Okay. It's called the gridiron. It's called the gridiron method. All right, and it's actually in the Wikipedia link, and that's exactly how they did it, using a chain method. Okay, vast areas of India they surveyed by pulling a chain across it, pulling that chain taut to get accurate measurements. That's why they had to store the chain in shaded and very controlled environments to make sure that the heat, the cold, and all that sort of stuff didn't affect their measurements.
Did you actually read the Wikipedia article? It says they relied on carefully measured baselines, which is the chains you're referring to. That's done in every survey, survey back then to establish those baselines in the first
straight
place.
lines.
And from that, you perform triangulation using theodolite or what have you to measure over greater distances. You can't pull chains over like 100 kilometers or something. That's just impossible.
No, the chain wasn't 100 kilometers long. It was a certain length.
But the triangles
And they pulled it 10 meters, then another 10 meters, then another 10 meters, always using straight lines.
That's just not how it works.
That's
You
how you
don't
pull
do
a
that
chain.
for anything
You
but
don't not
baselines.
have it not straight. Because if you don't have it not straight, it's not going to be accurate.
They have like a typical length would be like 100-foot chains, for example. And from that, then you go on to use theodolites to optically measure angles to triangulation points. You don't pull chains across literally thousands of kilometers. That's absurd.
No,
I'm
it's
not
not
sure
absurd.
who told you that.
Oh, there's plenty of articles on it. Not in Wiki, there's other articles too. And
Can you by any chance post one?
Well,
I'm curious. I've never heard this before. Do you
Well,
have anything to support what you're claiming?
Yeah, it's called the gridiron method, where they approximated vast distances. Actually, they didn't actually measure it either. But anyway, I'll find one. And I'll post it. So yep, go back to it. But I just wanted to.
What do you mean? Hold on. You said approximated? I thought they were measuring it using literal chains. If they actually physically measured it, why would they approximate it?
They had to approximate areas where they couldn't actually get access to. So they approximated parts of it as well.
Can we just stay with factual information? They didn't pull chains all across India.
Okay.
And
do you have any information to back up what you're claiming now? He says that he can back it up.
Yeah.
Can you
Yeah,
back up your claim that it didn't happen?
You don't need to shout into the microphone. That doesn't really foster the conversation. But sure, yes.
Well,
I literally read from Wikipedia to debunk his claim. Okay, let me repeat.
Triangulation chains running from north to south and east to west.
No, that's not how you do it. You don't want to do that. That's a horrible thing to do. Just imagine you want to measure like 1 kilometer using a chain. First of all, you need 1 kilometer of chain. Then you need to store it, right? It has to have a good temperature, so you get an accurate baseline. And then you have to pull it over 1 kilometer for just one side length. Then you have to do this like 3 times for even longer distances. That's absurd to do. No genetic survey works that way. What you're proposing is absurd.
Because of the extent of the land to be surveyed. The surveyors did not triangulate the whole of India, but instead created what they called a gridiron of triangular trains running from north to south and east to west. So they didn't even triangulate the whole of India. Didn't even do the whole of India.
Well, no, yeah, they didn't.
He's just going to again.
Yeah, they didn't. They didn't. Of course, not. It's not needed to triangulate the whole, area, like the whole expanse of the land. Just what you want, right?
Oh, so
our exact
just guess. Just guess. Approximate. Rough enough
No,
is good enough.
That's not the point. The point is
go in the middle of your bathtub and measure the stain instead of the whole tub. We got you.
So basically, because he denies they did that, they didn't do it. Is that what it comes down to?
Yeah. It actually says they ran chains from north to south and east to west. And that's just in Wiki.
Cite that. You're wrong. I want you to back that up.
You know what? It's fairly easy. It's fairly easy for you to go into Wikipedia and read exactly what I'm reading. Okay,
Yeah,
because
it
of the
contradicts you.
extent of the land to be surveyed, the surveyors did not triangulate the whole of India, but instead created what they called a gridiron of triangulation chains running from north to south and east to west, quote unquote.
You're aware
But
of that triangulation and physical chains are mutually exclusive. Like you either use that or optical triangulation. If you use physical chains, you already know the lengths. You don't need to perform any further triangulation.
So they didn't run chains from north to south and east to west.
It's not a physical iron chain. It's a chain of triangles of triangulations. If you
you know, you can't have a conversation with somebody who's just going to deny what you claim, right?
well, no,
If he just
let's
denies
just
it,
calm
you can't
down,
have a
okay?
conversation.
Let's just calm down and read a few more sentences. If you go to instruments and methods used, it says triangulation surveys were based on a few carefully measured baselines and a series of angles, right?
Yep.
The initial baseline was measured with great care since the accuracy of the subsequent survey was critically dependent upon it. That's the mentioned baseline, right, that they use physical chains for. Various corrections were applied, principally temperature, and especially accurate folding chain, that's a physical chain, was used later on horizontal tables illustrated from the sun with constant tensions. And then it goes on to say the early surveys made use of large and bulky theodolites. So that's optical equipment to sight across long distances. Did we and then later surveys used more compact theodolites. So
I'm getting a phone call. I'll be back. I'm getting a phone call. I'll be back.
okay. So yeah.
So I know this is going back in the conversation. I'm just kind of I've been listening and just kind of doing a couple different things at once here, but I was listening to parts of that. But just to go back before Hoymar, because yeah, it was kind of heated before, and since you're on the mic right now, just wanted to ask you, like, so for you, for the spherical excess thing, for you, it's the 1914, the one from 1914, maybe the one from 1902, and then the rest of it, you're kind of just putting your trust in the GPS system. Would that kind of summarize your overall viewpoint on it? Like that you're just accepting the one from 1914 as legit, and then just assuming that the modern day quote unquote GPS, whole coordinate system is all correct. Would that kind of summarize it, or is it anything, or do you have would you describe it differently?
There's a bit more to it. So there's more surveys. There's, the 1902 you mentioned, 1912, 1913, another one from 1900, and the 1914 one. And there's even more than those. There's like this Struve geodetic arc that was done in 70s or 80s. So yeah, those were like the fundamental geodetic surveys, including the great trigonometrical survey done by the British in India. And those established basically the precise, radii of the Earth, even the geoid, right? So the deviations from the perfect ellipsoid. And yeah, I don't know. I don't exactly know the gap between 1914 and the wars up until we actually had GPS. But as I said, if you have enough data on something, you don't need to keep measuring it, right? So yeah, that's my position.
Did everybody just stop talking, or did I lose my signal?
No, I think everybody went silent.
So would you say for you that this is definitive, or would you say it's just kind of, is it more just kind of like a decision based on what you've seen?
Good question. I would say it's hard for it to be definitive. It's overwhelming evidence, and I would need extremely good reasons to, I don't know, discard that or change my mind about what that evidence shows. Yeah, right. Like I would always put a disclaimer in there, like science does. No evidence is final or unfalsifiable. Actually, no scientific theory, right, is final or unfalsifiable. But I mean, these are actual real world measurements, right? And as I said, I would need very good reasons to discard that.
Geodetic surveyors just use planar surveyor methods over larger distances and then correct for the assumed curvature, right?
You got that the wrong way around. They use the same methods, but the planar surveyor actually corrects his vertical measurements for curvature.
Planar surveyors correct for curvature? No, that's not correct.
Well, it says so in literature. Whenever you read on planar surveying, it actually says what they do, and they correct
Okay,
for.
post that for me. I've never read it, if you got it.
Okay, sure. Just a second.
I just posted a couple that say that geodetic surveyors do that.
Yeah, Hoymar, we talked about this earlier. Yeah, remember? We were in that for like an hour or two. Rocky, we were on like a deep discussion on this whole thing, and yeah, he specifically was describing how he's correct, because originally we were talking about like Michael J. Smith and him, and in terms of like planar surveying and geodetic surveying. And Travis was kind of laying out this scenario like, okay, if Michael's just doing planar surveying, getting the distances and elevations, you are also using, Hoymar is using planar surveying as well to get those distances and angles. What is Hoymar claiming he has that is a more accurate description of reality, or that is, even needed? And it pretty much, what it went towards was, in my remembrance of it, was Hoymar, essentially saying, yeah, so we take that planar survey data, we correct it, quote unquote, and then they correct it for curvature and all of these different factors, and then plug that into a model of a assumed sphere.
Yeah, and then plot it down on a geoid.
Yep.
Yeah, basically the information that he has is the radius. That's the additional information that he has. That is the radius.
Exactly. They apply that after they take the planar surveyor data using the same exact methods over larger, they do it over small distances, but then apply it to a large area, like A to B, B to C, C to D, D to, they keep going like that. And then you can go in all different directions. You can triangulate. You can use chains like they did in the past, or use different methods now, and then apply the assumed radius and plot it down onto a map. It's black and white actually. The GPS actually does the same thing. It's taken elevation based on 0 point, which is usually benchmarks established by mean sea levels all over. And once you zero out to that benchmark and you get that you're 5 feet above a surface, you may remain 5 feet above that surface for a long time, and then it may deviate up or down, and then you apply the curvature rate and you plot it down on a geoid. This is not hidden. They say that's what they do. Now, people in here may construe that and try and talk their way out of it, but when you use a central point as the center of the Earth, or a radius, then you're assuming a radius, a sphere. But when you use a central point for your 0 point as elevation change, you can't tell if it's curved or, I don't know. I don't even know what they're trying to say, because they're not even doing the surface of like water or the land. They're doing an assumed surface of a geoid or whatever system they're using. It's not even it's not even the surface. They call it surface, but it's their 2D, what they call 2D surface. Imaginary land, theoretical, not the dirt or the water.
Well, for one, every surface is 2D, and beyond that, a level surface is always theoretical, right? Even in planar surveying, you have a level surface that elevation is, added on top of.
No, not at all. I did planar surveying this morning, and I was standing on 3D dirt, concrete.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
We're talking about a
Do you agree with me?
theoretical surface. Obviously,
No, that wasn't theoretical. I was standing on it. I was there.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Okay, so you agree that it is 3D then, the surface that I'm standing on.
Yeah, but if you
Okay, yeah.
if we talk about a levels like the level surface, that's a conceptual two-dimensional surface.
Not in
Obviously.
planar surveying, sir. You take a benchmark.
Yes,
and
the plane in planar surveying that elevation is referenced to. That's
mean sea level.
Conceptual. Yeah, for example, mean sea level. That's a conceptual 2D.
No, that's
surface.
not a conceptual anything. That's a well-established over years
Yes, it
benchmark
is.
that
Why
they use.
do you
Yeah, you're cutting me off.
How many coordinates do you need to find a location on the surface?
I don't think that's what we're talking about. Were you asking him or me?
Either. Well, you. I mean, the surface, the surface of any shape is two-dimensional.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I could put you at any point.
Not real.
I could put you at any point on any surface with 2 dimensions.
Okay, since you want to butt in here, Fly, what's your name? Fly Lane? Hey, Fly Lane, let's meet at your 2-dimensional surface point.
I can give you latitude,
No,
longitude
that's
where
not
I'm
what I
at
said.
this moment, and you can come right here to this spot with those 2 dimensions.
And we can meet there to that spot?
Yeah.
And stand on it?
Yeah, you sure can.
And that's 2D.
That's 2 dimensions. Yes.
Not if you're standing on it.
Hey, that doesn't make any sense, Rakia. Come on, man.
It doesn't? Can you reach down and grab some dirt out of it?
Yeah, well, you're that's not what we're talking about.
Yes,
we're talking
it
about
is. We're talking about,
we're
a
talking
surface
about the
that you're
dimensions
standing
of the surface.
No,
That's
we're not.
that's
We're
a
talking about-
ridiculous argument, man.
We're
That's
talking about
ridiculous.
Howard.
Yeah, I thought he was a mod, man.
Well, I was.
Well, what's that got to do with me having an
But
opinion?
you're over talking the whole time. You butted in on a conversation and you over talked me when I tried to ask you a simple question about it.
Yeah, that's
You seem to be emotionally charged about this 2D surface that we're going to stand on and reach down and grab some dirt of. Don't sound 2D to me.
Well, whoever interrupted, I'm sure we all apologize and we can all reset. But Howard, what I was going to ask you, is there anything in physical, tangible reality that's 2-dimensional? That's 2 dimensions?
Well, things in bodies or say a sphere itself is
Simple
3-dimensional,
answer, no.
but the surface of that sphere is 2-dimensional.
Okay, as a concept or as a physical reality? Because if it's a physical reality, then you have to say that 2-dimensional physical, tangible matter objects are 2-dimensional.
They're not.
No. The like a ball is 3-dimensional. It has depth. But to describe a point on the surface
with 2 dimensions,
to describe a point on that surface needs only 2 dimensions.
That's not true.
That is true. It is absolutely
you
true.
Can plot down. You can plot down onto a surface. It's a concept, right? But when you go there and stand on that point, on that surface, it's 3D. I promise you. If not, it wouldn't be physical. Hello? If you're talking about an imaginary point in above a surface, like what y'all do on y'all's Earth modeling, then that's a concept. That's theoretical. It's not an actual point that it's like the horizon. You can't ever get there. You can get to the coordinate of free space or whatever you're calling it above or below your imaginary surface is where the actual physical surface is going to be. The water, the land. You're screwed up on that, man.
No, they're trying to say that since you can map the surface of the sphere with two coordinates, then any location you can designate with two coordinates, then all of a sudden it must be two dimensions. But that you can exactly. It's not two dimensional. You can map the surface as conceptually imagining it was two dimensions, but it isn't obviously not. And then they'll pull from that, and then now you're bending in and out of different dimensions. So let's add some dimensions. Fuck it, fourth and fifth. Why don't we play around and fuck with your head a little more and go to the 11th, 7th? You know what I mean? Like what the fuck?
I guess the other guy that I had on the ropes about planar and geodetic surveyor that has been saved by a fly lane. Where did he go? Because geodetic surveyors don't have any special tools or methods that they use. They use planar surveying on a 3D surface, pulling chains in the olden days, right?
I think that was Hoymar. Was that Hoymar?
Yeah.
It was Hoymar. I think he's posting some stuff in the chat, but if he's still, did you hear?
Yeah, good. I want to read that.
Yeah.
Okay, so a 3D surface. So the actual object is then 4-dimensional. That's pretty interesting. It's like a tesseract.
Wow.
That's what you've been saying, Rakia.
What is he saying? Say that again.
He was just talking about a 3-dimensional surface. So that must mean then that the actual object that surface belongs to is 4-dimensional.
Why would it mean that?
Why?
Because it's always
doesn't make
always 1 dimension higher. A 3D object has a 2D surface.
Well, don't you understand that 2-dimensional is conceptual? Haven't you not gotten that?
I do, but we just I'm not sure why this is so hard to understand. It's obviously conceptual, right? If you have a 3D object in your hand, that's always 3-dimensional. But if we just observed the surface itself, isolated basically, then that's a 2-dimensional surface. We just have 2 dimensions on it. 2 quantities, right? 2 numbers will suffice to point to a position on that surface.
Which part did you say is 4D?
Nothing, dude. That was.
I'm not sure. Rakia, I think Rakia knows more about that. You should ask him.
So you think that the surface of any object is 2D?
Of any 3D object, yes.
Wow.
Like a solid body.
It can be conceptualized as 2D. It's obviously not, since 2D doesn't exist in a 3D reality. So conceptualized or imagined as or mapped out with, but not actually. You got to get that right, man. You got to quit playing that.
Yeah, that's like saying I painted a picture with no paint.
Yeah, and I
No,
quote from his citation, and is a very close approximation to the truth. So not the truth, just a very close approximation to the truth after they give allowances to the curvature of the earth.
I'm
Good one,
curious,
man.
since you know
I
that,
like that presentation.
Since you believe that the surface of something is 2D, do you believe that you can draw a straight line on a sphere? I'm curious.
if straight means connecting 2 points on a surface, then yes.
No, a straight line. Can you draw a straight, no curves, a straight line on a sphere?
That's easy, yes.
That makes no sense.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you think hold on.
Yeah.
You think the surface is 2D.
Well, at
That's
a particular size, perhaps you're talking about at a particular size of a line, because you could obviously draw like a little one on a sheet of paper if you were on a huge sphere that could be straight. But at some point, the larger it gets, it's not going to comport to the necessary curvature that would be all over that sphere.
There are no straight lines on a sphere.
No, yeah,
none.
Yeah, there's nothing straight on a sphere.
Well, if you read it by description, if you read the description in spherical geometry, according to the definition, that straight line would be considered the great circle route, but it is called a straight line on a sphere.
Well, they're just calling it that. It's not actually straight, though, right, Fly Lane?
Hey, man, why don't you drop that attitude and calling me Fly Lane, man? You're just trying to agitate.
You jumped in and cut me off. I really got the attitude.
I'll get over it, crybaby.
Yeah, there
God
you go,
damn.
Mod. There you go, Mod, calling names.
Come on, guys. It'd be a straight direction, wouldn't it?
Yeah, straight as in not changing.
Is it a straight line though?
It's not a planar. It's not a planar.
I know it's not your question. Right? So it would be a straight direction, not a straight line.
Yeah, like it's straight on the horizontal vector, but it's curved on the vertical vector.
So not straight.
So not overall straight, but I guess they're kind of calling that horizontal vector straight.
The only horizontal lines on a sphere would be a tangent or the one that runs underneath the surface. What do they call that?
Chord.
A chord. That would be the only straight line, but that's only the tangent only touches the sphere at one point, so it's not on the surface. It's just a point, which is the concept. And then the chord would be just an imaginary line through the Earth, so not on the surface. So there are no straight lines that can be drawn on the surface of the Earth.
Well, the radius would be the other one that could be considered a straight line.
No, I said on the surface.
Yeah. The radius would be from the center point towards the towards the outside. That's a straight line also, but that's not on the surface. That's from the center point to the surface.
Okay, can I rephrase my question?
Further, right?
Let me rephrase my question. You
Hold on.
guys are going. I just want to rephrase it. Can you draw a straight line on the surface of a sphere?
No.
Well, if you magnify in on your drawing enough, your straight line won't look so straight anymore.
Right direction,
It doesn't matter. There is nothing straight on a sphere. There is no straight point at all ever on a sphere.
Oh, the concepts are there's concepts like I explained that they use for a sphere, but they're all straight lines. There are no straight lines in physicality on a sphere.
Well, there's a few.
So the surface. Hold on. So the
what about at the center of one?
Then?
There's no straight lines on a flat Earth either.
What about like a plane through the center of a sphere? Then
I just want to let you know.
Horizontals and
That's
verticals.
not on the surface. Well, that's different. That wasn't he. That's why he rephrased his question, I believe. But
yes, that's
on
exactly
the surface
why.
of a sphere, there are no straight lines. End
That's
stop
actually
period.
Geo. That's actually how the great circle is defined.
What?
Yeah,
but it's not a straight line though.
It's a concept.
It's a circle of sphere.
Yeah, by putting a plane at the equatorial plane. Yeah.
So great line circle. That sounds good.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like saying the ring around the quarter, the edge of this quarter is a straight line. It just sounds stupid.
Well, yeah, essentially what Hoymar just said is that they use a plane in the quote-unquote great circle.
Yeah, straight line.
On a plane, yep.
Yep, double speed.
And some of them use very small. Some of them use very, very small horizontal lines to make, I don't know what they call it. What is that, disco ball? To make their sphere.
Well, don't forget, parallel lines can intersect.
That's the local flat disco ball method, yeah.
Parallel lines can intersect.
Yeah.
Are you,
What, you didn't know that?
Grim,
Yeah.
are you cross-eyed?
Yeah. Cross-eyed people get along really good.
Does that
So
also mean level is
that's-
curved?
No shade on anyone who's cross.
I brought that up. I was like, yeah, and flat is curved, and level is flat, straight, and round, and all this type of shit.
So why do we even have
That black hole over there?
plane
You see that bright
surveying?
light over there? That's a black hole.
Like, has anybody ever wondered why we have plane surveying as a separate branch of surveying?
You ever wonder why they created geodetic surveyor, where they assume the radius and then give allowances for it? Because planar surveyor never did that before. They just took elevation change based on a mean sea level most of the time. But plane surveyor doesn't have to have a mean sea level. You just have to have a 0 point, a benchmark, and then you take elevation change based on that benchmark. It may go up or be below or higher than that benchmark. That's planar
And
surveying.
Sure, but why?
surveying first?
There's no
Didn't
curve there.
I know.
Didn't planar surveying come
Well,
first?
Who knows?
Planar surveying absolutely is much, much, much older than anything involved with geodetics and geodesy.
So basically, they just added.
Actually,
They took the original cosmographical maps of Earth and essentially have hijacked them and then contorted it and then turned it into the certain models that they give.
Citation.
And I think they, yeah. Did you all think? And I think they base it on the way we see, so it would basically fool us, or we could be fooled until we learn that's how they did it, and then understand if you take that out and give allowances for it, then it's a flat plane. And then when you add how we know how water reacts, right, flowing from higher elevation to lower elevation, and how heavy water is and how much of a force you would need, and then how mass attraction mass is kind of being done away with and is bullshit in the first place, then you understand you're on a flat plane with elevation changes based on mean sea level. Thank you very much. You're here all
Yeah.
week.
They stuck their foot in their mouth with that James Webb Telescope, didn't they?
But
Yeah,
levels
they're going to have some real issues with that if people keep up with it.
Oh, they've been
But
having issues.
you have
Hey,
large groups of scientists coming out
Rakim.
saying the medium is different than they thought, 100 years ago. So they're trying to backtrack and find out what medium they're looking through, so their observations will be correct.
Yeah,
Hey,
they need to
regarding
talk with Bon
observations,
Scott
Rakim,
and Wallace
do you?
Sandhill.
It's not
They
just a
tell-
medium, it's the formation of the galaxy themselves, which they got wrong.
The
Of
ever
course.
expanding
Yeah, they're no.
That too, they got that wrong as well. Yeah,
Not
center
even a
point.
expansion.
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
another
they're,
one. Yeah,
yeah, they're expanding universe from a center point that doesn't have a center point, and the center point's on the
Yeah,
other
multiple center points of an ever expanding infinite universe.
That's right.
You got
they
yourself a
also
cool story now, don't you?
Oh yeah.
they also got evenly distributed matter wrong. Just a few things here and there.
My favorite.
And
My
braided
favorite is when they look at
sedimentary
the lights
pairs
in the sky
everywhere.
and just. My favorite is when they look at the lights in the sky and tell us exactly what they are, and when they don't do what they think they should do, they tell us what they're doing.
How they were
Without,
created billions of years ago, how they can see to them trillions of light years away. Hey, do this. Do a little thought experiment. Take this same conversation and have it 3 or 4 years ago if y'all were here around then. I think a lot of us were. How different this conversation would be going right now. We are so close for this, at least this community, for being just dumbfounded. They got Chaiki, a guy named, what's his name? Fly NASA or PNS,
Oh
Pay
yeah.
Nashville, whatever he changed his name to again. They got
Don't even fucking know
Mr. Moore, Fly Lane, Left Lane, whatever he changed his name to, trying to defend something that's fantasy, basically, Santa Claus. They do a good job. I got to give them credit for that. But the conversation and the tone of how things are going now have totally flip-flopped. Shout
Well,
out to
we told
flip-flop.
them. The Electric
Word.
Universe
Are you?
told them they were going to see
Yeah.
all
Are
this
you?
shit.
Are you ever gonna take photos of the Pontchartrain Causeway that will determine if it's curved or straight?
No, that's impossible.
It's possible. You know who
No,
did it.
it's
Why don't you
impossible.
test it for yourself?
Who did it?
Soundly.
Or- yeah,
You
you're
don't trust
about
me.
4
Why
weeks
don't you
late on
repeat
the
it
Soundly
yourself?
argument. Soundly
Who
is
do you
someone
think
we
has more
trust.
photos, Townley or Rakia?
Yeah.
Would
How
you
much you want to bet?
really expect to determine curvature through a photo?
He
Hoyma?
would.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
another thing. Yeah.
It's moronic.
Really? You wouldn't want to measure it. You just want to take a photo, and that would determine it for you.
Yeah, that's
It's
moronic.
valid evidence. It's not a measurement, but it's valid evidence.
No, it's not. It's evidence of
And,
refraction and
and
perspective.
Rakia has problems with it, even though he lives next to the bridge. He's never actually replicated it.
That's a lie.
All it's evidence for, Hoyma, is evidence for what you see. That's all it's evidence for, period.
Right,
No
it's,
more,
it's
no
evidence
less.
of perspective and refraction viewed over distance at certain
You
elevations and
you
angles.
can say
That's what it's proof
that
of.
all you want. It won't
No,
curve
I
straight
am
bridge.
saying it. Did you
Turns
hear me?
into a curve.
You want me to repeat it?
Go on.
You know what a mirage is? You know the definition of a mirage?
Oh, I do.
I'll give what. Go ahead.
Well, no. If we agree on the definition, we don't need to recite definitions.
Okay, I'll cite it for the audience then, since you want, which probably means you don't know it. It's an optical illusion caused by the atmospheric conditions.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, like you guys would actually be much better
Wow.
off on the globe side if you actually just accepted that, because trying to say you're seeing curve from ground level is a huge sinking point for you guys.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
like
not saying the
Soundly.
horizon
You know,
is curving.
Soundly said that, right? Do you trust
I'm not,
Soundly when he says he can see Earth curve with his 20/20 vision from ground level?
with his telescope, with its
No, no, no,
8 inch
no, 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 no,
or
no. With his 20/20 vision, where his
He's all right.
I quote, I can see Earth curve with my 20/20 vision with my eyes from ground level. Now, do you trust him?
yeah.
Yeah,
I
but
know other places where you can observe Earth curve too.
wait a second.
If you-
Neil
20/20
Dumbass
vision from ground
Neil
level.
Dumbass Tyson says you can't
From
get high
ground
enough
level.
to see it.
Add this guy to the list.
You know what? He must be Superman, Rakib. He must have X-ray vision, and he can see through that hump of water, right through it with his X-ray vision. That's why he can see it.
Yeah,
I
they
thought
take the water.
Does anybody?
Neil
So
didn't
yeah,
Neil
go on.
Dumbass Tyson say that nobody can get high enough to see curvature?
He made some statements in that regard on TV regarding the horizon. Yes.
You're
So was
only
he
2
wrong?
millimeters above the surface, and you wouldn't be able to see Earth curve because it's so big. You know, the astrophysicist. Or you can trust Soundly that says all of academia, including Neil deGrasse Tyson, is wrong on this topic. Who do you
Yeah,
trust?
I want to know.
He's only a
No,
PhD.
Do you guys think
Neil
that
deGrasse
Tyson was
was
wrong? Was
inaccurate.
Tyson wrong?
Yes, he was on that topic on TV. That was not an accurate statement because I mean, we can see curvature of the horizon from lower altitudes, but I wasn't even talking about the horizon. I was talking about viewing large, structures over distance. Level structures like highways and bridges. If you view those over a couple of kilometers, you need to position yourself at a specific angle, or you
Yeah.
won't see much of it, right?
That certain angle creates the optical illusion, sir. Because if you move
What's
off that
for?
angle just a
No,
little
you
bit, maybe
you
just
just
5
make that
degrees,
up.
that
You guys,
optical illusion goes
you
away
guys
very
just-
quickly.
no, you
Well,
guys
wait a
just
second.
make
That's not
it
what
up.
we were talking about. Hold on. That's not what we were talking about. We were talking about seeing actual Earth curvature from ground level.
That is
No,
actual.
That's what we were
Earth
talking
curvature.
about.
Why
Yes,
would it
that
matter what angle you're at?
because of foreshortening, perspective foreshortening.
Those are
If you
all
look
optical
like
effects. That's not Earth
okay,
curve.
let's assume your table is a bit bumpy, right? If you look at it from top down, you won't see any of that. If you position yourself at the edge, right, you will see if the curvature if the surface is curved or
That has
bumpy,
nothing to do. That has not.
and
No.
that's the exact same effect.
If it's curving down from your feet, it wouldn't matter what angle you're looking at it at. If you're looking over distance, you know, you're standing on the surface looking out over the horizon. If it's curving around your feet, and that's what you're saying you're seeing as Earth curve, it wouldn't matter which direction you look in or what angle you look at. Sir.
Well, I'm not saying it does not curve. I'm just saying you can't see the slight curve if you look at it from, you know, top down or any larger angle than, you know, a very oblique angle, which will compress the object perspectively, and that will allow you to see the curve if there is any.
No, it allows perspective and the atmosphere to create the illusion of a curve or assumed curve. It's actually not a curve. It's actually it rising up at an angle and then going back down, which gives the illusion of a curve over distance. But that's perspective, right? It's not actually that. Okay, hang on. I'm almost done. I'll go on mute, I promise.
Okay.
The perspective is the appearance of the water rising up towards your eye level. It actually doesn't rise up. It's just a view. It's just an illusion.
What if I told you that this is a common response by flat earthers, which is basically a story that they make up to cope with the fact that this is an observation of curvature?
Okay, then I would ask you, in perspective, when you're standing at the water's edge, does the water appear to rise up or does it actually rise up? Yeah, thank you. I know you can't answer.
If what you're standing like at whatever the ocean, yeah, it appears to rise to eye level usually. I mean,
So
if
not
you
actually
measure,
rising up, an illusion.
yeah, that's perspective, right?
So an
It seems
illusion.
it seems to merge with your vanishing point, even
Mhm.
though if you measure it, it drops from eye level, even at sea
Well,
level. But
can we stop
that's a
right
different
there?
topic.
Can we stop right there for a second? Appears to rise towards your eye level. You would agree with that? Doesn't actually.
Yeah.
So
Like,
that's an
you know,
illusion, right, sir?
that is an illusion.
Thank you. I'm done with this guy.
Sorry, what the fuck? Sorry, what does that prove? If you view a straight, you know, bridge or road or railways, they will appear to converge and towards your vanishing point.
Yeah, and they will
Right?
appear to rise up
And
when
the
they're not
curve.
actually, which gives the appearance of curvature when it over distance
No,
when it actually
no,
isn't.
no, no.
Yeah,
It will
yeah,
still
yeah.
be a straight line converging with your vanishing point. Did you
That's
ever
left to right.
observe railways? You're telling me that railways need to curve, and that's an aspect, you know, that's an illusion caused by perspective. Even if there's
Any parallel line like a railway that appears to converge, that is an illusion, sir. They don't actually converge.
I know, but we're not
Yeah, well,
talking about
thanks a lot.
conversion.
Thanks for agreeing with me again. This is awesome.
But that's not the
The
actual
point,
point.
the point is that it's an apparent position due to an optical situation and not a physical geometrical situation.
Exactly.
Yeah. No. We totally. I think we're on the same, like, a common ground on that. We obviously.
It isn't the common ground because you're not listening. If it was a bridge or had a sagitta or it had an archway, it would not be an apparent junction. It would not be an optical part where it's cut off information. It would be a physical location that has arc or arch to it. So any object passing in or passing past the point of convergence in your way would be due to bottom-up obstruction, due to physical nature, not an optical one. Essentially, as an optical junction has no magnitude. In other words, there's nothing measurable there because it's just light and the angle of the information being too acute to resolve. That's why it's called an illusion. There's no actual vanishing point.
I get your point, but we weren't going there yet. We were just talking about perspective and how straight. Like let's talk about
Still,
railways. How
he
they
he
convert.
still hasn't
Can I
listened
finish?
to the statement.
Can I finish? No, I've listened
Do you
closely.
understand?
I
Do you
know
understand the
what
difference between
it's
an
like.
optical position and a geometrical position, where one vanishing point has no magnitude and the geometrical position has feet and inches value, which is magnitude? You can't have an optical effect that has magnitude. If there's no magnitude, it's optical. If there's magnitude, it's a physical effect. It's measurable. You can't do that with an apparent position. That's why when you use different focal lengths and different heights, you can get all kinds of various positions of a so-called apparent horizon. It's because it's optical. It is not a geometrical position.
Rainbow.
We weren't even
All right.
talking
Yeah, let's.
about the horizon yet. Just like, okay, the difference between observing a straight bridge and a curved bridge will be that they both, rise up towards the vanishing point. They will converge, they will get smaller, right? But the straight bridge will just vanish, like totally converge at your vanishing point, while the flat bridge will drop from that. And that's exactly what happens in these, soundly photographs. So
Yeah.
you're
So
telling me that
what you're
perspective
talking
is
about,
serving a straight bridge,
yeah,
which
what you're
is
talking
not the
about
case.
is that what you're talking about is an optical effect due to refraction and telephoto zoom lens. So in other words, any object that's stretched out over a distance due to foreshortening effects can take a slight curve and make it massive, right? And then of course you have the refraction effects help out the same thing. But again, this is what you need to focus on, is the optical illusion part and how that works with physical geometrical earth curve. You can't have both.
Perspective does not curve bridges, and refraction offsets it, but doesn't curve it either.
Okay, so again, what you need to do is you need to go back to Google and type in Pontchartrain Earth and go look at all the straight lines that the bridge creates. Not only that, why don't you download the actual Blender data of Pontchartrain Bridge, and you'll notice that the bridge data is parallel to the horizon, or the parallel to the plane of the sea level. And you'll notice that the bridge itself only has the arcs that are needed for the ships to pass under. So the data, and then you go grab a map. The map will indicate the same topography information, distance and elevation information. So all this material that I can show you has no curve in it, but what you've decided to do is use soundly and negate optical illusion. So it doesn't make sense, sir. You have to look at the Pontchartrain structures, other photographs that show complete parallel straight lines converging off into the distance, and then you have to look at your soundly and look at how that's been captured. And if you don't compare the two, you're not being honest with yourself, man.
I am. I've seen both. I've seen both of what you're describing. Like obviously, if you have an object that's slightly curved, let's say a wooden plank, and you look at it from any angle other than an oblique angle that perspectively compresses the object, then you won't see whether it curves or not, right?
Okay, so the picture you posted of Soundly, is that one image?
No, it's not. That's a stacking of several photos.
Several, like 50 or 100. He wasn't sure. Do you know what camera he used? Did it
I'm not
have
sure.
what lens it had?
I'm not sure if it was that many pictures.
Yeah, he couldn't
It's
remember, but he told me it was more than 50, less than 100. Do you know what camera he used?
Doesn't change anything. How many it
You
was?
know the camera. You know the camera that was hooked to his telescope, i.e., mirrors.
I have the information somewhere.
Okay, fine. So you don't know. Do you know how many panes of glass he was shooting through that camera and telescope lens and mirrors?
Well, a normal, window, probably
So
three panes.
double pane. I'll answer for you since you don't know. It's double pane insulated glass that they use in those buildings. Do you know what type of insulation is in the center of those glass panes?
I don't know.
Okay, there's a lot you don't know about this so far, so I'll just keep going. What distance? What floor was he on when he shot it?
That was the 16th floor or
Okay,
15th.
close enough. Close enough. Was it at midday, morning, or in the dusk hours? Would you think?
I don't know the time of day. I don't. I have to see these
Okay, it was in
information.
the afternoon. What's the worst refraction time to take multiple photos and combine them together? What would be the worst refraction time you can imagine?
When you have direct sunlight, heating the surface.
Okay, well, that would be more or less in the afternoon, right? Because you've had the sun heating the surface all day, and then at dusk you get the most refractive, usually stated by George and others here. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so far, the picture that you claim is Earth curve, you've given evidence that it would be highly refracted, right? Do you know what type of water that's over there? Is that salt water or fresh water, or do you think that would make a difference?
As far as I know, that's fresh water.
Yeah, it's not. It's brackish. It mixes salt and fresh, depending on the snow melt coming from the Mississippi Basin from the west when they open the locks. Do you know if it's hotter, usually a warm water or cold water?
I don't know.
Well, I wasn't trying to trick you with the snow melt thing, but it is a warm water lake that is filled with cold water from the snow melt, so it creates a lot of turbulent refractive air right above the surface.
Mm-hmm.
You know how many interstates and refineries and other like airports that are dumping pollutants into the air, particulates into that air, which would also cause highly refractive area over distance? Do you have any idea how many oil refineries, crude oil ships going up and down the Mississippi, interstate systems with thousands and thousands of exhausts going over the bridges? Not just one bridge. There's 3 sets of bridges there, just in case you didn't know that. Plus railroad tracks, so trains coming back and forth. Plus a major airport, right? Right there, less than 3 miles away. Yeah, particulates in the air. You do know that particulates in the air cause refraction, right?
Perhaps. I mean, you as a local
No, not
officer.
perhaps. No, don't mislead yourself. Absolutely, 100%. The more particulates, dust, and all of that is in pollutants that are in the air, the more the refraction effects you're gonna have in that area.
The refraction is clearly visible in the video. Did you watch the video ever?
Yeah, I've watched the video of Stanley where the distant shore is appearing to go up and down, which also proves that it's a highly refractive, turbulent air. So we have a lot of humidity in Louisiana. Did you know that? It's one of the most humid states around this flat plain. Humidity would be what? Moisture, water particulates. You starting to get the drift here? Maybe the worst. I would name it the worst place I've ever been to take long distance photography, but maybe one of the worst areas on this plane to go take long distance observations. Thank you very much. You've been a great contestant, by the way. Thanks for being civil.
That's just not fair.
Rakia just put on a clinic.
And I
information to disprove their religion. Come on, that's not fair.
Okay, Pia, what of that information is actually relevant to observing the bridge? Like you've made a lot of statements that this and that and refraction, strong refraction. How does any of this curve a straight bridge?
You don't know how these conditions would curve the reflected light through the atmosphere, then I can't help you. You need to go study up on what refraction does.
Well, more importantly, can I suggest an observation he can do himself, and then he can, because he won't have a way to test that distance, but I can give him a smaller observation to understand. So, if you want, you can understand that the bridge that maybe Soundly is focusing in on. You have to understand that the bridge itself, at certain locations, arc for ships to pass under. So if Soundly is let me finish. If Soundly is at a certain height and he can zoom in with that camera, roughly 11 miles, then perhaps he's zooming in on a section of that bridge that begins to rise for the arc of the boats to pass under. Now that I've said that, here's what I want you to do. Take a telephoto zoom lens camera if you've got one, and put an object at least 2 miles from you, and even if it has and lay it along the what's the axis directly in front of you? That's the y-axis. The y-axis. The y-axis right in front. Anyway, you lay it in front of you, so it's straight on. Sorry, the x-axis. Yeah, y-axis is a horizontal, x-axis in front of you. If you lay the object and it has a slight curve and you zoom in on it, the foreshortening effect will take that tiny little curve that you really can't see, which potentially could be the arc of the bridge where the ships go. And as you squeeze that, foreshorten that due to the refraction effects of the telephoto zoom lens, you're going to have this amazing exaggerated effect. But not only that, you also have to understand that the refraction of the atmosphere will also exasperate that even further. So the combination with the optical effect, the height where he's at, where he's zooming in over the bridge, all are the variables that would create an optical illusion. And why do I say it's an optical illusion? Is because if I just took map data of it and went on a helicopter ride, I would operate that 16 miles, or wait, is it 24 miles? I can't remember how long the bridge is. Is it 16 miles or 24 miles?
24.
Oh, 44, geez. Is the distance where he's seeing 16 miles?
24. 24.
I'm sorry, say again?
24.
It's 24 miles, is it?
24, yeah.
I thought you said 44.
No, he said 24.
24.
Okay, so 24. So I don't know exactly how far he's been able to zoom in, but I can assure you that I've done these observation long lenses that objects with a slight curve or shortened will actually exaggerate the curve even further. So I can only imagine what the Atmos would do to, the light over that distance as well. Anyway, I lost my point because I forgot the miles.
Yeah, and going back a little bit to what we were talking about before, Hoymar, I mean, for the globe concept, the problem with saying that you can see curvature from ground level, if that's what you're going to claim, you're going to say that, in Pontchartrain and so on, that you can just see that. That then is completely contradictory with the rest of the theories that are often claimed for, getting into the horizon and geometric horizon and refraction and all of these different effects that have to happen over long distances, and how curvature is, of course, not observed and all the refractive effects. So to accept that one from ground level is at such a contradiction that you guys, in a way, I mean, if you're trying to kind of, I don't know if you are, but I mean, if you're trying to either kind of hold on to this model, you would actually be really more in logical integrity if you were to accept that that's not the curve of the Earth that you're seeing from ground level, but is an optical effect. And then I guess just try to stick with there's so many other problems with the refraction and the way that the Earth presents itself, the horizon, all that stuff that doesn't match. But it's like you have enough to do with all of that, let alone trying to say that you're seeing it from ground level, and that's the curve of the Earth, because there's foundational flaws in that, in my viewpoint. And no, not throwing any shade on Sonley or anyone else that's kind of come to those ideas. I just think it's geometrically inconsistent with what you guys claim the geometry of Earth is and refraction.
I'm not sure.
He just posted a picture and said, "Why don't you go to these red marked areas?" The exact pictures that I just posted of a heavy refracted day and a day that was less refracted were from one of those red marks. This dude has no clue what he's talking about.
But that's from ground level for one, and that's a huge angle to the bridge. You're several kilometers.
No, you're wrong again. The video that I posted, which clearly shows no curvature over the whole entire 24 miles, is from a high elevation about 12 or 13 stories up. Just a little bit different angle than Soundly took from the Marriott. So wrong again, sir.
Totally. Sorry, Rookie. That's a totally different angle. How many kilometers away from the bridge were you?
Well, watch the video and you will see that I take the first part of the video is showing you where Soundly was. And then I pan down the bridge and show you the entire bridge and the other shoreline. and you can clearly see that I'm not that far away.
That's not a precise,
Yeah, well,
like.
you can make your own determination. I didn't use a ruler to
Okay.
measure exactly how far away I was. I would say a few degrees, which changed the optical illusion caused by what I call Soundly's angle. Because if you look at all his pictures of power lines and bridges, he's either in between them or he's right at a certain angle. It's called the Soundly angle to create an optical illusion so you can come here and defend Earth curve with an optical illusion and look like you do right now.
That's simply still your claim that it's all just an optical illusion.
It's
Obviously,
video, sir.
with,
So are you saying my video is an optical illusion?
with,
Because one of them is.
I'm not saying that. Hold on. What I'm saying
Well,
is
one of
that
them has to
obviously
be because
you
mine
are
shows no curve and the
you're
one you're
forced
talking about shows curve.
you're
Well, more
forced to say
importantly,
it's
Rakia,
optical
does
illusion.
this guy? Do you understand?
You
Do you
guys
understand that?
let Rockmar speak. It's already like 4 against 1 here, so you should let him at least respond. he's hanging in there.
He's doing a good job. He's doing, but I go on mute, sir. I'm sorry if I overtalk you, but as soon as I'm finished, I'll go on mute. But yeah, you're doing a good job, man. Like I said, thanks for being civil.
Yeah, no, thank you, man. I appreciate talking to people who are interested in a normal conversation. So, yeah, the Soundly angle, right? So it sounds to me almost like you assume that you could reproduce the Soundly observation if, like, if you booked a room at the Marriott Hotel and
Yes.
took your camera with the highest optical zoom, you could reproduce that.
Yeah, so you and I could go there probably today, in the morning and get the same exact image. It appears at that angle, and on many occasions that the water ramps up or the bridge ramps up and then goes back down. That optical illusion is created almost on a daily basis. Yes.
Every single day with good visibility, actually.
I would say almost every single day you can get an optical illusion at that area for the reasons I described earlier.
Okay.
So yes, you can go do it yourself and get many optical illusions. Go back a week later or a day later, and that observation you took from the same elevation, same angle or whatever will change due to the atmosphere and all the things we talked about, particulates in the air.
Right. So that then in your video, you're saying, well, I don't see any curvature at all. Now, for one, that's like the bridge is 38 point something kilometers long, and the actual, like the hump, the sagittal is like 26 meters. So to even see that, you need to go to a small angle, right, an oblique angle, and zoom in to see if there's any arc there. So from your perspective, I'm not sure why you would expect to see a curve there if the Earth is a globe. So yeah, if you ever try this again, I would really, recommend you to go to a position with an oblique where you
Just
get a good
please
angle.
stop. I've been there. I've been at the oblique angle you're talking about probably 100 times, and sometimes the mirage. Yeah, I'm almost on mute. Remember, I'll press the button.
Okay.
Sometimes the mirage is like 3 miles away, and sometimes it's 14 miles away. And it depends on your elevation that you're at. If you're real close to the water, then the mirage is going to appear to be closer to you. Once you gain altitude, elevation, then the mirage pushes further and further away from you because you've changed your angle. So don't assume I haven't been there. Just get that out of your mind. I've probably been there more than most.
Given that you're a local, yeah, you probably were. But all I'm saying basically is that you can reproduce this with any, long object. You can do this with a wooden board and have the exact same, go to a small angle, see if it has curve or humps or whatever, and go to larger angles, like view it from top down or something, and you won't see if it's curved or not. And that's the whole trick behind the perspective in these observations. Now, I'm not sure like what you imagine
The whole
the light
trick
actually
is that
does.
they're an optical illusion.
Yeah.
They're not really physically happening.
Yeah.
How do
Oh,
you know that? You could fly over that section of 16 miles and not adjust for anything optically that you assume. But not only that, can I ask you, have you seen what's in the background past that curve?
Yeah, of course. You can actually like see the
What
how do
is
you
that?
call it?
Why do we see something in the why do we see
behind the
something in
waterline.
why do
Sorry,
we see why do we see something in the back past the curve?
because it's rising up over the curve again due to
So
topography.
so the Sagitta is just right there, but the land past it there is no
can we get him
Sagitta.
to repeat that? Can we get him to repeat that? The background is rising up due to what?
Topography, the land is just higher, you see the trees, but not the opposing shore because that's hidden behind the curving water that's in front of us. Doesn't that make sense intuitively that the shore is hidden because the water is curving and it's too small, like not high enough to rise up above
So
You
that
lost
curve?
me at water
that
curving.
bridge,
No, that doesn't make sense.
yeah, that bridge is at the height of the topography in the distance.
No, well, there's the bridge is actually going down again. It's basically falling behind that curving.
And so things will just pop up in the background, it completely completely horizontal, and there's no tilt to them. It's just everything's just perfectly and that's
There
because
is.
topography is raising to the curve of the bridge.
Well,
You can't
there is.
have
Given the fact
perspective. You
it's
can't have
just 40
perspective in
kilometers.
physical. You can't have perspective in physical geometry because perspective is based on angles of light. Your physical geometry doesn't give a shit about light.
I know. The point of this observation is that this is exactly what you expect to happen on a globe. And of course, if the flat Earth scrambles to, find an explanation, you guys are justifying that by
That's not
saying
what happens
it's
on
an
a globe,
optical
though.
illusion.
That's
It's
not what
exactly
happens on a
what the
globe
globe
because
predicts.
if it happened on a globe, it would be consistent through different focal lengths. But you can see past the point of horizon on your geometrical limitations, meaning that you can devise a ball model from an optical limitation, but you can see past that. You can see past that junction because it's not a physical location. There's no magnitude when you're measuring a 3-mile radius from the observer at 6 feet tall. I mean, that's what your geometry suggests. Like, let me ask you this logically. You put your head above the ground at 1 foot high. Your model says the curve of the Earth is another mile away. What meaning is that any object passing that 1 mile distance, roughly 1.22 miles, it's going to go down the edge of the ball. So people are going to start disappearing because of your Earth curve.
Yeah,
That's only 15,000 feet, man. 16,000 feet. Do you understand that I can show you a map much larger and much greater distance than 16,000 feet? And then I can also take you up in a plane and give you a bird's eye view directly down above the location where you think the apparent junction of the sky is happening. Do you understand that?
I'm not quite sure what your point is, but there seems to be a misunderstanding about objects on a curving surface like that of a sphere. Like if you have an object that's 10 foot high.
Your model says the ground is rising, right? Which is not due to
Not really.
perspective. Do you understand that? Your model says that the ground is appearing to rise to a horizon point, a physical Mercator point, due to feet and inches value, not perspective. Do you understand that?
The model says actually that the level surface will drop off from wherever you stand on it. So that's basically the closest we get to that is on the ocean.
Sure, but do you understand that the apparent rising to an apparent position isn't really happening? And the only way to get it, hold on, the only way to get a convergent point is to have straight lines. And perspective shows you apparent positions, apparent angular positions, apparent sizes. Nothing's actually changing sizes. Nothing's actually coming together. Do you understand that?
I think I have a good grasp of perspective, yes.
Okay, so when you go to measure something in a distance that has a vanishing point, which is the horizon, which is an angular limitation of all that information going into a banding, blurring, diffraction, refraction point, if you want. It's refraction causing the rise, and that angular limit is the diffraction of the light not having any more information because it's all foreshortened and compressed because of optics, that it's not actually happening in reality.
I think I get, I now get what you're saying. Well,
So if
on the globe,
okay, so check it out. If it's not listen, if it's not happening in reality, take two observers 16,000 feet apart from each other. Are they both witnessing Earth curve? They're staring at each other. They're staring at each other. Both of them see this apparent junction of the sky and ground. But I just told you it's not really happening. The sky isn't coming down. The ground isn't rising up. Now, granted, you must understand the observation of land between the two observers. You have to have pretty consistent topography because you don't want to be looking down at land that's sloping away or land that's rising up. But the whole point is if you do look at a pretty consistent plane Earth, the ground is only going to appear to rise. So if you have two observers upon this Earth, a planar Earth, and they see an apparent junction between each other, you know now that that's not actually happening.
By junction, you mean like the vanishing point or what?
The sky and ground appear to touch. So in the Webster's dictionary definition, you have what's called the apparent junction of the sky and ground, meaning it's not an actual thing that's happening. So according to your model, it only requires me to be 6 feet tall, roughly, and stare off into the distance and have a 16,000 foot apparent junction position. And if that was true, that was physical geometry, well, then there was no way that the observer looking back to me would have the same apparent effect because it would be geometrical and not optical. But because it's optical, he can look in my direction, I'm looking at him, and we both see an apparent junction that's not happening. So it's not happening. That means the whole 16,000 feet between us, the clouds are parallel to the surface of the Earth, and it's just straight lines, angles of light between us, but optically it converges.
Can I point something out that I tried to point out before? Because I do say it in a sarcastic way that they failed English, but it is relevant to the conversation because you're having a verbal conversation and, you can define words as you want them for the context of the conversation. But say, for example, like if you base the words you're talking about on the dictionary definition and the people that you're, having an argument with have their own interpretation of it, there's just mass confusion, right? Because like they don't even understand what these words mean that they're talking about.
Nope, they all have three meanings.
So the Arbeiter, right? I think your point is based on the assumption that the horizon is purely optical, but
so
on the globe,
I'm basing it. I'm not basing it solely on optical. I'm not basing it solely on optical. I'm going to tell you that I fly small aircraft planes. I fly at 2,500 feet. I fly at 500 miles. There's no curve, no dip, no drop, no nothing. So you're telling me that as a little tiny observer on the ground, or even 15 feet, 16 feet off the ground, or whatever, how many stories Soundwave is at, you're going to register curvature over a distance, 60,000 feet?
Have you gone through?
It's absolutely, listen, it's absolutely
Have you gone through
absurd.
instrument training?
Yeah.
For the record, the Globers.
Training?
For the record, the Globers that claim that all pilots say the Earth is curved, that claim is now debunked.
It's not the point. The point is the exercise is to
Have you done instrument
acknowledge.
training?
Years
Have you
ago.
gone through instrument training?
Years ago, dude. Here's the thing: it doesn't take your Microsoft flight simulator, because that's what they trained me on when I first started pilot school. Why don't I adjust for the same thing there? Now, up in the air, it's the same thing, right? I don't adjust for it over 500 miles at 2,500 feet. There's no rotation, there's no spin, there's no curvature. This is empirically true, observable reality.
I've got Microsoft Flight Simulator. Does that mean I'm trained now? Whoever asked the question.
Yeah, if you're trained by using
Oh, so
Flight
you-
Simulator, I wouldn't go to that school, dude.
No, it's a
Oh.
video game.
Oh, so you only fly in Flight Simulator?
Just saying, it's just an example of a simulator for flight. Yeah, they did use that. They used the professional one, right? So at the end of the day, you're going to laugh because pilots train on simulators now. It's
Well,
absolutely ridiculous. It's weak. Try better, guys.
I thought you said you fly like real planes, not in a simulator.
I thought you said you what?
He did say he flies real planes. He told you the reality that in his training.
It doesn't matter. Listen, you shift change happen. I'm gonna go on pause now. Okay, I'm going. You shift change. You got
Are
your
you
shift
alright,
change,
man?
boys. I don't know. Did you take your medicine today? Because if you didn't, I probably have to wonder why you're not following your doctor's orders.
They're not prescribed, bro. That's the problem.
To be fair, I'm
yeah, to
actually
be
curious
fair,
at the. I'm just curious at the extent of your pilot's knowledge. I'm no flattered. I don't think
Yeah.
it's like.
So do yourself a favor. Go pay $200. Tell them to take you up 2,500 feet and tell them you have a deathly fear of the spinning ball Earth, and then ask him to explain how to navigate over it. And he'll look at you with fucking eyeballs growing out of your face, out of his face, dude.
Yeah, if you're flying a Cessna, you can ignore the Earth.
Oh, there you go, buddy.
the only thing about Earth curve that comes up in pilot training is low altitude flight and
Oh, the
limited
agents are
sight
hot
with a
tonight,
VOR.
Saturday night. You got your whiskey,
Yeah,
boys? You got your
what the
whiskey
fuck
going?
ever.
Hey, you
In the
hey, left lane.
meantime-
You in the right lane
meantime,
tonight?
if you actually went to a real airport, got on a bigger airplane, and
Real
flew somewhere
airport.
far
It
away, you'll be
requires
fine.
a bigger
How did it turn
airplane,
into
guys.
this data?
Yeah, it does.
See,
Does-
How did
see
this
the Earth
conversation
curve.
turn into data just trolling everybody?
It probably is. Because because if you're flying a bigger airplane, you're actually flying on great circle routes. But that's okay.
On your next flight, why don't you take a theodolite app with you and measure
Why
the
don't
depth of
you
the
fly a
horizon
plane
yourself?
and stop looking at optics for Earth curve,
I've
and you'll
flown a
realize
plane.
the contention here, bud.
And the higher
Let's
you go,
measure
the
the
further you
Earth, all right?
see.
But
The
because
higher you go,
measure
the
the
further you
Earth.
see. So
Let's measure
all
the
GoPro
Earth.
proof.
Stop talking about the sky. How about that?
We've measured the Earth. You can do that a couple of ways.
No, you haven't. Lie,
Yes, you
false
have.
claim. Oh, you measured the Earth?
Just out of
Run me
curiosity,
through that.
even if your own math is true, do you know how many million times bigger the Earth is than you? PNS.
Ooh, big.
Run me through that, Sky Push. How you measured the Earth? Run me through it. Let's go.
Eratosthenes. One was Eratosthenes. The other
False
is
claim. False claim.
Nope, both of them work.
Well,
I asked you before. I asked you before. I asked
The
you
globe
before.
is
You
only
said,
a couple oil changes.
yeah, he
The
got
globe is
saved.
really small. But what you
Someone
need to do is put a
protected
laser
him.
on the front of your plane shooting forward and a laser on the back.
Oh,
We'll look at the angle.
Someone
We'll
saved
look
you
at the
before,
tilt
Sky
ratio.
Push.
All right,
Actually, it was yourself, but he didn't give me the hypothesis for Eratosthenes. Yet he claims it proves that they measured the Earth.
You've never. Who are we talking to?
What's his name? That paid NASA shield. Like he said that we have measured the Earth, and then he claims Eratosthenes, but he can't even give the hypothesis for that, quote unquote experiment, which is actually just a measurement.
Reproduce it. He can't even reproduce it himself today, right now.
That's right,
2022,
and
he can't even do it.
and it's not a measurement of the Earth, right?
No, it's not a measurement of anything. If I put my light source straight up in the air over my stick on any shape or anything, it's going to show the same thing. What's his point? What's anybody's point with that?
Well, that's what I said.
Man,
Well,
you
they
can
can-
get the
right above a
circumference.
stick, no
You can
matter
get
where I
you
put it
can get
at.
the circumference just from time. If you had a sense of
No,
time
no, you
and
don't.
a calculation, you could get the apparent size of the circumference
Look,
of the Earth with
Look,
time.
I'll be honest. If you understand,
way in hell.
if you can just understand what they say, then you too can, see this kind of curvature that they're talking about.
Well, if you timed your position between 2 points, and even if you had the Greek Eratosthenes had 2 subsolar points of the sun between
Points of
location.
what? From
So
where
if
to
he
where
was in
to
one
what?
location and the sun rose, and he
Yeah,
said,
but you
"Hey,
don't know
at
what
this
you're on the
time at
point of.
12, at this
You
time
don't
at
even know
12
where you're
noon,
on.
The point is you can do it with
You
time.
don't even
dude.
know what you're on.
Doesn't mean
So
that
if you're a
you.
little
It doesn't
guy,
mean.
hold
It
on,
doesn't
man.
mean. It
Hold
doesn't
on,
mean
stop
that you know
talking
the
over me,
size of.
dude. You probably been
Doesn't
talking
mean you
for an
know the
hour.
size
You
of the
had
Earth. I'm
enough
just saying
yet?
you
Actually,
can.
it
You
You
does.
all
can
right?
deduce the
Are you
apparent size
okay?
of the Earth
Can
with
I
it.
talk? Hello?
Means
I
you
don't
know the
know. I
size of
can't
the
get
Earth.
what I want
Hello?
out.
Hey.
It does know you mean the size of the Earth, actually. But
Denmark, you're good. I want to hear what Denmark was trying to say. Oh, he's on mute as well. Sorry.
Well, they don't like truth. They keep wanting to talk like they know something. You'll never be able to measure something you have no clue of what it is. So if you're a little guy in a dress, if you're a little guy in a dress back in the day, standing in the middle of some dirt somewhere, you told me you're going to be able to measure what now?
Exactly. I agree
You
with
have
you.
no
You can't.
clue
You
of what you're
can't.
on.
Exactly. You can't. But what you can do though is fucking fake it by time using time as a right.
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
Time
no, you
Yeah,
doesn't
of
can't.
course,
What
exist.
man.
time is
If
he
you
How do
have
they
talking
use
if
about?
time? Excuse
if
me.
you have
Excuse me.
two subsolar points,
You
if you have two
guys, one at
subsolar,
a
let me
time.
finish.
One at a
Let me
time.
finish.
Yeah.
If you have a
2
known
subsolar
distance,
points.
let me finish. If you have a known distance, and you know what time that the sun is at one subsolar point, and then what time the second sun between that distance,
Second sun.
the second subsolar point, right? You know, the hour
But
later, whatever
but
distance you are apart, right? You're going to know the time, the subsolar point the sun is at one position based on time. So 12 noon, let's say, and then the subsolar point is a set distance away. You know the known distance between those two points, and you also know that it's another subsolar point there because time has elapsed, and then you just do a quick math, and you can calculate the circumference of the sun. And then claim that it's the size of the Earth.
No.
No, you can't do any of
that's
that.
not how it
None of
works
that
at
even
all.
made any
But
sense.
okay.
Nah,
you can
he just
totally do that, dude.
He
No, you
said
totally
he
can't.
said something about
Show us.
time when the time we derive
Show
is
us.
from the sun,
So
and he
60
said use
by
the
60,
time.
60 by 60 by 24, right? 60
Yeah,
seconds,
cool
60
story.
minutes, 60
What's
Cool
that
seconds,
story,
60
60
bro.
minutes, 24 hours a day, right? So
Man-made concept. Man-made
What's
concept.
that
Cool
exactly,
story.
talking about?
it's a
60,
quantified,
40,
it's a
20, 90.
60,
What
60
does
by
that even mean?
24, 60 seconds,
Cool.
60 minutes, 24 hours. You know what it means now?
Yeah,
60
cool. What are you
seconds,
talking about?
60 minutes,
Man-made
24 hours a day.
Show
conceptual.
me the shape of that.
Hey,
So
Data,
if
you
the
got, hold
Greeks,
on, Data. Hold on for a second, man. Can we try to go one at a time? The thing is, Data, you do have to pass the mic and let others speak because you'll just kind of keep going forever. So you got to
I get interrupted all the time, bro.
But just
and
pass
then
it.
I never get to finish.
Well, I know it's because you're going on long as well, but I hear you. But yeah, go ahead.
Every time I watch, every time I talk, and I'm about to get to my point, I'll get interrupted, man.
All right, guys.
Time.
Yeah, exactly. Then give him his time, you guys. Just give him 30, 45 seconds, and then someone else can have that time. Let's just hear it out.
The point is, if you know a known distance between 2 points and you have a 60 by 60 clock, and you can time the 2 points, I'm sure if you know the distance, you can estimate a circumference from that small little section, whether you do it in degrees and angles, or you do it with time. You can get an apparent circumference. At least that's what I worked out.
You don't know a distance to any of that. Sorry. Come
like
again.
I said, if you know a distance between 2 points.
You
So
don't.
if
ifs and buts or candies and nuts.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, if you did, you could time the between the two subsolar positions of the sun over that duration and the distance, and then approximate a time. Approximating a circumference. Approximating circumference
I
with
can't
time.
even talk, dude. Hold on a minute. You can approximate how old God is too. Does that make you right?
It's not about being right. It's not about being right. It's about having a full. Well, it is about being right, but in this case, it's a philosophy based on an observation of the sun cycle. And for the sun cycle, you have to have an apparent subsolar points of the sun. If you watch that, know that, you could do some math, and there you go. Boom. That's how Copernicus did it. He did it by candlelight and perspective observation.
But that's unfair. He does keep rambling on. So like you just admitted that the sun's moving, like the sun has a cycle.
Oh, well, that's how it's done.
That's all
the first primitives. The first primitives always comes from the sun movement, right? And then you can reverse it from there. But the first primitive is observing the Earth stationary and the sun that moves. That's how the sun analemma was measured. That's how Kepler came up with his models. They all started with the observation of the sun moving.
Kepler's wrong, and everything you said was wrong. You don't know any of that. Neither did Kepler, and neither did Eratosthenes. You're all wrong, and you're all just making
Yeah.
stuff up. That's
So
what a philosophy is.
He doesn't even know if
Time.
they existed. He doesn't even know if they're real people.
Well,
I know.
the Egyptians, right, knew apparently all this stuff, and it was
The
handed down to the
Egyptians were
Greeks.
those. Which
It was handed down
Egyptians
to
were
the
those?
Greeks, and then the Greeks passed it on
Which
to the
Greeks?
Jews, which
Which
the Jews started
Egyptians?
the Kabbalah, right? Their
So
version of
you
the
just
Greek.
keep saying the
The
same thing over and over
Kabbalah
again.
has their version of Jewish, or had their version of their Greek
And who was
religion
that?
handed down from Egypt, man.
Who-
So it
who
all
were
comes
they?
from Egypt. So, I mean, that's what the Masons
You
say.
do
That's what the
know that
books say,
other
right?
people get to speak, right? Can you let other people talk, please?
Thank you.
Sure.
So who were those Egyptians?
Oh, I don't know. It's just in history
Of
books,
course
right?
you don't. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so you don't know. So stop saying it.
Yeah, so it's in history books, right? Unless you're
History.
just a
Given
complete
to us.
denier, unless you're a
His
complete
story.
denier of history,
His
then
story.
you got to
His
prove that it
story.
didn't. You got to prove that it did happen, right? Or it didn't
He's
happen.
still talking.
Point
So
is that
his
there's
story given
religions,
to
right?
his story given to you by them, right?
No, it's just history, and if I go through all different,
Arbiter.
let's
All
say,
right. All right.
let's
Who
say I go
built the
through different
pyramids? Who built the
cultures,
pyramids, Arbiter?
and
Who built them? It's in the history books, right?
oh, you want me to speculate?
Oh,
Or
okay.
do
I thought you said it's in the history books.
well, I never said anything about pyramids being in the
You just
history
talked
books.
about
You
the
did.
Egyptians. So how
Yeah.
do you have Egyptians without the
Yeah.
pyramids?
So the pyramid being built, as far as what you're looking for the knowledge of that, I didn't
So
see the
you have
Greeks inherit that
history.
knowledge. I didn't see
So
the
you
Jews
have
inherit that
history.
knowledge. But
Oh
what I
my
see
God,
what I see the
Jesus
Greek and the
Christ.
Jews inherit is
You,
geometry and mathematics, because the
no,
Jews
you
took
didn't.
theirs. Jews took geometry from the Greeks and turned it into gematria.
What is a Jew and a Greek? What are you talking about?
So,
He's
well,
saying,
the Israelites are probably Greeks.
Hold on,
from
dude.
the-
I'm gonna moderate for a sec. Data. I think Upside Down deserves the mic, man. Just
thank you. I'll shut up after I just.
I just temporarily muted you for a second. Ideally, we just don't want to have to mute anyone, but right there, dude, it was he. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Thank you. I was just saying, so he's saying that they have history of the Egyptians, but they don't have a history of how these pyramids were built. Like, how does that work out?
What I do know is that there is ancient mysteries that apparently come from Egyptology, right? So I didn't invent this stuff. I don't know all of the history of it, but I can tell you that the Greeks took their version and the Jews took their version and created gematria, while the Greeks did their version of sacred geometry, like the Platonic solids and all that other stuff that goes along with quantum mechanics and atomism. So they all apparently got this from Egypt. Now, you're asking me to back that statement by telling you why or how or what reason they didn't show how the pyramids were built? And that for nullifies the ancient schools and the mystic religions?
No, I'm just trying to get your understanding of your sort of reasoning on like how you claim they have like, like you don't have your family's history for the last 5 generations, right? But you believe that there was some sort of entity across the earth that was meticulously collecting all this information for you and keeping it in order, like chronological order, for you, just for you, right?
I believe that there was an order put in place and it was founded in Christianity. That order that was founded in Christianity, let me finish. That order that was founded in Christianity helped create the heliocentric model. It helped found the history of this Egyptology. But a lot of people broke off from Christianity only to come back to it. So, for instance, a lot of these people who ended up help creating the model of science, or let's say the scientific revolution inspired by Copernicus, they took a man's they took a man's approach using this science, which was a break off of the Kabbalah and Pythagorean, which is rooted in the Kabbalah, but Pythagorean, or if you want, the Masons. Right?
Can you show us?
So you have, it's
yeah.
just in the history books. So
Oh
if
my
you
God.
look at
Can I
it
just-
and read it, you'll see that it's not. They didn't hide anything. They basically wrote what they were going to do, what religion you were going to
Dang,
worship and be a part of,
such
right?
a simple point, bro. Like, so you said believe. So are you saying you do have some kind of proof for this thing, or you're accepting it as true without any proof, which is the definition of believe? Sorry.
So what I have gathered as evidence is from books that other authors and people that went to, let's say, respectable universities. So I'd imagine if you were going to be archaeologist or anybody that an anthropologist or anybody that would study history or culture, you probably would have some sort of reputation and some sort of I don't know, maybe some people would verify your work. So, for instance, a lot of the material that I got was from Harvard or Stanford or Yale. And what I believe is that back then there was a lot of Christians back then, which means there's a lot of people who believed in God. Now there was a two-party system. There was the evolutionist Christians who took on Darwinism, the idea of evolution for God's creation, and then there was the creationists who believed God did that and we didn't evolve from monkeys. So you have a slow subversion of Christianity to bring about all these models. I believe, let me finish. I believe at one time, I'm almost done.
Let your answers be concise,
I'm almost
please.
done. I believe at one time there was I believe at one time there was integrity, there was honesty, and there was direct evidence of our historical events, and these people took pride in doing that accurate information. That's it.
You're done. Listen, so like we all know the story, but it's just a story. Like, you're not telling us anything we don't know, right? We can all read about the same thing that you're spewing here right now. Like, I don't care how much you believe in it. It's just a fucking story. You can't confirm any of it.
And just because some guy read a book doesn't mean that's evidence. And some guy, listen, a guy studying something that he didn't have anything to do with or wasn't even born at the time, nowhere near, just way, couldn't even fucking decipher the language. And you're saying you're going to take his word for something he looked at that he didn't even comprehend. And all these guys are just supposed to be scholars or something and be so smart about something that they don't even know anything about just because they studied some other guy's idea. Hold on, I'm not done. They studied some other guy's idea about another guy's idea about another guy's idea about that fact some time ago. Neither one of them were around. And then the thing that they studied was something that got written down 300 years after an event. And you're saying science. Can you display some of this Copernican science for me, please? And let me know how these studies of these books were evidence of anything other than a belief or a religion? To back another belief or religion of somebody else's story?
So there is history, there is there is history that has been proven to be, there's been recorded history that has been proven with modern technology. In other words, ancient records of structures, buildings, towns, and cities and locations have been let me finish. Have been confirmed. Holy cow! See, I never get it out. Yeah. So there's places. There's places that have.
Yeah, Data, you're going on way too long for this room right now.
I gave him a specific question for you about the Copernican science. Can he demonstrate Copernican science for us, please?
Yeah, so it was Copernicus. It was called the Copernicus Revolution, right? Or his book, the Heavenly Body, the Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies. The point is that when it was released, it was the inspiration behind the scientific revolution. That was
what was the science that you do?
Let me finish. That was what was documented among Christian
Not scientific revolution.
I don't want to cut anyone else off, but he's just telling the same narrative.
The church.
The same narrative.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
We all know this narrative, though. He got asked the question by Denmark to show how he can, demonstrate that science. Not just tell us the same narrative we already know.
No, it was just accepted by Jesuit scientists. So it was just the only thing you're saying is that the church agreed with this. So he said, "Can you give him evidence, not collaborating?" Scientific proof of the Copernican principle being true, not collaborating evidence that makes it appear true.
I'm not talking about whether his theory is true. I'm just talking about what his theory had done. Apparently, as what his historical record. What his historical record. Can I go and explain how the transit of Venus over the sun, or the transit
You're not explaining anything. You're describing
something. Listen,
Copernicus.
Oh my God!
You're not explaining anything. You're describing something. Get it right.
You're just reiterating what the book says, and none of it proves anything. So you're resting on the Copernican principle or the revolution.
Retard hour here, I guess.
of the heavenly hours as if the evidence. Who are you implying to retard?
Yeah, exactly. Science
The
is done in the
chaos,
I got
the
gas
chaos
money.
that you guys are trying to stir up is like
I'm
full
from
blown
Michigan.
retardedism.
Yeah, I'm from
Well, you
Michigan.
can't
Apply
demonstrate the
something
science that you're
retarded.
trying to tell us
Those are
about.
fighting
You can't
words.
demonstrate. You
So
don't
I'm
know
not
what the
talking
word
about
demonstrate means?
demonstrating. Don't care about demonstrating.
Science,
That's not the
Copernican
point.
science. What kind of lab did he have?
Is an
Where's
Yeah,
his lab?
so
person a retard or is a
so this
person
is
with
what it
a
is
mentally
right
slowed
here.
down to
For the
This is what
record,
it is
retard?
right here. This is
How
the
do you
level of
define
Everybody
devastation
just
right here.
calm down, everybody.
well, it's him, bro. To be fair, it's him, right? It's him that's like, perpetuating this kind of like talking over and that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
He's not letting anyone have a say. He's just, yeah.
I know.
Yeah. Well,
can I just make one comment, please? The evidence must support the claim. Like a book written is not evidence of the said claim. It's not.
Yes, thank you. Evidence. Yes. 3DP. That's a cool meme.
If you want to be like
I'm
China
talking.
and try to erase all of
I'm
history,
done.
go
That's
ahead.
real. Did your parents fucking raise you? And here's another question: is history 100% certain, sold on, and verified? You
So
keep
I don't
talking
I don't
about
know how you
listen.
I
You
don't know how
keep
you
talking
verify
about
your
his.
history.
You keep talking
how I
about
verify my
historical
history.
facts. History
Hold
is
on.
just that. It's a,
hold on
call
a
me.
second. Just hold on a second, Michael. I just temporarily muted you guys. Michael, every time you guys speak at the same time, your mic goes all fuzzy and stuff. And then also it was really like it was high volume right there. But I'll just do one. Go ahead, man. Just you got the mic. Okay, he deafened. All right, go ahead, man. Yeah, that was
It's crazy hour, dude. I'm just look. If you people believe that all of history is a lie, I feel sorry for you, dude. History is a pretty amazing thing.
All right, hold on. He's back. Hold on, Michael. Are you there?
Yeah, listen, history
Go
is
ahead, bro.
a certain thing. We got science that proves that. It's called the 10-person experiment. You tell a story and see how much it changes 10 persons down the line. So we absolutely intelligent people, educated people know history isn't 100% certain. It can't be used as a proof of anything, but maybe an evidence or an indication. Collaboration, evidence, assertions, indications, these are not proofs.
Ask Data one question.
Just so you know, Mike, there's
So
something with
I
your,
feel sorry for all of
hold on, Data. Just Mike, there is something going on with your mic. It's like real. It's there's like there's like
this guy
static.
should have to quit with the retard thing, though, bro. He just can't keep calling people retard.
No, I'm not calling you a retard. I'm calling the behavior of the show retarded because you guys are all yelling and
I'm making
screaming.
a statement, and it's not a premise of a show. It's you, guy. It's all you.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
this
go
isn't
back
a
and listen to
show.
yourself,
Can I ask
dude.
something, please?
This isn't a show.
Can I ask
It's
something?
just
one at a time. One at a time. Is all we need.
I'd like to ask something real quick. Can this guy either answer the
slap the dog
question?
piss out of
Hello,
you, bitch.
can I please just?
He just
Can this
you
guy
heard me,
answer?
Paul.
Dude, you guys gotta chill, man.
Yes. You need gas money. You need my.
Go ahead,
Hello?
Scrap. Go ahead, Scrap.
Okay.
I'm just temporarily
Can this
muting you
guy-
guys and letting Scrap speak. Go ahead.
Can this guy either answer the questions that are asked of him, or shut up, please?
Shut that bitch up.
Well, what's your
That's what I
question? We just need to reset the conversation. Please, guys, just go one at a time. Everyone can have their chance to speak. So
I just wanted to ask.
What's your question?
A question to Data. Like, since it's history and he loves history and everything, it might seem weird, but I just want to know: does he know his third great grandma's favorite color?
Thank you, brah. Thank you. He don't have his family's history, and that he's talking about.
Just hold on a second. Let him answer. Just his third great grandma down the line, her favorite color, because she was a beautiful lady, and I just want to know what her favorite color was because he loves history.
Yeah, so the best part about when you look at the 23andMe and the one the Mormons are running, I can't remember the name of it right now, the real big data bank of bloodlines. So what I've done is I actually gone out and attached myself to my parents' 23andMe. And funny enough that you asked me about favorite colors and
How is this answering the question?
favorite things.
It's not. He's just.
Dude, answer the freaking question or shut up.
So if I was to go on 23andMe and the
It's not
lineage that's
history,
there.
guy. It's biology.
It appears that my
Fucking moron.
It appears that my great grandmother loved emerald green. Apparently,
yes. So they tell you.
Well, the disposition for green and being attracted to the color green, and
did you know
right?
the woman person?
There you
I
go.
don't care about disposition. Did you know the woman person?
So
I mean, a lot of people
you
can
got
tell
all
me
kinds
my
of
dad
stories,
like
right?
this, but unless they knew my father, I wouldn't give two shits about what they said.
All
I'm not an idiot.
What was
So this
what was the topic?
Well, it's a
It's
point that
history. It's history
Denmark made.
100% verified.
Yeah, Denmark made,
what
and
I've-
it's a
what
point
I've-
that it's a point that I made in a few servers. So if you
answer,
don't have,
guy.
sorry about that, but if you don't have your family's history for the last 3 to 5 generations, you can't
No, but
just like
but
yeah.
definitely
Oh
definitely
my
throw
God.
grandma
Can
away,
you
dude.
let him finish? I don't think the guy was done talking. Did nobody ever teach you proper etiquette?
Thanks, Michael, bro.
Well, you're calling other people, retard and acting retard. You're acting awfully
Are you sure?
belligerent and childish. I am sure.
Oh well,
yeah,
that's
so
nice.
I would
I'm
like an answer from
certain.
you. I would like an answer from him, but like just his logic. Like if he doesn't have his own family's history and he,
Yeah,
claims
so that's
to
not
love,
logical. It's just a weak straw man argument.
if he
Again,
it's
when
not
I'm
a
looking
weak
at
shut up
history,
and let
when
him
I'm looking at
finish.
history books, there are scholars, there's institutions, there's all many thousands of facilities
Be allowed to just
that
talk. Like
that
just
get
mute
they
him for a
get the
second. I would
text.
just say what I
They
got to
get
say,
the
and you can
text,
unmute
they
him
get
again.
the material, they break it down. If you're going to claim that all the thousands of institutions that are
Why is he
breaking
allowed
down
to
the
just
sacred
keep talking?
text,
I don't get it.
and in fact, the inspiration for algorithms and
They
AI
don't say what you
to break down the
say.
sacred text.
They don't say history is 100% perfect. They
Yeah.
don't. Only
How do you know
do.
that if you don't know your history?
I actually do know history, but I also
Yeah.
I
What's fake? What's fake in your history then?
Hold on
Give me
a second,
something.
I'll tell you.
history
You go. Oh,
history.
sorry. Dan.
Are we talking about national, international, state history, county history? You got to
What's
be
fake in your
specific.
history? What's fake in your history? What?
What part of my
The
history? Don't,
Egyptians? We don't know how the pyramids
don't
were built.
be
Therefore, the
vague.
Egyptians didn't build them.
And who said fake?
Dude,
No
Who
one.
said
you answer the
fake?
question. Let him
No one.
It's not
answer.
real history. It's fake history, is it not?
He's
Said
straw
fake.
manning.
Okay,
I
are you going to
said,
let
manning
him
you, right?
answer your question? Shut up and
I
let him
said
answer.
I said 100% verified. I didn't say fake. So
How do you
let's
verify
stick.
it if you don't know your history?
I mean, I didn't even get to
I'm gonna
finish,
tell
bro.
you,
No one
Data.
muted him, bro. He
I'm
cut
gonna
me
tell
off,
you.
but yeah.
I'll tell you which
Just say
history is
you
fake.
can't verify any of it.
Right. He said he wanted to go to
How do you
23andMe
know
to
that?
find out his great grandma. He can't go to his
Those
mom and dad and
verify
great
the
grandma in
facts
the
that
first
we're
place.
reading are true.
That's weird. You wouldn't go to first-hand information like your mom and dad to find out about your great grandma's mom and your third great grandma down the line. You wouldn't ask them. You'd ask 23andMe, people who doesn't know anything. I mean, what does that even
I
mean?
would ask closer relatives to her because closer relatives to her would know her
Shut up
better
and
than
let
my
him finish,
parents.
man.
Oh
Let him
my
finish, bro. You
God.
didn't even let me
Does
finish.
23andMe know your grandma's favorite color? Because I
The
still want to know.
relatives that were closer to her, the relatives that are still alive, when you inquire, are not they're not close to my parents because they're related past generations, right? So when you look at the past generations, I have to go to the relatives that lived around them.
The people that are related to your great grandma aren't related to you. Is that what you just said?
No, what I mean is the lineage. If you have breakoffs from the lineage, you have a big family. So you have like 9 kids, right?
You know, if you don't have a recorded history of your family, how do you know that?
Because if the other family members are related to the other cousins of that brother or sister of the grandmother or the great great grandmother, maybe they know about that great great grandmother because they hung around that side of the family more.
So in order for you to know that, you have to have a history for your family, right?
But you can only find that if I know the history of my cousins or whoever's still alive, which is like what cousins? Third cousins?
So you don't have
how many
that.
cousins back?
So you don't have that.
The point is
that
that's what you get connected on.
So
That's
you
what's
don't have
available
that.
now.
You don't
It's
have a
the
person.
third is the cousins that are like 50 and 60 and 70 years old, dude.
Bro, I've been actually respectful to you, bro, so far. But like,
Well, you're
if you
telling
don't
me to
have that,
shut up, right?
yeah, bro, because you're being like a clown right now.
I'm
You're being
giving
a
you the
dumb.
answers, and you're telling me to shut up, right?
Child, dude, will you please stop interrupting him? Please, quit acting like a child. Please.
If he doesn't have his own family's history, why does he assume that there's some sort of entity throughout the
Straw man
earth?
argument, weak as hell. Again,
Well, then
the
why do
history
you?
books.
Why do you assume?
The
Well,
history
okay,
books.
instead of just
The history books are there. The
mute
history
this
books are
cunt.
there.
Mute him for a second. Thank you, please. Thank you. Like I'm just trying to. Yeah, I'm just trying to ask him. Oh, sorry. I thought you were letting me talk.
Everyone, just calm down a bit. Seriously, I'll just walk back in the room and you guys will blow me.
Just let that guy that was talking finish what he was saying.
Michael.
That's the whole problem. Nobody let him finish what he was saying. He's been interrupted 20 times.
I don't need you to be.
I know my name. I didn't ask if you needed me and all that's enough.
There we go. Thank you. All right, upside down. Go. Everyone, just give each other a bit of room. Thank you.
But can I just address something? Like it is true, Bansor. Like you said, you just came in, and the thing is, like he hasn't let me finish the whole time, and Michael was just, but Michael was just trying to point that out to you. You know that it's a bit unfair to say.
No. I don't need the story. Get back on track. Get back on.
This is what I was talking about, the flat Earth hierarchy, man. Like you know what I mean? It's like, bro, you can clearly see who the fuck is causing the problem. Arbiter. There's no one else, bro. None of us were causing the problem.
Get back onto a topic.
All right. Okay. Fine. No worries. Yeah. So I'm not straw manning him with saying if he doesn't have his family's history, why does he assume that there's an entity? That's not a straw man. That's asking him to logically explain why, if he doesn't have a personal lineage in his own ranks, like mother, father, grandmother, great grandmother, great grandfather, and you can stop there if you want, because I bet you he doesn't even have that. But we can then go to the next thing. If he doesn't have that, why does he assume that there's an entity throughout the earth that has been meticulously, chronologically collecting the earth's history, keeping it in order just for him to be able to refer back to if his own family hasn't done that? Thank you.
Did you want to go, Michael, or should I unmute Data?
No, I was just trying to hear that, dude. I just wanted to actually hear what the hell he was trying to say. Dude, cut him off before he even made his point 20 times.
Yeah, I think it's more ridiculous to suggest someone walked on water.
Yeah, nobody
Some
suggested
people-
that.
Some people don't even know their own parents. So to say everybody knows history and you can trust a scholar who probably doesn't even know his own dad half the time, would be kind of ridiculous, right? This is just weird.
So one thing that I will agree upon is that you're not taught to search your lineage if unless you've wanted to do so, because the society has created a self-serving individual that is, the mind is not even looking towards the past, let alone the future or the present. The mind is gone. So if you want to look at what some people have done, I've done the 23andMe on purpose to figure out the lineage and the genes. Right now, what that tells me is that there's like 4,000 people that I'm related to. How am I related to 4,000 people? Well, that's what it says. So if I'm related to,
simple, man. It's called DNA.
How would you go about finding out through all this history and these scholars and these specialists your third great grandma's favorite color? Like, how would you go about doing that? Since you think you can go back millions of years, thousands of years, whatever, can you go back 300?
Can I say one thing? Lineage isn't written down historical events or records of historical events that we're trying to say are 100% absolute, certain, and correct.
Well, I know a little bit more about my history than maybe you do. Maybe that's where you draw. Let me finish. Maybe that's where you draw your insecurities from. See, my insecurities are the fact that your insecurities are not mine. See, my
it's not an insecurity. Intelligent, educated people know history isn't 100% certain. What's your problem? Hey, listen.
Come on.
You learn this in collegiate level
hey,
history.
dude, you want to go full China? Go ahead, dude. You're not. Non-history.
Finish up quickly, Arbiter.
All of history is not a lie. If you think so, then that's just silliness. There has to be a starting point, an institution, something created. Now, whether it was a secret society.
How do you know what's real and what's not from history?
Shit.
Do you pick and choose?
Holy shit. So the way for you to pick and choose is you have to...
Fuck you, bitch.
Yeah, there you go.
You
So if
get
you
what
have,
you give. There you go.
there you go.
Yeah,
There you
how
go.
do you like it?
I
So
don't care
if you
either way,
keep
dude.
talking while other people are talking, does that
You
make
can
what you
keep go full retard. It's all good.
yes or no?
It's all good. You
Hold
keep
on,
doing it.
Michael, real quick, bro. We don't.
Doesn't offend me, guy.
How many times this guy called me bitch?
I don't know, Mike. This isn't really a place for a
You
full-on
started that.
fight thing. So can you?
I'm not doing the fight thing. I'm doing to him what he's done to everybody. Everybody who tried to even interact with him. This is how he's treated everybody. And then he calls him retard, ridicules him. I say
No, the behavior is retarded.
I say
People
history.
yelling and
I say
screaming.
history. Yeah, over talking people is rude as fuck. I say history is a 100% accurate event as it's recorded, and he says fake. Who said fake?
I'm saying that at one
That
point.
doesn't even address what was said. You're just talking to be talking. You want to sound
let me
like
know when you're done.
and everybody else is stupid. Generally, that's when I'm done talking. It doesn't have to be told. Intelligent people can see it. Do you gotta ask, am I done? Am I still talking?
Hey man, I'm not your mind, buddy. I'm not a mind reader.
You're
Are you finished?
It's really
Are you finished?
I'm no longer
You can go.
talking
You
with
can go
information.
full. You can go full China and
You
totally
can
disregard
go,
all of the
guy.
history. There has to be a point. There has to be.
But you could be.
There has
You
to be
could
a
also
point
be a respectful
where
person, but you're not.
How can he finish if you can't shut up? Can you
There
shut
has-
up so he can finish?
No, I can't.
Please.
Scratch. Why don't you shut up?
gone full head.
I got a point.
No, you don't. You just gone full hate case,
I
dude.
do.
So
I'm not
there has to be a
education,
point
just
in
a
origin.
person.
There has to be a point in origin of
Nobody
humankind.
said there wasn't.
There has to be a point in origin of humankind of goodness. But without that goodness, you wouldn't have abundance. Without that abundance, we wouldn't have had growth. Okay? They're now. Let me finish.
I disagree.
If you look at the
Please
system,
let
if you
other
look at
people talk.
if you look at the system put in place, it was founded in good and created in
Scrat, why don't
abundance.
you shut up,
It is
Scrat?
now being changed.
I don't see what's wrong with what Arbiter is saying. He's not really talking out of line, if you ask me. Maybe the insults could be less, but
I was treating you the same way he treated me. I thought it was obvious. Hey, if you respect me, I don't have a problem respecting you. If I can't even finish my sentence, why would you bitch at me to let you finish yours?
what did you want to say?
Well, that would have been apparent if somebody had let me finish my sentence, right?
You have your chance right now, brother.
Yeah, I understand that, but I wanted to finish my sentence when I was saying that this obfuscates the point. The point is treat people how you want to be treated, give respect, and you get it. It's not earned or owed. Don't ask people for shit you're not willing to give, man.
All right, yeah, let's kind of reset. Scrat or Michael, did you guys? Scrat, were you trying to get in?
What? No, I was just asking this guy to shut up and let other people talk. Every time people start to say something, he starts babbling. He won't let anybody get a single thought out.
Let's just move on.
Whining, come on.
It was just one dude, arbitrary. That's it, because he did it to me.
Yeah, you know. Know who that is, right, Mike? Flat Earth Data.
Yeah, I know who he is, dude. He's just rude. He's always been rude about obnoxious.
So
it's
how
it's
do we
not
know?
me. I don't ridicule the person.
How do we know Flat Earth Data when we look at history? What's accurate and what's not? When there's
Well, there's a two-party system. Okay, so just like I said, there's the evolution Christian, and then there's the creationist Christian. And if you look back in history, there's a break-off of applied sciences, actual, study on creationism science versus evolutionary science. So that break-off has two forms of institutions. And of course, the secular institution seems to, get more money, more donations, and more attraction and more appeal. And of course, over the last 70 years of the after World War I, World War II, when there's this change in order, there was a subversion of that Christianity. In particular, the moon landing was the first birth of the subversion of Christianity that turned a lot of people atheistic and really took upon the secular movement of atheism and grew further into the mathematical world of dark matter, dark energy, and the mystic arts of Kabbalah and quantum mechanics. That's what the history shows. That's what it shows in institutions. That's how that the growth and the spurt of it. Now we're at the pinnacle where quantum mechanics conflicts with everything. Einstein's relativity conflicts with everything. Newton's mechanics, sure, they work here on the Earth, but they don't work at anything cosmological scale. So we're at this pinnacle of theory and thought. And now you have a great institute, a great number of people, billionaires indeed, want to have a great reset. And then you have people denying all of the years of scholars for the last 1,000 years of history they've recorded. It's just crazy. I think it's just absurd, and that's why I just,
You don't think it's harder to decipher the truth the further we look back? When it comes to history? Because it's like things get lost, right?
1,000 years of history is solid for sure. Now, who's ran the parties between that? I couldn't tell you that. You've got the Knights of Malta, you've got the Templars sects, you've got the Rosicrucians, you've got the Masons, you've got the Jesuits, you've got how many? There's at least 300 groups, and if you're going to have those many groups run, you're going to have one umbrella eventually, and that's apparently the Illuminati. So that's what it all says.
What, history? And no offense, but nobody.
Right as of now, in the present time
Yeah,
we're talking
you
about.
gotta pass the mic, man. It's just excessively dominating to the room. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I just didn't totally deny history. It hasn't addressed my point. My point was history is not 100% certain. We can't take it for 100% actuality. No educated person does. We know there's multiple versions of it. It can differ from America to China, and you're telling me not to go pull China on somebody. But history changes when you go from nation to nation. And we know this. We use it for a timeline, not for a 100% certainty.
What would help if he actually gives an example of what he's saying? Like, here's a piece of history, here's something that we can confirm. Because apart from that, you can't actually verify these things. It's based on a belief faith system in that what is written in these books is correct and accurate.
Yeah, because, well, the Jesuits, all these religious orders that keep history, they all start from a certain book that we can't verify there either.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he can give some sort of example to help, help his argument, then fair enough. If he can give an example of some written recorded history and a way that we can verify this sort of thing, then okay.
Yeah, I don't deny history, and I use history for historical events. I don't take the facts and statistics for 100% certain or absolute. So there's a difference between skeptical and denying, or calling a thing fake, or questioning how much of it we actually know to be true. They're just you just want to ridicule people to get a position to stand on wherein you appear smarter than you are.
As it pertains to exactly what he's talking about, though, I mean, where it originated from, like, literally, doesn't really matter. I mean, if you read, like, Gnostic esoteric texts, they'll all allude to this philosophy that is ancient. Like, you can even get to Babylonian texts, and then you can just track it all the way through, right? So you can make the argument, what if that Babylonian text isn't true? Well, okay, but, someone in 1920 that was a Mason referenced the Babylonian text and said that that's what he was taught. And so you can track back these esoteric, beliefs.
I was going to say that Flat Earth Data is preaching to us a Masonic spiritualism of enlightenment and reason and logic. Am I right?
But also,
I think he's trying to call it out, though.
We're in a scripted reality.
I'm not trying to call it out. I'm just saying that's what it says. I'm not trying to call it anything. If I was to be an observe and report and just read the story and the narrative and look back 1,000 years, because it seems pretty solid, 1,000 years worth of information. You can see where the Christians came along and invented the globe model. You can see the transition between Platonism to Hellenistic. It's all written now. Now, can I verify it? No, but I can see it in several scholar texts throughout all universities. And here's the thing: the universities, some of the holy shit, dude.
You're long-winded, Data. So I mean, that's why people are.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get it out, though. I'm trying to get it out, and I get interrupted.
Give an example. Give an example. Like, these you're just talking about.
So a lot of, like, for instance, a lot of mathematics. For instance, like if you look a lot of mathematics in Mississippi.
Data,
If
you
Matt
gotta
had
like
experience
think
with
of something that you can like wrap up with a bow and actually complete it. You know, like a concise point instead of like a full history of.
I never get to get it out, dude. I keep getting
Just
interrupted and I have to
answer
start
the
over.
question. Don't give a
So
story. Like
there's, for
answer the
instance, if you
question.
look at
An example.
if
An
you look at
example.
You're
oh
like
my God,
Xanax.
dude.
Will just go
It-
like more or less forever. So you have
dude,
to somehow.
I'm dealing with Tourette's people here today, man.
No, you're just being very
Example.
long-winded, and then someone's like,
Yeah,
"Okay, well, like, just
no.
point us to a specific thing," and then you go back on the whole long. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
trying to
not
bridge the gap, right? Like when I was
understandable.
like, I think he's calling it out. I was trying to stand up for you. Then you're like, I'm not trying to call it. I'm saying like you're trying to expose the origin of some of these beliefs, and you're like, I'm not trying to. A bit defensive and like preachy. I'm just telling you that's why
Johnny.
people are interrupting you.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. So it is, in essence, that's what it's saying, is that you can trace this history through literature that shows you these certain practices and the evolution in society because of those practices. In other words, influences. So, for instance, in 1960s, they weren't necessarily teaching the heliocentric model until really 1950, 1960 started kicking it off. And then full-fledged 1970, 1980, they started getting rid of God in the classrooms. So you can see the history, and it goes back 1,000 years, where you can see we take from the
Jesuits or the Christians, or was
it doesn't
there
matter
another
what it is. They're all obviously part of a family and a brotherhood, because you had Chinese
specific
Jesuits
about
just as
who
much as you
wrote
had
history?
Italian Jesuits, just as much as you had Swedish
You know,
Jesuits.
history was rewritten and changed, right? Periods of history that were rewritten by the Jesuits. Same order
Sure.
that kept
And
history.
that's what it also says as well. Yes, for sure.
Yeah,
So
that's the history we read about history. Yes.
okay, so how do you know that's true? How do you know that they changed the
I
history by your own
don't.
standards?
That's the whole point. I don't know that
Okay.
history is correct or that it was even changed. They're all
Okay.
stories I read from other people. Data
But there's still institutions that will corroborate the data.
that doesn't make it any more valid.
Dude, yeah, it does. There is
Institutions
history.
are full of people.
There is valid history. To deny it is moronic.
Where's the point?
History
Listen,
10,000 years ago, I would agree with
be
you.
specific about what
history 7,000 years ago, I might
event.
agree with you. But history 1,000 years ago, I would not agree with you.
Hey, be specific about one historical event and how we verify that written history through something we can actuate, like Gio said, and wrap up in a bow. Could you do that, please?
If you know my story already and what I said, you got that through reading what? Word of mouth or reading?
For specificity, not vagueness.
I read a lot of that content, and I didn't get it verbally from people's mouths, right?
Yeah, if you read it, did you download it, comprehend it, and can you be specific about it and make your point?
The point is that it corroborates other people before who wrote about it.
Right? That's why we're asking for you. You're collaborating evidence. That's what
I'll do it. There's some like Babylonian texts
Oh, I
that you
saw
can
a
kind of track
UFO.
Kabbalah
Oh, I
back
saw a
to.
UFO too. Oh, corroboration. That means it's true.
I'll
Yeah?
do it. There are ancient texts, right? So I mean, there are ancient texts spread out throughout the earth that seem to corroborate certain things, tracking back to a Babylonian empire that seem to extend past a lot of empires. It would be a very intricate conspiracy, and I'm not saying it's impossible, but like when you look at corroborating ancient texts from different geographic locations, it's a decent way to start looking into things. I mean, so I just like the Kabbalah does track back to Babylonian. They took the Hebrew, they created a mathematical magic.
Can I say something on that? Yeah,
Which one?
so like
What's it?
yeah, so this scripted reality that we're living under, right? You think that there's some sort of bit that slipped through and then they only started scripting at a certain point. Like you have to assume that everything that they provided to you is part of the script. So, you ever seen like where it's like a child's little game experiment thing where they soak a piece of paper in coffee and make a pretend, hold on a sec, make a pretend treasure map to, add authenticity to it. Like all these books, like how do you know they're from 600 years ago or 500 years ago? What?
I'm
Because
not
they
claiming.
say so?
This is what I'm saying though. Like if you just have this philosophy where you just preemptively handwave dismiss all things, you're not going to learn anything. Like if you go look at esoteric Gnostic texts, so like even in modern times, right, where these are powerful people that we know controlled huge monopolistic corporations and they controlled a large portion of the world. Okay, you can go read their writings. You can go read about their brotherhood. You can go read what they learn and what they teach each other. So even if it's all fake, they all teach it to each other. They all believe it and act like it's real. And so that's at least valuable in that sense. That's my point.
Oh, okay. So I kind of I kind of hear what you're saying, but it's all part of the narrative that you've been given. Like, there's nothing, like, what the point is, the main point is, there's nothing that you can do to verify it. Nothing, except you can say that, oh, it corroborates with the same book that's written in China or something like that.
In terms of what they're saying and what we're saying, they're saying we got history from our Masonic handlers, our Jewish handlers, our Christian Rosicrucian, the temples of Solomon, the pillars of Solomon, the book, whatever, you know. But we can just say, all we got was the Goyim history.
Yeah, but do you not wait?
That's a version. Well, you know what I'm saying. We don't know the version of history that they give us.
There's no doubt there's a huge disconnect. I think that's why I'm going to the esoteric groups. Like, I talked to a Mason one time and he was drunk, and so he was like trying to recruit me, which they're technically not supposed to do. And I think he was just 32nd. He wasn't 33rd or anything, but he was trying to recruit me, and he told me, I was asking a bunch of questions. He was still pretty smooth drunk. He wouldn't give away a bunch of secrets, but he told me that one of the things no one really understands is that when you become a Mason, what they do is they give you access to libraries. So if you're a higher level Mason, you can go to any like Masonic lodge. You can go all around the country, go in there. Once they know who you are, you can get access to any library that they have access to. They just give you unimpeded access. He said they sit back and they kind of see who actually takes advantage of that and reads all the historical literature and all the black magic and stuff like that. And so like if you can get your hands on some of that, it's not that we have to believe it's true. They're misguided. They're Luciferians, but we can at least start to understand like what they're doing, right? Like what's going on. We can start to piece it together, and it does track back to Babylon a lot.
What the fuck, man? So you're saying...
I don't deny 100% of history, and you know that, Witcher. I'm just saying we don't have a 100% accurate account. There are portions of history.
Hold on. This is just address what he just said. Like, he's trying to say he spoke to a 32nd degree Mason. And he's confirming that how, based on the drunk... Well, the drunk guy that claimed he was a Mason, right?
No, he knew my great grandfather who was a high level Mason.
I just verified that for listen, I'm a Shriner.
You're just one of those. It's kind of sophistry, right? Where it's like it's easy to be. It's my beef I have with FED, where it's easy to sit in the corner and just say I'm not making a claim, but I can just like undermine everything you say. I get it, but whatever. I mean, you're adding no value to the comment. Have you ever read any of the Masonic literature? Have you ever tried to figure out what they're doing to lie to us, or do you just?
I think you're up on a pedestal. Right, you're part of the flat earth. Hold on a sec. You're part of the flat earth hierarchy, right? You think you've ascended to some sort of like level where like you have some sort of intelligence over others, but you don't.
Well, that's a straw man. I don't think that. So this is what I'm saying.
Why are you betraying yourself? Why are you condescending? Why are you speaking like in a condescending tone to me and talking about FED and conflating me and FED?
I'm just explaining the ideology. It's easy to just say, well, nothing.
FED. Who is FED?
It's easy to just say that, well, nothing, everything you're talking about could be fake, and that's potentially true, but
that's not what I said, though. That's
you bitched about interrupting, and you interrupt me every single time that I talk. But I'm the one that's on
Let him finish his point, Upside.
Oh, for fuck's sake, bro. This is a circle joke, bro, for you.
You know what? Too bad. Let him finish his point.
Listen, all I'm saying is like, yeah, we've been lied to a lot about history, and that's true, and we can't blindly believe any of it, but I don't think it's valuable. There's a middle ground here to just preemptively don't look at any of it because it could be fake. It requires some research and kind of looking into it, and at the least, it can give us value like, oh, well, even if they're wrong and their history is a lie, like it's interesting to know what they think is true and what they're telling each other in their little circles that control us to this day. It's just interesting to inform yourself about some of the literature. That's all that I'm saying. It can be valuable regardless of if it's grabbled.
Agreed.
Back up what you said about the Hall of Records, which we call it, but the library, as a Shriner and a low-level Mason, I know that at a low level, you're already given access to the Hall of Records or the library, whichever you prefer to call it.
In the story that you've been told by these quote-unquote Masons, right?
So you think they don't have libraries?
I mean, yeah, they're sworn to secrecy, but they get drunk and they start talking
on secrecy. Listen,
Discord and like.
How do you know they're sworn to secrecy? That's just some story you heard and you know. See how I can do the same thing you do?
What is a secret? You think this is a secret society, but yet you know that
I got muted. I got muted while Witsit talked, and then he finished, and I didn't get to, like, respond to that.
Upside down. It's been taken care of. Okay. Go. Finish.
Well, it gets lost in transit, right? Because what was his thing about this? I mean,
They
I
have
lost the point
libraries.
there.
You
I
were
lost the
saying that
point
you
there.
can't
Like,
prove that.
while I was on mute. Oh yeah, that's right. You did strawman me with something about like we can't prove anything, like, or we can't rely on any history. What I said is you can't verify any of it.
Never said you
what
could.
What are you even debating? Like, why are you arguing with something he just bringing up, that he heard this from a Freemason? That's fine. Yeah, it is hearsay, but it's obvious that they do have history and they have libraries. It's not like that's something that you really need to debate about. Like, oh, that's just hearsay. I don't think it's
I've talked to plenty of NASA astronauts and Freemasons, right? They told me they
Really?
were. I mean, they told me they were, so I must have, right?
Well, okay,
Well,
but this is
what-
different. You can actually go see the libraries. My great grandfather was a high level Mason.
Honestly, I've talked to people. I've spoken to people from the Illuminati, and I've spoken to like nephews of the Rothschilds. So
My great
what are you talking
grandfather.
about?
My great grandfather was literally a Mason, and I got to look through a lot of his stuff when he died. Like, see, I got to read the literature.
You got
It's
inside
not
knowledge, right? You got special
what,
boys with special
See,
ways,
now
yeah?
you can't
Why are you
debate.
just being a
Now
hater?
you're
what
just
type of
being
knowledge did you get
personal
access
because you
to?
can't
You
debate.
share with the room.
Can debate with it. You got like I said, you're part of the flat Earth hierarchy, right? And you seem to think that you have some sort of like like higher intelligence than the rest
You
of
got
us.
personal gripes.
What you did?
all you have is ad homs.
Hold on a sec. There's no personal. I'll happily debate him, but like I see his,
So stop bringing up personal shit and actually debate.
But then why is he portraying himself in a condescending manner to anyone below him, right?
my
Like
God.
everyone is below him, right?
I'm
What's
literally
your
not. I'm just
interpretation?
explaining that I have a little piece
You
of
are,
firsthand
Witsit.
knowledge that there are
No, you don't.
pieces of literature that they give to one another, including the Masonic Bible, which has Egyptian mythology in it. And it's pretty interesting, at least, to see what these power structures believe.
So you're under the assumption that, like, if they pass it amongst each other, because
just
they're
said-
part. Hold on a
just
sec. I
said-
haven't even got to finish. Like, so
Oh,
you're saying
God.
that amongst each other, like, if they pass a book amongst each other, because they're already accepted into the group, that must mean that this is true knowledge. Because
No, he's not saying that.
I literally said the opposite of that. I literally
Well,
said
you
that
didn't-
doesn't make
you
it
didn't-
true.
you
You're like a
didn't when you-
glober. All you have is strawmans and ad homs.
What
Yeah,
the
it's
hell?
weird, dude. You're being weird.
You guys keep interrupting him.
Give us a
Like,
group
right.
on what they believe.
I'm not even finished. Like,
Okay, go ahead with your straw man.
Did you hear that's what he
so
said?
there you go. Go ahead with your straw man. I'm not straw manning you in any way.
If we know what
You're
they
just
believe.
like, oh, because you heard
Look,
this,
straw
blah,
man,
blah,
you
blah,
need
blah,
to-
blah.
I
Let him
know,
finish,
I
and
asked
then let me
him-
respond
hold on a
because
sec,
let's let him finish.
Hold on a sec. I asked him a question. I didn't assert that that's what he said. That's not a straw man. I asked him a question.
You said, so you're assuming that since that's what you
Yes,
said.
it's a question. You can either agree to that or disagree. It's not a straw man because a straw man would be I'm asserting that that is exactly what you said and that's what you're claiming.
Well, it seems like a dishonest question when, like, about 2 minutes ago, I literally
Alright.
said the opposite of that. It
Sorry.
said, obviously, it doesn't mean that it's true just because they read
Sorry-
it or they pass it
sorry
along
for
to
your
each other, but it's
misinterpretation. I'm
Holy
sorry
shit.
for your I'm sorry for your misinterpretation. I apologize. What I said asked
Look,
was
gamma mel, dude.
what the fuck? Yeah,
You're a
so-
gamma.
Why is this even an argument? It's just like
Oh.
if somebody wants to offer some information, you're just
Okay,
tearing
you
down the
still-
information, like
Okay.
like, oh, it's just an assumption, which you literally just said.
What he said is we can know what they think and what they pass around and what they believe, and that could give us insight into what they actually do
Yeah.
believe.
Exactly.
That's what it
Could,
said. That's
could,
what
not
he
will, could.
What the
Good.
hell
Thank
is
you.
going on? So Witsit said, "Oh wow." Witsit said, no, and I understand how it works. Like everyone wants to say something, so I do apologize. But like, Witsit said, I've had access to first-hand knowledge. So he subscribes like that. These things are true. What are being? Hold on a sec.
No,
What the
that's a
fuck is
straw
going
man
on,
too.
bro? Every time.
Shut up, you whiny ass little bitch.
Oh, there you go. So
You're twisting what the man said.
So them.
You're saying he asserts that it's true because he has access to this knowledge. Now he's saying it's true. That's a total straw man.
Then why does he say he has first-hand knowledge?
He's saying it'd be interesting to look at. That's all he said.
Yeah, I was responding to you saying, "Oh, you believe it just because some
going
drunk
on,
guy
bro? Like,
claimed
I'm
they
not
have a
even
library," and I'm like, "No, they do have libraries,
bro,
man. Like
I'm
even
not even
my
allowed to finish
granddad was
like
a Mason, and I'll
anything.
just talk through you, I guess."
Bruh,
So I
this
only
is
brought my
whack, bro.
granddad up
Straight
because you
up,
were
bro.
acting like there's literally no way to verify they even have literature, and I'm like,
If you
"Dude,
want to
I've
get a
seen some
timer,
of it
bro, if you want to
firsthand."
get a timer, bro, get a timer, bro, and time me for 30 seconds, bro. Let me say what I gotta say, 30 seconds, and then say what you gotta say, bro. You're
All right,
all
30
being
seconds. You
hypocrites
got
right
30
now.
seconds
No, but
starting
you're
now.
all being hypocrites, bro.
All right,
Okay, you
no
got
one
30
interrupt him.
seconds
Let him
starting now.
Yeah, let
strawman me or
Australian
whatever. Just
speak,
don't
guys.
interrupt him.
You said
Go.
you had oh, fucking whack, man. Honestly, bro. You're
Yeah,
a
real
whack,
quick,
man.
Australia, let me just
Yeah,
say,
well, you keep saying shit, bro. Shut up, bro.
dude,
So
hold
he
on.
said,
Give it like a minute,
Starting
20
now.
seconds.
Hold
Give
on,
him like extra
I'm gonna
20 seconds.
completely give you the floor, Australian. Okay, I'm gonna unmute you in 1 second. Completely give you the floor. I just want to say this real quick. Keep in mind that like sometimes people have quicker back and forth, you know, where they're kind of jumping in, and little interruptions are okay, you know, because they're kind of like throwing it back and forth. Other times people want the mic, like they want a whole minute of uninterrupted speech, you know, and so it's like it kind of blends in and out of that. It seems kind of natural, you know. So with this type of open panel like this, so just keep that in mind. So if you want like the dedicated mic, like yeah, like please no one interrupt him. Like go ahead and say your point, but you know, you are kind of also like answering quickly back to other people, so then they think like, oh yeah, it's a quick back and forth, you know. So, anyways, that was
honestly,
my
bro. Yeah, honestly,
And
bro.
also, just quickly, I'd like to point out that we are streaming live to the big wide world. So let's try
Fuck
and put
him.
our best. Sorry,
Who cares, bro? What would Big Wild World,
we
bro?
care. We care actually.
Listen,
All right.
like I
So
just,
let's put
oh
our
my god,
best
I've got to wait to
forward.
just say something. Like
Right.
I said, bro. Forget about it, bro. Don't worry about what I was trying to say.
Cool.
You know what I mean?
Well, you should listen to me, mate.
Like I said, bro,
because
the
trying
flat
to
Earth
make a
hierarchy. Are you part of the flat Earth hierarchy, bro? What's up?
mate. What is your
What's up,
problem?
bro?
Just
Well, do you
chill.
debate?
All right,
Do you debate anyone, Benson, or you just sit up there on a pedestal, bro? What's up?
mate.
What's your deal, man? Calm down.
What
We're
is
trying to
I'm
give you
telling
the
you, bro.
floor
I'm telling you,
I'm
bro.
unimpeded.
trying to calm
Listen,
the
what's
room
my
down
deal?
upside.
Someone just
All
asked
right,
me
so
what's
just
my deal,
calm
bro.
down.
Someone just asked me what's my deal, bro. I'll tell you what's my deal, bro. All right, you just asked me that question. Listen, bro. There's a flat Earth hierarchy, bro. There's a fucking pedestal, and there's a rank amongst these motherfuckers, bro. This is a truth community, bro. That's what it's about. There's no ranks, bro. You just as equal as me, bro. You know what I mean?
Hey, can I tell you something, Upside? The Witsit, the guy you're talking to, is actually totally going through dealing with the hierarchy of flat Earth as we
He's
speak.
part of
They
it.
just made
He's
a
part of
video
it.
yesterday. No, they just made a video yesterday.
Who's they?
QE just made a video yesterday called Witsit Shitsit.
QE
Okay,
defended him the other day.
totally tearing him as much as.
QE defended him the other day on pseudoscience versus pseudoscience.
I
What was
doubt
it?
that.
Well, yes, he did actually.
It's been
Because
2 weeks
hold on a
of
sec.
nothing but
Hold
him
on a
tearing
sec.
down with
Hold
it.
on a sec. Whoa,
Dude didn't even want to
whoa.
talk about the subject.
Hold on a sec. I don't care about these people. Listen, but like what happened is Arwen, I think it was Arwen, I'm pretty sure. Like he said that Witsit was going crazy in the chat, right? And then someone said like bring him in here. Witsit came in, and I'm pretty sure it was like Neil who tried to be like a bit aggressive, you know? And it was actually QE who said drop it, leave it, you know, and paid Witsit some sort of respect and like, you know, said, you're cool, man, no worries, bro. So don't talk about this fucking you know, they're all part of this little hierarchy, bro.
Okay,
Pretty
so
sure
did
I
you
was
see
there, so I
yesterday's
would
video?
know what
All right,
happened,
look,
right?
well, yeah,
and
no,
you may
so you
not
were
be
there.
aware of what's
Hold on a sec.
happened in the last.
You were there. You were there, and so was everyone else who can go on YouTube and watch the video right now.
Okay, that's one instance where he was at least saying, just cool it down, because I'm going to let Witsit explain it. He was there. Witsit, you're on the
So
floor, please.
he was saying he wasn't talking about the ether right then, and so I just had jumped on, and they were talking crazy about me. So I got in the chat like, "Whoa, why are you guys talking so crazy?" And so then I just jumped on to call Nil out for talking so crazy, and QE was like, "You may not have been here for the beginning, but we're not talking about the ether today. So we're just going to cool everything down. That's not the discussion today." And I was like, okay, fair enough. Just maybe the panel needs to stop talking so reckless. And you're like, oh, he was like, okay. And then I left. So that was all that
So
happened.
you dictate what can be said on QE's panel. Like even though you're not part of that panel, like you dictate what can be said.
What?
And then yeah, what's going on there, bro? And then like even like, you know, you like even when Neil tried to say something to you, you were like, excuse me? Like, you know, who are you to talk to me like that? Bro, you're nobody, bro.
That's not what happened. So Neil was
Yeah,
personally
bro. Welcome to
attacking
the
me.
truth community,
Immediately, you're
bro. You're
interrupting.
nobody.
So like Neil was just talking crazy, reckless, insulting me personally. So I just jumped on there like, oh, you debated, you destroyed me, Neil, intellectually. So let's go, let's have a debate. And then QE was like, no, we're not discussing the ether today. And I'm like, okay, fair enough, it's your show. So then I left. And then since then, QE has done a 4-hour stream calling me shitsit and literally personally insulting me for 4 straight hours.
Bro, all right. Well, let's drop the back. Like, I'm not attacking you at the moment. But what do you think was up with that, bro? You think it's for attention, or what's up? What's going on?
I think I called them out for gatekeeping certain truths within Flat Earth, and they don't want us to talk about stuff like free energy. They think they're the unelected cult leaders of Flat Earth, and they tell us what we can talk about, and I called them out.
Yeah, right.
I'm like reckless, bro. I don't have anyone tell me what to do. I'm just coincidentally on Globebusters. I told them I'd leave the show in a heartbeat if they ever tried to tell me what to do. I'm not. I only have 11,000 subs. I don't know exactly what you think's going on, but I wouldn't consider me very high up on any hierarchy. I have 11,000
This is what
subs.
I get confused about, right, bro? Like, I'm subject to any kind of like, you know, in interrogation or investigation. I accept that, bro, because I'm part of this shit, bro. I'll come in. I'll answer any question, bro. I don't mind. You know what I mean? Because trust is earned throughout, like, you know, time, bro. You know what I mean? Until you prove that such thing wrong, and that's to the end, bro. That's until I die, bro. I don't trust any of you until you prove me wrong.
Well, I go pretty hard for Flat Earth, to be fair. Like, I did, like, spend tens of thousands of dollars of my own money and, like, went in debt to travel around the U.S. and, like, grab a mic and, like, go to, you know, every major place there is, including the NBA Finals. And so, like, I'm not asking for any – I'm not claiming I'm better than anyone or anything, but, you know, I think people maybe just give me a little respect because they're like, well, he did kind of go hard for Flat Earth on a tour and stuff. I mean, I think that's the only thing that maybe you could be talking about. I only have 11,000 subs.
Right? Recognition, that's a different thing. I don't mind giving you that recognition, bro. So much respect to you, bro, for doing that. You know what I mean? Like, at least you out here doing something.
Yeah.
But I just, you know what I mean? Like, I can't help but notice there's some sort of like thing, and it's not like it might not be intentional, but it's like the point that we reach, man. There's like ranks amongst this shit, man. I'm over it, bro. You know, I don't really care.
I hear what you're saying, and I've seen that within it in various ways. And I'm not talking about anyone in particular, but I will say this: that my thought, in a sense, the way I've kind of seen it, like you've got this whole Freemasonry and the Jesuits, all that stuff, right? That's a major hierarchy. I mean, the whole thing, secrecy, the levels of it, the military, the whole 9 yards, all, you know, and that, I mean, it's connected to like essentially grooming for sociopathy. They're like grooming for sociopaths and psychopaths, and they have this like whole ranking system and all the shit going on with those entities, you know, and what they're doing in terms of those, like the high levels of the sort of government, the Federal Reserve, the whole 9 yards. So, and then of course, the globe, pushing the globe and the whole thing, this whole just control matrix that's going on right now. And then the entire, you know, to use the term flat earth, because that is obviously the kind of a term that's been connected a lot. So just to use that term, the entire flat earth sort of community and unfolding, it's almost like there's a mirrored hierarchy, and it's not even necessarily that everyone on the flat earth side in what I'm saying is some kind of agent, like some Rothschild CIA agent. It's not really that. It's almost like energetic, like there's like an energetic mirror of that. And I've seen some pretty like toxic sides of that, like corrupt, controlling, even deceptive, very cliquey, like banning a lot of people, you know, pushing people away, controlling what people can say. So I've seen a lot of those kind of mirrors and overlaps, and yeah, it is interesting to think about how that all kind of plays out. But yeah, it's never been something I've been in support of in terms of that kind of side of things.
Another thing is though, like if you're like making content, what happens is like when you're on this side of the aisle, if you want to call it that, it's like it's a totally different world, right? So it's like when Jaron was asked to be on Netflix, he went on there, and then they hit-pieced him. Every flat earther knew he was a shill, confirmed. Mason did it on purpose. And the truth is, Jaron just literally went there trying to like get flat earth out and got hit-pieced. And so it's similar to me where like I was on national television, this interview Dave Weiss set me up with, and they hit-pieced me. And I had all kinds of emails about how I'm a Mason and I'm set up. And so what you find out is you really can't make everyone happy. And flat earthers are like the hardest people to make happy because they're so skeptical of everything. Reasonably so, I guess, and so it kind of comes off where it makes you like hardened, where you're like, fuck you guys, you know, frankly, because it's like I'm like doing everything I can with my real personal life to try to get the truth out there. You sit on Discord or on the internet with an anonymous name and you sit behind your keyboard and you just trash us, you know what I'm saying? And so I think that turns into like this cliquey, like defensive thing that happens. And so I think it's honestly the community itself that has kind of forced that to happen. Now, there are some people with lots of ego, I think, that do it for other reasons, but I just see it as a natural defense mechanism, basically. And it's sad, honestly, but I've talked to all these people and they all have their own personal story that's similar to that, where they're like, dude, I like put my whole personal life on the line to try to be called like a stupid idiot and like ridiculed to try to get the truth out there. And then people with no names on the internet stalk me and bash me and you know, they're not even slightly like way to go. And so I think that's kind of the vibe. That's like Flat Earth tears itself apart and divides, and then instinctively people get in little cliques, and it's stupid. It's super lame, but I think it's like a little more nuanced than just like, I wonder why it happens. Like, I know why it happens. You know what I mean? Like, it's being on this side of it sucks in lots of ways. You need lots of ways, bro.
Part of it's natural, right? Like humans to like click up and find their own little clicks. There's nothing wrong with that, you know, like they align more with a certain type of personality and that sort of thing. But like, you know, it's a lot easier to walk the path of lies and just, you know, be ignorant, you know. That's why the majority of the, you know, population, for what we come across, you know, don't want to hear the conversation, because it's actually easier to just say, you know, it's none of my business. You know, to walk the path of truth, bro, that's a hard life, you know what I mean? Like, you can skim the surface of this flat earth subject, but if you want to dive deep, bro, you better be prepared, bro, you know what I mean? Like, don't come in if you're, you know, light skinned, because
you better be prepared to be spoken to less than a homeless person.
yeah, bro, and even by your own kind, bro, but it's like it's, you know, it's a necessary thing, bro, because unfortunately we're in that position where you can't trust anyone. So, you know, the only way to determine that is through some sort of like interrogation and like, you know. Like,
Yeah, it makes me think, for some reason, Eric Dubay was coming to mind, because I was going to say there also seems to be, and I mean, shout out to Eric ultimately, and this is not really throwing any shade on him, but I think we would all agree that probably this is something where some people kind of want to be like the guy, you know, the one that kind of brought it out, you know, and discover this, because it is a huge lie, you know, so the kind of potential of being, you know, the one who did it. And then, and then he kind of started really, you know, in 2015, a lot of the shill calling and shill naming. And I mean, he was just putting everyone on his wall of, you know, shill wall of fame or whatever, putting it on that list. So,
dude, but if anyone
created this kind of hierarchy and the separation too. Yeah,
I'm not gonna say he is a shill. I'm saying, like, just logically speaking, one thing a shill would do, like if he was put there in place, he would literally like sow distrust in everyone that was genuine. Right, like if it's sketched, like the guy that literally made Flat Earth popular again, at least as far as we can tell, is the same one that sowed distrust in every other Flat Earth content producer. Right, I mean, that is kind of sketchy. I'm just saying, like, if anybody maybe was placed there, like maybe the government was like, well, let's get Flat Earth out there and control it. I'm just speculative, but
yeah, for real. I like that.
He did great stuff for Flat Earth. I mean, obviously, like 200 proofs for Flat Earth. I mean, if you can watch that whole thing and leave a Glober, you got serious problems.
But it's just the amount of content, right? Like the books, you know, reading books, putting them in different languages and that kind of thing. To, you know, that's actually like, you know, putting it out there to spread it as much as he can. You know what I mean? So,
I said, respect to him for that, for sure.
I think perhaps, I mean, I can't speak for him, but just from what I've heard him say and whatnot, I think he also feels like he's doing that for the truth. Like in his viewpoint, he really, I guess, does think that there's all these other shills. So I think, at least the way he says it, you know, that he's trying to like protect the truth of what he thinks it is, and therefore try to call out and expose other people.
Well, when he come out, right, look who he called out first, and that was like Mark Sargent, right? And who were the top? You had Eric Dubay and you had Mark Sargent kind of appear at the same time. And of course, he's going to call him out.
Came later. He definitely came later. Like,
well, who was the first then? Who was the first? He was kind of like
seemingly Dubay was first.
Math Powerland.
Oh yeah, Math Powerland. That's true.
Because me and Gio were in this before there were shills.
But it all coincided.
And finger pointing. So I'm sure Gio can tell you who was the first to be called a shill.
Yeah, I can tell you too. I was there too, bro.
Yeah. I watch this hierarchy and all this bullshit come into existence, so I get that. when I just like to treat people like brothers. Treat me like your brother, I'll treat you like my brother. I don't
Right, that's
think
why I come on Discord so much. Like, I like to try to just talk to people. Like, I'm just like talk to them like a normal person. I think it's super. I think there is a lot of people that some have let like
It's
flat
been
Earth go to their
ridiculed.
heads. It's super gay.
Listen, you've taken a lot of shit for covering topics that people want to cover. You get called chill. You won't get off the ether, so this bitch has got to crush you because he thinks he's a flat Earth prophet. But I can't even stand this guy. He can't show anybody 1 degree of respect. He thinks all of a sudden he'll be seen stupid because he gave another man respect.
Yeah, crazy.
And
Like,
other
crazy.
people, listen, we all got different beliefs, and I don't think I'm above any one of you. So what? I'm battle mod. I've been doing this 6 years. It doesn't mean I'm better at it than you or smarter than you. And I try not to. I try not to make people think that. I'm just. I am firm in what I believe in, what I've been taught that can be demonstrated and applied. I do believe in logic and reason. I follow Masonic principles. I'm a Shriner. I'm a Mason. I can back up a lot of what he says. We do have libraries. We do pass around knowledge. You get access to all this, but it's no secret. We're not a secret society. There's no secret agenda. By definition, it defies that because you know about it.
But you're under the assumption that this knowledge is like, you know, somewhat like because
We
it
didn't
is.
assume
Well,
anything.
honestly, oh my god! But it
See,
is.
dude,
But it is under. But it
that's
is
a
under
false
the.
dichotomy.
What the hell? Like it is under the proposition that this knowledge is. Well, okay. So, for example, you said you have libraries. Is
I
that a
didn't
library?
touch the
Hold on a sec. Hold on a
quality.
sec. What the hell, bro? Is that a Is that a library that I can go to?
You're hitting me with a false dichotomy. Yes, it is. That's a good
It
question.
is a library. So you just go to.
It's a false dichotomy in the fact that I don't assume anything. I said
So
yes, we do
so that's
share
a-
information.
What
The quality.
So that's a library that
I'm
I can
not
go
dumb,
to.
dude.
So that's a
I'm
library
not-
that. But you
I
are. But
said
that's.
I answered that. And
Bruh, come on,
how
bruh.
is it- how can you tell me when I'm done?
I'm not
And
telling
you tell me what I assume, telling me what I meant.
Have you finished, or
And
I'm just
you
asking?
refuse to even let me mention finish my sentence to clarify. Well, what is wrong? You people are hypocrites. You ask for things you're not willing to give.
I haven't even asked you the question.
Respect. No, you assumed. And when I tried to clarify, no, I'm not assuming anything. I'm merely saying that yes, we do share pamphlets, booklets, and books that other people can't get their hands on. You took that somewhere I didn't.
Oh my god! I'm trying to ask you a question. So that library that you said I am a Shriner, I am a Mason. We do have libraries. That library, is that somewhere where the public can go to?
Answer that. I said yes, you can. You're welcome.
Which
at
library
our
then?
dinners.
There's a lot of
Anyone-
them. Like, there's one where I'm at. There's a library you can publicly go to.
Well, there's plenty of libraries where I am, but then what's the difference between these Masonic libraries and the normal library?
Nothing. Most libraries are supported by Masons. And they're
Yeah, there are some that are
Masonic libraries.
specifically Masonic authors, though. Like, there are some. Yeah.
And yeah, there are some books you won't be allowed to check out because we believe that you actually have to know certain things before you can move on to other levels.
Well, so all right, let's go with this. You blatantly admitted that you're a Shriner and a Mason. Like, are you are you blue or red? Like, what's going on?
Well, blue and red. So sanctioned or unsanctioned? Is that the question?
So you're blue. You're blue.
Yes or no? Is that the question?
Sorry, I didn't hear that. What did you ask me? You asked me a question in response to my question.
One is actually a sanctioned Mason. The other one is their own group. They do whatever they want. They don't follow rules.
Oh, so there's different thing, but you're not part of that, or you are part of that?
I'm just trying to clarify the question. Are you asking me if I'm a fake Shriner or a real Shriner? Blue or red?
I asked you.
What does blue and red mean?
What the hell? Bruh, relax, bro.
Yeah, that's what he was asking, Michael. Michael, the answer is yes. That's what he was asking.
Yeah, good or bad. No, I'm a good Shriner. I take profit. What the fuck? Do you have a problem letting people answer questions?
Yeah, let him respond now, Australia. I think he knows the question now.
Yeah, so I would say I'm a good trainer. I don't use what I learn against people, which, yeah, we promote brotherhood. We share work. We share knowledge. I'll give you work. You give me work. But I don't use that against people to oppress them. I actually take money, a certain percentage of the money I make of the profit. I run my family company. I'm the CEO for a major paving company in Michigan. I take that profit and I donate it to children's hospitals, the burns wards in children's hospitals. Shriners support the children in the hospitals.
Yeah, virtue signaling. So
Did they
those
ever
people,
mention anything to you, Michael, about flat Earth?
Well, they've asked. Yeah, there's certain things. What do I believe about Earth? Well, you have to believe in a higher power or a creator.
So hold on a
That's
sec. So you said you don't believe in oppressing, but you said there's parts of your organization, aka Freemasonry,
no.
who do subscribe to that. So you're practicing duality, basically. Like your organization is practicing duality. Like you have the hold on a sec. Well, bro, like you don't need to keep like you said your part, but
dichotomy.
it's a false dichotomy according to you, right? So you have like your little blue sect, and then you have your little red sect, and then because you don't participate in the red sect, not all Masons are like that, but then by default you admit that there is another sect that you don't have any idea what's going on in.
I actually tried to clarify the question. You never added specificity to it, meaning you don't understand the difference between a sanctioned Mason and a pre-Mason. Because they're not the
So
same.
I don't understand the difference, but I asked you a simple question, like, are you part of that side or that side? And I called it blue or red. And now you're saying I don't understand the difference between
you don't, or you wouldn't
you're
put
saying,
red
hold
and
on a
blue
sec,
together.
hold on, bro. I see you're hold on a sec. Hold on, bro. I see you're emotionally attached to the situation. You've admitted you're a Mason, and oh my god, you can't get a word in with this fucking Mason right here, bro. You can't get a word in with him.
I can't say fucks like you who run with something and try to make a point that isn't true. It's based on the false dichotomy. Red and blue.
I'm a Freemason, so I know everything about Freemasonry. Is that your claim?
I'm not a Freemason. I never
you said
claimed to
Freemason
be.
and a Shriner.
No, I said I'm a Mason, a Shriner. I never said free. You said that. Because here's the thing. Red and blue, the difference is Mason. Do you want answers to the question? Or you just want
I'm listening, bro. I'm allowed to laugh in the background, bro. Relax, bro. Seriously.
Like you got special knowledge. You're the one acting like you got special knowledge.
Hell no, bro. I never said that. What the fuck?
Well, you're telling me what my system is. There's no room. Red and blue don't
You
work together.
fucking came in covering for him, not covering for him, but you jumped in when. Hold on, bro. Oh my god, there's no getting through. There's no getting through.
All right, guys, hold on. If you guys want to go back and forth, I guess we could just mute and unmute you, even though that takes way more time for us. But at least for a second. All right, Michael. By the way, dude, your mic is like going in and out. It's really hard to hear what you're saying. I don't know if there's somebody.
Okay.
You might be a bit close to it, Mike.
Are not the same group. It's that simple. Red and blue, they're not the same group. They're not all the same organization. Never said they were. Freemasons are not Masons.
Well, here's what I learned about it, right? So Freemasonry isn't like intrinsically bad, meaning majority of people they think it's good and they join it for like connections and they get connections and they even you can help you get good jobs and stuff like that. And again, I don't know everything. I'm definitely an outsider, but like I said, my great grandfather was part of it. He seemed to figure something out when he was older that he really didn't like. As in, like, he had been a Mason for his whole life, and then when he was like in his 80s, he found something out about it, and he was like super depressed, man, and he like actually refused to have a Masonic funeral. Even they were upset about that, and I looked through some of his stuff, and it wasn't a ton of stuff. There were just some Masonic literature, like the Bible that has the Egyptian mythology in it and stuff like that, and.
Yep.
So yeah, all I'm saying is it looks like most people don't think it's bad, right? I think people seem to think like, oh, everyone that's a Mason is in some secret cabal that runs the world, and that's definitely not the case, bro. Like they don't know anything about like anything like that. For like 99% of them, that's why it works so well.
No one's claiming that.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I'm just explaining that. Like, I think
So
most
you
most
did
truthers
say
kind of
that.
know that, but it's the best way to hide in plain sight, right? Like,
So
have
just so
99%
all
of
right.
people.
So
Like,
so I have a government role. So therefore, I know every intention of the government.
no, yeah, of course. Yeah, well, I'm saying most of them think that's good. I
Why
guess
you
like some people know the government's corrupt,
different?
right? But they work for them. Like most people think masonry is not bad.
Yeah.
Like the most
Can I
masons
point
don't believe it's bad or something.
Can I point something out? I mean, at the same time, you're trying to address that I have some sort of misconception about Masons and that. But the same thing that you're talking about just validates the claims that are out there that there is a blue that, you know, in the, you know, they don't have an understanding of what's going on. And then there's another, you know, area of that that are on a different kind of level, right? You're just validating that.
I'm
It's
not
not
trying to
something.
even critique what you think about them at all. Like I'm just saying what I understand it to be, which is like a big club where like 0.0001% ever make it to 33rd.
Can we rewind for a second? All right, so 33rd is the highest known degree known to the public. We don't know
Yeah,
about
then
the
you just
degrees
start your
like
new
that.
evolution.
Yes. Yes,
So
you're correct on that. Yes.
yeah, thank you. So can I just
To
address
the
something?
public. Yep.
Can we rewind? So Witzer was talking about how his grandfather was a Mason, so he had access to inside knowledge. That was his actual words. Like, so
No.
it
You were
wasn't your
like, we were
words?
talking about the libraries and the literature, and you were like, oh, because some drunk Mason
Yes,
told
it
you, and I was like,
was.
no. Like my
No,
great
you said
grandfather
first.
was one, and when he
No, that
died, I
was
got to look at some of his stuff.
that was before. I correct myself. You didn't say inside knowledge. You said first-hand knowledge. That was the
Yeah,
example.
first-hand knowledge. They have Masonic literature. Yeah.
I'm not even allowed to.
You get certain books for certain levels. So yeah,
Not
he
even
just
allowed.
got
Not even
first-hand
allowed.
knowledge, meaning he's experienced it in his own life.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like,
And then
because that does prove it, right? I mean, like that's all I'm saying.
that's what I'm saying,
We
bro.
give
Like
certain
it's
things at certain
one-sided, bro.
degrees.
It's
Yeah.
one-sided, man. You're just supporting each other. I'm not allowed to make a point. You just keep saying the same shit over and over again.
I was agreeing with both you. You're right about this is what we tell the public, and you're right. You're right about the libraries too. It's just what we share. He's right about it. He's not saying any of it's true. He's saying it's just what is shared amongst them.
I make the
And
fucking point.
then most of us don't
That's what I
even.
say. Sometimes, bro, it's like, bro, there's no actual discussion,
God.
bro. There's like a flat Earth hierarchy that you have to adhere to, and like, you know, there's certain members in this hierarchy. Hold on a sec. There you go, talking over me. There's certain members. There you go, talking over me. There you go, talking over me.
You play the victim to be
Yep.
somebody.
Okay. There you go, talking over me. There's certain. Yep, you're talking. I'm being spoken over again.
Yes, you are, punk.
Guys,
Quit whining, Christ.
I'm being spoken over again.
This is lame.
You're a woman,
Do we
dude.
have to mute everyone and take them off
no
mute
need.
one at a time?
Do what you please, motherfucker. It
Bansor,
don't
can you
bother
see
me.
that I'm trying to? Bansor,
Got
can you
my own
see?
spot.
Oh my god.
Hold on.
Fuck him.
Bansor,
Make
can
your
you?
point upside down. Make your point.
I mean, this is the same shit I get, bro.
Just make
Like
your
it's like,
point,
yeah.
please.
Me make a point after I fucking try to. Are you gonna say something to him? Fucking
just
hell,
did.
man.
I
No, you
just
didn't,
did.
bro. Because he's part
I
of
sent
it.
it to the room and I muted him. All right.
All right, sorry, bro. I can't see that shit, bro.
I don't care
So,
what
like,
you can see, but don't point out to me what I do
for
and have to let me
fuck's
do it.
sake,
Right,
man.
so make your point.
How the fuck are you supposed to stay?
You know what? Someone else make
Crazy.
a point, please.
All right, yeah, all right. We can talk about this. Like, what is interesting is if you start to read some of it, you can listen to some of their speeches too. It's like they're not stupid. Like some of these authors have very profound points, and that's all I was saying. Like if you look into it, you can see why people kind of fall into. Even the people that do know they're like kind of being evil and malevolent, like at the very, very, very top of some of these occultic groups that are like controlling stuff. It's because they have like all this profound wisdom and philosophy. And it's really just how you interpret the world that is the benefit, right? And they say pass profound philosophy to one another, and then they kind of get caught up in it neck deep. And I think that's what it's interesting to at least look at their philosophy so you can kind of understand who your enemy is.
Well, a lot of what, they've pulled a lot from ancient traditions and the old world and integrated it and then twisted it into their own kind of means and leaving out, like extracting a lot of the positives and replacing those with sort of that polar opposite, but then using like some of that ancient knowledge to their benefit.
Yeah, big time. A lot of it tracks back to Babylon. You know, they say all roads lead to Rome. It seems like all roads lead to Babylon, bro. Like legit, like even Rome included. Like Rome inherited from like the Greek civilization, like the Babylonian traditions. Like it all tracks back to Babylon. At least from my research, you know, like I don't know all things or anything. And the Babylonians were very smart, bro. Like they, you know, like the Chaldeans are the ones that, from my understanding, I think the Chaldeans are the one that first came up with the really intricate Saros cycle and stuff like that.
Oh, right. Am I allowed to talk? Oh, okay, there you go. Let's talk over me. Yep, no worries. Yep.
What's up, bro? Upside down? What's up,
Yeah,
man?
just speak over. Oh, just speak over me, bro. You got your little inner circle going. It's all good, bro.
Oh, no, I was going to respond to what Austin said, but go ahead, man. You jumped in. Go ahead.
Yeah, they got a little inner circle going, bro. It's all good, bro. It's all right, bro. Trust me. It's all good, bro. Keep your little inner circle, bro. Suck each other's dicks, bro. It's all good.
He's literally saying, like, go ahead if you want to say something, man.
Yeah. Oh, now, bro. After I just got spoken over to, bro. Like, and then I got muted, bro, when you cunts were speaking over me. Yeah.
I wasn't even talking over anybody.
No,
Oh,
man.
yes, you were. You and this other little Mason wannabe, this other little bitch Mason wannabe, right? Little fucking little minor, right? Little junior academy wannabe.
Just relax, man.
Oh, well, like, why you PM me? Why is this motherfucker DMing me? Bro, why is this motherfucker DMing me saying you're a bitch, bro? Are you triggered, bro? Or what's up?
Man, this is why you got muted before.
Just breathe, man.
Oh, justified censorship. No worries, bro. Fake truthers, fake motherfuckers.
Hella volatile right now.
Shit shows.
Hold on a sec. Okay, moderation. You want to claim moderation? Moderation would be muting those other people who were originally speaking over me after they prolonged and like they had their say. And then when I kept trying to make my point in response to that, they kept speaking over me. That would be moderation, not the other way around. What happened?
He was muted like 30 times throughout all that, dude.
Yeah,
no, he wasn't. He kept speaking like over me, and then as soon as and then so hold on a sec. So and then as soon as I'm allowed to just address that and get that out of the way because it's on my chest, Bandsaw is just telling me, "Hurry up, make your point. Hurry up, make your point." Like, am I not allowed to address what just happened?
No,
Could
it's
you-
on a whining show, all right?
Right, flat Earth hierarchy. I forgot. Flat Earth hierarchy. Inner circle. I forgot.
Dude, if you have something to say, like, dude, you were unmuted. Oh, I was gonna respond to Witsit, but then you came in, so that's cool. So I'm just giving you the floor, like the thing is, dude, if you have something personal, you can do that too. But I mean, excessive drama is not. I don't really want to spend
personal.
on that, you know.
It's not personal. Okay, watch this. Ready? Watch how long it takes for me to get spoken over. So Witsit said, and specifically, he said, you know, his grandfather. So he had first-hand knowledge, right? And then, like, before I even got to address that, what's his name? Michael. He came in and he verified that, and he goes, "I can verify that. I'm a Mason. I'm a Shriner, and we do have access to libraries." I didn't get to address that. You know, that's the second claim. I didn't get to address that, and you know, like, I'm trying to address that now. So, like, you know what I mean? That's what I try to point out to him. Like, just because he's, you know, he believes he's a Mason and he's in some sort of organization, at the same time, he agrees that there's stuff that he doesn't know what's going on in part, you know, part of that organization.
No,
You know, I went to like
I think we can move on, but you guys were talking past each other, and
I wasn't.
I went to one of like the biggest Masonic temples in Washington D.C. It has this, it's like really famous temple, and I pulled the microphone out and I was like flat smacking people on the actual steps. And
yeah, I
even,
saw
like,
that, dude. I remember seeing that live.
it was
I
so
was like
funny.
watching you. I'm like, hell yeah, bro.
I guess they got mad because you could hear it from inside because someone came and told me that you could hear
really
it.
are,
From
yeah, you really are here in them streets, eh? You know, really doing shit, bro. You're in the Masonic lodges, bro, screaming flat Earth. Yeah, bro, we get it.
I just thought it was funny.
whining?
That was
Why-
funny.
yeah, bro, that's your interpretation, bro. Straw man fallacy. Yep.
That was funny because like I was like using the Masons as evidence for flat Earth. I'm like, G stands for lots of things, but one of the things it stands for is geometria, which is measurement of the Earth, and that's what the square and a compass, because that's how you measure the flat Earth. And if you use 33 degrees on the Cartesian coordinate system, you have 32 degrees, and the 33rd would be the center of the Cartesian center.
the public Masonic building, like that's where they sacrifice the children as well, right? Like at the public building where you can just walk in, bro. Yeah.
You can't just walk in.
Yeah, bro. Oh, yes, you can. How much you want to bet, bro?
You have to pay for a tour.
No, you don't. We got Masonic lodges here, bro. You can walk straight in.
Not this one, buddy.
Well, what about this one, bro, buddy?
It's one of the most famous ones in the world.
Well, this is one of the most famous ones we have. What's up?
All right.
Yeah, bro. What's up?
You can't walk in there. You have to pay for a tour.
No, you don't. You can walk straight in, bro. What's up?
I'm just talking about the one I was at, my guy.
Cool, bro. I'm just talking about the one I was at, my guy. What's up?
There's different layers and levels of all of this.
There's different layers. All right, cool. Confirming, the claim. Yep, confirming it. Yep, cool.
Well, a lot of modern day masonry is more like
You must be a Mason then, right? Inside knowledge, yeah? You must be a Mason too,
Dude,
yeah?
enough of the sarcasm. My gosh, man, grow up.
How's that sarcasm? What's up?
I'm not at all. But no, I'm just saying that there's multiple different layers of it, and there's like a layer that is more like at like maybe what you could be considered like a church or like a fraternity level, where it's like men just like they join it. It's like kind of a brotherhood. They share business contacts. There's some teachings in it. And then why are you just interrupting me, bro?
Because we know the name.
See, now you're doing what you don't like other people doing. I'm just trying to finish what I'm saying. So yeah, at that level, they share like business contacts, and they commune, and they kind of have different little rituals. But there's the sort of levels, as it were. My understanding of it is that there is like a transition point where you kind of would transition out of that layer of it and into what would be considered more like the secret societies, or even at the level of like the actual controller systems and all of that. And so, yeah, they don't really just let anyone into that. It's all through those connections, and at the higher levels through the family bloodlines as well. Is my understanding of that. So I'm just saying, if someone's a Shriner or a Mason on that level, it doesn't mean they're the same ones, like lying about the shape of the earth and doing the GMOs and the pharmaceutical deception and all this other stuff. Like, it's not to say that those are necessarily the same group, but they're connected. The Masonry, though, is kind of the like kind of grooming ground for that larger kind of hierarchy, is how I think it works.
Yeah, and what I mean, like, it's like I still I was just trying to address what he said when he said like I am a Shriner and I am a Mason and we do have access to libraries. I was just trying to point out that like the same thing that you just said, right? Like, who cares if he's a Shriner and he thinks he's a Mason? Like, he's a Boy Scout and he thinks he's part of the military now, right? What the fuck does he know about what's going up in in the Ministry of Defense? He's just a fucking Boy Scout, bro. What are you talking about? Well, am I wrong? Is anyone want to like address why I'm wrong?
Yeah, you wrong.
Oh, according to you, yeah, no worries.
What would you amp it up? I dropped the exposing the Masons in front of their temple video. I was watching, so it's pretty funny. I guess at the beginning, like 4 minutes in, you can see one of the guys opening the door, like watching.
Yeah, you went to the Boy Scouts and you're acting like you went to the Ministry of Defense, like
Were you I think it's funny.
You're acting like you parachuted onto a Navy, Navy ship and jumped on there and started talking about like how the Earth's flat. Bro, stop pretending, bro.
Upside down. Why you are interrupting people when they are talking?
Shut up,
I did actually go to the Pentagon, though. I mean, I guess that's technically military defense, so there's me doing it at the Pentagon.
I went to the Pentagon, bro. Yeah, cool, bro. What's that mean?
Upside down, you got such a chip on your shoulder tonight. Seriously, just
because you're all lost, bro, and like that's what I'm saying. You just don't like when you get put in check, bro. You think that
what we don't. You know what? Upside down. We're just sick of the attitude. All right, just calm down and have a conversation. Like, this is just a place just to chill out and not being so combative all the time. All right, so just chill out.
Austin, what was your kind of? I mean,
keep hearing that. I can't address that. All right, no worries.
Yeah, we have to kind of keep the conversation flowing, but yeah, jump in anytime. Austin, when you did these, like, how many
Muted when I do that.
I remember seeing the audience, you know, because there was times where you'd show the camera and, you know, so I remember seeing that, but like, what kind of reactions did you get? Like, was there kind of like categories, like certain people came up to you or certain people just hang out and listen, or kind of what was that like?
Yeah, most of the people that were pretty interested would just kind of hang around and listen, and the vast majority they would act like they were kind of not listening because they were like embarrassed to be seen listening to Flat Earth. And then some people would come up. They had a bunch of people in a group, or they wanted to win the money. They'd come up, but the number one tactic, hands down, was to like pretend you were reading a book or pretend you were looking at your phone, just hanging around so that they could listen but not look like they were listening. So, but yeah, we got a decent amount of crowds. Sometimes it was hit or miss.
With that challenge you did, Witsit, how much money did you end up forking out with all the challenges you did?
Oh, I gave 200 away in one outing, and I think the dude was cheating. Actually, I'm pretty sure he had the answers in his headphones. I don't think I gave any more away. That was at the end of the tour at the San Francisco Giants playoff game. I gave so one person won. I had bumped it up to 200, and I'm pretty sure he cheated. But yeah, I think no one else. I think like literally no one else. I gave like participation money away because no one could win. It was crazy.
Yeah, and what were the 3 questions again?
How many times does the Earth spin every day? How fast does the Earth spin at the equator? And then how far away is the sun? That was the most popular 3.
And they had to get all 3 right, or just one?
You had to get all 3. You got to get all 3 right, and you win $100.
Right, but you would also be nice, like if they were close, you'd be like, "Well, if you can get the last one, I'll give it to you," and then they won't get it.
yeah. Or I'd be like, "Oh, close enough," or "I will pretend you didn't miss that one." Or
Did you say one of them was how many times does it rotate in a day?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, did anybody get that wrong?
A lot.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. But usually
more than maybe not a lot overall, but I mean more than you would. Way more than I.
Making fun of other people, bro. You're just laughing at other humans and shit, like everyone else is below you.
No, we were just making a point. Actually, what I normally did with that question, I would ask it to the whole audience out loud. I'd be like, so the first question is the same for everyone. I'll go ahead and say it. You know, how many times the Earth supposedly spin every day? And someone from the crowd would scream out 1, but you could tell that a ton of the crowd didn't know. So everyone already had the first question. They only had to get 2 right. You know, like everyone had the first one.
People, right? Yeah, it's about making fun of people. Yeah.
No, I don't think there was any making fun of, but I think
it's so funny how you called out these things and everyone in the crowd said this and this and this. Like, what are you talking about, man?
I literally came up with the game just to get people to interact because people were so embarrassed about Flat Earth that like the money got them to come talk about it.
Like I said, bro, you think you're out here with a camera going to publicly accessible spaces thinking you're some fucking revolutionary, bro?
Dude, Australian, why are you so negative, dude? Shut the fuck up. Why are you being like that? Everything everyone says, you're like, oh, so you're like this in this big sarcastic comment? It's really annoying. It really sucks, dude. It really sucks. You're really sucking right now.
Shut the fuck up. I'm saying it out of respect, bro. But listen, yous have got lost in your way. Hold on, bro. You're saying it you've got lost in your way, bro. You think that this is a game. You think hold on. You think you're in here talking about, bro? You hold on, bro. You think you're
goofy,
in here,
bro.
You think you're talking.
I don't think I think we didn't make as much of a change as I was hoping for. I think it was a blunt, hard realization that just talking on a mic in random cities is not really going to do too much. I mean, I think we made some leeway here and there, but I just went out there because I was being so censored. I didn't really know what else to do.
Well, I thought it was epic, especially when the cops came up and they were trying to like shut you down, and you held your ground everywhere you went. That was fucking great. It showed people that really the ordinance is just an ordinance, and they also have to have proof of that ordinance, and it usually doesn't say what they assume it's saying, trying to say that you could just like not say what you're saying and tell you to go away. You're like, okay, I have the ordinance right here. Here's what it says. I have to be below this amount of decibels. And, you know, you were on the verge of getting arrested more times than you did.
Yeah, for sure. Because I think it's good. That's a good point. It was good for that, meaning people can kind of see like cops will intimidate you away from free speech, but they always are just lying. Like they'll just hear me question the moon landing and get triggered, so they're like, "You're not allowed to say that," but I'm like, yeah, actually, I think I am.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's good for that.
That was good. It did show people that there are, and then you're still dealing with it. Thousands of dollars are dealing with your court cases still.
Yeah, it's crazy. But we got I got a dope flat earth lawyer that's gonna help me with the civil case. I think I could do it. It's just I don't have time, man. Like having to learn how to do all of it is a lot. But yeah, like my appeal's technically about to end. I've just basically put it off because I've been so busy. So we're just gonna really do the civil case, I think. So it is what it is. But yeah, it's still going on, and I'm on a year of probation actually for the Yellowstone one.
What's that mean?
I just can't break any state or federal laws, or they can violate me and technically put me in a jail for up to 6 months or something. They keep it under 6 months. That way they don't have to let you get a fair trial. Crazy stuff.
Isn't it still going? Aren't you still going to take that to the next level?
Yeah, like so I appealed it, and I can send in a thing to try to get it up to the Supreme Court, but they have to accept it. It's just up to them. But we're gonna go the civil case route. So I looked into it, and we decided that the best way is civil. So we're gonna try to push the civil all the way up and change the law. Yeah. So
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was really funny, actually. That whole thing that happened, even though it sucked, you got arrested, but just the fact that you were on that, the monument and people were giving you shit, and you were doing your lab coat act that day. That was funny.
Yeah, it was the first time I tried the little like be a nerdy, sarcastic scientist. It didn't work.
With the nerdy voice or everything.
Yeah. Well, it makes me look kind of like a douchebag, because like I'm being like not very cooperative with them, and I'm like, I kind of come off like a jerk, but everyone's missing the context, which I guess I can release it now because that's pretty much done with. It's almost done with, but I have the first interaction where I'm like super nice. I mean, I'm kind of like, no, you're not going to intimidate me, because if anyone watched the tour, I've been through it so many times. I know how cops are. I'm like, I'm not intimidated by you, but but I ended up leveling with him. I shook his hand. I was like, thank you for your service. I appreciate it. I'm not trying to give you a hard time personally, but I've been around the whole U.S. and everyone tries to intimidate away from my free speech. And I had friends die for this. And I think it's if we can't freely speak, then we can't freely think. And then all of a sudden we're literally a slave state, blah, blah, blah. So I was trying to be cool with them. And then I begged for the ordinance. I'm like, if you just show it to me, what it says, dude, I'll comply. And they like refused to give it to me. And said he didn't know. And then but I couldn't do it. And I'm like, well, what is it? I'll look it up. He said he didn't know. I'm like, okay, well then I'm going to go over here and talk until you know. And then they came over there with a big packet of paper that didn't even say what they said. So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to keep talking and ignore you guys. And I got arrested. So, but it looks bad where you don't see the first part where I'm like, oh, just let me know the ordinance and we won't do it, or we'll go where we have to, unless it's unconstitutional and blah, blah, blah. But
weren't they trying to look it up on their phone or something? Or like, I thought they were trying to get it, but then it was like, okay, well, yeah, okay, we'll find the ordinance. No, we're just going to arrest you.
Well, he finally told me the ordinance. So then I'm like, well, can I read it? Can I read it? And he's like, come over here. You have to come over here to read it. I'm like, what? I'm like, dude, just let me read it. And he's like, no, you have to come over here. He wouldn't let me read it. So then I was like, well, just tell me what it is and I'll look it up. And then he said the coordinates of the ordinance. So I started pulling my iPhone out to type it in Google. And then they came and arrested me before I could read it. Yeah.
What did they arrest you for? What was the charge? I'm just curious.
A demonstration, it's a violation of First Amendment activities without a permit.
You need a permit to practice your First Amendment.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah, that's the law we're trying to change. Yeah, it's like the most I wrote such a badass. This is when I lost a lot of faith in the system. Like I already knew it was corrupt, but dude, I wrote a badass motion. Like I'm not just saying that. Like it took me a long time. Like honestly, it should have taken me that long. Like, but it is badass. Like you can read it and be like, oh, this is pretty good, but you won't know how good it is. You have to like know the history of it and how like intricately I wrote that thing. Dude, it's actually really, really badass. Like I've sent it to lawyers and they're like, there's no way you wrote this by yourself. You had to have a team of people doing it, and they call bullshit. I'm like, no, it just took me a really long time and I do a lot of reading. And they just hand wave dismissed it. They didn't respond with specificity. The government tried to just find all these different loopholes to throw it out, and then the judge was forced to deny every one of the district attorney or the U.S. attorney's arguments in both situations. The government couldn't debate me basically, but the judges just can do whatever they want, you know. So they just hand wave dismissed it. So what are you gonna do?
Okay, so there's actually a law. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be have you repeat. I just want to make sure I understand it. There's where is this at first?
The national
First
parks.
of all, where was it?
So it
Oh,
was
okay.
at
So,
Mount Rushmore and Yellowstone.
okay, so this is a federal law.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's a federal law stating that you have to have a permit to practice your First Amendment.
Yeah, it's
the
egregious,
fuck?
man. Yeah, it says that there's only First Amendment Act areas. You can only do it in a First Amendment area. And it says you can't do anything that will that can get the attention of onlookers or potentially gather a crowd or anything that can be interpreted as a demonstration. It basically just quotes the First Amendment. I can find it. It's CFR 36 to Section 251. And yeah, dude, it's crazy. And so like that law has been thrown out one time. It was even worse back in the day. It said you can't even do it in the First Amendment area. You know, First Amendment areas are unconstitutional, and every time they've ever been challenged to the Supreme Court rules against them every time. But I guess the national parks and the federal government, they just get to do what they want. You know, the free speech areas have always been on college campuses, and they've lost every time they're challenged. But the federal government just gets to do whatever they want, I guess.
So what exactly is a First Amendment area?
It's just a mapped off area where you're allowed to do a demonstration or talk to anything that's, you know, technically you're allowed to speak, but anything that you're going to do to try to get people to listen. So I had a mic, and you go read all the comments are like, you're so stupid, you could have talked just without the mic. But no, the law says you can't do anything that would gather, that you can't try to give a speech, you can't do speech making, you can't do anything. You can't do anything that will get people to look. Unless it's in a certain area.
Without the microphone and the equipment that you had, could you have just claimed perhaps that you were just there talking to people, or not even?
No, like
Not
even
trying
if
to
I had
gather a
not
crowd?
used it, like if anyone watches it, I go back out there after I get out of handcuffs and I speak anyway without the mic, and they don't arrest me. But technically, what I did was still against the law. Like when I went out there and I started speaking real loud and like giving a presentation, it's against the law. But this is why I didn't listen to the law, because I don't really break the law. You know, I don't have a problem with laws, bro. You know, but I have a problem with unconstitutional ones. And in principle, what they would do, because I travel the whole U.S. at these national parks, I know exactly what they do. They create the free speech area where no one can hear you, literally. Like in some of them, they're in the middle of the woods where literally no one is. It's insane. I'm like, so you might as well just say you can't speak at all, right? I mean, same thing.
Okay, well, that's the whole thing about this, because a law that violates the Constitution, it's really not law.
Yeah, that's what I put in my motion, man.
It's not law.
Yeah.
Because the Constitution is law.
Yeah, like it actually
Wow.
says specifically, like you can disregard anything that's unconstitutional. Like like I cited a Supreme Court ruling. It straight up says like a citizen, and that's actually a term they trap you with. But I played their game to try to beat them at it, and I lost. But and actually all the lawyers told me like you're gonna lose, you're gonna have to win in civil. But anyway, yeah, like it says you can't. You can disregard anything that's unconstitutional. Any prior restraint on the freedom of speech or expression can be disregarded if it's an unconstitutional prior restraint. And you can challenge the validity, the facial validity of the law, meaning like you challenge the constitutionality of it on its face, facial validity. And so I did all that. I cited it all. Like I wrote a badass motion. Like even the Globers that hate me, they can't lie and act like the motion's not good. And actually, in one of my motions, I put a bunch of flat Earth stuff. So, in Yellowstone, and Yellowstone didn't even like literally just invoke the Rushmore judge and didn't even respond with specificity, just discarded it. So, but I sent a judicial complaint to the first one. So anyway, it was a whole thing. It should be like a documentary. It was crazy. And then they wouldn't let me and Chris go in together because we weren't jabbed. So they wouldn't let us go in. They wouldn't let my wife in. And and they tried to make us wear masks. I'm like, that's not happening, you know.
When was this?
This was actually, I had court in Rushmore on my birthday, so April 14th.
Do you think are they still asking for jab cards or no?
I don't know. I mean, they just ask you if you are, so you could lie, but it says on there that if you get caught lying, that you can get charged with all these different crimes. So, yeah, I just said, why are you asking me that question, you know? And then I'm like, it doesn't matter. And then he's like, you have to answer. I'm like, no, I'm organic, homie. Oh, I said actually, yeah, I have been jabbed, like against my will tons of times as soon as I was born. So I said, yeah, I have been vaxxed, but yeah. Anyway, long story short, it was just it was insane, bro. The whole thing's insane. I do want to really break it down and do a documentary at one point, but it's gonna be epic. I've been so busy that I've been having to take care of other stuff. So yeah, and that's like, dude, that's one of the number one things that all the people that hate me, flat earthers and globers alike, but typically like anti-flat earthers, that's like, they loved it. They're like, oh, how's your court case? And I'm telling them, like, dude, we have civil damages. We can get millions of dollars. Like, how's it coming? Millions of dollars. You know, they're like just all mocking me. And if they only knew, man, but you know, it's all good. Such is life.
You could probably still get something back from the Florida arrest too.
Oh yeah, I still can get money for all that, for Florida and both of those, and for in Cleveland when the cop in street clothes grabbed me. We have quite a few. Yeah, the Florida's a big one, like a really big one, because false imprisonment pays $1,000 a minute. It's like the going rate.
That's what I was hearing you say. I was like,
Yeah.
wow.
A minute.
Yeah, $1,000 a minute, and you have
you were in
4 years.
solitary too, right?
Yeah, because of the pandemic. So, and you're supposed to, like, it's a law. You can't put a terrorist in a cell for more than 23 hours. It's called 23-1 because it's considered inhumane. So, like, even a terrorist. And dude, they had me in my thing for like 36 hours at a time. Something like, it was crazy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's blatant right there.
Oh yeah, it's so bad. I've already sent them. Sent them a notice for $770 million.
That's
$770 million.
Yeah.
Your birthday's the 14th of April.
Yeah.
Shit, mine's the 16th, Aries.
I remember you telling me that. Yeah.
Yeah, my daughter's is the 10th, bro.
That's my mom.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Damn, we all in the family like that. I think we have had this conversation.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Oh,
yeah,
you're all in the
770
family.
mil, bro.
You're
It's
Mason, Mason family, huh? Is that what you are? You're Mason buddies now, huh?
Oh, it's not my birth, mom.
Yeah, have you noticed? I wanted to point that out. I know 4 or 5 Masons that are in here, and we can't even mention it because you'll take some guy that knows nothing about our organizations and never had one in the family, he's never interacted with a Mason, and he'll assert we're evil people based on what he doesn't know about something. And the same thing with my Marine Corps. I can't even mention that because somebody is going to say I stole Valor. Or you know, they're just gonna, oh well, now you're electronic intel and you're a Mason and you're a gate watcher, just because this idiot doesn't have nothing to talk about to make him popular in the debate or the argument. Which I don't care about popularity, but it's the only way for this person to get attention or be, you know, even have
and people are really paranoid,
from, dude.
They're
It's
really
like,
paranoid.
if you're a Glover putting down flat earthers, what do you care if there's a flat earth hierarchy? And then you tell the people who actually started this shit that everybody else in their group started pointing fingers and acting like we're the best, you're the worst, and form cool cliques. Yeah, we know that, but none of this proves anything in this debate, right?
Yeah, like my great grandfather, bro, he was probably one of the most morally upstanding people ever, dude. Like, he worked his ass off from like 5 a.m. to like 9 p.m. in a body shop that he started from the ground up with his dad. So really his dad started it. and just worked into his 80s, bro, and like would give the shirt off his back and was constantly helping people out. Was like one of the most honest people I've ever met. You know what I mean? And he was just a Mason because it was a small little town. It's just a thing, you know, like the men of the community, like all pay for like all the stuff in the community. He didn't think it was bad, but he did find something out bad though, Michael. I will tell you that because he got depressed, bro, when he was old.
I've seen it, but I'm saying it when it starts, it can be truly innocent. Anybody think I joined Boy Scouts to be an evil Mason? But when Boy Scouts actually was started by the Masons, it's a Masonic thing. You know, they share logic, reason, and enlightenment with the world, but somehow they're evil.
Yeah, it's the perfect front. It's out in the open, and you know, on the surface, it's totally up on the up and up.
Yeah, for some people, it's not a front, and everything good. Understand this: everything good gets infiltrated in this world and used for bad. Good things, everything has the potential for good or bad, right? We all agree on this?
Yeah, of course.
So those people who want to rule and be above you, whether it's through a position, you know, I'm a victim or I ridicule you, they're going to take every tool they can and they're going to convert it to be used for their purpose, right? It's just the way it is, you know?
Yep, they usurp everything.
It's just like, so we can run a guided missile down a fucking, a chimney nowadays and blow a motherfucker up sitting by their fireplace, right? But we could also use that same rocket to deliver a pizza to our buddy, you know, halfway across the earth or across the pond or up north. So I'm in Michigan. There's 2 peninsulas. I could send my buddy a peanut butter jelly sandwich in the upper peninsula while I'm in the lower peninsula. You know what I mean? So everything's just got the potential for both things, dude.
Instead of dropping bombs on people, we could just drop gifts on them.
Exactly. Or PB&J.
Or some rice, yeah.
Oh, I love some peanut butter and jelly. I would like to make sure everybody's got 2 cans of their favorite peanut butter and at least 2 jars of their favorite jelly.
Dude, I ate 2 peanut butter jelly sandwiches today. I think it's the most underrated thing ever. Organic peanut butter and organic strawberry jelly, bro. Miss me with all the hatred, bro. It's so fire.
Or honey, right? Big fat joint, peanut butter and honey. You ever eat the honey?
Yeah, peanut butter and honey. I love honey too, yeah.
Toasted peanut butter and honey.
Yeah, dude, I agree.
Throw some bananas on there too.
Not bad. Yep.
That's crypto law. If you talk to Mike long enough, the conversation will come back to cars or food. Damn it. No, but I do. I fucking and I'm sure there's some flat earther that could you know, call me a fucking chill or repeat it. Peanut butter, all black guys racist. You white dude sold that. Mason. It's like, you don't even know what you can fucking talk about nowadays. And it's like, dude, I mean, no offense, but I get mad because I pay my internet. I buy my internet device. Who the hell are you to tell me what I can talk about as a flat earther? We're supposed to, as a flat earther, understand that all information on Earth is tainted. But then we got flat earth professors who want to preach a sermon about history is 100% perfect. And even as a flat earther, you're questioning everything ever written down and every truth ever given to you. But oh no, history's straight. It was written by the Jesuits. And then Mike's bad because he's a Shriner and donates, you know, tax money to the damn children's fund through Shriners, you know? No, so it's just not, and I'm sick of hearing it's a secret society. Really, bitch, then how do you know the name? Because it defies. What is a secret? It's unknown, right? So don't say you know about something that's a secret.
Well, right, but Michael, don't you think there's levels of it that are connected through that? Some of the same teachings and.
I do. We can go back to when it was corrupted. You know, the Scottish Rite and the unsanctioned Freemasons. So Masons and Freemasons are 2 different groups. That's your red and blue. They don't work together. They're They're actually separate.
Red blood and blue blood.
A lot of people take it there. If that's the truth, I don't know the truth. It's red being the coat of arms that sanctions you, and blue being the coat of arms that sanctions you. So actually, yeah, you can take it that way. It's a coat of arms, so it's a bloodline. So yep, it can be red blood and blue blood. I mean, yeah, I guess you absolutely could take it that way. You know what I mean? Since a coat of arms is a bloodline.
Dude, I had a Mason ask me my blood type, bro.
I bet.
Isn't that weird?
They asked me, but I kind of thought it was they wondered if I had that rare blood, because rare blood's worth money. You know what I mean? You can donate that shit for $200. Seriously. If you got rare blood, you should be out there selling it, and your plasma too. If you don't make any other money, I'm just saying.
What blood type do you have to have red blood?
Positive. You'd have to talk to them people that get into the ideal that there's actually two different bloodlines on. I mean, there's multiple bloodlines here, but it's as if we're we're talking the difference. I mean, we are between humans and reptilians, so.
Oh yeah, what I've heard is that like
wish we had
AB
the proof.
negative is like
Yeah.
like a big part of the bloodline, like elite bloodlines is AB negative. And if you Google like and next, some say just say any RH negative. There's if you look up how much is the population, it's very, very small.
It is. There's not a lot of RH negative people.
Yeah, definitely AB negative specifically is like 0.01, but RH negative in general is still also very small. Yeah.
AB negative is actually my blood type, but yeah, it's a low percentage of people have it. That's how I know that it's worth money. I've been offered, up to $250 for so many milliliters, but I'm like, no, I'm all right.
It is an interesting conversation. I did a stream called "The People Removed," and I covered how this whole idea that everyone was black in Africa and all this stuff. Like none of this is real, and like a lot of the noble classes were like pale with red hair and blue eyes, and it tracks back to and then that like the Nazis were obsessed with the Aryans because that goes back to like the antediluvian era, and that's where you would get like Atlanteans, and so that's where you get Aryan. It's really interesting. I mean, it's interesting at the least. Like Buddha actually had blue eyes and was like white and not fat. So it's just a lot of stuff that's kind of interesting, and they're obsessed with it. That goes to show how much they can't control history, though, right? Because everyone thinks Buddha was fat and like this like Middle Eastern skin tone, and so yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. They're infatuated with it. I'm not. I think it's stupid. I think that if you look into electromagnetic coupling, how your body basically reacts to electromagnetic frequency and the sun, it's very interesting, and we just have a huge spectrum of how our body reacts to that, and that's pretty much it. It's like a process of we'll say absorption, but it's interaction with. Now then you get into what is electron, an absorption with a certain disturbance spectrum, which would be like light. But anyway, it's some gravy because they are obsessed with the blood. They're obsessed with their blood, and then they what they do is from my understanding, is they every 200 years they kind of move you over to the other side of the family tree, like still within the family tree, but so to try to eliminate physical deformities and stuff like that, and stay incestuous. So crazy stuff.
Old boy went to Arwen and shit. I didn't know if he was a Glober saying fuck us or a flat earther crying because nobody listened to his flat earth beliefs. He thought me and you were oppressing him, bro.
Yeah.
Them 24/7. I started this shit. I mean, I get that hierarchy, but why would it even fucking matter to a Glober? The hierarchy's got nothing to do with the absolute group that gets to ban people at will.
He's a flat earther.
And people, you know, I just muted so I could actually be heard. I can't stand the guy that'll cut you off and then cry because he doesn't get to finish his sentence.
Dude, I'm like very hated, man. I realize that
Dude,
a lot of people don't like me, bro. Like a lot. I guess I come off like a dick. I don't know. Like a lot of people freaking hate me, bro. They've been coming out of the woodworks the last couple weeks.
Well, the ether.
Now you see why Mike said, "Damn, Witsit likes all the shit I like here. I'll teach him and I'll move on." Because I got tired.
Mike, have you seen what's happened recently with Witsit and QE and all that? Have you been watching what's going on?
I've been, it pisses me off. I don't listen. QE can't even respect a person.
Dude, I unsubbed from his channel yesterday after seeing that.
Austin is the most. He's young. He's respectful, and he dives into it. You know, Witsit will actually fucking research something all the way to the founding premises of it. You know, and it offends people. People get intimidated and offended, so they ridicule. You know, like Flat Earth Data, he thought I oppressed him on 24/7. I never muted that dude or banned him. I wasn't the guy that did that to him. A lot of people think I did on 24/7.
To be fair, I think I brought a lot of the hatred on myself. Like, if I'm being honest, like, I've tried to like really kind of grow, but I have come across like a dick. And then like when I used to go on Gamma Pandas or even in here sometimes, like I would get like real toxic. Like I would take the bait and they'd personally insult me, then I'd start insulting them, and I'd kind of. And then I've also publicly stated my IQ, and so like people really that is really lame to do, honestly. So like. People are like, what a douchebag, you know, this guy's a dick and he thinks he's so cool and shit. So I can kind of understand it. I guess you got to lay in the bed you make, you know, so I'm still trying to like grow.
Because you had so many Globers coming at you with, you know, questioning your education, you know, and that's why that worked for the Globers in the streets that were like, you know, oh yeah, I bet you had this kind of, I bet you didn't even graduate high school, you know, and then, you know, I'm not saying it's not a pompous thing to say, but at the same time, it started with a reaction to shut people up.
Yeah, that is why I said it. You are correct. I just said that I cubed it. So I'm like, okay, so now we got the whole "you're dumb" out the way. Then like, can we talk about the subject? But still,
well, not to toot my own horn, but try having a name Flat Earth Data and maybe having 700 subscribers and having 1,000 comments on one video.
Shit, I got a couple thousand subscribers.
What's your number?
Yeah, I get it.
Wait, why are we doing that?
People hate me too just because I openly disagree with you. I've been called a pussy, you know, a Boy Scout, a pedophile, stolen valor, fake Mason, all that shit. I'm hardened. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. You can take your feelings and run with them, dude. If what I say offends you, well, offense is taken, not given. So that's your issue, not mine.
Dude, you guys should check out the.
You got a problem? I don't run from anybody, and I don't fold. I got gas money.
His video is really long, so you
What's
might
your
not.
IQ?
It doesn't matter. So this video is pretty long, and you may not want to watch it because it's so long. But if you haven't keeping up with the whole thing, if you happen to see where QE did his like 4-hour thing, like bashing me, dude, I exposed that dude so hard in this video. Like I exposed him, bro. Like he'll never recover.
Hold on. Is Jesus freaking PD Shea? Is that PD Shea Dodo?
Yeah.
Oh no shit. Cool. I ain't talked to PD in a while. They just used to ban him at will on 24/7. You know, and hey, I like to give him a place where he could talk about Aristarchus and Dodo because I just thought it made us, you know, more widespread. More
hey, Witzik.
Content.
Sorry,
shit.
I thought you were.
Go ahead.
Witzik, can you send me a link to that video that you're talking about where you exposed him?
It's in the text.
He just posted it.
Well, can you send it to me personally because I can't look it up where I'm private.
Okay.
I got you.
Also, but speaking of which, I just posted a something that Merlin did. Merle did exposing Jim Pandas as a cult video. I'll repost it.
Don't glorify what Merle does. It's not cool. It's not cool. Dave,
Yeah, I was gonna say probably don't post that if it's involved.
Yeah, don't do that, Dave.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't watch it yet.
Taken down, dude. Yeah. I like Geo Server, even though old boy pissed me off crying, dude. That dude plays the victim too much to just to keep on.
For too long. For too long.
Dude, he talked for 3 fucking hours, and if you interrupt him to finish your sentence, you're a prick.
Who is this?
And I wanted
Upside
to.
down.
I'm not gonna cry about it because I'm not gonna call somebody a
Yeah.
whiny bitch and then
Upside
cry.
down's gone now anyway, so.
But
Do you
I
need some
wanted
tissues, Mike? Or you want me to come give you a hug, bro?
Yeah, listen, I like you most with it, and I like everybody here. I just wanted to apologize to everybody for, letting that dude get emotionally out there and then just get pissed and taking it out on people and do shit.
It's cool. What I've learned though is like when the guy gets like that, right? The best thing to do. Sorry if I was talking to you, but like, is to
You're
kind of
good.
let them get it all out and don't even interrupt them, because they just expose themselves, and then you can just respond with like 5 words calmly that completely expose them, and that's like way more effective than anything.
Hey, that's what I got you for, Austin. You know me. Everybody knows me. Come on, y'all. Let me be me. I'll go straight to whooping that nigga's ass, but you'll stay here and you'll do all that, yo. You'll get the word out for us. I'm just still good. I am who I am. It do what it do. And I'll whoop a nigga. I don't care. We can fight. I'll fight with my brothers. I don't give a fuck. Still
Well,
be my brother.
your knowledge that you were showing today was really appreciated with these guys that come in thinking that they've got like, everything all figured out, and we don't even know how to figure out the things that they're talking about, and you have it like completely down to the point where they do.
Yeah, there was some good moments there. Yeah, in the surveying conversation. Yeah, there was.
That's why they want to shut me up, bro. You know.
Well, how long is it gonna be before you get a good mic though?
Man, this one was good. I just need one of them Y pieces. This is it's not my Bluetooth. It's my corded one. You know that little thing that splits.
Are you using a computer?
Yeah, I'm using a
Dude, I'll
laptop.
send you a mic, dude. I'll freaking send you like a literal mic.
I got 3 of them. I just I let this hang. I let that wired thing. It splits. It goes earphone, microphone. You got to plug into it with a headset.
Mike can definitely afford a better mic. He doesn't.
I
even
know
need
that. Trust me. I know. That's the problem.
Well,
That's
that piece is only $7. Should I
actually I can't give
you
you my other one anyway because I'm gonna set it up where Kai can do shows.
I paid like $160 for this corded one for when the
Wow,
damn
you can get a good mic for 160.
Yeah, this is a good one. It's just
I dropped way too much on
It
this
sounds
one.
like a loose connection, Mike. It sounds like it's not plugged in correctly or something.
It's that Y piece, man. It's the damn dog ran into the cord and jerked it, and he bent the 8mm jack. Are you with me?
I've never how long have we known each other? Like 3 years. I've never ever had a conversation with you where your mic didn't sound crazy, bro. Like literally never.
Well, shit. That's man. For the last 9 months, this one's been good, but my dog just fucked up the cord.
Okay.
Seriously,
Hey, Mike.
I mean, even
Mike, I'm just curious. Sorry, go ahead.
Deuce said, yeah. Well, even Deuce Vogt said, yeah, that one's good, but my dog bent it. It's just the splitter. Go ahead, bro. My bad.
I was just I'm curious. Do you mind if I ask what part of Michigan you're from?
Michigan Central. So, I live in the same. I'm from the same township as Ted Nugent. Concord, Hanover, Horton. Yeah. Actually,
I'm sorry. I thought Nugent was from south of Detroit.
Well, this is where his home was. He was born south of Detroit, yes. But he lived on the west bank of the Kalamazoo River right here in Hanover, Michigan. You can Google that. His exotic animal farms here. His bow shooting arena was here. His house was here. But they got black mold. It's a real moist area at the Kalamazoo River. So we live on, me and him, in between our property is the Grand River. He's on one side of the Grand River and I'm on the other. The Grand River goes down and meets into the Kalamazoo River, and we both live on the Kalamazoo River. So, but now
Okay.
him and his wife moved to you know how women are about black mold. You know, he got black mold in his house. You know, and his wife said, "Nah, we're getting the fuck on." So, I think they moved to Florida now.
Hey, you
So
guys went good.
I'm just so near Kalamazoo then.
No, Kalamazoo is, 60 miles upriver. It's just the Kalamazoo River. So I'm in Jackson. So be specific, I'm in Jackson County. Hanover, Horton, Concord, but they're both in Jackson County. I'm right on the edge. Depends on which way you're coming from. If you're coming from the east, you might consider this to be Concord. If you're coming from the west, then it's absolutely Hanover. And from the south, well, no, this is Horton. So, but I get told I'm in the Hanover Tri-County. I'm on the Hanover Tri-County section. My mail says Concord, Hanover, and Horton. So I don't.
All right. I
Go
lived
ahead.
half my life in the Grand Rapids area, so I was just curious.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Yo, you guys
So
want to
you-
hear some these bars I made up?
Oh, bars. When I
Yeah.
rap these bars of mine, planets and stars align. A prodigy like me is hard to find, but wits it's well versed in that art of rhyme.
Yeah,
Do
that's
it,
pretty
bro.
good. That was the double rhymes.
No.
Bars.
Go
I
ahead.
can't even follow that up, man.
Oh man, come on.
No, but I just made this up in my head earlier. It was like, get me started, get the party, get the snapping. My flow the hardest, need a carpet, fly with the words like Aladdin. Do you get my flow the hardest? My flow the hardest, need a carpet, bro. And then what is it? It's okay. You don't have to pretend it's good, okay? It's not that good, but
I like that. I like that. What you just fit. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, like my flow the hardest. I can feel it in the ethers coming right through the speakers. You talking and see me speak up, but you're not really about it. The type that gonna leave them confounded with thoughts that's way too profound and so deep that it leave them drowning. There's an ether no way around it. Hands up, it got you surrounded. Hands up, it got you surrounded, bro.
0 point acceleration in the ether, no hesitation. Take out you and your relations.
There's an ether no way around it. Hands up, it got you surrounded, bro.
I terrorize flat earth like troops in Pakistan. I'll swing through your house like the neighborhood Spider-Man. No, we just got two different flows, but I like the way you do they're crammed in and focus. You know what I mean? A lot said in a few words. I pointed this out before. It's kind of like you're dropping them like Eminem, you know?
Well, yeah, I'm not gonna get like all into it and like really rap or anything. I just thought it was funny. I thought like all bark no bite. Who you think you hounding? But they taking shots. I'm just rebounding. But I just think it's funny little line that said, "There's an ether, no way around it. Hands up, it got you surrounded." Just because of what's been going on. I thought it was
Yeah, yeah, that hits hard. Hands up, it got you surrounded.
It's like legit everywhere.
Yeah, that's hot. That's hot. You know it is.
All right, Gio,
Hell,
your turn.
you need a beat behind that shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a couple songs for Flattoberfest.
Well, if I was into rap, I'd like it, but the only rap I ever liked was Run DMC back in the day.
Yikes! Have you ever heard my In the Field song?
Nah, I hate rap. Sorry, no offense.
Well,
You still gotta listen to it.
Listen, don't be sorry for stating the truth, man.
You still gotta listen to it though, because that's why I brought it up, because it's got this really like crazy beat, and it's a lot of truth in there. You might like it.
Yeah, just
It's really
read the,
raw.
read
I
the
mean,
words. Just read the words.
Send
and
me
you
a
have
link
to.
to it. I'll listen to
The
it.
whole video, or did Karen Dyer Harrigan? I'm sorry, Ted, but your girl's hot as hell when she dyes it all black. I'm starting to dig that white. It's growing on me. Love you.
A lot of people were talking about how good she looked. I'm like, yo, you guys are thirsty in the chat.
Man, she my age. You know what's up, player. You got, hey, listen, we all thirsty. You got hooked up on a flat earth debate. What you talking about, player? That's your wife.
I'm my thirst is pretty quenched nowadays.
Yeah, I was about the only one that you was like serious, like I'm seriously hollering at Mike. I was like, oh, all right, I quit hitting on her. Everybody else was like, oh, fuck that. What you gotta marry her first? I was like, I think he gonna, dude.
Well, actually, I didn't know that.
already,
I didn't
though,
even
right?
know. What's up?
I know, but it's obvious, dude. The people who've been in love before, when two people are in love. Listen, I was married for 27 years. I might be divorced now, but I had a 27-year marriage that started when I left high school. I actually got a court order that said I could get married before I was 18 so that my old lady could automatically be on my insurance in the Marine Corps and then also be deployed with me and live on base,
All I gotta do is rap and Riff goes away. We figured it out. I was about to say I could like you. Dynamite, you might remember I used to came up with a rhyme, a flat Earth rhyme, and I would just go in Gamma Pandas and I'd say the flat Earth rhyme, and they would spiral so hard.
Oh yeah, say it.
I can't really remember. It's like I can't remember, man. I'd have to think about it. But it's just a bunch of like actual arguments, right? It's like it's not really a rap. It's like a rhyme. Yeah. It's like prior to the postulation, we're tired of the calling names and hating ad homs and obfuscation. So prior to the engagement or conversation, we're tired of the ad homs and obfuscation. Blah blah. Respond to the actual postulations, and then it's like
season privations.
Yeah, something like that. Okay, like how do you attribute? Damn, I don't even remember. Like
it was the first time you started talking about attributing privacies to privations. I was like, damn, that's deep. And I literally think only me and Elijah F got it at that time. Everybody else is like, what the fuck is he talking about? I said, he's making time physical, motherfucker.
Yeah. It's like a privation, like conceptual reifications, space-time dilation, conceptual reifications, but you don't even know what your claim is. Your base isn't base, so you won't say this. And then something else like
came up with his shit too. Remember?
What
who? Chaco.
Yeah. That's when Chocolate ended up making that flat Earth drive. Yeah.
Of privation, second law of thermodynamics violation.
Yeah.
Globe got taken out with no hesitation.
Yeah. What was the rest of that? Go ahead with it. What was the rest?
It was a bunch of basic level stuff, just where like north to south, like
circumpolar navigation.
Circumnavigation, north to south continuation is forbidden, but private exploration is forbidden with the cooperation of every major nation. 60 mil a day in payments to NASA for paintings and computer generating animations misled a generation after generation. Nice. Yeah, I can't remember all, but I used to know it like so well because I would just be bored, so I'd go in there and I could say it all like under 45 seconds, and dude, they would get so triggered, bro. Like they would start screaming and cussing, and it was so funny.
They're like, "That went too fast. I can't write down all the notes I want to come back with. Oh fuck, there's too many things to respond to. Fuck you."
No music.
I still got the fucking I got the bookings picture, dog.
Yeah, I can't believe I forgot all of it.
You got to make a new one anyway on the ether. You got to make a new one on that,
I'm going to.
Yeah. No, I got Witsit and Chris's bookings photos. I shared them with Karen. I said, man, Witsit went to jail. She said, what? And I shared them with Karen. So Karen's okay. When I first got here 7 years ago, I started this with a bunch of people. They were all on my DMs. We built this knowledge together. But they either said fuck me as a friend, or one of them turned me in for raiding people and got one of my fucking profiles banned. So there's only one conversation in this Discord of mine in my DM that is original to my first profile when I first started, and it's mine and Karen's conversation. She's the most honest person I ever met on 24/7 Flat Earth. ODD 20. It was ODD 24/7 Flat Earth when we first started. We were still down with Darren and Stock Skilla, or ODD.
Hey, Austin, I wrote some lyrics when you and Nathan Thompson had your split up.
Yeah, I seen that.
It was. I got to sing it to him. It was cool.
Actually, it's all right. Money for Nathan.
Yeah.
Do your Flat Earth for free.
He's easy to.
Can I?
It's not fair.
Sorry.
He's easy to pick on.
I just got a question. It's been a while. Well, how do I ask this? What's up with Jeranism? Because when I first got into this, he was what I listened to the most, and he just cracked me up. He was so funny at times. But what's going on with him? I haven't heard anything about him.
Well, he goes live all the time, bro.
Yeah, you must not have his new live stream. I can look through my notifications and give you a link.
Oh, I remember the beginning. So it's like, left lane, dude, I'm about to destroy your religion with some rhymes, bro. So prior to the conversation, we're tired of the calling names and hating ad homs and obfuscation, so respond to the actual postulations. You ever wonder what space is? They claim it's empty. That's vacant with pressure adjacent, second law violation, physical privations, conceptual reifications. Take a concept and give it concrete and issue misplaced it, but you don't even understand what your claim is. Something like that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
What was that you
Left
said about the link?
Left lane's got a rap ready to come back with. I think it's going to be a rap battle going on right here. Go ahead, Left lane.
Shit.
So
Go ahead, Left lane.
where's Jeranism at?
Jeranism on YouTube.
If he's claiming
I thought
that,
he was kicked off YouTube.
No, he just deleted it. Like they started trying to basically kick him off, or they were striking him for things
Yeah.
from way back in the day. So he deleted all his videos. Yeah, so he could stay on there.
He deleted
So-
everything, dude. Because they started getting rid of all his videos and literally just calling everything he does a violation of TOS or community standards, So he just emptied it out. He
Well,
emptied
also, I
out-
used to talk crazy. Like, I was on his show, Joe, his Friday Jeranism show, and I used to go off, bro. Like, everything. Like, every truth bomb, I was just, like, unfiltered. So I think I kind of got him in trouble, too, to be honest.
But you said he's still on?
Oh, yeah. He makes tons of
hold on.
content.
I'm getting the link right now to his page. I get all the notifications from when they go live.
Could you send that to me personally? Because it's hard for me to look things up while I'm driving.
You should be able to literally
appreciate
type in Jeranism in YouTube, man.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Well, I did that, and nothing would come up. It's been a while since. Okay, I'll have to try it one more time.
And you know how to do it, right? Like, when you type in something, you need to, like, I just typed it in and I got, like, all his videos, latest from Jeranism. Dude, he's less censored than I am now. What the hell? But, you always just go to the channel, right? Like the channel pops up at the top, you click on that, or you're gonna goose hunt.
You're right.
Well, I've already sent you 2 things, so I'll send you this as well.
Appreciate it.
God damn. There you go.
I sent it to him, bro.
Well, I couldn't get the damn link to turn blue, but yeah, thanks. I got stuck playing with the damn link.
What's next, man? Like, so respond to the postulations. Ever wonder what space is? They claim it's empty, that's vacant with pressure adjacent, second law violation, physical privations, conceptual reification. Gave a concept, concrete and issue, misplaced it. But you don't even know what your claim is. I guess something like your base isn't base, so you couldn't say this. We give NASA 60 mil a day in payments for paintings and computers generating animations. Circumnavigation. What is it? Like, you could prove the globe with circumnavigation. That's north to south continuation, but private exploration is forbidden with the cooperation of every major nation. Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
I ain't gonna share this with everybody.
But it's funny if you think about it. It's funny that you can just make words rhyme in about 30 seconds, and they're literally they can't rebut it. Like you can destroy the globe with like 30 seconds of like Dr. Seuss style.
Dr. Seuss on the loose.
And it's hard for them to get mad because it's like, it rhymes.
Cut science and putting Jesuits on the noose. Yeah, I like it. Well, some people don't get the depth of what you say when that's a hardcore verse to me, and you adding privacy deprivation. And if you don't understand what's being said, you don't understand that in those 4 words, you dropped a lot of information.
Yeah, that's why it says you don't even understand what your claim is.
Yeah, I always love that part. You don't understand what your claim is, but you retain this theoretically with faith.
That's a pretty easy rhyme scheme right there too. Like you could add to it forever, just like like nation. Anything rhymes with that, like you can rhyme forever, right? Like people just sit station waiting for stations to say shit. They take it, debate it, regurgitate it, indoctrination, propagation of indoctrination, and fabrications, and you could just go forever,
Yep.
Ch-ch-ch.
I get a little too gangster on mine, so I'll be threatening motherfuckers' lives and shit. So I gotta be careful about my rap. I'm from Michigan, motherfucker. We go deep with that shit, deep like a threat. Come in your project, blow it up, and take all your assets.
Yikes, bro! Calm down, man. What's someone do to you, man?
Yo, bro, save some women for us. God damn.
I terrorize this jam like troops from Pakistan.
Something else that could go in the flat Earth rhyme. You could say like, yeah, the Earth's a plane and its station, but they can come to terms like laymen. I guess that means they lamed then.
Wow, that's fire right there. Hey, real talk though. Hey, Michael J. Smith.
You're kind of low, bro, but go ahead.
Hey, Michael J. Smith. You kind of sound like Battle Mod, or what was his name?
I am
Battle Mod.
Okay. All right, my bad.
I'm Battle Mod MJS. Yeah.
Also known as Broken Mic Gang.
My bad. Good. All right. I'm drunk right now.
Broken Internet Gang too.
Slaying the same thing like rhymes and cocaine, banging on B Mod on that Broken Mic Gang. What's the damn thing?
What have I started?
What have you started?
Like propane fishing with no gain, no loss, no cooperation, but killing motherfuckers without a hesitation. Hey, what's up with the light? Is that a crack on the over the horizon crap or something?
Yeah, someone drop a picture of Thompson wearing a clown now.
Listen, so what that shirt doesn't show, it shows a guy. What we're doing is we're judging that he's on a sphere through foot or elevation. But see, if you make that footage or elevation a straight line, then you find it becomes disrupted by topography. So that no surveyor with an education would say there's a 23-foot drop 34 foot out, and that's proof of a sphere, because we would only say it's proof of an elevation differential and topography. So you could be sitting in the valley and there could be a mountain behind you. So it's just going to change again. So when topography goes up, and down, why would we say that it's a consistent thing that wraps around in a parabola forming a sphere? We couldn't mathematically say it. It would be impossible.
Yeah, Dan, this dude wore a clown nose, bro. This is hilarious. I want to give the context to the Clown World Tour, because I was on that for a second, right? So the reason we called it that because I used to say, "What a clown world." I started really using that term. I'm like, "Bruh, clown world confirmed," or I'm like, "Latest clown world update." I started saying that on my stream. I used to use the word clown world. So then I guess for some reason, very terrible marketing decision, but we thought it would be witty to call it a Clown World Tour, because it's like Clown World, then it's like World Tour. So it was like Clown World Tour. We thought it, but obviously looking back, it's a terrible idea. Like to say clown in the tour.
Yeah, right.
I bought him a punch bowl full of clown noses.
Oh, you did that, and he really wore one. Took a pic.
Yeah, he was nice.
Wow.
Yeah, that was an insane experience, bro. I don't want to. Yeah, it's all good, but that dude's wildly
It's
wild.
permanent. I'm the Clippers. Permanent. Whoa. Unreal tournament. I'm the victor, and they're all brought low. I need no encouragement. There's not a minute I don't grow. Like Limitless. I'm taking over the show. Only I need no NZT 48. My only options are die or be great. So I swing with the force of a heavyweight. I'm in a deadly state. Coming in so I can dominate when I operate. Knocking punk straight out my way. If thought you could bet me, you've been led astray. Better go back to your cave and meditate. You better pray, because I won't hesitate to put this shit away.
Yo, look, this is another rhyme I come up with. It's like, so, because this actually was happening. We had like feds following, especially in DC. And it was like, I see them lurking, they search in Suburbans, they blacked out. Guess we swerve into back routes. Blah, 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 blah. Like, hope I don't black out. And then I was like, how could you see the bigger picture if you don't know that there's a background? That's pretty fire, bro.
For us to ethereal plane, how does that sound?
Look at the picture in the chat. Look at that clown.
How you gonna propagate a wave with no medium? I see a big frown.
They lied about the earth, but these people need it mapped out. But you guys think the bar? Do you guys not think the bar's fire? How are you gonna see the bigger picture if you don't even know that there's a background?
Even though the map don't prove it, so I put the smack down.
The bar's fire, bro.
It is.
Yep. The background is the thing, that's what's crazy about this whole conflict.
I go
It is really
looking
about hiding the ether.
Bro, new perspective, don't you think it's
DMs for
Hold on, Mike. Mike,
for-
well, hold on real quick.
Don't you think it's crazy
ahead.
that it's like, so if you're going to be like, well, why would they lie? You think about all the things they could lie about. It's like, well, they could hide land. They hide the fact that this place was created, blah, blah, blah. If there's a toroid of energy, a vortex, a toroid of energy on the earth, of course they'd want to hide that. Like, that would be like the biggest thing to hide. That would give us immediate power,
Like gravity would exist within that field that's created, right? And repulsion in the field. And so as a standing wave, you could suspend yourself in a field.
There's film evidence too of all these cities that are just lit up without any wires.
Yeah, and I mean, Tesla said that it was like a foregone conclusion that you could do that. He claims to have already been doing it. So
Yeah.
that's what's so crazy. It's like, like we got tricked. That's why anyone that's a flat earther that's like, you guys better not, you better not be talking about that. Like Jaren said it best in my chat. He's like, bro, the fact that flat earthers are going against Mickelson Morley. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the it's so crazy, bro.
Well, half of them that are going against it don't even understand it. Then there's the ones that are kind of like leading the pack that do understand it, and that's what's suspicious.
Yeah, I agree. But do you think they? I think maybe does. I don't know, because there's this famous quote, and I mentioned this in my stream I did today because I told my audience, I'm like, this is the last time I'll be addressing these clowns, and I'm just blah blah. But it's the famous quote that's like, do not attribute malice to that which can be adequately explained with incompetence.
Yeah. I
try to apply that, but I think that it's a mixed bag where, some of it's blatantly, intentionally dishonest and there's malice, but some of it is maybe incompetence, right? Where I'm like, I think a good example is where I'm like, yeah, so light doesn't have a speed as in distance over time because it's not traveling a distance, right? So it's already there. It's just the background being illuminated or excited. So it doesn't have a speed. It has a rate of induction. But that is just us quantifying how quickly we perceive the illumination. I think they actually don't understand that. When I'm like, it's being conflated, the rate of illumination or the perception of illumination is being conflated to what light itself is. I think that they don't understand what I'm saying. So
No.
yeah,
A
that's the
lot
problem.
of people don't, because they're just pretender clowns, to put it in your word. Random as fuck.
That's so funny.
Random as fuck, no specificity. You know what I'm saying? They're always flapping clovers, they're always flapping their gums, but no demonstration.
I think it's like a mixture though too, right? Because when I'm explaining it in detail like a million times, I'm trying to say it in every different way, and they just hear me say the word rate. So they're like, he said it doesn't have a speed, but it has a rate. I can make fun of him because rate is a speed, right? So it's like it doesn't matter what I say. That's like they want to go to the grave with that, and I'm like, bro, it's a rate of induction, but it's already there. It's not traveling. They don't want. I don't know.
Speed
It's
is
just crazy.
a rate of change of position.
Yeah, or like we're just what we do. The speed of light is us literally just quantifying how quickly we see illumination. That's all it is. So it's like it's already there. It's like if I put a bunch of neon lights in the bottom of a lake and we go out and look at the lake at nighttime, and then I press the remote and it turns neon purple around the whole lake because all of a sudden that lake looks different. It's now illuminated. It looks different, right? It's a purple now. But the lake was there the whole time. Like the lake didn't travel anywhere. Just now it looks different. It seems like
And
a simple concept to me.
what was that quote again? And who said it?
I forgot who said it, but it's do not attribute malice to that which can be adequately explained with incompetence.
I like that. Okay.
Yeah.
But you said you don't remember who said it. Okay. All right.
I'll look it up. It starts with an N. I'll look it up.
Yeah, I think when you say that the light was already there, I think that maybe there's a better way of putting it because it's like that they can't see that it's like
with
the
the Bible.
potential. It's like the potential for the frequency to be agitated is there. Like there's already the light in a lower in an unseeable spectrum is there, but then when it gets excited, it's seeable. So it's like when you say the light's already there, that does sound confusing, but at the same time, it's kind of what literally what it is. But it's like the potential's there more so than anything.
But like it's right. So there's background radiation everywhere, literally. So there's just an argument that I mean, I hear what you're saying. It's potential in the background. So the dude, okay, so the phrase is called Hanlon's razor, and it was coined by Robert Hanlon. But it's been voiced by many people throughout history as far back as 1774. Napoleon Bonaparte famously declared, never ascribe to malice that which is adequately explained by incompetence. So, I mean, it's called Hanlon's razor.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. And that's epic, right? I mean, that's an epic quote. It's a wise quote because that sometimes you think this person's being so dishonest and lying about what I'm saying, but they really maybe don't know what you're saying. Like they actually don't know. Now sometimes they are intentionally lying, right? Like what do you think? Okay, and one of the things in QE's presentation, I bring up electrostatics. I'm like, okay, so you talk about density disequilibrium, you did your little egg experiment, but there's something else there. There's something electrostatic that you didn't account for, and we can prove it scientifically. We can manipulate electrostatic charge, and we can make something flow. Like, how do you do that? I'm like, well, you can use a Van de Graaff generator, make something float. And they were like, that's a man-made device. That's not seen in nature, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, okay, bumblebees, beetles, spider ballooning. We see everything in nature is electrostatic. So we do see electrostatics in nature. So now we're using a Van de Graaff generator to manipulate it, and we can show that it floats, right? And they're like, no, you can't use it. That's a man-made device, a Van de Graaff generator. That's not science. And that's retarded. So I was making fun of that. And I was like, so you guys will say stuff like that, or we can't use Michelson Wool is just a parlor trick, or that Van de Graaff generator is a man-made device. I'm like, but you can talk about the double slit. So I'm like sarcastically critiquing it based on that. I'm like, oh, the double slit's not science. It has a man-made experiment. I mean, a man-made device. Like making fun of it sarcastically, like how stupid it is of a position. QE takes that quote and then quotes it to me as if that's my claim.
So they actually said that you can't use a man-made device to manipulate your independent variable.
Well,
Really?
some of them were so some of them were saying that that doesn't work because the Van de Graaff generator is a man-made device. You know, when asked, I mean, obviously they know. In reality, you would think, like, and even QE said it, right? Like, almost every experiment ever uses a man-made device to manipulate the IP, but they were just trying to dismiss the Van de Graaff generator, and that's the problem. Like, they're double speaking douchebags. But anyway, I'm just trying to elucidate, like, that right there, that is intentionally dishonest, right? Because I've been harping on the opposite of that for like 3 straight years, and he's intentionally lying. Another thing is where I said the ether claims that light's already there or something, right? And I'm talking about, well, obviously, like, the framework of ether states this. Like, this is the claim within the framework of ether. He puts it on there that it's a reification fallacy because I'm treating ether as if it can talk.
Yeah, that's weird.
I mean, dude, how insane is that?
Yeah, the fact that he had to use tactics and straw man use so much is really telling.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said, like, this is, if anything, this is just like substantiation of my point, right? I say this all the time. If there was ever a scenario where I bumped my head and I'm like, maybe the Earth is a ball, I'd just come talk to some of the anti-flat earthers on here, and I'd see all the sophistry and how they have to never answer straight questions, like, straightforward, and they always lie. And I'd be like, oh, okay, the Earth's probably flat because you guys can't argue the actual argument.
Right. Yeah. Or you'll say something. You said a few things that were just sarcastic comments, and he used it as like a quote directly from you, and that's just weird, man. I was like,
dishonest.
I had to unsub from his channel, dude. I was like, what the fuck was that? Are you kidding me?
Yo.
And he even said McFly, and when he said McFly, and I have my buddy here, and we were both just like, are you really? He used McFly? Like, that's what the bully says, you know? And he was
I don't
totally
even know what that
acting like
reference.
a fucking.
What is
It's
that?
from fucking McFly's from Back to the Future. Remember?
Oh yeah.
Hello, McFly.
Well, at this point, QE as he loves to say, you've been exposed. Like, he's been exposed. Like,
Yeah, quantum embarrassment, basically.
yeah, exactly.
Dude, he'll never recover from anyone that's honest and watches that stream when I go through his presentation. I did it for 3.5 hours. But there was another few, right? So that we talking about, he takes my sarcastic comments where I'm literally making fun of how stupid a claim is, and then acts like it's my claim,
Yeah.
right? And then he says that he did that a few times, and then he says that I'm attributing, like, personification to inanimate objects. Like, what an idiot. When I say the photographic plate claim, what I'm saying is that, like, when you invoke the photographic plate, it encompasses this unspoken claim that you're making and skating past, which is that the photon hits an atom and makes dislodges electron, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
He
then
said I
takes
was
the
saying the
photon, hits the
photographic
atom, right?
plate.
Oh my god.
Dude, he was saying I was saying it has, like, sentience.
Yeah. Right. Oh, he was taking little clips from, like, the 2 minutes you had available to talk on Nathan's and using it as, like, you really thought this out and you're saying it as a definitive statement, and that was just fucking fucked up, man. I couldn't even believe it.
Yeah, and something else was, like, when I first talked to Nathan, and I was just, he was like, so what do you believe in ether? I'm like, well, I can tell he's kind of worked up, right? So I'm gonna walk him down. I'm like, well, I don't agree with flat earthers claiming it definitively, like they know it for a fact, and I think it's limited to speculation. But personally, I think from a logical perspective, there has to be something there. And I like to phrase it like, well, instead of using that word, I don't even like to care to use the name. I like to just say that it's a background. And so he took that out, saying where, like, oh, you said that you don't like when people make claims about it or even the name, and then you've been doing that exact same thing for the next month. I'm like, I've been prefacing it the whole time saying, well, this does intrinsically require some speculation. We can't physically and tangibly manipulate it and scientifically verify it, blah, blah, blah. So he's made it out to where, like, I was just contradicting myself, which is just another lie. And then when I was first talking to Oakley, I'm like talking to him about vacuum energy. And I'm like, there's a vacuum. The whole thing's a lie. Every slide. It's insane. So, like, I'm like talking about the vacuum energy, and I'm like, he's like, a vacuum? What's that? I'm like, well, colloquially, of course, because there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum, right? So I'm like going ahead and addressing, like, oh, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum, of course, within, your assumption of atoms. There's a few hydrogen atoms per cubic meter, but with the vacuum chamber. So I'm like, well, colloquially, of course. So he puts that out there like basically what I'm saying is what I basically was saying was nothing energy. No. I'm claiming if you have a vacuum chamber, you take as much air out as you can. Particle physics has a certain prediction, and then the energy observed doesn't match that prediction. There's something else except for the air, right? That sustains the energy. And so he misrepresented that. Then I said then I colloquially was using the words like you can shoot a laser through a vacuum, right? And he's like, oh, see, shooting it through a vacuum, so you're saying it travels. When I'm like actually critiquing Oakley in his own paradigm, that like even within your own paradigm where you think light is what it is and it's traveling, like it actually propagates, quote unquote, more effectively in a vacuum, right? Meaning a vacuum chamber, meaning like, well, the air just impeding it. Like it's not the primary thing that sustains it, because when you have less of it, it's more effective, quote unquote, propagation. And so it's just like intentional dishonesty. And then he says that I do the semantic thing. And he's like, it's called the Socratic method. The Socratic method is that you define terms with one another and make sure you guys are on the same page, where that you can then have an honest conversation in good faith, and you can address the merit of the argument from the other side, right? That's what the Socratic method is. And so the irony of him bringing that up, where he's intentionally not using good faith, and he's trying to say that, dude, it's insane. The whole thing's insane.
Yeah. I was like literally just sitting with my jaw open. Like I couldn't even believe, like, obviously it's not personal. I mean, he's made it personal, but it just emphasized that this really is, well, I mean, I guess in his case, you can see it that the ether directly threatens his, quantum stuff, and you directly debunked his quantum stuff on the show, and you're obviously someone that's respected, so that is a big threat to him, because the double slit, if that's not a real thing, that's his whole name and career basically down the drain. So I can understand why he's so reactive, but it was just over the top, like straw manning, and so obvious that it was the stupidest thing he could have ever done.
Yeah, maybe better just to not do anything, right? I mean, he messaged me, and he before all this happened, he messaged me, bro, and he said, step away.
Wow.
So he was like trying to intimidate me, telling me not to talk about
basically.
it. And I'm like, buddy, I have messages from you from 2020 where I debated him about particle physics and light in 24/7, and it did not go well for him, to say the least. And he left mad, and then he came back and he's like, it looks like you might be right, actually. I think you might be right. Light may be instantaneous. And then we were having a conversation, and I'm like, telling him like, yeah, I mean, we can just agree to disagree. I just don't agree with you on the particle physics thing. The photon is not a physical particle that travels from point A to point B. That's not what light is. And I'm like, and this is 2.5 years ago or something. And I'm like, the electron is not a little piece, not a little physical particle of matter. It just simply is not. And then J.J. Thomson, the person I originally discovered it, said it was a terminal end of one unit line of dielectric induction. It's just a gap in the field. And so I just disagree with it. I don't agree with subatomic particle claims. But we can just agree to disagree. You know what I'm saying? I think it's, and then something else came up. Because I was looking through them to find some of the screenshots. I think he deleted a couple things. But anyway, so I was like, because I mentioned it out publicly that I could take screenshots. But anyway, another thing was I was saying like, look, it's no secret that I disagree with you on light. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, but it's okay. Like we can just agree to disagree. And so it's crazy that it's come to this, where this was like 2.5 years ago we discussed it, and I let him know like you can't convince me otherwise. Like I've looked into this. Particle physics is bankrupt. It makes specific predictions about magnetism and light, and the predictions have been proven wrong. Therefore, particle physics has been falsified. Right?
Yep.
Like it's literally been falsified. It makes a prediction about magnetism. You go look at magnetism, doesn't work. There's way too much energy in layman terms. Therefore, particle physics debunked. It can't be correct. It's literally incorrect. It's been falsified. It's not even slightly viable. And that's why it's another so dishonest thing where you're like, well, then what is magnetism to you? Are we talking about magnetism or the ether? Both. That's why we're talking about the ether. That's one of the main reasons we're talking about it, because we
Right.
have to reintroduce some other framework that can actually maybe explain it, but that can actually be viable. And then another thing, I'll stop ranting so much, but another thing that he does in his little presentation or whatever you want to call it, he puts this clown show, again, everything he says is just like 17 ad homs, and he's like, doesn't know the difference between electromagnetism and magnetism. Like, you're so stupid, basically, right? But
Right.
he literally can't define magnetism and refuses to do so. How can you go critique me and say I'm misusing the word magnetism if you literally can't define it? How can you be that's the epitome of Dunning-Kruger, basically. It's like, or just blatant dishonesty, right? Like, how can you be like, you are so stupid, you don't even know the difference in magnetism and electromagnetism, and then you're like, oh, so since I'm misusing the word magnetism and I don't understand what it is, you must certainly know what it is then, right? And he literally can't answer it. And the truth is because he can't address the fact that quantum mechanics says it's the exchange of virtual photons.
So you actually asked him to explain magnetism, and he refused to?
Yeah, everyone has. Yeah, I've been asking all of them. Every time I ask them to define magnetism, they just start screaming and cussing and saying we're talking about the ether, not magnetism.
Hey, Witset, I have a question for you.
Mhm.
Have you ever thought of like getting a team together to venture out to explain all this? Like I know in over in my server, like Dicelo and Napalm are pretty knowledgeable along with you in regards to this, or are you more like along the lines of you just be like you're just like you want to solo it out?
Oh no, so I'm already working. I'm currently in the process of working with 3 other people doing the double slit. But like we got some stuff up our sleeves, to say the least.
Okay.
So we're doing that. So I'm all for working for it. Like I want to kind of start. I just can't afford it right now. Like I can't even afford my bills right now. It's wild. But yeah, like
So
I
one
want
of
to
those-
pay for a bunch of stuff. Like I want to do the Michelson-Morley and test the vertical axis, and I want to really get I want to get a ferrocell cell and really mess with magnets. I want to do the Cavendish, but prove that it's electrostatics that does anything that's there. And so I want to do a bunch of stuff, and I want to do it with other flat earthers. Like I think we all need to meet up for the lunar eclipse in November, and it's supposed to be a selenilian, and we should all be recording it from everywhere on the East Coast that can see it. And like we should all do look at a pendulum during the eclipse and see if we can spot the Elias effect. Right, so yeah, I'm interested in like stepping up in that sense where all these things I do, I want to professionally record them, professionally edit them, because I think that's where Flat Earth is lacking big time. We don't have like professional documented experiments.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
Sorry.
No, just real quick. That's why I'm asking. Have you ever, like when you speak, it seems like out of everybody, especially while Nathan Oakley's show's going on, it seems like Napalm and Dicelo are probably the most 2 people that will fully understand what you're saying and can even contribute to that. But have you reached out to them, or like what's the word on that?
But yeah, I talk to them all the time.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
that'd be cool to watch all you guys like join forces to present something that would just like totally like become like this smackdown of intelligent understanding, even like you're saying you want to go and look into this eclipse that's going to happen, and like that'd be awesome, bro, if you guys could provide that together.
Yeah, New Perspective also understands it very well. There's quite a few people. Bob understands
I'm
it
getting
well. Zach understands it pretty well. There's different levels. I'll say Dicelo is really dedicated himself to understanding it. So like I think we have a couple disagreements, but that's what it should be. That's what's so cool. It's like when you're having this higher level conversation, then you find out, you boil it down to where you guys kind of don't see eye to eye, and then you both hyper focus on that and try to figure out what's going on. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's what Flat Earth should be doing. We should already have free energy, bro. The fact that Flat Earth has been out in the public for 7 years and we don't have free energy is actually very sad.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
Last weekend, you hinted to the fact that you guys had some really damning information
Yes.
to come out. When do you have any idea when that's going to come out and where?
I have to order some equipment and do mine, and then this other guy's supposed to be getting his in a couple days, and the other two people have already thoroughly documented many different versions. So we already have the info. So when's it going to come out? We want to all corroborate and look at it and try different things and see like, does anyone think of something that no one else has thought of when they're doing it? And we want to like get it all documented, then all share with each other before we bring it out. We want to make it like really, really definitive. And they just brought me in on it. They just wanted me in on it too. So yeah, like I don't have an idea. I would say probably in the next couple weeks, maybe. But it'll be at least a couple weeks because like I have to get it all everything in and set it all up in my basement or my shed and document it all. And I want to try a bunch of different things and stuff. But yeah, like if you think that this embarrassed QE, my response, just wait until this comes out. Oh man, no, bad.
Hey, what do you think about the term free energy being like an oxymoron?
Sort of is, yeah. Well, we know what we're saying though, right? I mean, we have to pay for it as of now. In fact, like, sort of.
Well, I mean, like, I just think of it like, energy only, or, the idea that, like, to get free energy, it's like, there's nothing really in the world that provides free energy without some kind of a fuel. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
the sun.
What about a magnet?
What about the sun?
Well, doesn't a magnet lose its it loses its ferrous nature or whatever, right?
Not all of them. There are permanent magnets.
Fair enough.
Which is why that's so intriguing, right? Like, there's a permanent magnet. What? Like, we should have perpetual motion devices, which would be usable.
When you say free energy, are you meaning like we don't pay for the electricity in our homes?
Yeah. I mean, you would only have to pay to build it and for maintenance.
Yeah. So, like, my electricity, when the electricity company send me a bill, what I'm actually paying for is for them to do their maintenance and whatever else it is they're doing. But I don't actually pay for the electricity.
Well, sort of. I mean, yeah, you're paying for them to harness it, but yeah, the way that we get electricity, there's loss. So it's like you got to pay to, like, you're just constantly losing energy. Like, it's not like perpetual and self-sustaining. It's not like you build one thing and you're good forever. It's a lie that's been sold that you can't have energy without loss. At least as I can tell, it seems like a lie. I mean,
to give you a story, out in Arkansas, I contacted a company, and I was like, "How much for solar panels?" And they're like, "Well, we could do this, but you're still connecting to the grid. Now, if you want to go completely off the grid, and you just pay a little bit more for your own solar panels, and you're just on your own, system, it's a little more. So technically, you can go off of that grid and no longer have to pay for it, but you're going to cost a little bit more money for that to happen.
And you have to maintain it. But the problem with solar, as is given to the world, is the batteries. You have to store the energy in batteries, and like they're super inefficient and super expensive. And you also have to maintain, of course, all of it, the batteries and the panels. And so that's the main problem. And the mainstream says they don't fully understand how solar power works. Like, we're clearly being lied to. Like, my dad that's what he does. He's a sales rep for like a solar power company. And dude, they were like, he knows lots of people. He's been working with electricity for, like, as a sales rep in these major companies for, I don't know, like freaking 20 years. And so he has a bunch of connects, and so some of them were trying to start this other company, and like they were going to use hydrogen. And dude, the government jumped in and like threw all kinds of laws at them and told them they couldn't do it. They wouldn't let them use hydrogen.
Well, the other problem with it is they don't know how to dispose of the freaking panels. They got toxic chemicals in those things, and they don't even know how to expose them.
Nah, they just got investments all throughout that whole industry.
Utah.
No, they announced it in California that they have a major disposal problem of solar panels because they can't dispose of them correctly.
That's
Yeah,
because
but-
you either maintain them or replace them, but they don't last forever.
But that's what I'm saying. Like solar power, as is known to the world, is bullshit. We have been lied to. It's super inefficient, right? Like, so whatever they're making them with, whatever, it's all bullshit. That's all I'm saying. Like, they admit they don't even know how it works.
I mean,
Think about
there's not many times that I would say I agree with Witsit, but on this thing with energy, I completely agree. Yeah, I think that they're lying to us because the big corporations and the rich people want to keep it that way. They want to keep their pockets getting filled. Yeah. I mean, look at the UK at the moment. I mean, in the first 6 months of this year, the 4 big energy companies made record profits. They made 31 billion combined in 6 months. Right. And then in a couple of weeks' time, they're putting their energy prices up by 80%. It's like, well, hold on. If you've just made record profits of 31 billion, why do you need to put my price up by 80%? It just doesn't make sense.
Solar panels like just? Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I didn't know you're still going.
No, I'm finished. On you go.
I thought they were just liquid crystals. Like as soon as they started making those displays, they started to reverse them and just make solar panels. So it's the same process in reverse.
Well, what is the process?
So a liquid crystal display, you run a charge through it, and you can organize the dye inside the fucking crystal. But the sunlight will activate that dye and create a charge on the other end, and you just collect it. So I mean, it's just backwards. Same thing.
Here's the thing. I don't know if any of you guys have seen it, but like, there's a guy in, I don't know if it was Serbia or Bulgaria or something, and what he done to save money during the winter was he got all these empty cans and he cut the tops and bottoms off them, yeah, painted them all black, then created a wooden frame, and then lined up all these cans inside the frame and put 2 sheets of glass on it, so it's almost like a solar panel, yeah. Then he had a tube going from the top into his house, yeah. Then he sets this out on the outside of the house, so then when the sun hits it in the winter time, the light from the sun heats up the air inside the cans. Then the air inside the cans goes through the tube and inside his home. That way he doesn't have to put the heating on in his home.
That's smart.
I thought that was quite an ingenious idea.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The only thing is, I
Did you
don't
guys
have a
know
lot.
that Tesla said the sun is in the Earth's atmos?
It would have to be that way. That way you get his charge.
Yeah, exactly. How would it ever grow anything from 93 million miles away?
Isn't it
no
crazy that
sense.
Tesla straight up said that?
I didn't know that.
I'm gonna find the quote.
I think there's an explanation that people that can see logic because the veil's been removed for their eyes, they can see it. And when they hear it, they can accept it because they are ready for the truth, as opposed to those who aren't. They can't understand that simple sentence. They don't hear it and they don't see it. They cannot even fathom or logically accept it because it just doesn't make sense to them. I feel
Well, I think like,
thankful.
what do you what do you think about the idea that like, like to be able to create real work using that kind of a free energy system? Because like, let's say you can get a free energy kind of a system, but it doesn't really produce enough energy to do real work. Do you know what I mean? Like, do you think that it's possible that you'll actually get to the point where you could actually use magnetism to do real work? Like, you know what I mean? Like what strength of work do you think would be possible? If that makes sense. Like,
With
heavy work. Like, you know
with
what I mean?
what?
Like, yeah, like what's the potential you think for like,
Well,
let's say
they
free
already use
energy?
that.
Like the free
They already
energy
use
being able, what's up?
they already use magnetism for heavy work. They use giant magnets to lift cars and stuff.
Yeah, that's literally how they lift cars in junkyards.
Right, but isn't that all like it's all, let's say, electrical, right?
Yeah, they're electromagnets. Yeah,
So it's
electromagnets.
like how are you, let's say, I'm just wondering, like, because like they run that electricity off of fucking diesel, right? Or fucking whatever whatever propane or who knows whatever the fuel source is, but uh, there is a fuel, and like in order to do big work, you need that fuel to create the necessary electricity to be able to exploit the magnetism. So like, would the quote unquote fuel or whatever, or you know what I mean? Because to me, free energy seems like a fucking hustle. Like I think of it like whenever I hear it, I think like fraud.
Oh,
I
well, you
think
can prove it though. Like
bullshit.
you can. The question, yeah, the
Well,
question.
here's my thing. Like, not that it
Go
doesn't
ahead.
exist in the sense that like there couldn't be as like energy to turn a record player, but I'm saying, could it lift a car? Like, what kind of fucking potential do you think?
Well, that's the question, right? You have to figure like, okay, so if you're reading Tesla, which is why they took all his shit, but if you read a little bit, we can see about his Colorado experiments. He's saying that he went there because the area when Colorado gets tons of lightning. So like if you're utilizing all this like the electric nature of the earth itself combined with the atmospheric electricity that properly utilized, he said you could power the whole world with a single tower. So I don't know exactly how to do it, but I'm just saying it's an interesting idea. Now I hear what you're saying, like
what kind of
what we
world
can do
was he
right now
living
is
in
just
though? In the 1800s, you know what I mean? They were still using like, you know what I'm
well
saying?
1900s, right? This is early
Yeah,
1900s, but yeah, but like okay, so you have the proper critique, which is how much can you do with it? Like in this little limited bullshit, brainwashed world we live in, like we don't know much about it. Like I can give you something called a corona motor, and that's an electrostatic motor, and you can pull it outside in your yard, and you can tie a string to it, and just like tie a balloon to the string, and it'll go up in the air, obviously, and it'll gather electricity from the air. It'll run the current down the string, and it'll spin the motor. And that's using a freaking balloon and a string, right? Like a wire, like a fishing wire, even like just or string, and it'll run this motor. Now, Corona motors don't put out a ton of stuff. Obviously, this is very small, but the fact that you can do it with something like that is interesting. And so the idea if you can harness lightning, you get tons of electricity. And if you were able to facilitate and or store it, and I think storage would maybe be the issue, then you'd be good. And so then we don't even understand lightning. Everything that you look into in like Harvard and Stanford and stuff can't explain it. That's where they lied, right? So same thing like magnetism, like Harvard and Stanford can't explain it. They say, oh, virtual photons, we don't know what it is. That's how they lied there. They don't know what electrostatics is either. They say it's virtual photons. That's where the Rockefellers lied. Like that's where mainstream propaganda has lied. That's the way I look at it. Lightning's the same way. They say they don't really understand it. Okay.
Right.
But I think it's like dielectric discharges, electrostatic discharges, and they're just like it's just trying to go back to that pure potential state. So like the system is like we live in a battery, and it's like the system gets so charged that it like discharges the extra electricity it has, and it's discharging it to, well, what I would call counter space. So it's like lightning doesn't go down to the earth or up to the earth. It just like does both. It's like towards counter space in between it. That's what lightning is. At least that's what I think right now. It's like it's not striking the ground. It's not coming from the ground up. It's like the ground and the earth are like discharging, right? Because it's like the earth's getting so much charge, it discharges it into counter space, then it dissipates, right, into nothingness. But it's just going back to its pure potential state, because everything's always seeking equilibrium, and then the pure potential is this background, or what you would call the ether. So it's like, that's what I think. So my point is, we don't even understand lightning probably for a reason, and Tesla was obsessed with it. Now, obviously, lightning gives you tons of energy, right? Like, that's a ton of electricity. Like, if you could harness a lightning, which lightning strikes the earth like millions of times a day. And that's why the earth's surface always has a negative charge, at least as they say. Which it does have one. I'm saying that's what they say that cause it. So, I don't know. I think that would be a big part of it is the ground itself, the air itself, even water, as water's always moving. And then lightning, and then if you are able to combine all this with magnets, I think you can. There's a combination there where you could have free energy everywhere.
Well, my thing with that is like, like electricity, from my understanding, is always trying to find like you said just a second ago, like that equilibrium. So like, let's say like, like a neutral line, how it like kind of it takes the imbalance of the electrical system and balances it. That's the purpose of a neutral, right? So like essentially what I'm saying, like what free energy is trying to do is take that, like almost like an imbalance of the electricity and put that imbalance as it tries to find an equilibrium to work, right? So like let's say like like you're trying to take an excess charge, like it's kind of like like lightning. Lightning is a disruption. You know what I mean? Earn like to this, like it's an equilibrium finding thing. Like it's trying to discharge the power to find equilibrium, and like so then what I would imagine we do is we try to use that discharge, that attempt to find equilibrium, to do work, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like and I'm just thinking like, seeing as nature is always trying to seek that equilibrium. You know what I mean? I just wonder if it's almost not pipe dreamy to try to capture that attempt at equilibrium, like at equalization, or the proper term, I don't know, but like, we're trying to take that and use it, but it's so brief and so minuscule because nature itself is not trying to do work with it. It's trying to dissipate it, right? And we're trying to find some way to capture it to do work, right? And it just seems like antithetical to me that nature would seek to do the work versus find the equilibrium.
Well,
like
that's what. Well, that's what work is.
That's why this is so interesting, it's intriguing as fuck.
That's what work is, though, Issa, right? Like, so when they define energy as the capacity or ability to do work, and that's bullshit. That's not a definition. This is not that. Every time they don't know the answer, it's just because they lied about the answer. That's what I think. Because I think they knew this stuff 1,000 years ago, personally. So it's like, well, what is work and what is it? Like, it's always in the process of seeking equilibrium. So it's always trying to get back to its pure potential, like it's equilibrium, homeostasis, right? Like it's trying to get to just its rest state where it's chilling, where, like its pure potential state. Now, the ether framework, according to Tesla and Heaviside and Charles Russell, all these geniuses that gave us literally all the electricity that we have to this day, like literally. And it hasn't progressed any since they threw it out for heliocentrism, but I digress. So it's like they would say that the ether is that. The ether is like this. There's a counter space area where there's just pure potential. And everything, all energy in the world is trying to find its way back to that state. That's all, everything that's going on. Like everything that has a charge, it's trying to get its way back to that state. Like if you take a balloon, you rub it on your head, and you rub it on top of a metal plate, it'll start to lose its charge gradually over time. right? Because the surface charge is starting to dissipate, and it's going back where? It's going where? They just say it disappears, basically. They don't know. It just disappears. That's actually what they say. Well, it's going back to the ether. It's going like back to its pure potential state. You know, this idea that the metaphysical is some like detached place with a curtain. It's not. It's like a filter laid over the earth, basically over the material world, and it interacts with it. And so it's like just tapping in that little process, I guess is all I'm saying. That's the secret, is tapping in the process.
Okay, so go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, the idea is to create, like, because it's funny. What I was imagining was like, let's take our electrical grid. Like, if you didn't ground neutrals, I mean, never mind induction would fuck everything up, but like the idea that if you didn't ground neutrals all over the world and tried to capture the imbalance created by the electrical grid, let's say, like, that would be a lot of power. You know what I mean? Because it's not grounded. It would be very fucking dangerous. It makes me think of Edison, killing things. But like, that would be, I wonder if that's not what Tesla was thinking. Something like, you know what I mean? Kind of like this woven neutral that's constantly in charge because of all the you know what I mean? Like all of the imbalances maybe created by electricity. If it was captured along that neutral line, then you'd have some power.
It seems like that's kind of what that's why he wanted to use the earth, because that's what the earth is constantly doing.
Right, and that's why Edison went ham on him, probably.
Yeah, of course, yeah, because he wanted to put a meter on
neutral, well, that, but also like even just the. I mean, I'm just thinking. I don't know much about much, but that idea to like capture like an imbalance of electricity from the grid and then put it to work. I wonder if Tesla wasn't thinking of something like that, but maybe something
Here's
else.
a quote from Tesla from the thing I just posted in a live stream. He says, nature has stored up in the universe infinite energy. The eternal recipient and transmitter of this infinite energy is the ether. The recognition of the existence of the ether and the functions it performs is one of the most important results of scientific research. And then the guy says that wrote this, once people realize they are ether beings with infinite potential, repressive governments would lose their power as well as their meaning. In this new world, we would have no place anymore, says the general in the Celestine prophecies. And he references the Celestine prophecies.
The Celestine fucking prophecies? Fuck that. I'll burn that. Whatever that dude just said, burn it.
No. I know. I was laughing at that myself. Yeah. He wasn't trying to promote that book, but he was referencing it as like they were talking. Like
this is my
well,
problem,
wait a minute.
bro.
They're talking about what they were talking about in that book is kind of like this ethereal substance that you could communicate through.
Yeah, suck my nuts, bro. Sell me a fucking
I know
flat Earth map, dude. Like, dude, the way I feel about that is like, is the fucking Tartaria awakening, like, it's a pipe
all right,
dream.
don't get this guy wrong, is all I'm
hippies
saying.
and crystal.
Let's not get off the subject
For
here. Hold
hippies
on,
and crystal wearers, dude.
No, but I know that's why I was laughing at it too. But that's totally out of context
I love
for
you,
him.
dude. Don't worry about it. I'm not.
No, I know. I love you too. Right, I know.
Okay, I got a
but
question.
You should definitely read that anyway. It's more substantive than the Celestine prophecies. That's for sure.
Okay, so this stuff is way over my head. I'm just trying to understand. So, did Tesla discover the technology kind of like John Galt did in his motor that sucked or that utilizes the electrostatic from the air? And you know what I'm talking about? Did you ever read Atlas Shrugged? What's it?
No.
Oh, okay. A guy
Atlas
he built this Atlas
Ayn
Shrugged.
Rand. Atlas Shrugged.
Yeah.
Ayn Rand is the author.
Well, John Galt, the main guy in the book, he built a motor that actually used the electromagnetism in electrostatics. There we go. Sorry, out of the air. So it was basically free energy. Did Tesla do something like that? I know he didn't build a motor like John Galt did, but did he really discover the energy or the technology to be able to do that?
Well, that's what he claimed. Yeah, he claimed that you can build a tower and utilizing the earth itself and then the air that's the electricity that's all in the air constantly coming from the ether. You could just harness it, and we can do it on a small scale now with like a couple bucks. You could run a Corona motor with a balloon and a string, and the higher the balloon goes, the faster the motor runs because there's more and more potential electricity the higher you go up. So I mean, the government came and took all his shit. So I don't know what all he did.
Well, people are constantly sending up, weather balloons and stuff. Can't they just connect a wire to those?
You could, but I mean that would be very impractical, right? Like we certainly couldn't like power the whole world by having balloons tied to strings everywhere. You couldn't even fly a plane. You know what I mean? I mean, like, yeah, like there's a different way. That just demonstrates that the air itself has all kinds of potential energy, right? Like ready. We have equipotential increase, so it's 100 volts per meter increase. So every meter you go up, you have another 100 volts, 100 potential volts. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's interesting how you do it is the question. I mean, I think you can just get free electricity with a stream in your backyard. Like, I think that we've been dumbed down to a staggering degree, but yeah, how would you do it? I don't know. Like I said, I tried to find it. Clearly, whatever Tesla wrote about the tower and the free electricity thing, they took it. You can't find it. You can find just a little bit about the Colorado experiments. The government clearly took it. And this whole like Tesla didn't exist thing is insane to me. People got to stop saying that. I don't buy. I'm pretty sure Shines is in here. I don't know if she can. She was saying that like she knows someone in her family that wrote letters with Tesla, and they still have the letters. It's like flat earthers, you don't gotta become your own worst enemy by taking all the black pills. That's all I'm saying. Like no, this sounds too good to be true.
I would love to know more about that.
I mean, they got freaking towers all over the place for like radio and stuff. Can't they just connect, like the Tesla tower to the top of those things, and it worked the same way?
Well, I think it's yeah. I mean, I don't know the exact mechanism. Allegedly, the very hotel he was staying in, the reason he stayed in that hotel is because it had the perfect. Like, if you look at the blueprints he has for his tower, it's like the hotel he was staying in when he died was the perfect height, and that he would the owner. I think it was Jacob Astor, one of the richest guys ever. Like he was working with him to like gut the sides of it. So it's like the theory is he was literally, he had been like, so all the world's governments were after Tesla, like trying to get his technology. And so he kind of went crazy, and he just went like, he was like a James Bond, it looks like. Like, I don't want to overly glorify him or anything, but the fact that you're like, he didn't exist, like that's bullshit, bro. Like it's so hard to find stuff about this dude. Like the dude existed. And at least as I can tell, right? I can't say definitively, of course, but it's hard to find anything about him. So the idea that they propped him up, it doesn't make sense. That's a lie. They didn't prop him up. They didn't teach you about him. And it looks like he was literally like James Bonding it and was building the tower right in front of everyone in plain sight. And he was going to pull it off anyway. And he was just going to like light up New York City. And he ended up dying though.
Well, they just made a movie about him.
Yeah, that's true. And I think that, and then Tesla is one of the most famous companies ever. I think this is all damage control. Like Tesla's a joke. Like the company's a joke compared to what he was doing. And honestly, he wasn't, there are people that are seemingly smarter than him in this very field. Like, I think there's an argument that Charles Proto Steinmetz was smarter than Tesla when it came to electricity. You never heard of him though, for obvious reasons.
Yep. Yeah. Now, when you Google Tesla, you're going to get all the bullshit first. It's almost like that was part of the plan. Like you'll never really hear about Tesla except that you'll have to, unless you shuffle through all the Elon Musk bullshit first.
Exactly, especially if you just type in the last name.
Yeah. And then you'll get all the shit that they made up, most likely about him being like a weirdo that had pigeons and talked to pigeons and thought there was aliens and all this other bullshit that was probably just a misinterpretation of some of the stuff he was saying.
Well, I dove into him really hard for like a few weeks back in the day, and like, so like the whole pigeon thing, it comes from one interview he did where he told the person interviewing about a dream he had just had, and because he only slept for 3 hours a night, and he was kind of crazy, like he was like definitely weird. I think like he consumed his food all like in the liquid form. And he said that that way he didn't have to take time to eat, and like it was his body was already and he always had tons
So
of
he
energy.
just like
and
put a
barely ever had-
cheeseburger in the blender.
I don't remember. He talks about exactly what he ate, but then so he says he had a dream. He had just had a dream. That's why he told the person interviewing it, like, yeah, in my dream, a pigeon came and landed beside me, and like I could talk to the pigeon, like we could like I think he might have even said telepathically communicate. He's describing a dream he had though, right? And he's like, it's like I understood the pigeon. It's like the pigeon understood me and knew that, like we basically bonded in the sense that a vast majority of humans are just stupid, and it's like I could understand them on like a human, intimate level. And he was trying to probably explain like this deep, profound dream he had. He just had it.
Right.
Yeah, and then so they
like,
run around
"No,
saying
he
that he
totally
was
talks to
literally
pigeons."
like he was in love with pigeons and married a pigeon
Right.
and all this bullshit.
Yeah, because he was talking, probably the person that he was saying it to was like his way of telling them or whoever was listening that most Americans are too stupid to even understand anything. So
Yeah, it was like the context is that it wasn't. You can go find it, but like if you go Google like Tesla and pigeons, dude, you're just gonna get all kinds of bullshit.
right. Also,
Well,
I did
I
hear.
heard
Didn't he say something about like having like making like some kind of sexual devices too, that people would come over and use or something? Or at least that
I've
was the
never
story
heard
that I
about
read.
that. I don't know.
Yeah, like the electric sex devices. I forget where I read that, or if
He
they
said
put
that
that
he
in a movie.
abstained from sex. I don't know that he got that sex. He didn't even. He was never interested in it. I think he might have literally.
Yeah, he was a weirdo that way too. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it was other people that he made them for. That's what I think the context was. Like that.
Well,
Like,
yeah, that's
hey,
one
check
thing
this
that
out.
he was
Try this
definitely
one
in
out.
some decently. Like he was like in some like elite groups and stuff.
Yeah.
They would have him over at
I
least for
found this.
dinner and stuff.
Go ahead.
I found this podcast on Spotify. It was all about Tesla. The guy who did it, he seemed to really know what he's talking about. I mean, he had a lot of information. Started out when he was young and everything. I only listened to like the first two. Plus, the guy was kind of funny too, the way he put it down. But the guy seemed to have a lot of information on Tesla. I was just wondering if you ever heard that before.
Podcast, no. What I found in my research is every time he was trying to tell people that he had some type of technology, they all made fun of him. They all ridiculed him. They said there's no way, even after he was already successful. And like he never got his flowers. Like everyone wants to give your flowers after you die, And again, I'm not like trying to deify this dude or something, like, but he was very philosophically sound in many ways, and he was very deep. And I think the average American is literally too incompetent to read him. That's what I think. I think that they literally don't understand anything. Like when he says, for example, one of the other things that QE did, he was like, this was one of his home runs. He's like, his nickname for me was like Shits It 60 or something. And he's like, Shits It, dipshit or whatever. He's like, your God, Tesla. This is what he said about the electron. And and he says, he describes the electron as a particle of primary matter. And he's like, your God here, at least he knew the electron was like a particle of matter. It looks like he's talking about particle physics. And it was this big victory lap for them. Such an idiot.
Kiwi is so fucking cringe.
I know, but dude, the funniest part is primary matter, like Tesla called the ether primary matter. Dude, primary substance and primary matter is the ether. That's what he's talking about. He's saying it's like a concentrated area or corpuscle in the ether. And he thought that was like some victory lap that I talk about Tesla, but Tesla himself thought the electron was a physical particle of matter. No. Primary matter. So it just goes to show, like, That dude is like
Right.
400 steps behind every single part of the conversation. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was just. Issa, did you hear the whole thing? The shits it gets it live thing he did. Oh, it's just unbelievable.
No, I think I caught something, but it's like QE is always so cringe. You know what I mean?
Oh,
He's just
completely.
never like he never has his pulse on the fucking thing at all. It's fucking hilarious, dude. But
Yeah, he's kind of a boomer up here.
oh, dude, he's ultimate boomer. But like, but at the same time, like the thing is, and this is something less people forget. I think is that my enemy's enemy is my friend. Now, that said, I mean, God only knows who people are for real. But at the same time, flat earthers get a pass. It's a shame that these guys are going after Witsit on like such an interesting topic. You'd think they'd want to, work it out or talk about it.
Well,
in
no,
more
they're making it. They're trying to abolish it as a topic to even be discussed.
Well, you got to remember this though, right?
What?
Right. But you got to remember this though. The YouTube flat Earth is so irrelevant. It's so
low key.
It's so small. It's a bunch of cult members that fucking happen to start watching YouTube and flat Earth shit. Like, there's so many flat Earthers and other people that have no idea about who these people are.
Yeah, that's how I was,
True.
dude. I was a flat earther for like 5 years, and I didn't know any of the YouTubers. None of them. Like, whenever I was invited to be on Globebusters, I didn't know what Globebusters was. I didn't know who Jaren was. I didn't know who Bob was. I definitely didn't know who QE was or Nathan Oakley. I didn't know any of them. The only people I knew was Oakley. I mean, not Oakley. I mean, was Dubé. That was it. Dubé and B.O.B.
Right. Well, that's what was so weird, even for myself, was like to show up and then become a part of this YouTube community, and then Dubé is out there like, you're all fucking shills. Like, hey, wait a minute, I was trying to help out. Like, I can't win. You can't win.
I think it's changing a little bit now, though. Like, people are looking for it, and it's so hard. They do like really. You can't just Google stuff or
dude,
YouTube stuff.
you're
So
right.
now the YouTube flat Earth YouTube thing is kind of important. It's like
Well, dude,
it's
you
like
gotta remember
needed.
this. I used to think like this too, and you gotta remember, and you deal with it well. But don't forget, is that there's people listening for the first time. You know what I mean? Like, I used to forget it. You think that this is the flat Earth, whatever. But there's really just there's a whole bunch of people right now that are probably going through what a lot of us were going through 7 years ago. You know what I mean? And you got to be cool. I don't know. There's like I don't know. Like, it's just such a small community. Don't let it throw you off. Don't let it wrap you up.
Yeah,
For
I
any
think
of
that's
us.
wisdom. I was thinking about that too. Like, say someone's new to it or sees a TikTok with me, and they're like, "Oh, I want to go learn about flat Earth. Let's go figure it out. What are these people talking about?" And then they hear me just like responding to QE, and they're like, "What the? Like, what am I watching?"
Right. It's like, you know what it's like? It's like Dubé did it to himself. He started responding and calling out people, and that's what made him look stupid. If he'd have just like he's doing now, all he's doing is straight facts, his videos and shit. Like, at least for like lately, you know what I mean? He just stays calm, cool, collected, delivers the information, and don't worry about the fucking attacks. Because just stay cool. Everyone's watching. I had to realize that too. It's like everyone's watching. Everyone fucking cares. They're rooting for you. And they, but don't go down these, that's how these bastards get us to react, act stupid, respond. I've done it 1,000 times. You know what I mean? But yeah, dude, like, but it's so funny how cringe Homeboy is, dude. It's so stupid.
Yeah, it's crazy because I defended that dude so many
Well,
times. Yeah.
this whole thing with QE is kind of actually very disappointing to me because I learned a lot from that dude. I learned so much about science that I had no clue of. At least I thought I did.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's why you got to remember he's a flat earther too. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, there's boomer flat earthers too. Like, you know what I mean? What are you
Yeah,
gonna do? I mean,
100%
shit,
his info. Sorry, bro.
Literally, it's the whole Earth. Oh no, sorry, but go on.
I was saying, like, yeah, it's not like everything he ever said was bad, bro. Like, he, when he's right, he's right. You know what I'm saying? But he's wrong about this, that's for sure. And it's much more his approach. So it's like Give you an example. I was in 24/7. This girl came on there. She came on there to kind of make fun of Flat Earth, right? She's like, what? And like, just killing time, probably playing a game. She's like, you know, I can't believe people actually think this type thing. And a lot of people got real ready to just go to war. You know how 24/7 can be. So I'm like, I pull the mod juice. I'm like, everyone shut up, you know? And I'm like talking to her really chill. And I'm just meeting her halfway. And I'm like making her laugh and showing her like, I'm like flipping the table, like reverse psychology. Like, honestly, I think it's like super weird that people get so like in their feelings about this. I don't even like, don't make it weird, bro. You know? And so I start telling her like the bigger truth. So I'm clicking it with her where her cognitus is starting to go down, like the bigger reasons, the bigger conversation. And all of a sudden she's like very interested. And this 20-year-old college student's life is freaking changing in front of all of us. You know what I'm saying? We're like an hour in. Now I've gotten everyone chill. I've gotten her interested. So now other people are jumping in. It's not just me having to talk. So then I'm jumping back in, trying to make it, if I see it derailing, because people just want to fight. People want to fight. They just want to debate aggressively and fight and be like, I'm right. Leave. You're wrong, and leave type thing.
Bro,
like run away.
It's
so
the
weird.
whole Nathan Oakley QE thing that I was fighting them to fucking, get rid of like 3 or 4 years ago. I was telling them this is bullshit. Like people just want to fight all the time. It's like one ignorant person fighting with another like passionate, ignorant person. Nobody's meeting halfway. There's no discussion happening. Like you're not breaking through to their fucking
Yeah,
conscience.
and that's where you got to
There's no
remember that
relatability.
you got to remember that that's the YouTube. That's how YouTube people get famous, is through controversy, and that's a good thing and a bad thing for this topic. Because just like QE mentioning, and being like, let's say, like mean about Witsit, he's also like introducing Witsit to like every one of his fucking listeners.
There's no one. Like I
Well,
have
no, but
way
I mean,
more.
like
I mean, there's
any
no one
words,
that
but check
watches
it out.
him that.
No, but dude, what the point is that as soon as it's like the Barbra Streisand effect, if they just wouldn't mention it, nobody would know. But because they go ham on it, everyone watches. Same thing with Flat Earth. The more two ignorant Flat Earth and Ball Earthers get going fighting, the more ignorant and the more mistakes that they make in their logic and their arguments, the more ridiculous the conversation is, the more people want to watch because it's a big train wreck. So it's YouTube.
Yeah, like also people want to see like, okay, if you tune on a channel like Dave Hibbler, Jaron, and I are about to be on this other guy, really smart guy. He's like a truther in every aspect except for 2 ways. Like I mean jabs and everything except for freaking the moon landing and the Earth. And he's really, really smart. He's a genuine person. He wants to have a real conversation, blah, blah, blah. Like something like that, if a new person sees it, they're going to be like, whoa. Like when they hear like a cordial, respectful conversation where people are laughing and it's like you're meeting them halfway. You're not like, ready to rake them across the coals. You know what I mean? Like you're not trying to shoot them and line up the firing squad. You're just like meeting them halfway and you're like blowing their mind. And when someone else gets to see someone else go through the journey of awakening, in like a good vibe, it wakes them up. They wake up with the person that's talking about flat earth. They wake up
This
with
is
that
my
person.
Care Bear philosophy, bro. The Care Bear philosophy.
It's the best. It's the best. It's definitely the best way to
Fucking
wake someone
right,
up.
brother. Fucking right, brother.
Yeah. Power
Dude,
to the Care Bears.
Yo, I know people that have been sent to FED and like people personally. I'm like, so I don't push flat earth on people now. I think it's the worst thing you can do. So I'll let them come to me. But after if I don't hear some for a while, I'll be like, so did you ever look further into the whole flat earth thing? And they'll be like, yeah, so I went to the flat earth debate place, and dude, that place, like more than one person told me this. That place is terrible. That was the lamest thing I've ever heard, bro. Like I couldn't even listen to it. It was super toxic and gay. And I just stopped looking into it. I'm like, whoa. Like it's literally the opposite effect of what you want. If you just want to get famous or you want to somehow get clout or something, I guess, but like for the wrong reason, right? Like you can be famous for the wrong reason. Like Charlie Sheen is famous, but what he's famous for now isn't good. And yeah, I think it's a deterrent. Whereas opposed, if you go listen to Dave Weiss on someone's podcast where they're just laughing, having a good conversation, chilling, It's way better for flat Earth. It's like 1,000,000 times better. And I've been guilty of this too, where I'll get into toxic exchanges with anti-flat earthers back in the day for hours and gamma pandas, because I'm like, it's like my ego. I'm like, I'm gonna destroy all 20 of them, you know, versus me at the same time where they're muting me, screaming, cussing, being unfair, but I'm still gonna destroy them. Then I was even like that in the street sometimes, where I'm like a little too aggressive and like defensive, and like that's not gonna wake people up, man. It's like when you're like laughing, making jokes, and then you flip the script where it's like, whoa, you're not. You might not be cool enough for flat Earth, bro. Type of vibe. Then all of a sudden,
Yeah, that's it,
people
bro.
wake up. Yeah.
Like, oh, you wouldn't get it. It's okay.
Yeah. This might not be for
That's
you.
all right. And you know, yeah, my theory used to be
Funny always wins.
funny always wins too. Rules, like the whole chakra thing. You know, like the concept of chakras. I used to, like lower level chakra people. If you want to get into that, it's a good analogy though. I like the way that. Like, it's as soon as you tell lower level dudes like, you're just not cool enough. They immediately want to know. So,
Or what you used to say to him? Where's your Kundalini
oh yeah, where's your
spirit, bro?
yeah, bro? Where's your Kundalini? Like when people get all angry about flat Earth, and be like, dude, where's your Kundalini awakened fucking spirit, dude? I thought you had a oneness experience with God, bro.
Or leave it to a flat earther and a ball earther to ruin a good sunset.
No doubt. Yeah, man. Yeah, good shit, brother. Fucking.
Yeah, you're just like, you're trying to like, this is like people are standing around trying to enjoy the beauty of it all, and you've got these two guys just like screaming at each other in the corner, like, no, it's not obstruction, it's perspective.
Yo, like the in the weeds.
Yeah.
Like you talk to Ruif about refraction for
Yo,
an
dude,
hour.
and then they're like, they ruin it so bad that like the police come in and they're like, all right, nobody on the beach anymore.
Yeah.
That's the fucking problem.
Yeah, real talk, bro. Like, I've decided that I just want to like try to elevate. I want to like meet new people, just get in front of new people and just be funny, and like I don't have to overload them with info. That's kind of something I do wrong too. I'm just like, you know, where someone just like, okay, bro, you're getting on my nerves. Where as opposed to like just being chill, and it's like, whoa, every time I ask him a question, he has an answer. You don't need to give your energy to someone that's not going to let you talk and not like hear you out and have a mutually respectful conversation. It's like you're letting them win by engaging with them when they won't even let you talk. And I think it's better that like I'm gonna chill with King Los. We're gonna set up a flat Earth room on his Clubhouse app, and like that's gonna be way better vibe. Like everyone is kind of starstruck with them, right? He's like this famous rapper. So people are going to be like real nice and respectful. They're not going to be interrupting, right? So it's like you can guarantee that it's going to be like a respectful, chill, like productive conversation. Places like that, bro, is the move. We should put all our focus in there. I think the biggest thing we've messed up on is talking to these anti-flat earthers. Like it's the biggest mistake we've made, in my opinion.
Well, you know what? Issa, I was gonna. Hey, before you say it, Issa, I'll even give you props. He used to do a platform where he would have some of these ballers that would come in, and he would respect them in a way that really did get them to open up and laugh about other things and talk on a level that wasn't really combative in the way that you might expect most flat Earth servers to antagonize the ballers with it. I thought it was cool because you'd actually, you know, respect the ballers on another level. Jim Panda being one of the ones that used to come in there, but other ones, especially because a lot of the ballers really like Issa's music, regardless of what it's saying. And I think that gave him a little bit of a, you know, an in with some of those guys because they're like, hey, that's good music. You could even like play a flat Earth song to some of these ballers and be like, that's a great song. I can't hate it, you know. So, hey, speaking of which, M. Scott Veach is in here tonight. I've never seen him in here. Welcome, sir.
No shit. What up, Veach? If he's here. But yo, you make a great point with. You're right. But the only problem with that, I think, not problem with it, is the thing is that when we came in here, like you came in here, it's like you do all your subject study and then you're like this, and you're like, okay, now I need to go see if I don't know something.
Yeah.
And then you go in and you're like, okay, who do I go? Because like I remember Weiss used to hate me because he'd be like, why do you go talk to these fucking people? And I'd be like, dude, You know, because it's for you. You know, for anyone who's going into the debate, especially with flat Earth, especially when you're new to it, you're like, wait a minute, I heard a bunch of shit online. I want to see who knows how to debunk it. And then once you find out that these guys are just all shills, you're like, oh, you guys are full of shit. Like, you know what I mean? But you have to go through that too.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
also the other thing is too is that they've exposed themselves through this process. They've exposed like nobody like it's like when ballers come in here. It's like, dude, you're a normie. Nobody cares about what you have to say. We're the freak show. We're the people with the fucking interesting things. We're the we're the artists. You guys are, you know, like what's it? Even your greatest adversary would probably pay to come see you speak at an event.
Yeah,
Do you know
that's
what I
kind
mean?
of what you were saying earlier in your talk tonight, which I listened to the beginning of that, and you were talking about that show that's kind of like that. Was it that cartoon that put like it was a hate? What was the
Hey
whole thing?
Arnold.
No, Hey Arnold. Yeah, like she hated the kid so much that she made an altar with him, and she was like basically worshiping him because she hated him so much. Yeah,
Yeah.
basically that, right?
That's funny, bro. Yeah.
It
Yeah,
is similar to
she
that.
like dude, Helga.
Helga.
A bunch of
Yeah,
the
I haven't seen
anti-flat
it.
earthers are just Helga, bro.
But you're right
Yeah.
though. There comes a time though where it's like you just gotta like it's like you just cut them off because they're normies and they're not interesting.
Yeah,
Well, you
like
know
I'm
what?
gonna do a
I'm not
flat
gonna.
earth debate show, right, Issa? But like it's not gonna be anything like FED. It's gonna be like people that are kind of new to the subject, that are like genuine but still think it's stupid or whatever, but they're just like normal. And they're just gonna come on. They're gonna be able to fully say their point and say what they think. And then I'm gonna have a respectful exchange with them, maybe slowly build a panel that can understand that that's what this is. You know, it's not like a FE dick measuring contest. And then that way, there's this place where people can go and just be like, whoa, you know, like people are just going to go and wake up in the bundles that way. So that's kind of, yeah, I just think that's the vibe. The only thing the anti-flat earthers are good for is to sharpen your argument for a second. And when you have a
Right.
new argument.
Well, the thing is this too. You need to know how to argue this shit. That's why even when I came in, it's like, you know, fuck it. I will take credit for it. When you hear someone use negative averment in this conversation, I mean, can I get an amen from New Perspective? Like I came in
Amen.
here showing people how to argue. Like, is it not true that blah 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 blah, and putting the ball in their
Dave,
court?
I cannot give Dave enough praise. The dude's a fucking legit, absolute.
Oh yes,
Thanks,
sir.
bro.
He's a real one, dude.
I try to support you guys. I'm like your everyone's biggest cheerleader. I try to be at least.
You're so good for fucking all that, but the whole idea of like putting like you have to know how to argue the topic if you're going to go and talk to people about it. Otherwise, you wind up like a raving lunatic a little bit. You know, like you're just like, well, you don't understand because you know. Then you sound like the opposition. You don't understand because you're brainwashed. You know, and
Right.
either you've been brainwashed by YouTube videos to think the Earth is flat, or you've been brainwashed to think that you know the government, like you know that the government is your dad. You know what I mean, or whatever. Like you know, it's like there's like you got to watch out on the spectrum. They look the same. Like on the far ends of the spectrum, they're very similar. Like the
Yeah.
adamant
What's
baller sounds like the adamant flat earther in the sense like you don't understand because you've been brainwashed. It's like they're
Yeah.
both. You know, I don't know.
Yeah. There's those little comments that don't. Yeah. The ones
But
that
how
are
to
just
make
like
it
totally
right? How to make
not
it
respecting
digestible?
their personal space and yeah, getting the lowest grade comment from a flat earther doesn't do anything for the conversation.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
and
like it's also too.
I had
It's
to
like
learn that big time.
it's also like you got to think like in intellectual circles. Like if you hang out with like people who really do shit, they understand who's full of shit right away, and there's no reason to even talk about it. Everyone just gets it. Like, okay, this is this, like, and they just move on. And I think like there's no reason to like you know strike back at like some knucklehead. It's like you know what I mean. Like I don't know. It's just it's because they're very active. Striking out shows their ignorance.
Yeah, like I think a
You
good
know,
analogy would be like, say you go to watch a football team, and there's obviously like there's the starting receiver, and he's just cold, right? Like he's just fast, breaking stuff down, one-handed catches. And then there's like this other guy that he goes, it's his turn to run the route at practice, and he's just clearly trash. He's stumbling around, he can't catch any of the balls, can't run the routes, just looks good, looks like Napoleon Dynamite in pads, you know. And then like he's like on the sideline at the water break talking about, I just don't get a fair chance. I swear it's because the coach knows this guy's dad, and it's because you suck. You know, it's like none of us have to talk about how he's trash or go back and forth with him about how it's actually because he's trash. It's like, just let him sit over there with the water and pretend that it's not because he's trash. I think that's crude, but that's kind of the analogy I'm trying to make. They're the people that can't run the route.
Yeah, I always say that it's so ironic that, like, if there's no, I mean, if the goal of flat Earth is to normalize flat Earth, which we have to a certain extent, probably the best, that it could be. But if it gets any further towards the normies becoming flat earthers, then it's going to be uncool, and we're going to be hating life, because they're going to make it into this, like, flat Earth fast food chain type thing. It's going to be commercialized. And
Dude,
that's
I
what they're
dread
gonna
that
do.
day.
I do too. And we're going to contribute to that actually happening, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's our goal, ironically.
Yeah, ironically.
There's a
I
middle
think
ground.
I think you're all very safe, so I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Yeah, I was waiting for that. I was
It's the
waiting
guy
for one
that
of the
tried to
I
run the
just thought
slant
I'd
route.
fulfill expectations. I think the one thing I kind of agree about is if you're going to sort of argue against a position, regardless of what it is, you need to kind of have some understanding of the position you're arguing against. You need to be aware when you're misrepresenting that position.
Is that a specific comment towards someone that you were?
No, I just think it's a generally good thing
It's
to
a
bear in
great
mind.
point. It's a great point, and that's why a lot of us came into the debate to meet our adversaries in the idea, because we were, I remember for myself, like, I was like, I remember fucking I mean, Pete, or you got over there, my boy, my boy visiting you, like him and a couple other cats that were out here early on, because I came in here like flat Earth all day. Fuck you, if you think flat Earth is stupid, you should probably get
I
flat
remember.
Earth out of your fucking mouth. Like, I came in pretty rough, and it was like, it took that, like, hey, like, wait a minute, you know what I mean? Be careful, because there's psyops that go on. So, like, you know what I mean? And there's players you don't know about. And, like, they had to, and I had to step back and be like, oh, yeah, that's right. And learn how the fucking moon works. And learn, like, I mean, I remember when the eclipse happened and you learn about the prograde motion of the moon. And then you see somebody saying, how can the moon move that way against the sun? Oh, it's got to be fucking, Nibiru. And you're like, whoa. Actually, there's a like, they have the explanation. Actually, it's called prograde.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and then you're like, wait a minute, who the fuck am I listening to? And then people are like, there's no trees on flat Earth. And you're like, whoa, dude, you guys are going down to the crystal market and fucking, like, and trying to sell this shit to 80-year-old fucking hippies that, should eat a fucking steak. You know what I mean? That's what I feel like, dude. Like, there's that element too. It's a little wild.
Like, that's what I think, like the debate I did with Karen B last night. I already had someone say something to that effect where they're like, dude, I think the best thing that you do in a debate is you give the globe Earth's argument better than they can and then explain why it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you can just lay out the argument better than the globe Earther can and then explain why it doesn't work, it's inadequate, it's like, whoa. And then the Glober can't say anything because they're like, damn, he said that really good. You know what I'm saying? So he's like, that's the best.
Was that debate with Karen B recorded? Is there a link?
Yeah, I'll drop it.
Thank you. Check it out.
Yeah,
Good
like
job.
we were in here the other day, and like, I was talking about a guy who believes in the moon landing and everything, and I was like, have you heard of Operation Paperclip or any of this stuff? And he didn't know, and I was like, dude, like, all of us need to consider, no matter how far or where you're at, like, am I an illiterate North Korean?
It's the same way as if you ask most Americans who General Lafayette was. Most of them blank stare.
Right, but you're not basing your beliefs on, like, the galaxy based on whether it's some minor detail in history. What I'm talking about is, like, mankind goes to the moon, like, or the point I was making with the gentleman, which is a digression from what I really want to get to is the idea that, like, you know, that the group that went to the moon that you believe, you know what I mean? I was like, wait a minute, you don't know that the founding member? He was like, who's Werner von Braun? I was like, you don't know that this guy was an SS officer for the Nazis, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, you don't know. And I said, you know, and I said to him, like, and he was reading about North Korea. So I said, like, you know, at what point do you think to yourself, you know, like, everyone has to consider the idea that you don't know anything and everything you've been told to you is state propaganda. So, like, an illiterate North Korean, you know, you don't know if you're in that world or not. You don't know what what really is going on outside of the world. If, you know, the North Korean story, what we're told is true, that they're all, like, you know, can't read anything out. So, like, they think Kim Jong-un invented electricity kind of thing. You know what I mean? And, like, you know, you have to consider, am I a fucking illiterate North Korean? And do I know anything that's real? And if
Are
you
you
don't,
saying that you need to know the heliocentric model to be able to discuss it in a
is that
rational,
fucking Merle?
clear, succinct way? Is that what you're saying?
Is that fucking Merle?
It is.
Fuck yeah, dude. Miss you, dude. Yeah, you know what it is, bro. You've got to know their shit and word it out. Miss you, Merle. Been a fucking while.
Yeah, I got trapped in gems for a bit. My own volition.
We're glad they let. I'm glad they let you out, or you left, or however that worked
I
out.
just
It's like
unshackled
Alcatraz.
myself, so I'm off the chain.
Hell yeah, dude.
The keys are right
We're-
there. Keys are right
It's good
there.
to hear you, Merle. Good to hear your voice, bro.
But what I mean even is, like, you know, just, and I was just, like, saying to this guy, I was like, well, so, like, you know, how are you not like an illiterate North Korean? You know, when you believe that we went to the moon, you know what I mean, with the help of, you know, SS officers from Nazi Germany. Like, you know, it's like, at what point, like, even the idea of, like, you know, what's the easiest way to quell a population after you just defeated them in war? Well, tell them they won. That shuts them right down. And, like, you know, at what point do you have, people should consider that is all. Because, like, you know, if you believe the moon land, you know what I mean? Like, on either side of the spectrum, even down the flat earth rabbit hole, like, you know what I mean? Wait a minute. Am I an illiterate North Korean? You know, that should be a shirt, you know. Are you an illiterate North Korean? But once you expose it to them and you say, like, hey, if you know their stuff better than they do, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Then
the
it makes it
best.
look good.
Yeah.
Because I used to look at it like, you know, and I feel like what you're in the middle of it. It's like, you know, you're kind of signing off publicly as like, hey, flat Earth, and, like, you know, and then along comes someone who just tarnishes it. And you're like, no, not that.
Right.
No, not that. What I'm talking about is rational. And they're like, yeah, right.
Right, yeah, for sure. What can you do though? Like, I think the best thing ever, bro, is to just say their argument better than them, and then just kind of sit there, because it's like, I guess it takes away their primary sophist tactic, which is to just pretend that it's unspoken and it's known that you just don't actually understand it. That's why you're a flat earther. That's the whole tactic. That's the primary unspoken tactic, is to just, with the tone of the conversation, to speak to the flat earther, certainly in like public debates and stuff, like on MDD, to speak to
Yeah,
them like
your
they don't understand.
incredulity is noted. Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah, like, it's just like you, like, they talk to you like they have to teach you because you're so stupid and don't understand it. And we know it's literally the opposite, of course.
I like Jeremy's thing. He's like, you know, you don't know how bread works. You know, that's their whole idea.
No, that was because, like, you said your opinion. Like, you could say I like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and they'd be like, "You're wrong."
No, not even.
I'm just giving my opinion, right? You're lying. That's right. You're lying.
I like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and they're like, you're lying. And you're like, whoa.
Wait a minute. No, I really do. You just don't understand bread.
Well, the worst, I remember early on, what was even crazy, and they still do it, I'm sure, is like the idea that, like, you would come in and be like, explain the heliocentric model of seasons, and then you would offer a counter idea, and they would say, "You're lying because you know how it works." When you just stated their theory, and then they're going to go off and speculate and do some intellectual shit, and they're like, "No, you can't do that. You know how it works, and you're lying if you deviate." It's so weird, But that's all bullshit, tactical J-trig bullshit to me.
Yo, Tom
Yeah,
said
J-Trig's been a little bit of a
J-Trig.
subject. Yeah, J-Trig's
Yeah.
interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, looks like it's popping its head up. I'm just saying, bro. I don't know, but it's interesting.
There seems to be ulterior motives to the motives that we're witnessing for whatever reasons, and I think it's the ether and the free energy more than anything, honestly.
Yeah, that's
Well, you know what I think too? Remember this too, I think. It's like, I look at it like NASA and like what space agencies have become is like a bunch of people that we would like psychedelic psychonauts that are actually really cool and fucking awesome. Like they figured out a way to hustle the government for $19 billion a year using like some computer technology. And like we're coming in and like and these guys are like, whoa, we're making $19 billion a year, boys. Fucking calm down with your flat earth, all right? We're already like these are like they're already flat earthers trolling NASA, trolling the government, getting paid for it. Like the ultimate win for trolling, and then coming in and be like, no, and trying to ruin the troll. So that's why you get guys like Rumpus, who's like probably really a flat earther, but he's got money on the table. So he's like, I got to come out here and poo everything these guys say because, and like the problem is, this is where my moral dilemma becomes is like, I like those people. Like, good for you figuring out a way to get 19 billion from the fucking government every year for making CGI shit with a couple of actors. You know what I mean? Like, that's pretty fucking badass, dude, as a hustle. You know what I mean? Like, I almost wonder if we're not like fighting our own who are at the top of the pyramid of space structural bullshit because they're like, look, hey, everyone's retarded, dude. They can barely read. They don't know how to spell. They don't even know how to spell the difference between 2, 2, and 2. What makes you think they're going to understand fucking the finer points of fucking, parking lots in space?
Right. The Lagrange. But you know what? I was when you were saying something back a little bit ago about the Revolutionary War and how the best way to appease a new nation would be to just let them think they won the war. But even further back, you could relate that to the heliocentric model. Kind of sets the precedent for the game board's fake, right? So all the legal fiction makes no difference from here on. We're not even in the whole thing's based on the idea of a place that we don't actually even live on. So what could any legal fiction be compared to that?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's I don't know what yeah, it's interesting. But I think that's true because you wind up with it's like when I hear people talk about like American politics or like whatever without the understanding about, let's say, the Treaty of Paris, the King of England, and all that show. It's like you're really, you're so off base that whatever argument everyone's making is pointless because it negates the most important fact or the most, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. It's like cleaning up a house that's on fire. It's tidying up in a house that's literally burning down. It's just stupid. Like, or I don't know if that's a good analogy, but it's
rearranging
the Titanic,
chairs on the Titanic, right? Yeah,
right. It's
rearranging
irrelevant because it doesn't have anything to do with the bigger issue at hand. When you get into law and shit like that, but that's another topic. But I think
But the fictionalizing of it, the fictionalizing of where we live, literally where we live, and all the science that goes with it then has to be fictionalized and
how
controllable.
about this? How about this? Like, it doesn't even matter where you live if you don't know who you are.
Yeah, there you go.
You can have a flat Earth paradise, but if you don't know how to self govern, you're going to destroy that too. And that's my point.
Yeah.
Is that because the masses need to be told not to drink the motor fluid, right? Because this dystopian postmodernistic we landed on the moon, solved everything psyop is so prevalent in the minds of people. Like the point is that like it's almost like, wait a minute, keep them asleep, man. Don't let them, like, it's like letting a bunch of sheep out of the pen. It's like there's
Right.
no reason.
But is
There's
it
no
their
reason because
fault?
they're not going to go become fucking astronauts. They're sheep.
Right.
They're not going to go become the smartest motherfuckers in the world. They're fucking like, and unfortunately, it's a harsh reality. But that's why I think, like, and I've said, it's like, you know, A, flat Earth is not the hill to die on for that reason. And B, I don't think, like, remember, if you take away Santa Claus, if you take away the globe, you're taking away the exercises that are actually going to develop the muscles of discernment for an individual.
Right. It's
And
irresponsible to just let them loose without all the facilities
right, like you've got to,
to make
right,
through.
Yeah.
because they can't handle it
I'll
and they're going
quote
to
you
destroy
directly, Issa.
everything.
Issa, like, another way you said this before is if you do, you almost hate to deprive someone of that experience of waking up. And if there was never a deception, you know, in the first place, then what would you have to wake up from?
Right. And then imagine how further down the rabbit hole and weak our muscles of discernment would become if we didn't have these triggers. That's why we are who we are today, is because of, like, it's like anything, like it's like the story, or it's like how you develop muscle. It's like, you know, you have to fucking train, you know, it has to be worked. Otherwise it'll atrophy. And the some people have, you know, straight up let that, like, they've been like, their discernment has been lobotomized.
Well, if all knowledge was free, what value would it have?
Right. You know, that's the dilemma. And that's where I used to get into the dilemma, and kind of really why I stopped podcasting and stopped, like, all of the whatever, was the idea of, like, what is victory? And that concept of, like, what to you is victory in this? And, like, you know, is being attacked and online and all the rest of it worth, let's say, what real victory is? Because real victory is peace, quiet, family, right? That's what I've come to conclude. You
Well,
know what
we've
I mean?
already won. The victory's already been
That
had.
too.
Like you say often, we won in 2016, and if we win any more, like I was saying, it could be the opposite of what we want if they commercialize it or absorb it and make it into, like, you know, or like another thing you've said or we've talked about is that if we were told the truth from the start, and they had their own version of flat Earth or whatever, they might absorb flat Earth and make it into be, you know, okay, yeah, there's a dome and God's constantly watching you, and we know what God says because we have this special communication device with God now, and you have to, you know, do what we say God says,
Well,
not what
that's
you think
and
God's
that's
telling
because
you. You know?
I think it's interesting because, like, what if the globe Earth cosmology is the only cosmology we could have in order to have individuality? So, like,
Yeah,
in the globe Earth cosmology, you can be a flat earther, right? You know what I mean? You could be a flat earther, you could be fucking whatever you want to do, blah blah
Well,
blah.
you've said that before. You
But
say
hold on,
it's what
well,
helps our
real quick.
society stay non-secular, right?
Well, right, it allows for a non-secular society.
Right.
Now, if you have a dome Earth, and, you know, and then all of a sudden a religious totalitarian government comes into power, you know, you go against God's word, and all of a sudden you're a heretic, and you've got to be burned at the stake, and, you know, so, like, what if the globe is like? This is why I even say, like, you know, it's like, wrap your flat Earth up in the American flag, because it's freedom of speech that allows, and religious liberty that allows you to be a flat earther publicly and not get hung for it. You know, but if we have
It's ironically probably the
a
truth.
totalitarian flat earth government, maybe they're gonna fucking be all like, you're a heretic. I mean, imagine QE as, like, the president of, like, the
Right.
flat earth fucking, you know, like, government.
Right. Like
That's
all
what
of a
I'm
sudden
saying,
now
man.
the
It's like,
ether,
who are you putting in
yeah.
charge, dude?
If you
Who are you
mention
putting
ether,
in
you
charge?
got you know, jail time coming at you.
Beheaded.
Yeah.
He literally said, he's like, I'm taking scalps.
Right.
Right, and so that's what makes me think. It's like, there's like, what if like the globe is like what preserves our right to believe what we believe, and not be like like it's against the law for someone to attack me for what I believe in.
And you know what? It's also almost evident in the way that they do it. They fake it poorly on purpose, which you and I have said before. It's kind of like a wink and a nudge to the thinking man. If
Right.
it's like, okay, we're
They're
not.
like, dude,
We're,
they're like,
the
do you
money's going to
seriously?
go where it's going to go. It's not going to space travel, but this little act we're doing is to appease the people that want to believe that, but not in a way that's so almost overwhelmingly deceitful. So we do a little bit of this clown show on purpose to give the thinking man an out.
Well, remember this, dude. When has, like, think of it like this, like, they don't even lie. They're like, yeah, the Earth is round. They just muddy the
Yeah,
waters enough.
circumference is yeah, it's a pond. Ponds are round,
They just muddy the right, like a plate, like a fuck, you know what I mean, like a bowl. Like
right?
they don't clarify it.
Yeah, there's a lot of double talk. Yeah, for sure.
It's wink and nod to the thinking people in the world, and then you have to act accordingly because you live around crazy people who
Right.
get angry because their coffee machine wasn't working that morning.
Right.
They're going to
And
drive past it.
and the romanticizing that the American romanticism is what makes some of our society pleasant, because people are caught up in the narrative, and it kind of helps people be motivated artificially, which isn't necessarily a good thing, but at the same time it makes things work. Like people want to do the right thing for the wrong reasons,
I
but
mean,
at least
dude,
they're
look at it
trying to
like
do the right thing.
look at even like if you step back and take away, like, dude, it's like they're clearly killing the population of the planet through fentanyl, through fucking all the drugs. Because, like, think about it, how willingly people will take a drug to solve a health problem that they could fix with their diet.
Right. And
instead
the
of
health,
doing
it's totally tied to the food industry
it's
and the
too hard,
medical
right?
industry are
So we're
in bed together completely.
right, so you're living in a society that has that thing. And like, so when it's like when all of us saw the whole mandate shit coming, we were like, oh, ain't this the new world order, motherfuckers? Where all the other people were like, I'm scared to leave my house. Like, these are the, like, do you think these people are going to be any good for anyone when they're told the government lied about whatever? They'll go ham when milk goes up 25 cents. They're fucking retarded, most people.
Right, but
That's what
that's
I used to
also
say,
because
like,
of the
got me.
programming. And there's some people, like, we were all retarded at one point, so that's why we're doing what we're doing still, and speaking the truth, regardless if it's leading into their hands or whatever, playing into their plan.
Well, I
We
said,
have to
see,
speak the truth, because there's people that are still that were retarded and aren't really retarded, but they just assume things like we all did for a while, and so we're giving them a chance to find out if they're interested.
well, I look at it like, yo,
Well, the
remember
main
this.
hold on. Can I say something real quick? The main
Yes,
problem is that the schools taught people what to think instead of how to think. That's what the problem is.
no. The parents of children have failed. They have failed to create competent people by thinking that they could just send their kid to a school. So the
Yeah, but
school is
they
there.
were
The
indoctrinated
school,
themselves. It's just a
suck my
chain
balls,
reaction.
right? Suck my balls. That sucks. That sucks. Write a song about it. Fucking, you know what I mean? Because, like, dude, yeah, our parents failed. They got tricked. Okay, and they're now all of a sudden everyone's looking for someone to blame. The fucking school is just there to teach your kid how to fucking stop at a stop sign and not get killed by a truck. Like, and the problem is that people are like, that's good enough. And that's where the parents fail, because they say, that's good enough. I know when I came home from school, I had to go get 5 words out of the dictionary that my mother gave to me, write out the definitions, put them in a sentence, and then I could go play. And children nowadays are like, go get me a Mountain Dew. The parents are over there, go get me a Mountain Dew and and I need my smokes, and I'm going to go smoke a cigarette instead of raise my fucking kid, dude. So I have there's not the school system, it's not the whatever. In fact, government is great. You know what I mean? Like, government is great. When you control your own mind, it's not anybody else's fault. And you can solve all your problems. And God loves those who helps those who help themselves. Like, there's no one to blame. There is no one to blame. But the problem, and I love to Sarah put it well, it's not that you've been sold a lie. It's that you fucking purchased it. You paid for it with your labor, and then that's where they want to never, no one can ever face the fact that it's them, not the fucking anyone else.
Did you just say government is great?
Fucking from God.
Oh, okay.
It's from
Sorry,
God.
I thought you were saying our government.
He's saying yes. He's saying it's a gift
I'm
from
saying
God.
yes. It is amazing. It's fucking
He's
awesome.
saying he loves his government because government is to because meant is mind, and he governs his own mind. Therefore, he loves his government.
Controls his mind. And yeah, like also just order is not bad intrinsically. Like a gun's not evil.
Yeah,
Right.
there is a nuance to this that you can learn from Isa, whoever it was that's questioning that, because you wouldn't understand it. It's not directly what he's saying. He's saying that, yeah, government sucks, but the system's set up to benefit the individual.
Well, the thing is, this is though, like I use the rules of the government against idiot government officials who think that they have a fucking right that they don't have. So the problem is, like, it's not that. The problem is we're so ignorant of our own fucking rights, we don't even know what to protect. And so the issue is that you're like all of your ability to be a flat earther, your strength actually comes from the fact that you have a government that promotes freedom of speech. If you live in the States anyway. But like, so for that, I'm thankful, grateful, and I'm not throwing no baby out with the bathwater and saying, let's burn it all down, because that's what they want for you to do. They want you to fucking cling to the United Nations and get human rights declarations. We live in a society, that's why they want to kill it, that believes man got his rights from God. They want you in a society where you're a human and you have, like, rights from the
Monster.
state. You're a monster, right? Ballantyne's Law Dictionary, yeah. Or Bouvier's, I forget which one. But yeah, so like they have these terms like classed out. Like a man is not a human. And that's why when people say, I'm just a human, it's like, well, then die, bitch. You evolved from monkeys, you fucking spaceball faggot. Like, that's how I feel. Because a man is born from God on this fucking beautiful earth that only God knows what it is. But whatever. I mean, that's my whole kick. Because I always felt like, hey, if anyone can get this paradigm shift, it's a fucking flat earther. You know what I mean? Like, you're already free. You're already so fucking free, but we're so scared of it. And, we all face that. I face that. Everyone faces it. And that's why you just have to consider, like, am I an illiterate North Korean? And then fucking go learn. But yeah, government is good. And that's why, it's like, do you think God makes mistakes? I don't know. Like, this is his creation, right? He wrote, like, if somebody says, is that your car? Well, doesn't it belong to God first, right? Is that my arm? Doesn't my arm belong to the creator first? He's the priority security interest holder. I'm just the accommodation party, bro. But like, and when you operate on that standpoint and you realize that we live in a system where it says, in God we trust, you know what I mean? Like, if a judge were to ask you, who are you? And you say, I'm Jimmy Smith from 123 B Street. Well, that's a testimony against God. You should be fucking burned at the stake for that, dude, because you just said you're a name. You mean you're not a child of Adam? Well, no, I'm Jim Smith. Okay, burn that nigga. You know what I mean? Because he's going against God. That's why I think, like, I don't know.
That's why they have you swear in the Bible, and first thing you do when you go to court, see if you even
Well, and that's why,
understand the
remember
law.
this, they say swear on the Bible. Well, any righteous man who knows his Bible might turn to the judge and say, well, Your Honor, wouldn't that be against the Bible itself, where it says swear not? You know what I mean? So
Hold
like,
on for a second. I want to clarify something. So you're saying it's
yes, I love
wrong?
government. Yes, I love government. If that's the question.
No. Are you
Okay.
saying it's wrong to to actually identify yourself as an individual? We're only supposed to identify as a child of God, and not as a actual individual? Is that what I'm
All
Let me
right.
ask you
understanding?
a question. Let
Wait,
me ask you a
did
question.
priority
Hold on,
interest
hold on,
holder?
hold
I
on,
want to
hold
hear
on,
it,
hold on. Let me
Isa.
deal with this. If I bury you, if you die and get buried, is it you that goes in the ground or is it your body?
It's my body.
Okay, so who the fuck are you?
I'm the individual being that Yahweh created.
That's right. So if you identify as something other than that, do you think appreciates that?
Okay, and I identify the individual being that I identify
Real quick,
as is me.
check it out. Right, and that's where that spirit, right, is you. Now you have a body. You have a name for that body in this society, right? You have a name with a birth certificate with a social security account number so that you can do banking in that society. Are you those things? It's like if you were sitting in a car and I said to you, "Are you a Ferrari?" You'd be like, "No, I'm driving the Ferrari." You know what I mean? But it's like if someone asked me, "Well, who are you?" and they're looking at my body, I'm going to say, "Well, am I not a child of Adam?" You know what I mean? Now, if I'm in court of law, well, my paperwork might be in order, and I say, "Well, Your Honor, am I not the priority security interest holder?" I'm not going to deal with the son of Adam and shit like that in court because my paperwork's already clarified who I am in the sense that for this matter regarding these entities, I'm here to discharge any of the debts that this entity encumbered. Do you know what I mean? Because, in a biblical system, aren't all sins forgiven? The potential is there for forgiveness. So, with that in mind, if you come in fully aware of the nature of creation and a judge can respect that from you and sees it from you that you're not offensive, you're not some fucking idiot, you have manners and you're refined. I think when you label yourself, I mean, there's two ways to look at this. One, technically, if you were in court, I mean, you shouldn't be in court saying, "Well, Judge, ain't I a son of Adam?" I mean, you could, but at the same time, like if you want to get in and out quickly, there's a way to deal with court. But what I'm talking about is philosophically. If anyone asks me who I am, it's like a profound question. It's not just like, "Oh, well, 1, 2, 3." I'm Jimmy Smith and 1, 2. It's like that's why I used to say, like, it's like a judge being like, "So you're Jimmy Smith?" You're like, "Yeah." It's like a judge being like, "So you're a chair?" And you're like, "Yeah." And he goes, "So wait, you're a chair that has 4 legs?" "Yep." "Okay, we put those in the closet though." They're like, "Yeah, but that's me." I'm like, "Oh, okay,
Okay,
go in the
hold on.
closet
I'm
then."
a little confused. What does this have to do with actually having a personal identity? I think
You
what
know
you're
what,
saying
man?
is kind of
It's
vague.
just, I mean,
He's
it's
talking.
not for everybody.
Yeah. Well, he's totally clueless about the whole. I think that you kind of know that I know what you're going to say a little bit as well as other people might, and you're shortening it to the point where you kind of assume that he might understand the whole thing about the straw man and that we have a person, we aren't the person, right? So like your social security number is your person to use for banking, basically, right? And that has your name attached to it. And and basically that's what you have to use, not to be.
Right. I understand that because that's a freaking
Okay.
number.
Yeah,
But
you get it. And the name's attached to
we also have our own personal,
it. He's not saying don't have a
individual
personal
personality.
identity. Yeah, he's
Okay.
not saying anything about that. He's saying that's you, the personality's you, but then there's the legal part of this, the legal fiction you that they want to try to pin on you, and that's where they can trip you up.
Okay, so the whole legal identity. Oh, I
Yeah.
understand that. Okay. I
Yeah,
thought
okay.
you were
That's
I'm
saying
just
all.
you're
saying,
not even supposed to have a
I just,
personal identity.
but I just mean like, and maybe New Perspective is better explaining it some of this because I do rush through shit. But
Well,
the
yeah, just from learning from you. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm not very, I don't know, sometimes I can break it down, sometimes I can't. But I just mean, like, even for the philosophical sense, like, for ourselves, like, in the privacy of our home owns kind of thing, like, um, like, who are we? You know what I mean? So, like, if we are, man or woman, you know what I mean? Then the Creator created us and we have dominion over the whole fucking earth. Now, if one refines themselves to the point of one of the apostles or something like this, like we should be so eloquent and refined that we can handle this system. It's like the parable of paying taxes. When the apostle was asked, "Do you pay taxes?" and he goes, "Yeah." And then Jesus came to him and said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! You just told him we pay taxes? Okay, go to the ocean, catch a fish, and take the coin from the fish's mouth and pay the tax man, and give unto Caesar what is Caesar's." Well, going to the ocean, maybe the Sea of Commerce, and getting a coin out of the fish is weird. There's something weird about that. There's knowledge in that somewhere. And I'm just trying to say that I think there's other ways for us to deal with some of the financial elements and all the stuff that they've built on top of this. But the foundation of it comes down to the idea that we should be grateful that we have a body. Like, whose house am I in? Well, doesn't it belong to God first? And I just think these are more philosophical things that can lead to other really cool concepts. But we have to get those concepts down first. Like, and then never mind like what the shape of the earth is. We don't even know who we are. So how can how far can we get if we don't know who we are in the first place? And then, that's where it gets into like, this is a more profound subject than the shape of the earth. And I think that's why they try to pigeonhole it into the dichotomy of flat earth versus globe earth, because they want to, like, if you notice, the real channels go off topic of the shape of the earth. Like, the people that are like looking for all the whatever, they don't stray from this topic. They don't stray into the governmental control issues. They don't stray into it's just about refraction. It's just, you know what I mean? Like, it's like,
No ether, no ether, and no government insider information.
Yeah, I'm about to do a stream on is America Egypt?
Oh, dude, I just saw something about how, have you heard it? You seen, there's like this mirroring concept between Jerusalem and Chicago.
No.
I'll put a picture in the chat. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it.
Yo, is America Egypt is some gravy, bro.
What about Babylon? Is it Babylon?
Oh.
What about this? Is America Egypt? No.
Wow, very
What about
profound.
that? Is that too far?
You actually researched it?
Yeah.
Did you?
One's named America and one's named Egypt. Done.
Yeah. No gravy. Another dead end. Another dead end.
You actually researched it?
Proved it.
The etymology of America comes from. Yeah, I'm not even. Okay, you're probably right.
Yeah, I am. Have you researched it? What do you have to bestow to the group tonight?
I
He's
just
about to
began
do
to
a video
research
about it, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah, like Mary, and then Ka is what it's an ancient Egyptian god, and then it's actually about fertility of soil. And America has incredibly fertile soil. And then you look at the the Fertile Crescent, and you look at the Gulf, and then you look at the Mississippi, and then you have Memphis on there. And it seems that there are ancient texts and ancient maps that depict it literally as Egypt. So, I mean, it's interesting.
There is a pyramid on the dollar bill. That's the start.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There are ancient maps that literally depicted as what's referenced as Egypt, like in text.
Well, we know that
I did the Hebrew
mind
people
control
were here.
systems come from that. Now that's the roots, right, of what this whole system's kind of based on, regardless if it's an actual replacement or not. It's like, of course, there's ties directly.
Well, just an idea, like the Hebrew people. Well, there's definitely ties for sure, like if symbolically at the least. But it's like the idea that the Hebrew people are literally here. So it's pretty interesting. And the West Coast would be like where Israel fled to.
Well, I actually heard somebody saying that Israel was actually the real Israel was in South America.
That might be so, because then it's like, well, it describes North and South Egypt that was later broken up. So it doesn't even make sense on the map and the story they tell us.
There was also a whole thing about the Grand Canyon having Egyptian tombs or something.
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah, that's interesting. If you have any links on that, I've mostly just heard about it more so.
Well, that's why I'm trying to do a stream on it, because it's just
Yeah.
like stuff scattered everywhere. That's not very good.
Nah, how do you believe this stuff without information? Well,
I don't
why
believe it.
it?
I don't just believe it. I'm literally just talking about. I'm looking into it.
You have to
All
like
right,
kind
well,
of
I
decipher.
understand that. I'm not saying you. I'm saying people actually believe this stuff when they don't have any, evidence of it.
Yeah, but
Well, if there's
people
evidence
think
that
that
something's being
Jimmy.
covered up, a lot of times you can see that there's someone's trying to hide something, or the way that they deal with that information. A lot of times it's used to like as like a subterfuge to like lead people down the wrong path. But the topics that seem to have the most substance are the ones that don't pop up very often, or they pop up with some strawman description that is obviously a misrepresentation of what the thing is. So those are like some of the clues that start making you interested in what it is that people are really talking about. And you can get the researchers that dug deep, that seem legit and don't have ulterior motives to try to, you get enough of those, and then you start thinking, oh, there's something to this, right?
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing in the Grand Canyon is a really cool thing that can that should like kind of spark your interest. So all the stuff they found in the Grand Canyon.
And it's in what is it, in like the Smithsonian Archives secret vault type thing?
Yeah, and then now they've shut off that whole. You can't just go down up in the Grand Canyon anymore.
Right. Yeah. There's areas they've actually shut off, and what reason is there for that? And maybe it's a story attached to it that's not true, but then you have to see what was the reason that they would put this fake story out. Was there some kind of ulterior motive there? Oh, it doesn't seem so. It seems like this kind of hush hush topic more so than something they're trying to use to dissuade people.
And the mainstream story of Egypt is totally bullshit in many ways, like the timeline and all that.
Well, just the way the Grand Canyon was possibly even created is interesting. Like there's theories about that don't. I mean, the whole idea that it was water is questionable when you think about excavation possibilities. Like that was just like
mining.
Yeah, mining. Yeah, just an empty mining field.
It looks like water to me, though, personally, but
could be a little bit of both. Who knows?
How dare you be open-minded and be willing to maybe learn new things?
Yeah.
He thinks Morgan Freeman's Jimi Hendrix, though.
No.
Well, there's a compelling argument about how he literally owns a guitar place,
Yes,
and then was like.
There's nothing wrong with being open-minded, but there's also
but don't make a claim for me
point.
that I didn't actually claim. There's some that I'm like more 99% on some of those, but I'd say with Morgan Freeman and Jimi Hendrix, I'm not even like I would bet probably it's true, but I wouldn't bet my money on it. Like others, there's a lot of those that I find interesting, that's for sure, and a lot of them that are undeniable.
Well,
actually, a lot of historians that claim that America is Egypt.
Yeah, you want to really push the envelope, get to the clones.
Oh, clones, bro! Are you talking about the things with the trains and the orphans?
No, that's a little side thing, but maybe it might have something to do with it. Yeah,
they might be closely related. I think they're closely related. I don't know if you heard the theory about the trains supposedly bringing the people.
Yeah.
It's supposedly the clones that they're bringing, the clones that they manufacture wherever the fuck, and they bring them over here whenever these like disasters occur.
Yeah, I've heard the idea. Cloning is an interesting thing to look into. Like, you can't transfer consciousness or anything like that, but there's something weird going on. But I'm doing a clone stream actually, so like I haven't fully decided to do the America's Egypt because I want to fully look into it a little more. But I remember I did look into it for a couple hours one night, a few hours, and dude, like not just watching videos, like just trying to find stuff, bro. There is definitely something to. We were definitely lied to about the history of this place. Of the U.S. and like North and South America.
There are books about this. Like there are a lot of historians talking about. Like it's to the point that it isn't even a mystery anymore. Like the historian that look into this, they talk about it as if it's a joke, as if it's a well-known joke that they know that over there in Europe that isn't the old world. The old world is supposedly on this side, and they talk about it in a way that they describe as like they were building a some sort of a theater for the people to make them think that the old world is over there.
Yep.
That's like,
Which is absolutely brilliant, right? Because if you're researching the Bible and checking for historical fact, right, and the whole premise of you thinking that Israel is over there, right, when it's really over here, right, you would never get to the truth because your premise is off.
If you actually look into the Bible, that's one of the other arguments for America being Egypt, because of like how long it took them to walk certain distances, and not making sense over there, but making sense here. So it's very interesting stuff. I mean, some people don't believe the Bible, but it's a historically accurate book for sure. I mean,
who wrote the Bible?
it's a compilation of texts from different authors. You didn't know?
Yeah, but basically, who wrote it?
A whole bunch of different people.
Like who?
I think who wrote it is the question. I think who authorized it should be the more important question.
Paul wrote about a bunch of it. You know, atheist historians recognize Paul as a credible historical author. I mean, I'm not even, you know, like I said, I think history is greatly grabbled. So, I mean,
Yeah, they also recognize like Josephus, and then they don't recognize him, right? Isn't Josephus one of the dudes that like played
Josephus was like a very legitimate, credible historian from my understanding. And the reason that he has a bad name is because they faked some like writing that and attributed it to him, where he's like confirming Jesus, you know, and it was fake. They like added to it, but like everything except for that fake thing, it's like he's like super on point historically. So it seems like a mixed bag of a nuanced thing there. But it's hard to know, man. Like famous propped up historians, like historic authors, I mean, it's difficult. I don't agree with like hand wave dismissing it. Some truthers think that they're like the truther of all truthers, and they sit over there and they're like, how could you know? You couldn't know. You don't know. Nope. Everything's fake. I'm like, okay, well, some of us want to try to learn things, man. I don't know what's wrong with you. Like, yeah, we have to try to piece it together and be skeptical, but
And then you go through it all again and you reassess it, and then you know closer to knowing the answer still. Then what?
you can still learn things.
Sure.
What are the answers that you're trying to learn exactly?
So well, I'm interested in all kinds of stuff, like how they're all tracking back to Babylonian practices, and like all roads actually lead to Babylon, stuff like that. I mean,
so it was mentioned that who you are is really important for a human being to know that, who they are, what makes them tick fundamentally, you know, and then governing your mind, reclaiming your mind from mainstream science where your faith and trust and innocence was misplaced and handed over to the authorities. So this is a good place for people to start. And then when it comes to where you exist, where you actually exist and where your game is taking place, no one knows. No one knows if it's God's creation. There are a bunch of dudes like that apparently channeled the Holy Spirit and wrote stories. Apparently, once upon a time. The people who've been out here awake since 2:15 are no closer to knowing where the fuck we are or what's going on. Real talk.
Right, well,
Real necessarily have to
it's
be
God's creation.
No,
it doesn't.
No one is sure. This is why it's so important for the future generations. We don't know where we are.
We don't know where we are. We don't. Most of us don't know who we are.
We know,
we know who we are. We know who
Creator
we
is a
are.
necessary antecedent for creation.
It's just logic.
But you don't know where you are. You don't know what created what you're standing on or in. You have
The
no
creator.
idea. Don't pretend you do.
We do know that it was created.
When what?
That's for sure.
You
When,
don't
who,
know
and what?
anything about
That's what we don't know.
God. Okay?
Well, we get that you're
Don't
I know you
really
have to be
triggered about this,
supremely
but
intelligent and powerful to be able to create everything.
Because this is the real conversation, and this is where it doesn't go for some
did you not
reason.
hear what he just said?
Dude, I've been out here talking about this long before you were here. It's it. Sorry.
It's a non sequitur, my guy. I'm saying you said we
That's,
don't know any.
that's a relevant point in a conversation that's been afoot for a long time.
That is not relevant at all to what we're
Oh,
talking
it's
about.
100% relevant.
No. You said we can't know
Yeah.
anything about the creator, but he just pointed out a few things.
What could you possibly tell me right now that I don't already know?
Oh, I didn't say that I can tell you something you don't already know.
No, go on. I want to know, bro.
Well, if you
What
let
could
him
you
talk,
possibly
he keeps trying to.
bestow on me right now that I don't already know?
Okay,
didn't
can you
even-
let him talk now? Let
Yeah,
him
no.
answer you?
I wasn't
hear
even
it.
saying. I'm sure I could say something you don't
Enlighten
know,
me,
but
bro.
that's
Enlighten me.
it's like a dick measuring contest. I think you're gonna lose.
I just
'cause
want to be enlightened by the great wits that gets it.
yeah, why does everyone have this like weird, like vitriolic obsession with me all of a sudden?
Because you don't have enlightenment. And when you fucking acknowledge that, people will get off your shit.
And you have enlightenment? I'm just curious.
More than this fuck does? Yeah, I do.
Listen, that's because, unfortunately, that's because, unfortunately, you paint a target on your back. And people love to aim at that target.
You mean by not being like a little cuck and letting QE and Oakley like boss me around? Like they like because all the flat earthers can't think for themselves.
No, you misunderstand. You misunderstand. The difference is that there's a lot of us that are in the trenches over here, right? We don't have channels. We just participate in debates. But you have taken it a little further. You've gone out there and started talking to the people. You know, you're a little famous, and people are a little bit. They are attracted to that kind of energy. So that's why they are, as you say, obsessed with you.
Well, I'm saying I was emphasizing the vitriolic part. Like, why you so mad, bro? Like, I don't get why the emotional response about another dude.
Oh, bro, it's just hate, bro. It's just it's envy. It's just what it
No,
is.
no,
They're a little
no.
envious.
No.
That's it.
No. That's an assumption and a projection.
It is envy. No. If it was projection,
you don't
listen.
need to talk for me. You don't need to
Hold
talk
on.
for me. I'll give it to you
Projection
straight.
doesn't work that way.
Let him get
Projection
it
doesn't work.
straight.
If I was
Let him get it off
projecting,
his
I
chest,
would
man.
be
It's all good.
I'll give it to
I
you
don't
straight
care.
with it.
All right,
Give it
thanks.
to you straight. You're about to have a child. Your child is going to walk in the earth realm. How are you going to prepare them for that? Because you don't have the truth either. So you're just as vulnerable as anyone else, aren't you?
Very profound.
If you've been fooled once, can you be fooled twice? If you've been fooled once, can you be fooled twice?
You guys don't got a white knife for
fooled
me,
once,
man. It's okay.
Can you be
This dude
fooled
can't.
twice?
He's okay.
Can you be fooled twice? Yes or no?
Sure, I don't. I 100% don't know everything at all.
No, you don't know anything about where you exist. Nothing. Not one single thing about it.
I know it's
Can you be
stationary.
that honest with yourself?
You self-project. You self-project.
Can you be that honest with yourself?
I know it's stationary.
Right. You know it's stationary. You don't know
Well, that's
what
okay.
created
He
it.
doesn't know anything.
You don't know what created it. Or
Well, that's a personal journey, right? So I know that it was created by logical axiom, and I know that whatever has the creative force is incredibly powerful and has intelligence. And yeah, the rest of it is my anecdotal personal journey. I don't know why you're so triggered about it, but yeah, whatever it is, I seem to be able to communicate to the creator and get direct responses. So I mean, you know, who knows? But that's my life, right? I mean, I don't know why you'd be so emotional about it.
I'm curious.
With it still in the year 2022, people like you are going to pretend that they can offer awake, intelligent people enlightenment, right?
Is that what I did?
No,
understand.
that's what
I'm
that's
taking
what
it so
Merle.
personal.
That's what
No,
Merle
no,
wants.
no, 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 no. What's
Yeah,
going
yeah.
on? What's going on?
What's
We've
going
got
on?
Easter Mahowski up in here. We've got
Who's
New
that?
Perspective, like Pom Pom. Like, what is going on?
Are
Have
you
I been in Gem Pandas
self-projecting?
too long? Have I been in Gem Pandas too long? I just took my eyes off you guys.
So no, you're not talking to
Stop listening.
Gem Panda. No.
No. So there's no truth anymore, is
This
there?
is a different room, Merle.
Right. So where are we then? Where is the conversation at?
You don't
Is
even know who you're
flat Earth
talking
the
to
truth?
now. That's
What?
the thing. This is Snack to the Future you're talking to now, motherfucker.
Oh, great! The founder of
I've
the
got,
flat Earth psyop.
I've
This is
got you.
fantastic.
I've
I'm
got you
so
right
glad
in my
you're
fucking
here.
crosshairs now, mate. I'm listening to you like a fucking fly on shit. Like how flies
You're
listen to shit.
you're
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm listening to your shit. Listening to you fucking talk your shit, Mo. What the fuck? Are you running
Right.
for fucking president? Are you running for
I
fucking
don't know. You still couch surfing in
What am I
America?
listening to? You guys are
Yo,
tripping.
Merle, you need a girlfriend or something, bro? Why are you so mad?
Because you guys are just so pretentious and full of shit.
You're
And
self-projecting.
for people like me, it's just embarrassing for people like you.
Don't you see the irony of you
statement.
saying that we're pretentious and then saying people like me?
Yeah.
You know, I need to say something, man, Merle. There's a lot of people in this room who've known you for more than half a decade, like 6,
No.
7 years.
No.
No,
You don't need
No.
to generalize.
No.
no.
What do you know about me, Rick?
Look,
Well,
all I'm
one thing I
saying,
know is that you come
Fucking
in here
Jack,
telling
bro.
people what they
what
think
I'm
to know.
saying is that I think there's a lot of people that do care about you, and you have spent a lot of unhealthy time with a lot of unhealthy people, and
Yeah, that's the world,
it's
though.
yeah. You know what? It's the people you keep around you. That's your choice, man. That's your choice. But that's, I think you need to condition yourself out of that because it's really unhealthy. Like those Gem Panda people they're not right in the head. And I think they got to you, man. I really think so.
Like demonic.
Go get some pussy.
Now you're going to go down the demonic route. Okay. Right.
Look,
Oh yeah,
all I'm
they're
saying is
seemingly
just
demonic. Yeah.
keep track of where
Fucking
you're spending your time and what's meaningful. Like whether it's on Discord with good people or off Discord with good people, whatever. Just be more mindful.
That's a good
'Cause
excuse. That's
believe it
good.
or not, dude, I do care about you. I know Dave cares about you. I know that Issa cares about you. There's probably more that you have associated with, but you're not a stranger, dude. And I really wish that we could figure it
I
out.
Yeah,
know.
that's
I
good
mean,
advice for everyone in this room. We can be mindful. We should be mindful of who we spend our time with and how we spend our time.
I mean,
Really
right
good
now,
advice.
look, Merlin, the thing that's happening right now is there's a bunch of people who got deceived from a huge portion of the community. They put faith, they put belief, they put their emotions, they put their heart on the line on this like, Nathan Oakley or Quantum Eraser. And maybe you see through that. Maybe you have the ultimate truth or whatever, right? Maybe you get that. But there's a lot of people who they're still on their journey. They got fucking bamboozled, man. And everyone's up in arms and they're coming together. There's some unity happening.
yeah.
And like, it hurts me to see you come in, dude. It's been hurting me to see you go through what you've been going through. And I had to fucking leave it. I had to fucking escape Gems. I couldn't see you just get abused every day like that. I don't know why you did that to yourself, but you have your reasons, man. All I'm saying is that as a person that cares, somebody who's paying attention, somebody who knows that a lot of people in this room care about you, just be mindful. Like, I can't tell you what to do, but
Believe it
I'm
or
just
not,
trying.
Merle, I care about you too. I've been listening to you for about 6 years. I think you make good videos, bro. But with the way with the way you're coming across tonight or today it's I don't know, it's out of character.
It's not out of character. It's like I've been around long enough. I've seen this whole thing unfold. I was talking about this in 2015 what's
Yeah.
happening right now. You guys, like, that's prophetic. Fuck, if you guys had seen it unfold, you'd know that. I've got light. I've got things I could bestow. I'm just some independent fuck who's got no money, literally right now. I've got 0 bank account, no girlfriend, no children. I'm working. I've just lost my mum to dementia. Yeah, I'm a human being going through shit right now. And it's all come to a head.
Sorry,
Right?
man.
And I see betrayal. I see people who fucking lie. They're the fucking demons, right? Get it clear. Liars. That's demonic.
What do I lie about?
That's absolutely true. He wasn't talking about you.
He is
Wasn't
actually.
talking
I
about
think
you,
he
Wixit.
was.
He's speaking.
Oh, you're
Not
not?
at all.
Well, you came
But
in here
people,
saying he's full of shit.
No,
fuck,
don't come at
dude.
that angle. Look, he was just taking it out on, he's just taking it out on someone in the room. Okay. He could have been, I've seen Merle do this. He could have been the same, just as vitriolic with anyone else. I don't think he was poking at Witsit specifically.
Fair enough, but dude,
Yeah,
this is
because
the thing,
people were
man.
talking like,
I'm sorry
demons
to
and stuff
hear
like
what
that.
you're going through, man. Like
I'm sorry too, dude. I
yeah, I
I
can't
didn't
But
know
blame
any
you
of
you.
that.
talk to me, Wixit, like, oh yeah, have you researched it, dude? Like, you underestimate me, you fuck. I would
Well, he
fucking
doesn't know you that well, man.
I would show your brain to not be as intelligent as you think it is, bro. But
Well,
why would I need to do that?
Merle,
To
man, he
reduce
doesn't
you
know you that
down.
well. You
to be
came in and
fair, we were talking about America being Egypt, and you just jumped in and said, "Oh, you want to know about America being Egypt? It's not. It's
It's
not.
not.
How about that?" And I was like, "Well, have you
Yeah.
researched it?"
And I could
That's
walk
not
you
like
through it for the
I
next
don't think
half
it is
an hour
either, to be
why
fair.
it's not. But you don't want to hear that from me.
I asked if you had researched it, man. That's why I asked.
Merle,
No.
Merle, can you slow down, bro?
No.
Like the reflex level here, like you got all this goodwill, you get instantly burn it, bro. Like, don't do that. You don't have to
I'm not
fucking.
burning anything. I'm
I know
talking to
you
somebody
you just got like you
who
got hugs
tried
from
to
everybody here.
reduce
That's not.
me, and like, I don't know about like
Oh,
America not being Egypt.
I
He
literally
Okay?
didn't
just asked if
say
you had
that you
already
didn't
researched
know.
it yet, and admitted I'm just now doing it. I don't know anything about it.
it's
No.
just.
You're just saying shit for another clickbait video for your fucked up ego, bro. That's all that's happening here tonight.
Okay.
Anyways, America isn't Egypt.
What did I miss?
What the fuck?
So
Hey, welcome back, Ethan.
Hey, what's up,
this
Ethan?
is him just lashing out at somebody in the room?
Not
This sounds
much.
like a
Yeah.
personal attack to me.
I just
It's
want to
okay.
ask, hey, Merle, are you familiar with what's been going on recently with like QE and Nathan going after Witsit and doing videos, endless videos about like calling him Witsit, Shitsit, and like he just did a video earlier tonight to expose QE and FED for being this like unelected leaders of flat Earth that seem like gatekeepers, and pretty much calling them out on the same shit you're trying to make Witsit seem like right now.
No, I don't. I don't
Yeah,
care.
you haven't been keeping up on it, but that's what's going on right now. He's being ostracized by the flat Earth community because he started talking about the ether on Nathan's channel, and Nathan
Right.
didn't give him a chance to talk and like muted him every other second, and then basically called him like a little boy and started saying like, "Oh, I'm gonna teabag you" and all this like bullshit, like asshole
Oh
shit to him.
no.
And he's
Yeah.
been like right now in the trenches of being like ostracized by people he used to respect and QE who used to consider someone that was like a bro. And this guy QE made a video called Witsit Shitsit just yesterday and said more audacious things than I've ever heard him say about ballers. And it was unbelievable. I unsubscribed from his channel just because of that video. I was like, that is such bullshit. And took him out of context, said shit that, he didn't even say, like he was just being sarcastic, and then used a quote straight from something he said that was not even what he said in any real sense, and used it as a way of like making it seem like he said that directly. I mean, it's unbelievable. So that's just to clue you in. I don't think you might have come at him like that if you'd known that.
I think you guys could, like, this entire community can take it as a lesson to, like, choose who you follow. You know, have some sort of standards for who you consider kind of leaders within the movement and stuff like that. You guys, like, most of you guys that just gave gummers to freaking, you know, to QE and to Oakley and stuff like that, you guys blame yourselves.
Yeah, well, all I'd say to Witsit then is just keep drilling the fucking ether all the way, bro. Just raise the middle finger at the establishment.
That's what he's
Back
doing.
yourself. And if you need
Yeah.
support, like, and you know, I'm just being a cheeky. I'm just giving you a hard time, basically.
You're good, bro.
Been hanging out at Gems too long, Merle. Gotta detox, man. You can't just.
Hey,
You can't just
I
come
was
to a chill.
promoting your video
You can't just
earlier,
come to
bro.
a chill environment. You need to go to the beach for a week and
Hey,
look at the
real talk though,
sunrise.
it is good to see you back, Merle. Like I was gone for 6 months, and this is the first time I've seen you in a long time. So
Yes, I only rejoined today, and I've given Witsit. I know you know why I give you a hard time, because deep down I actually do believe in you, and I think you are intelligent and you are articulate.
That's that
and
crazy
I think you are an
Australian
asset and a
upside down
weapon.
philosophy.
Thanks, man.
The upside down compliments.
If that was an act, you're one of the greatest actors I've ever heard. That sure as hell did not sound like an act to me. But yeah, I don't know, so I'll shut up.
this is going through
I
a lot,
personally
man.
assumed that
doesn't
it was
act,
like
man. Merle's as real as it
because
gets.
I assumed it was because of like I've had a lot of people that like I've been cool with the last week or two just coming at me crazy because I guess they're like defending QE and Oakley. So I don't know. I just assumed it was something like that.
I guess you have a lot of new fans too, because there's a lot of people that kind of think about the whole thing more like Merle does, with this kind of like, why are they using flat Earth as a psyop when I'm trying to actually figure shit out? And that's part of the problem, that some flat earthers have felt disgruntled from the community because of the very reasons and things that you're going through right now. To some degree, they had a little taste of it, or like, wait a minute. So I have to be like groupthink as a flat earther? Wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. This is all about, you finding the truth, individually thinking, trying to, not have any barriers and all that kind of stuff. And they're saying that basically ether cannot be talked about. That is just, I mean, it's one thing to say, this is something that we're going to criticize people for claiming. Yeah. But then another thing to say, this should not even be a topic of discussion, even though it's historically important for this very discussion more than a lot of things.
Personally, I follow you, or not follow you. I'm listening to what you're saying because you're the first person I have heard who thinks the same way as I do, that that light is the ether. But I've never heard anybody else say that, so that's why I'm listening to you.
Water, it
We've
seems
been
too. I
saying
think
that for a
water is
minute.
an intrinsic part of it.
Yeah, like I think it's a good thing for flat Earth. Like it's not like I'm not like going through it or something. Like I think my wife, like Kai, was kind of upset about it because QE was so like fake nice to us. Like I was so happy. You know how women are. Like when women can be tricked when you extend like emotional empathy, and so that's like the only part. I mean, frankly, I've thought QE was a dick for a while. But I was like, it's kind of like your grumpy uncle or something, right? Where it's like, oh, when he's chill, he's cool or whatever. It's whatever. Everyone's got their own lane. But yeah, Kai was kind of upset about it because she's like, oh, please tell me you aren't gonna get into it, because I read her some of the messages that he started sending me after my presentation. And
You know what gets me, bro, is like, how are you gonna be like, or I don't know, because like, if I'm not mistaken, QE like, is like a Christian,
yeah,
right? So like,
Not a good
I
one.
always think, Well, who no man knows the hour, but but at the same time, I wonder. I've always amazed that people could have a religion that teaches tolerance, like all religions kind of do, and then be so it just doesn't seem very Christian. Just to,
He
do a
definitely
video and
he's definitely a different person. When he
and then
first started
and
this
then they come with
community,
the whole well, I'm bringing the righteousness of God and the wrath of da 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 da, and I just think bro, you know what I mean? Only God sustains man. You know what I mean? You have no right to attack somebody like that, and then to hold some kind of religious position. You know what I mean? I just think it's so weird. We can't hear you. Whoever's speaking is real low, man.
was that me?
Is there something in the background playing? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Sounds like something background, maybe.
I think it's Michael.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so yeah, it's like I said,
But what a shame.
someone commented it was like finding out that your dad beat your mom. And I'm like, yeah, wouldn't you want to although that sucks, you'd rather know, right?
Well, even I don't think. I mean, I don't know. No analogies need to be even driven, but the idea that someone, I'm just amazed. That's what makes me think. Excuse me, where didn't you have an awakened moment where you were like, oh my God, the Earth is flat and da 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 da, and this is so great, and you know what I mean?
Wasn't that one of the first things you learned when
where's your
you're
again? Where's your Kundalini fucking awakened spirit that
you should be able to talk about things.
Is one with everything, and you're not you're who the fuck I'm not gonna follow some unharmonious fucking person that clanks around and has no spiritual bearing. You're not. No one's gonna
Exactly.
take advice from that person. Seriously.
No.
Exactly. You got to exercise discernment. How does QE even how do you make the analogy of a grumpy uncle or father divorce? What exercise discernment when someone has no etiquette or what have you. And I'm speaking generally, but in specific instance, QE was brought up. That style is toxic. Why would you want as soon as I kind of was exposed to, I just limited him. I disengaged. I didn't pay. I paid him no attention. Because you don't want that in your life. So I don't know how people kind of
if people don't have manners,
elevated him in the community. It's just stupid.
I agree with that.
You fucking idiots.
I agree with that, but so to clarify, I was just saying what someone commented. Okay. I did call him a grumpy uncle, but I'm saying that in the sense that I looked at it apparently some people like what he does or whatever, and he's one of the people that had a professional teaching background and does this, I guess. So I was just like, whatever. And I used to get super annoyed by him. He was super lame. Like I said, I told a story earlier where I was changing this girl's entire life. 20-year-old college girl, this young little innocent girl. Changed her life, bro, talking to her about this. He jumps in the room. He's not in there for more than 20 seconds and then starts berating this girl. Just screaming and cussing and calling her names. And I'm like, dude, I just now took an hour out of my life to try to wake this girl up. And you've come in here in a matter of 30 seconds. Ruined it. So I've thought this for a while, but I'm like, well, to each their own. Everyone lives on the earth. You're going to have all kinds of people. I guess I was I think some people they feel bad about getting attacked being a flat earther in their personal life. And so they get off on hearing the glober get abused or whatever. So I'm if you, I've never listened to Oakley's show. I've listened to 4 total shows or something in just a few minutes of it. I thought it I hated it, but I didn't care. I didn't decide. Yeah. So I kind of just put it to the side. Oakley kind of followed me around, or we would see me in 24/7, and he would send me all these, you may be the guy or something gay like that, or you and Kai are the flat earth power couple, and I can't tell you how happy I was when I found out that she was pregnant. And it's when someone says something like that, what can you do? I'm like, thanks, man, that's nice of you. I don't know. So it doesn't, yeah, I agree, it's insane that they were propped up at all, but were they though? Because I didn't
They
even know
were,
who those people
yes.
were. I didn't know
The
those people were
community-
for 5 years being a flat earther. So
The majority of the community, like, gave them the attention that made them like propped up as like leaders
Well,
in
yo,
the community.
do you guys
I
know
blame the
about
community, man.
Do you know about mechanics of the fourth wall percentage?
Mechanics of the fourth wall.
Yeah, like so, like Nathan, Antonio, and Martin Linky, and there was another guy who went to the Antarctica. He's pretty famous or whatever for it. But anyway, it was those guys, and they did a show. They used to do a show. It was back in like 2015 called Mechanics of the Fourth Wall, and then so like that was their show, and then everybody split up over time and like basically went to war with each other. And it's kind of like and then one guy did a great video. Hey Nupi, I wonder if my boy's still over there, he would know who I'm talking about. And like, you know, he wrote a thing called like the Breakfast Club theory, and it's an interesting theory. The idea that they would, anyway, Mechanics of the Fourth Wall was like people were watching that back in the day, and then everybody split up and did their own thing. Actually, they did the sun test, and that got a lot of people involved in this shit because they were trying to get a bunch of people over the earth to use like one of those, what they call like a Newman or whatever they are, where they measure the, you know, angle of the sun at you know, the subsolar point in your section of the earth on one day was the big thing. And it was really cool. Actually, it's kind of interesting. Like Timmy, I don't know, there's a whole bunch of stories that come along with that. But anyway, that's where they got their that's where they were on the internet. That's how I found them. But it's interesting that the show was called Mechanics of the Fourth Wall. Because if you know anything about art, you know, the fourth wall is the stage wall to the audience, right? So like, you know, mechanics of the fourth wall. And, you know, I just think it's something to know. And it's like, that's why he had followers. And then honestly, like, you know, people like myself and all these flat earthers started coming up. And, you know, Oakley was in the mix. So he's respected because he was there. But I find it interesting with Oakley too. He didn't know about 9/11 until he became a flat earther, which is weird. Because like, you know, the most people progressed, you know, I think anyway, but there's a lot of people who have heard it, they've learned things that way too. But yeah, he had his own
You
little
mean
thing.
to
That's
say
why
that
he
you
is
mean
who
to
he
say
is.
that he didn't know about 9/11 being an inside job, right?
Right.
Because it sounded like you didn't know about 9/11. Like, well, you didn't know about 9/11? How could you not know about
Well, like, no, forgive me.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
didn't know about 9/11 being an inside job kind of thing.
And
Right.
Issa,
And actually,
in your
yeah,
opinion,
fucking
was
A,
his
9/11.
demeanor, his etiquette, his style the same back then it is now?
Well, you know what's interesting is no, it was just it was worse. It was worse because he would go and just straight up attack all the troll. Like, you know, he had like no filter, bro. That's why a lot of the ballers are like, you know, oh my god, he's a psychopath, because he was fucking like savage, and he would say the things that everyone at the time would be like, oh my god, you're not supposed to say that. Like, he's his own character, man. He's a fuck you guy from the start. And what he learned, I think, along the way was how to debate. Like, he never went into the debate rooms. And this is what I was trying to say earlier. Like, you know, I kind of brought this philosophy of conditional acceptance to the debate for flat Earth. And my goal was to show flat